151 to 200. Yu Hang saw a golden flash out of the corner of his eyes. He looked closely and realized that it was the little yellow kitten that his youngest sister raised. When did this fellow come along? Would it trample on the melon seedlings while running around so recklessly? But, after a careful look, he saw that the little kitten very cleverly chose to run on the ridges on the fields and didn't touch any of the vines and seedlings at all. Ladle after ladle of water with a faint hint mystic stone water was watered into the melon fields. The watermelon seedlings stretched its leaves in the breeze, as if it was trying its best to grow. The tiny melons seemed to have quietly grew a little when no one was looking. They finished watering the 3 plots of melons fields when it was almost noon. The siblings carried the empty buckets and walked back to their house. When they reached the foot of the West Mountains, they noticed that the normally deserted Zhao residence was surrounded by many villagers. Uncle Zhao's family lived far away from the village, so they rarely interacted with the villagers. His house had always been very peaceful and quiet, but today. Did something happen? Xiao Cao and her older brother looked at each other and quickly ran to the Zhao residence. When they arrived at the stone wall of the Zhao residence, they could hear the surrounding villagers discussing excitedly. Wow, did you see? That's an imperial decree. It's the imperial decree mentioned in the opera. Unfortunately, it's too far away to see what the imperial decree really looks like. I never expected that old Zhao was a great general of the former dynasty. Do you know about the official who often comes to his house these days? That's his disciple. He's a high-ranking official of the imperial court. Didn't you hear what the imperial decree said? The emperor cherishes and values talent, so he wants old Zhao to go back to be an official. What was the title conferred on him again? I can't remember. Zhengguo General 1. He's bestowed the title of a great general. Tisk tisk, Hunter Zhao's family is going to be amazing in the future. Isn't that right? The Zhao family is going to enjoy a happy life in the capital now. The person who announced the imperial decree doesn't have a beard. Is he the Taijian mentioned in the opera? Shish, are you looking for death? Those eunuchs hate being called Taijian too the most. If he heard you, you will be beheaded. Yu Xiaocao felt completely relieved after she heard that. Things were finally working out for Grandpa Zhao. Before, when she visited the Zhao family, she often inadvertently saw Grandpa Zhao staring into the distance with a lost expression. One with civil and military talents shall serve the imperial family. It seemed like Grandpa Zhao was unwilling to live such a dull life despite living in seclusion for 30 years. Fortunately, the current emperor was wise sovereign who appointed people based on their merits. In the future, Grandpa Zhao and his family should be able to shine and thrive in their own positions. Hey, that little girl, stand right there. Just as Yu Xiaocao wanted to turn around and leave, a loud voice stopped her from behind. Yu Xiaocao looked around and realized that she was the only little girl around. Are they calling me? Who is it? Yes, you. The sound of footsteps came from behind and quickly arrived in front of her. A healthy and hardy-looking old man, who had a white beard and a fair and chubby face, looked at her warmly with a smile. Fifth Lord. Yu Xiaocao recognized him. He was dressed in clothing made of coarse cloth. Seeing his simple attire, she asked curiously, "Why are you here?" "Because I want to." With his hands clasped behind his back, the Emperor Emeritus looked around and saw verdant greenery everywhere. Even the air seemed fresher. He smiled and said, "This is a good place to live out one's life in retirement." With imaginary black lines on her head, Yu Xiaocao thought, "You must be too idle. You're choosing to wear patched clothing made of coarse cloth instead of silks and brocades. You're not living like a member of the imperial family, but instead you're wandering around in a barren and poor area. How in the world did you determine that this remote village was a good place to enjoy one's life in retirement? You didn't come with the imperial envoy who came to announce the imperial decree, right?" Seeing that he came over from the Zhao residence, Yu Xiaocao suddenly had this thought and asked. The Emperor Emeritus laughed and seemed to be in a good mood. I heard that head steward Zhang needs to go to Dongshan village to announce the imperial decree. Considering that we were going the same way and it was a good idea to look after one another on the way, we just came together." "Going the same way? What did you come to Dongshan village for?" Yu Xiaocao was holding the little golden kitten and gently stroking its fur. With an even bigger smile on his face, the Emperor Emeritus narrowed his eyes and looked at her, making her feel uncomfortable. Then he said, "Of course, I came to find you all." Find me? Why was he looking for her? Was it because he thought that it was a waste of money to spend 300 taels to buy her braised food recipe and wanted to get a refund? But then again, this fifth lord wasn't a businessman, nor did he plan on selling anything. So, spending 300 taels to satisfy his cravings was indeed somewhat wasteful. The Emperor Emeritus pretended to be mysterious as he smiled at her. He waved his hands at her and said, "Come, let's talk as we go." After saying that, he walked towards the direction of Xiao Xiao's house. Well, it seemed like he really made preparations before coming. He even knew her address. However, she didn't have that much cash at home. She had asked third young Master Zhou to help her invest all the money that she earned from selling the recipe, as well as subsequent earnings, into the stores at the harbor. The Emperor Emeritus walked slowly in the front, while Xiao Xiao followed him step by step, like a little minion. Yu Hang and the Emperor Emeritus's attendants were behind them. As soon as Yu Hai went out, he saw a group of people headed this way. He looked carefully and realized that his younger daughter was amongst the crowd. "Xiao Xiao, what is this? Oh, isn't this Fifth Lord? Why has the elder come to visit?" Yu Hai had also recognized the old man who walked in front and hastily went forward to greet him. The Emperor Emeritus pulled a long face and said with an irritated tone, "Is this lord that old? Little you are, if an honest person doesn't know how to speak, he will offend a lot of people. This lord is very angry. What do you think you should do?" Yu Hai knew that the person in front of him had an extraordinary background. If he accidentally offended him, who knew what he would do to powerless commoners like them? Even if that person just wriggled his pinky, the results probably wasn't something that he could withstand. Thus, for a moment, Yu Hai just stood there helplessly and didn't know what he should say. "Fifth Lord, don't bully my father, who's an honest man. Tell me, what do you want to eat? As long as we can afford the ingredients, I'll definitely make it for you. But, first of all, I only know how to cook homemade dishes, so don't ask me to make stuff like Fo Tiao Chang 3 and Bao Shen Kai Du 4. I'm just an ignorant little peasant girl, so I don't know how to make them." Yu Xiaoxiao felt that she still had some ability to handle a glutton. Sure enough, her rude words didn't provoke the distinguished guest from the capital, Fifth Lord. Instead, he guffawed and said, "I really like this little girl, Xiaoxiao. Then I, Fifth Lord, won't be courteous anymore. I want to eat pig head meat. I also want spicy pig intestines, shredded pig tripe in chili oil, duck blood soup with vermicelli." The Emperor Emeritus didn't have any reservations and ordered many dishes, which all fitted into the homemade food category that Xiao Xiao mentioned. But the last dish, duck blood soup with vermicelli, was somewhat difficult for Xiao Xiao to make. "Fifth Lord, it's easy to get duck blood, but where am I going to get vermicelli? Is it all right to change it to duck blood and tofu stew?" At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao had already confirmed Fifth Lord's identity. He was in his 50s and had a lofty and hale figure. At first glance, it was obvious that he had served in the military before. Moreover, he could wear bright yellow, which symbolized the Imperial family. Most importantly, he knew the dish, duck blood soup with vermicelli. Fifth Lord was the founding emperor of the Great Ming Dynasty and the current Emperor Emeritus. The Great Ming Dynasty was seriously too small. Two transmigrators had actually met just like this. But, she wasn't sure whether the Emperor Emeritus knew about her origin. Would she be able to fool him? Yu Xiaoxiao feigned a distressed expression and muttered, "Fifth Lord, all the other dishes are easy to make. But this, duck blood soup with vermicelli, what is a vermicelli? Where can I buy it? Don't act dumb and try to gloss over it. You, this little lass, are still too young to scheme against me. Even if others don't know what a vermicelli is, can you not know? I don't care, I'm definitely going to eat the duck blood soup with vermicelli." The Emperor Emeritus strode into the Yu family's courtyard in an imposing manner, and then sat candidly on the recliner in front of the house. It seemed like she couldn't avoid it. Seeing that the Emperor Emeritus didn't intend to perform the scene of fellows from the same hometown meeting each other, Yu Xiaoxiao naturally wouldn't mention it either. She furrowed her little face and said, "Fifth Lord, I only know that vermicelli is made with sweet potato flour, but I have never made it before. I don't know how to make it." The Emperor Emeritus swayed leisurely in the recliner with his eyes narrowed, yet he didn't overlook nor spare her as he said, "Stop pretending. You know how to make roasted chicken and osmanthus duck, but you don't know how to make vermicelli. Who are you kidding? If you keep wasting time, I'm going to punish your father with the crime of disrespect and send him to prison." Humph. Xiao Xiao felt really helpless when facing the Emperor Emeritus, who was like an unreasonable old urchin. After looking at her startled father and confused mother, she summoned her courage and said, "Fifth Lord, please don't frighten honest people like us. My parents are timid and get easily scared." After a pause, she said, "I reckon you won't be able to eat the vermicelli today. The process of making vermicelli is too complicated, so it's impossible to make right now. Also, Pig head meat, intestines, and tripe were all taken to the docks to be sold. If you want to eat them, you'll have to wait until the evening. All right, I, Fifth Lord, am not an unreasonable person either. Let's just have a casual lunch, and I will wait to eat the big feast in the evening. The Emperor Emeritus crossed his legs comfortably on the recliner, and then suddenly said, "Why didn't you make a rocking chair? It's so comfortable to rock in a rocking chair while basking in the warm sun." A big feast tonight. The Emperor Emeritus wasn't going back to town tonight. How could Dongshan village possibly accommodate this great Buddha? Yu Xiaoxiao looked towards the lead Imperial guard, who was beside the Emperor Emeritus. "Shouldn't you guys dissuade him?" The lead Imperial guard pretended not to see Xiaoxiao's gaze and stood close behind the Emperor Emeritus with an icy expression on his face. In fact, he was actually having a mental breakdown inside. If he could choose, he would rather have his master obediently stay in the capital. That was the safest place within the entire Great Ming dynasty. But his master liked to run around. There were still supporters of the former dynasty remaining, so it was really dangerous outside. Yet he wanted to spend a night at this little mountain village. His master must think that he was still idle and wanted to give him some problems to solve. Unfortunately, head steward Lu had stayed in the capital. If he was here, he might be able to persuade him. As for them, the Imperial guards, they could only stand to the side. Yu Xiaoxiao hid in the kitchen with a miserable expression. Madame Lu pulled on her hand and asked about the identities of the people in the yard in a low voice. Xiaoxiao was afraid of scaring her parents and didn't dare to reveal Fifth Lord's true identity. She just said that he was an esteemed guest from the capital, who even the county magistrate had to be polite to. 1. Zhengguo General Zhengguo Zhongjun Zhengguo equals defender of the nation. 2. Taijian also means eunuch, but it has a negative connotation, so people usually refer to them as Gong, which sounds more polite. 3. Fu Tiaochang literally, Buddha jumps over the wall, a stew that consists of numerous ingredients like chicken, duck, abalones, scallops and more prepared in a huge jar and usually requires 1 to 2 days to prepare. 4. Bao Kaidu, a thick soup of abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, and fish ma, which is also literally what it's called. From Madame Lu's perspective, the county magistrate was the highest-ranked official in Tanggu town. If the magistrate had to treat this man so politely, then he was definitely very high up the ladder. She needed to be more careful around him. There was a finite amount of resources at home. For the most part, they only had vegetables that were growing in the field. They only had one type of meat at home, and that was the portion of streaky pork that they had bought yesterday. Yu Xiaoxiao sliced off a portion of the streaky pork and chopped it up finely until it was finely minced. She then sliced some eggplants into discs and dipped them in egg and flour before she fried them into eggplant fritters. She had a hunch that the Emperor Emeritus liked strongly flavored food, so he would likely enjoy these fragrant and flaky eggplant fritters. As for the leftover pork, she used it to make the fatty but not greasy, full of delectable flavor, twice-cooked pork. She took string beans that had just been picked from the garden and dry-fried them with a bit of lard to make delicious, dry-fried string beans. To the tomatoes, she added several chicken eggs to make a plate of stir-fried tomatoes and eggs. Thus, she managed to put together 4 hot dishes for the meal. For the 2 cold appetizers, she used cucumbers and peanuts that had been cooked in boiling water. However, with only 2 cold plates on the table, she thought that it wasn't very presentable. After thinking a bit, Xiaoxiao took out 5 of the 5 spiced duck eggs from the marinating jar and boiled them until they were cooked. Then, she sliced them and placed them onto a plate. The marinated duck eggs were full flavor and quite tasty. The egg yolks were bright yellow in color and small drops of glistening yolk oil oozed out. When eaten, they had a mildly salty taste that was very fragrant. Xiaoxiao calculated the time quickly and decided that the century eggs should be about done by now. She picked out one of the eggs that had been coated in the mud mixture and lightly pinched off the top of its mud shell. The eggshell, which had been gently cracked open, peeled off, revealing a glossy dark exterior. On the surface, there were white-colored, delicate designs, which showed the egg's signature, pine flower, appearance. She lightly sniffed the egg and a special and exotic smell hit her nose. Xiaoxiao asked Xiaolian, who had just returned home, to ride their donkey to the neighboring village and buy some soft tofu. Century eggs with tofu was a simple dish that tasted delicious. This dish had a soft texture, delicate flavor, and melted in the mouth. Because they were entertaining high-ranked guests, she especially prepared a more highbrow dish. She first cut the soft tofu into small rectangular blocks and had Madame Lu to hollow out the blocks. Then, she finely minced the century eggs and mixed in aromatic vinegar, sesame oil, and other seasonings. Next, she stuffed the century egg mixture into the hollowed-out tofu pieces and sprinkled some finely chopped green and red chili pepper on top. The finished dish not only looked appetizing but also had a savory taste and smell. Daughter, your godfather is home. What did you make that smells so delicious? I can smell it from far away. Needless to say, in the past month, General Fang Zizhen often returned from the docks to bum a meal off of the Yu family. His loud and clear voice could frequently be heard well before he stepped into the family's courtyard. This time, the resonant sound of his voice sounded like it had suddenly been cut off and screeched to a stop. At this moment, Fang Zizhen's eyes were opened wider than a bronze gong and were full of disbelief. He forcefully rubbed at his eyes, but the great and honorable person in front of him was still in the courtyard. This lowly official kowtows in greeting. Fang Zizhen went 3 steps forward and knelt in front of the Emperor Emeritus. It was as if a gold mountain had met a jade pillar. Just as he was about to complete his greeting to the Emperor Emeritus, he was interrupted. The Emperor Emeritus used a hand to wave at him in dismissal. Mingzi. We're not at the capital, so no need to be so serious. Come, sit here and spend some time with Fifth Lord. Mingzi was Fang Zizhen's courtesy name. EMP, Fifth Lord, why are you at Dongshan village? Did you hear that my master lives here? That can't be right. If that was true, then you should be at my master's home, so why are you at Brother Yu's residence? Fang Zizhen cautiously sat down on the small wooden stool next to the Emperor Emeritus and placed his hands on his knees. He resembled an elementary school student who was receiving lessons from his teacher. Yu Hai was in the middle of the vegetable field in the courtyard, turning over the soil. When he saw a lofty third-rank official kowtowing to Fifth Lord, he knew that this Fifth Lord had an uncanny background. He was trying to guess just how exalted Fifth Lord was as he worked. However, since Fifth Lord apparently didn't have any ill will towards the Yu family at the moment, that was considered a huge blessing. Godfather, weren't you at Grandpa Zhao's place helping them take care of the matters relating to the Imperial Edict? How do you have time to come over here? Yu Xiaosao came out of the kitchen to take a peek outside and smiled brightly at the men in the courtyard. Her luminous and pale little face had somehow gotten coated with some flour unbeknownst to her. Instead of looking sloppy, it actually made her look even more adorable and charming. In front of his sweet and cute adopted daughter, the expression on Fang Zizhen's face became so soft that it looked like one could squeeze some water out of him. His smile became gentle and his voice also softened. Good girl. The eunuch who bequeathed the imperial decree is going to eat a meal over there, so I came over to pick some fresh vegetables for them. What? The eunuch issuing the imperial decree is staying with the Zhao family to have a meal. Who gave him the right? The Emperor Emeritus erased the amiable smile on his face and the sound of his voice seemed a bit more dignified and imposing. Fang Zizhen smiled carefully and said, Fifth Lord, it's noon and there's not any place to eat in the vicinity of Dongshan village. Should the eunuch return back on an empty stomach? Don't blame eunuch Zhang. The Emperor Emeritus frowned fiercely and replied, Dongshan village is only about a 2 hours horse ride from town. It's not like Zhang Quan doesn't know the customs and rules. Is he not afraid of being accused of the crime of trying to get too close to officials? Fifth Lord, it shouldn't be this serious, right? There's no one else in Dongshan village, so there likely wouldn't be anyone gossiping about this. Fang Zizhen felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. Are you me that as long as other people don't see it's okay for him to privately become friends with court officials? The Emperor Emeritus scowled deeply and commanded the Imperial guard next to him, Little Zhuang, go get Zhang Quan for me. Tell him that I'm having a meal here and I need someone to serve me. Understood. The Imperial bodyguard, Zhuang Mo, received the command and swiftly left. The courtyard quickly became tranquil again, but the atmosphere was somewhat awkward now. Yu Hai had long gone out of the courtyard and started working on the ground in front of the gate. He was afraid that he might hear something that he shouldn't. Time to eat. Yu Xiaosao's bright and clear voice shattered the dead silence in the courtyard. Fang Zizhen suddenly felt that there was nothing more pleasing to his ears than his adopted daughter shouting, time to eat. At the top of her lungs. The frown on the Emperor Emeritus's face momentarily disappeared, and he sniffed, chicken stewed with mushrooms. This dish is quite good, I like it. Fifth Lord, do you want to eat in the room or in the courtyard? Yu Xiaosao inquired. The Emperor Emeritus glanced at the Yu family's tottering, mud brick house and curled his lip. The rooms are a bit stuffy and the courtyard is so bright and spacious. Let's eat in the courtyard then. When Yu Hang heard the old man voice his opinion, he quickly moved the family's new dining table out into the courtyard and took out all of the stools in the house. He looked at the large men next to Fifth Lord, hesitated for a moment, and then asked Xiaosao quietly, it looks like we don't have enough wooden stools for everyone. Should I go to Auntie Joe's and borrow some from her? Although the Emperor Emeritus was no longer young, his hearing was still as keen as before. He laughed, "You don't need to go through that much trouble. These men won't be eating with us at the same table. Mingzi, earlier the little girl called you her godfather. You're quite fortunate. Previously I had wanted to adopt this lass as an honorary granddaughter, but I had been summarily rejected by her." Fang Zizhen grinned widely and laughed a couple of times before he suddenly recalled something. The smile vanished on his face as he said, "Fifth Lord, don't blame her. Xiao Cao is still young and is sometimes childish. Please excuse her ignorance." "This servant, Zhang Quan, greets," a shrill and resounding voice echoed in the air. As a eunuch who was ranked highly enough to issue an imperial decree, Zhang Quan still knelt obediently on the ground as his body lightly trembled. "All right," the Emperor Emeritus shouted violently and stopped the eunuch from finishing his sentence. "Why do you look so confused? Why aren't you coming over now to serve? Are you blind and losing energy? Lu Fusheng must have been blind to take such an idiot like you as his adopted son." Zhang Quan had already discreetly asked the imperial bodyguard, who had given him the message, about the Emperor Emeritus's mood. At the time, his whole body had suddenly been drenched in cold sweat. A court eunuch becoming friends with a court official was a serious crime that could lead to beheading. He could only blame himself. Previously, the emperor had repeatedly warned him to treat General Zhao with respect. He had gotten too proud and almost unexpectedly committed an overwhelming offense. Fortunately, the Emperor Emeritus had called him over. The Emperor Emeritus was truly like his second father and benefactor who had saved his life. Come, don't all just stand there. Mingzi, little you, and you, little girl, come over and eat with Fifth Lord." The Emperor Emeritus glared at Zhang Quan and then ignored his presence. His eyes had been attracted to the table full of delicious-smelling food that was all familiar to him. In his previous life, Zhu Weiyang had also been a brilliant and outstanding military official of his country. He didn't have any other interests, other than eating good food. After he transmigrated over to this world, he had been on the battleground for several years in a row. Being able to eat enough to fill his belly was already considered quite good, so how could he be picky about the food? After he ascended the throne, he found that the imperial palace's chefs were all decent. Perhaps he still missed his previous life, but he always felt like the food here didn't taste quite right. However, he and the current emperor were both men who didn't know how to cook. Thus, he was even more attached to finding the taste of his previous life in this world. Decades passed and the memory of those familiar foods of his previous life had slowly faded. He had originally believed that he would never be able to have a taste of his homeland again in this lifetime. However, he didn't expect that in this impoverished, tiny courtyard, he would finally be able to satisfy his long-standing desire. "These are all just some home-cooked dishes, so please don't dislike them because of that, Fifth Lord. Please eat your fill." Yu Xiaocao took a hold of a plate of century eggs with tofu and lightly placed the dish in front of the Emperor Emeritus. Zhu Weiyang's eyes lit up even more brightly and he smiled slyly like an old fox. "Little girl, you even know how to make century eggs and you claim that you can't make bean vermicelli. Don't try to trick me." Fifth Lord's eyes are still sharp. "Century eggs. Daughter, our family's century eggs are ready to eat." Fang Zizhen had been quite busy on the docks and had almost forgotten about these eggs. He stared at the plate of delicate and delicious century eggs with tofu that was in front of the Emperor Emeritus. He almost couldn't control his desire to try some now. Xiao Cao had finished serving all of the food to the table and was about to go to the kitchen to serve food to the imperial bodyguards when the Emperor Emeritus stopped her. "Little girl, you've been busy for a while. Come, sit next to Fifth Lord and eat some. They all have working limbs, if they're hungry, they'll be able to find food to eat." The Emperor Emeritus had already ordered that only Fang Zizhen, Yu Hai, and Yu Xiaocao had the honor of accompanying him for the meal. Zhang Quan stood on the side and held a new pair of chopsticks. He picked up an eggplant fritter and was about to taste it. "Stop, you don't need to test the food for poison here, go into the kitchen where Commander Zhuang and the others are and eat the meal there." The Emperor Emeritus trusted the Yu family and having someone taste the food before he tried was not essential. He refused to permit another person at the table to eat his precious food. Zhang Quan perceptibly made a noise in assent. In his heart, the Yu family had risen ranks. There probably weren't many people who could make the Emperor Emeritus trust them so much, right? "Century eggs with tofu. It's been decades since I've last had these. I've almost forgotten what they taste like." The Emperor Emeritus carefully picked a piece of tofu stuffed with century eggs and opened his mouth wide. He shoved the whole piece into his mouth. The tender tofu with the savory flavor of the century egg spread through his mouth. Being able to taste food that he hadn't had for years almost made Zhu Weiyang let out a couple tears in joy. Fang Zizhen watched the Emperor Emeritus earnestly. When he saw the obvious pleasure on the older man's face and some faint signs of moisture in his eyes, anxiety rose in his heart. Was there really something so delicious that would make the Emperor Emeritus cry? How come all of you are just watching me eat? If you all don't start eating, I'm going to finish off this table. The Emperor Emeritus took another piece of century egg with tofu and stuffed it into his mouth as he delicately enjoyed it. This was the first time in his life that Fang Zizhen was sitting at the same table for a meal with the Emperor Emeritus. Sure enough, the Emperor Emeritus was an amiable and approachable person. In history, how many emperors had sat at the same table as their officials? Although he was a bit nervous, he couldn't resist the tempting lure of the delicacies and carefully picked up a cube of century egg and tofu to eat. A special flavor combined with the exquisite light taste of the tofu slowly bloomed inside his mouth. It provoked his taste buds. He had eaten the food that Xiao Xiao made for over a month now, but she surprised him with something new every time. Even if it was the exact same ingredient, she had the ability to make it into something completely different. He suspected that even the famous chef at Junshou restaurant would not be able to recreate the same flavors that she cooked. Xiao Xiao sniggered. Thanks to the mystic stone water. Fang Zizhen immediately fell in love with the slippery texture and fresh, savory taste of the century eggs. Once he had finished reflecting on the taste in his mouth, he wanted to grab a second bite and discovered that the plate was completely empty. The Emperor Emeritus, on the other hand, had a longing expression on his face, as if he wished he could eat more. Daughter, the portion size of this century egg with tofu is really too small, right? I only ate one piece and the plate is empty. This doesn't satisfy my craving. Didn't you make 20 to 30 century eggs? Slice a few more for us. Today Fifth Lord is here, so don't be petty. The expression on his face and words coming out of his mouth made it seem like Fang Zizhen was advocating for the Emperor Emeritus, but, in actuality, he just wanted to eat more himself. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at the Emperor Emeritus and secretly sneered within her heart, I've never seen someone at your age eating this much alone. A whole plate of century eggs with tofu had been gobbled up by you, old man. As for Godfather, you're lucky that you got to try a piece. My biological father hasn't even picked up his chopsticks. Despite her less than flattering thoughts, she still had a sweet smile on her face. Fifth Lord, there should be tomatoes in the capital, right? Try some of the stir-fried tomatoes with eggs that I made. How does it taste? The Emperor Emeritus obligingly went with her request and picked up a portion of eggs as he said, tomato seeds were only recommended for growing last year. Not a lot of people are growing them in the capital, but you have already done so. You have a pretty good way of doing things. Good, Fifth Lord will taste how it is. Just as he finished talking, he placed the eggs into his mouth and chewed. His long beard moved up and down with his mouth movements. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but face him and stare at the long whiskers for a bit. Not bad, not bad. The colors are bright and appetizing, the taste is fresh and sweet, it's better than the food made by Palace's Imperial chefs. Little girl, are you sure you weren't a chef in your previous life? This seemingly simple statement made by the Emperor Emeritus made Xiao Xiao extremely nervous. She glanced over at her somewhat reserved father and laughed hollowly, perhaps. Who can remember their previous life after drinking Granny Meng's soup? However, everyone tells me that I have a talent for cooking. Maybe I was truly a famous chef in my past life. Probably also one who specialized in the dishes that commoners eat. This child doesn't know how to be humble. Are there any famous chefs who are female? Yu Hai glared at her in warning. Someone who was able to eat the food the Imperial chefs made was absolutely not low in rank. His little daughter frequently liked to blabber thoughtlessly, but she absolutely should not offend Fifth Lord. The Emperor Emeritus was in an exceedingly good mood and grabbed a chopstick full of chicken stewed with mushrooms. He ate it heartily and smiled. I don't know if there were any famous female chefs in history, but I believe that our great Ming dynasty can have a famous female chef show up. As he talked, he even looked at Xiao Xiao for a bit. Yu Xiaoxiao calmly ate the rice in her bowl. Since she transmigrated over here, she hadn't been able to eat plain white rice. When she heard what he said, she finally became more modest. Fifth Lord, you're overestimating my abilities. I only know how to make a few home-style dishes. You've probably gotten tired of eating fancy dishes with lots of meat and seafood. Now that you get to taste some home-style cooking, you think it's fresh and unique, that's all. If you had to eat this style of food every day, then you wouldn't think it's tasty anymore. Fang Zizhen was gobbling up his food with head plastered to his bowl when he coolly interjected, I think my daughter's skills are just plain good. I've eaten the food you made for over a month and haven't gotten tired of it. My family's daughter could make even vegetables boiled in plain water taste good. Daughter, go slice up a few more century eggs. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her godfather, who had fattened up a few inches around his waistline, somewhat helplessly. Luckily, Grandpa Zhao would force him to practice martial arts every day. Otherwise, she was afraid that he would have become a rotund fatty at this point. At the rate that he was gaining weight, she wasn't sure whether her godmother would still recognize him the next time he went back to the capital. She grinned as she looked at Fang Zizhen and then spoke to the Emperor Emeritus. I also made some century eggs out of chicken eggs and they should be ready to eat. I'll slice up a few to let everyone try some. The uncle bodyguards over there. Don't bother with them, they're fine eating anything. As long as they can eat until they're full. The Emperor Emeritus knew that Xiaoxiao didn't make a lot of century eggs in her first batch, so he obviously couldn't bear to let that bunch of brats eat his food, right? He was still planning on bringing some back to the capital with him. The Imperial bodyguards were sitting at the table in the kitchen. On the table, other than the century eggs and tofu which had been switched for tofu mixed with shallots, the rest of the dishes were the same as the ones for the table outside. The Imperial bodyguards had been on the road for the whole morning and had long felt their stomachs sticking to their backbones out of hunger. In front of a table full of tasty dishes, they gorged themselves without any inhibition. They usually had a good relationship with one another but, today, for the sake of a piece of twice-cooked pork, they almost started fighting. When Xiaoxiao entered the kitchen, the Imperial bodyguards had already completely finished the table full of food in record time. Every plate on the table was completely empty, even the sauce from the vegetables had been poured onto their rice and eaten. The commander of the guards felt his face flush with embarrassment when he saw Xiaoxiao enter the kitchen. He silently cursed the soldiers underneath his command for acting like a bunch of starving refugees. Weren't they going to be laughed at by this little girl? Uncle bodyguards, did you guys eat to your fill? If that wasn't enough, I can cook a few small dishes for you all. Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment when she saw how much food the four men ate. They had unexpectedly eaten enough for 8 people and cleared all of the plates. Perhaps those who practiced martial arts used more energy, so their capacity for food was larger. The 4 Imperial bodyguards along with a court eunuch all became excited at the thought of eating more food. However, after rubbing their rotund, stuffed stomachs, they could only shake their heads in regret and tell her that they were full. The commander of the group couldn't look Xiaoxiao in the eye when he saw how shameless his soldiers were. Xiaoxiao retrieved a few mud-coated eggs from the corner, tapped off the mud shells, and peeled the century eggs. In her previous lifetime, at her hometown, century eggs made out of chicken eggs were also called biandan. These few biandan were all ready to be eaten. The egg white part of the eggs looked like jelly and were sparkling and translucent. The yolk part of the eggs resembled a ball of sugar. When cut open, liquid drops of oil flowed out and made the eggs look extremely appetizing. The courtyard wasn't very large, so the Imperial bodyguards had naturally heard what the Emperor Emeritus had said previously. Were these the century eggs that the Emperor Emeritus had mentioned? What did they taste like? Everyone could tell that these were extremely delicious. Otherwise, why else would the Emperor Emeritus, who had tried every delicacy under the heavens, protect these eggs from them? The more restricted something was, the more the heart thirsted for it. Unfortunately, this was not a desire they could satisfy right now. The Imperial bodyguards stared at Xiaoxiao intently as she peeled and sliced the eggs. Their gaze made her feel a lot of pressure and she felt like her back was burning under their relentless stares. She accelerated her movements and also chopped up some garlic cloves and green peppers. Vinegar and sesame oil were added to season the dish and then everything was sprinkled on top of the century eggs. She quickly carried the dish out. If she didn't leave soon, then she absolutely would have collapsed from being stared at by this pack of hungry wolves. This cold plate of seasoned biandan naturally received unanimous, generous praise from everyone who tried it. Fortunately, the Emperor Emeritus had pretty much eaten his fill, so this allowed Fang Zizhen and Yu Hai the opportunity to try some. After Yu Hai tasted a slice, he lightly nodded his head. This is a dish that probably goes well with alcohol. That's right, such a delicious dish, how come we don't have any alcohol with it? Commander Zhuang, where did I hide that bottle of Zhenyang when I left? Quickly take it out, the Emperor Emeritus yelled at the commander in exhilaration. The stony cold expression on the commander's face didn't change a whit as he calmly replied in an even tone of voice, before we left, the Emperor had inspected our luggage while you were unaware. That bottle of Imperial Zhenyang had been confiscated by him. When the Emperor Emeritus was young, he loved to drink alcohol. After ascending the throne, he felt that he had a lot of responsibility, so he very rarely drank until he was dead drunk. Once he abdicated, he immediately invited a bunch of old officials over and drank alcohol with them every day. The old internal injuries left behind from the war as well as his advancing age caused his stomach to bleed after drinking too much. He vomited blood everywhere and scared the group of old officials until they were pale from fright. Fortunately, it wasn't his time to go, and after being treated by all of the Imperial doctors in the palace, he was able to keep his life. Since then, the emperor strictly prohibited him from drinking alcohol. He not only sent people over to watch over him but also set down rules for guilt by association. Whoever accompanied the Emperor Emeritus in drinking alcohol or witnessed him drinking without reporting would also be sentenced to go down a rank. If they weren't an official, then they would have to be imprisoned for 3 months. The pitiful Emperor Emeritus with his alcohol-loving heart was no longer able to find any alcohol to drink. When he did get his hands on some, he couldn't find anyone to accompany him. It was truly a calamitous situation for him. The smile on the old man's face disappeared, and he snorted furiously a couple of times, "Don't drink, then I won't drink. Without alcohol to accompany the meal, it doesn't feel right. Oh right, little girl. Have you any fermented grape wine or fruit wine of any sort?" Yu Xiaoxiao could sense the commander's anxiety and looked at him reassuringly to placate the man. She smiled, "You also know that we had separated from the main family at the end of last year. Other than receiving this run-down old house, we didn't even get any furniture to go with it. How would we have any tools to ferment wine? That being said, even if I had the tools, how could I have made any without any of the ingredients? In the dead of winter, where would I find any grapes and fruit then to ferment wine for you?" The Emperor Emeritus pursed his lips and replied irritably, "Little Yu Ah. I really don't like that stepmother of yours. The rest I won't mention, but she had taken Zhao Bufan's 300 taels from selling that bear, yet she didn't even give 1 tael to your family. Also, that younger brother of yours. From my standpoint, he's not suited to be a scholar. And he's living in town like a young lord, eating good food. All of it is funded by her. She's so biased that she doesn't know what's right and proper anymore. I really feel annoyed about this, very annoyed. How about I call her over and scare her a bit?" A waterfall of cold sweat poured down Yu Hai's body. Why was this fifth lord meddling with his family's matters? In regards to Madame Zhang, he didn't feel any hate or rancor towards her, only a bit of resentment. After all, Madame Zhang had raised him and his older sister after his mother had passed away. He already understood Madame Zhang's personality. She was the perfect example of a tyrant at home but a coward outside. She was only a little brazen, that's all. Now that she was older, he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to tolerate being frightened. Yu Hai hurriedly stood up and bowed, "Thank you, Fifth Lord, for your benevolence towards us. As the proverb says, the son cannot criticize his parents' actions. After all, she's the wife that my father had legally married, and she also raised me and my older sister. Thus, you, as a person, all other qualities are good, but you are foolishly filial. If you never set your boundaries, then be prepared to be taken advantage of. Should you continue to go down this path, then I'm afraid that your wife and children will need to suffer more." The Emperor Emeritus shook his head out of disappointment. To him, Yu Hai was like a piece of iron that refused to strengthen into steel. Fang Zizhen had long understood the complex relationships within the Yu family and looked at Yu Hai. He slightly frowned, "If my goddaughter gets mistreated, don't blame me for not warning you. When that moment comes, I will take my daughter to the capital to live comfortably and make sure that you will never be able to see her again." When Yu Hai heard this, the look on his face immediately changed. In regards to this fellow, who was constantly trying to steal his daughter, he already felt unhappy. For the past month or so, he felt like he was the stepfather in this relationship and Fang Zizhen was the true father. Whenever Fang Zizhen was around, he felt like he had to take a step back. However, General Fang truly treated his daughter well. Clothes, jewelry, and other expensive articles for daily use were all moved into his daughter's room as if they didn't cost any money. His daughter's east room had almost been stuffed to the brim. If it were not for Xiaoxiao making a fuss, Fang Zizhen would have given her even more. Without someone to compare to, then there would be nothing showing his deficiencies. Now that there was a comparison, he, as the biological father, not only couldn't give his daughter everything she needed but she also had to constantly deal with the avaricious and greedy Madame Li and Madame Zhang too. Arg, as a father, he truly wasn't a qualified and good one. However, with the pressure of filial piety above him, he didn't want to cause any trouble for his children. If he had a bad reputation for being disobedient to his parents, that would mean his children would be subject to the gossip of others as well as create a bad reputation for his youngest son, who was studying in town. This was truly like being between a rock and a hard place. Xiaoxiao stepped next to her worried father's side and secretly pulled at his calloused and large hand. She comforted him, "Father, don't worry. I won't abandon our family and live in luxury by myself in the capital. If I want to go, then our whole family needs to go together. Father, trust me, I will definitely lead our family to live happy and prosperous lives together. We'll make those other people be envious." The rims of Yu Hai's eyes suddenly became red. He was so useless that he needed his barely 9-year-old daughter to comfort him. He lightly grasped his daughter's small and chubby hand. Ever since they separated from the main family, not only did his youngest daughter gain some weight but also the rest of the family members. Compared to their original stick-skinny figures, they looked a lot healthier now. Such a good daughter. Daughters are still more considerate and loving, no wonder everyone says that daughters are their parents' warm, little winter jackets. Fang Zizhen's heart felt sour as he watched the father and daughter pair interact with each other. Why did the heavens not have eyes? Such a good daughter should have been born in his family. If he had such a sweet daughter, he would absolutely pamper her, give her the very best, and absolutely not allow anyone to bully her. After they finished eating lunch, the Emperor Emeritus left with his group of guards and the court eunuch to visit the Zhao family. Before he left, he said, "Tonight, I'm coming over to eat braised pig head meat and duck blood vermicelli soup." That old fellow, Zhao Zimo, had fought with him several years in the past. Had the previous dynasty not had that imbecile on the throne, it wouldn't have been easy for him to seize the throne. Zhao Zimo's strategies and tactics were godly and he had long itched to exchange ideas with him. Yu Xiaosao felt very helpless. Making bean vermicelli by hand was very complicated and difficult. This Emperor Emeritus was seriously too much, he never let a person relax for even a second. Because there had been outside visitors earlier, Madame Lu had stayed inside. She had just finished her meal when she came out and noticed the worried expression on her daughter's face. She asked out of worry, "The vermicelli that Fifth Lord kept mentioning, is it difficult to get the ingredients for it?" "We already have all of the ingredients at home, but the process to make it is quite complicated." Yu Xiaosao acted spoiled and held onto Madame Lu's arm as she softly inhaled her mother's warm smell. Madame Lu stroked her daughter's lustrous and black hair. Her younger daughter's body was becoming healthier every day, and she hadn't even gotten a cold since they split from the family. Her previously dry, messy, and yellowing hair had also become glossy and dark after receiving more nutrition. As for her face, it used to be wan and sallow but now there was plump flesh to be pinched. Madame Lu felt deep satisfaction within her heart. If she had known earlier that her children would all become like this, she would have fought harder for them despite the risk of being labeled unfilial. She rubbed at her younger daughter's rosy and tender face and softly said, "It doesn't matter, mother will help you. And there's also us." Yu Hang and Xiaolian, who had just finished cleaning and putting away the plates and chopsticks, came in and grinned at the rare sight of their younger sister acting spoiled. It was only in times like this that their younger sister actually seemed like a 9-year-old child. Many hands make light work. With her whole family there, Yu Xiaosao felt energy surge her body. She waved a fist in the air in excitement and loudly exclaimed, "Okay. Let's work together then. Xiaolian, scrub the large pot on the stove until it's completely clean, then boil a whole potful of water in it. Older brother, go to the cellar and bring up a bag of sweet potato powder. Mother, help me wash the large basin clean, then prepare a bolt of gauze for me. Father, can you drill some evenly spaced holes in the bottom of this wooden basin?" Yu Xiaosao ordered everyone around in succession. Although they were all busy, everyone felt happiness bloom within their hearts. Having the whole family work together towards one goal, it really felt amazing. Xiaosao instructed her brother to pour the sweet potato powder into the large basin and added water until it became viscous and sticky. After that, she used the gauze cloth to filter out any impurities. By the time she finished with that, the water on the stove had started boiling. They poured the hot water into another pot and dumped the filtered sweet potato powder into it. A rolling pin that was as thick as a person's wrist was used to agitate the contents. Naturally, this job fell to Yu Hai, who had already finished drilling holes into the small wooden basin. As he stirred, more filtered sweet potato powder was added. The pot was then put on the stove at a low heat, and they had to use a lot of force to knead the sweet potato mixture. Kneading was exhausting work and required a lot of strength and endurance. Yu Hai naturally wouldn't let his wife and children do this type of work, so he followed his younger daughter's instructions and kneaded with a lot of effort. After the kneading was done, Xiaosao had her mother stand next to the stove. Then, she grabbed the wooden basin with its newly drilled holes and poured the kneaded sweet potato powder into it. Madame Lu stood on a stool and pounded the wooden basin with a lot of force. The sweet potato mixture slowly went through the holes. Due to gravity, the strands of sweet potato dough became long and slender. When they fell into the boiling water, they immediately became cooked. Shaolian then took a long wooden dowel and stirred the pot full of vermicelli incessantly. At exactly the right time, Xiao Cao used a sieve in her hand to fish out the cooked vermicelli. The scalding hot vermicelli was then put into a large vat full of cold water. The quality of the cold water directly influenced the taste of the vermicelli. Thus, the vat was not only filled with spring water from the mountains but also had a few drops of mystic stone water mixed in. Once the vermicelli cooled down, Yu Heng carefully fished it all up. At this time, the vermicelli was still a bit sticky and required Yu Heng to separate each strand by hand. This work was quite laborious and tiring. Because pounding the sweet potato dough through the holes also required a lot of endurance, before long, Madame Lu's arms became very sore and she couldn't bring them up again. Yu Hai felt bad for his wife and hastily took over the task for her. Madame Lu couldn't stay idle, so she went to take the cooled vermicelli and hang them from bamboo poles and lay them flat on wooden planks to dry. They couldn't let the vermicelli dry in the sun as that would ruin the final product. In addition, while they were drying in the air, they also needed to sprinkle water on top to prevent them from sticking to each other. Thus, not only did they have to sprinkle water on top but also continuously separate the strands by hand. After repeating this process over several times, they could finally take the wooden planks away and set up the bamboo poles. The vermicelli could then hang from the poles and air dry. During the drying process, it required someone to flip the vermicelli over until they were completely dry. With the whole family working on this, they were busy for a whole afternoon to make 20 or so caddies of sweet potato vermicelli. The reason why Xiao Cao knew how to vermicelli was because in her previous life, there was a woman who married into her village who was from a family that knew how to make sweet potato vermicelli. For a time, the woman had made handmade vermicelli to sell in town. Xiao Cao, as Lin Xiaowen in her previous life, had helped that woman make them, and thus that was how she became so familiar with the whole process. Although this was the first time she had independently completed the process, the vermicelli all turned out okay. However, the finished product wasn't uniform in thickness. Making vermicelli was a process that required skill and practice. The more she made them, the better they would turn out. Nevertheless, the work required to make vermicelli was quite tiring and exhausting. Especially Yu Hai's task. He had to hold up a rather heavy wooden basin and constantly pound it to let the sweet potato mixture come out. After all that work, his arms didn't feel like his own anymore. They were so sore that he couldn't raise them up again. Xiao Cao used the multicolored stone to massage his arms for a long time, and only then did they recover a bit. As the night slowly crept over the sky, the Emperor Emeritus finally came back with Zhao Zimo's entire family. He walked in, immensely pleased. From the look of the expression on his face, it was obvious that his discussion that afternoon had been very fruitful. Many strategies and tactics of war had been lost throughout the years as they were transferred through generations. With the Zhao family's arts explained to him, a lot of things he used to have trouble understanding suddenly became clear to him. Although it had been a long time since they had last been on the battlefield, the Emperor Emeritus and Zhao Zimo were soldiers to their bones. While the two were discussing strategies with each other, they had some people retrieve some sand from the beaches to make a sandbox. Using the sandbox, the two dueled each other for an entire afternoon and didn't permit others to bother them. Both won and lost, and both gained a new understanding and enlightenment of the art of war. The two old men enjoyed themselves immensely. Once they finished, the Emperor Emeritus especially invited Zhao Zimo and his family to use Xiao Cao's home to try some delicacies. He even mysteriously hinted to Zhao Zimo, "Today, that little girl Xiao Cao has created a whole new dish. I guarantee that you've never eaten it before. If you don't go, you'll never be able to eat it again when you return to the capital." It was easy for him to flap his lips and say that, as just a single sentence of his had caused the whole Yu family to be busy for an entire afternoon. He had already started boasting, but wasn't even a bit afraid that Xiao Cao wouldn't be able to figure it out. Zhao Han sneered on the side and inwardly thought, with my family's good relationship with Xiao Cao's family, how could I possibly not be able to eat it? Every time she makes something delicious, she always sends some to us. However, then he thought, today, grandfather received a position from court. Within a few days, he'll need to go to the capital and claim his post. Father has also been given a general of the 4th rank position, and it's rumored that the tribes in the northwest have not been very peaceful lately. Grandfather is getting old, so if father wants to continue the Zhao's family traditions, then he absolutely cannot avoid going to the battlefield. At his age, his father had already fought on the battlefield with his grandfather. Zhao Han was certain that he would also be going to the border to gain experience. Every man had a dream that he wanted to pursue in his heart. As someone who had learned martial arts at a young age, he was no exception. One of his longtime dreams was to go on the battlefield to kill the enemies of his country, so he should be happy right now. However, when the thought of not being able to try Xiao Xiao's foods for a long time in the future, as well as not being able to see her hit him, Zhao Han immediately became gloomy. Haha, Zhao family youngster, how come you suddenly look so sad? Don't worry, today, you'll all enjoy the reflected glory from me, Fifth Lord. All of us can be the first ones to try a new delicacy. Come, come, I can't wait anymore. The Emperor Emeritus took the lead and swiftly walked down the mountain road. He wasn't even afraid that he might twist his ankle. The afternoon, Xiao Xiao had gone over to Madame Mao's to buy 2 ducks. She let the duck blood flow into a small basin and used the duck offal to braise along with the pig intestines. At this moment, the braised food had just finished cooking and the whole courtyard was enveloped in its tantalizing smell. As the Emperor Emeritus entered the residence, he forcefully breathed in the air and an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, "This is the exact smell. The only braised pig head meat that tastes authentic is the one that this little girl makes." When he saw the vermicelli drying in the courtyard, he guffawed heartily. "I knew that the little lass would be able to make it happen. Isn't that right? Little girl, add a pork stewed with vermicelli to the table." Yu Xiaoxiao came out of the kitchen to see the fuss and greeted both the Zhao family members and the Emperor Emeritus. She then rolled her eyes at the person who had added another request. "Fifth Lord, if you can conjure up some pork right now, then I will make you some pork stewed with vermicelli." "Look at you, you're claiming you're poor in front of this lord. Last time I gave you quite a bit of money for that recipe, don't tell me you can't afford to eat pork then. Hey, you're becoming more and more gutsy nowadays, little girl, ah. You even dare to roll your eyes at this lord, Although the Emperor Emeritus wasn't young anymore, his eyes and ears were still quite sharp. He naturally didn't miss Xiao Xiao rolling her eyes at him. By now, Yu Xiao Xiao already had a good idea of what the Emperor Emeritus's personality was like. If he truly wanted to punish her for her transgressions, then she already would have been punished a billion times by now. She daringly made a funny face at the Emperor Emeritus and grinned provokingly. "How so? You're old, so you must have been seeing things. The duck blood and vermicelli soup will soon be done. Fifth Lord, please sit down for now." Fang Zizhen was stunned silly by his adopted daughter's reckless conduct. She was being impudent to the highest authority in the land, the Emperor Emeritus, who was known for being brutal and callous when needed. In order to preserve his adopted daughter's life, he hurriedly pleaded for leniency. "Fifth Lord, this little girl doesn't know the consequences of her actions. She's still a child, please don't lower yourself to her level." The Emperor Emeritus imitated Xiao Xiao's conduct and rolled his eyes at Fang Zizhen. "Do you really need to butt in? For the sake of the duck blood and vermicelli soup, I'll forgive you this time. Cut a portion of the braised pig head meat and pig ears for now, and mix in some garlic paste too." Yu Xiaoxiao was so busy in the kitchen that she couldn't do much else, so Xiaolian took out the braised pig head, pig ear strips with chili oil, pig intestines with scallions, spicy and numbing pig tripe, stir-fried pig liver, and 5 spiced spicy duck to the guests. Every dish was piled high and there was even enough for the Imperial guards to eat too. As for the court eunuch who brought the Imperial decree, Zhang Quan, he had been ordered back to the capital by the Emperor Emeritus after lunch. Originally, the amount of food that was prepared was quite abundant. However, both the Emperor Emeritus and Fang Zizhen had ultra-sized stomachs. In addition, there were 4 people from the Zhao family there too, so it was a bit lacking. The 2 burners on the kitchen stove were both on high heat. One of them was stewing some duck soup and the other one was being used by Yu Xiaoxiao, who was brandishing a spatula to sauté a few vegetable dishes. "Come in, come in, come in. Don't be polite, try some of the fruits of the little lass Xiaoxiao's labor." The Emperor Emeritus had taken charge of this meal as he sat on a simple and crude wooden stool. His eyes stared at the table full of food, and he started wielding his chopsticks without regard for the others. The Yu family's new dining table wasn't very big, so it was a bit crowded from seating 6 large, brawny men. With the imposing Emperor Emeritus at the table, the rest of the people couldn't fully express themselves. Luckily, the Emperor Emeritus didn't have many airs and the way he ate increased other people's appetites. When he was pleased from eating the food, he would even grab a chopstick bite of the dish for General Zhao Zimo to share. General Zhao felt quite overwhelmed by his favor. With his mouth full of delectable pig head meat, crispy pig ears, and fatty intestines, the Emperor Emeritus felt like he had finally tasted the flavor he had been craving for. He really wanted to settle down at Dongshan village as a longtime resident. When he had eaten almost to his fill, the Emperor Emeritus looked at the vermicelli drying in the courtyard. He remarked with emotion in his voice, "I really miss the taste of pork stewed with vermicelli. Ah. It's been on my mind for decades, and I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to taste it again in this lifetime." General Zhao Zimo looked at the former chief of the volunteer army, who had once been vigorous and full of energy. Now, the man's hair had turned completely white and there were a lot of wrinkles on his face. His back also wasn't as straight and brawny as before. A sorrowful feeling settled in his heart and the thought of a hero who was past his prime flickered through his mind. He quietly asked, "Is it difficult to make pork stewed with vermicelli? I know what pork is, but I've never heard of vermicelli." This official is ignorant and inexperienced, so this is the first time I've heard of that. Look, the Emperor Emeritus faced the bamboo poles that held the drying strips and pouted, "That is vermicelli. I didn't expect that by just mentioning it, the little girl really figured out how to make them. Although I can tell that the thickness of the noodles are not very even, the taste should still be the same. Now that everything else is prepared, we only lack the pork. Ah. If we had some fatty streaky pork, that would be even better. Ah, Dongshan village is still a bit too desolate, it doesn't even have a place to buy meat from." Fang Zizhen was also quite interested in the pork stewed with vermicelli that the Emperor Emeritus kept mentioning. He suddenly had an idea and smiled, "Fifth Lord, although there isn't a place to buy meat from in Dongshan village, there are still people who raise pigs here. Ah. If you really want to eat some, we could buy a big, fat pig and then slaughter it." Mingzi, Zhao Zimo wasn't quite sure what to do with his occasionally unreliable apprentice. He really didn't know how this confused man managed to survive decades during the chaos of the start of the dynasty. The man didn't know how to keep his mouth shut and use his brain. Fang Zizhen lowered his head sadly like a child who had said something wrong. He stealthily glanced at his master and then quickly looked down again. Zhao Zimo glared at him fiercely. What kind of rotten idea did this dumb schmuck come up with? The current emperor promoted being frugal and economical and had a great reputation among the commoners. If they especially slaughtered a pig right now and the word came out, that would damage the imperial family's reputation. This stupid rascal, did he want to become a conniving favored official? Ah. Grandfather, we have a piece of pork cooling in the well in our back courtyard. However, it's not fatty, streaky pork and is a more balanced piece of leg meat. Zhao Han's mother usually didn't leave the house often, so most of the family's goods were purchased by Zhao Han or his father. Thus, Zhao Han usually had a good idea of what ingredients they had at home. The Emperor Emeritus slapped his hand down and laughed heartily, "Leg meat is also okay. As long as it's pork, it's fine. Youngster Han, go get the pork now. Today, I'll finally be able to eat some pork stewed with vermicelli. Ah. Originally I was planning on staying an extra half day tomorrow in order to not leave with regrets." In the other room, the leader of the Imperial Guards heard the Emperor Emeritus's remark as he ate his meal. He felt his heart tremble. Before they left, the Emperor had given an order he could not disobey on the pain of death. They had to bring the Emperor Emeritus safely back to the Imperial Palace within 5 days. A one-way trip to Dongshan village already took 2 days, and they had already spent an entire day in the village today. Originally, the plan was to go back to the prefectural city tomorrow, rest half a day, and then go to the capital the day after. If they delayed an additional day, then who knew if the Emperor Emeritus would have another brilliant idea on the way home and delay them further. Should the Emperor Emeritus be prompted by a sudden impulse to do something else, then his mission to bring him back within 5 days would be impossible to complete. Hearing what the Emperor Emeritus just said made him want to cry tears of despair. Fortunately, the Zhao family had some pork. He had never been so ecstatic and happy over a piece of pork. That evening, the Emperor Emeritus had finally satisfied his long-standing craving for good food. Not only did he get to taste duck blood and vermicelli soup, but he also got to eat some authentic pork stewed with vermicelli. Although he wished he had some wine to accompany him, he was still extremely content. At night, the Emperor Emeritus stayed over at the Zhao family's residence. The Zhao family trembled with fear as they cautiously made preparations for the night. They were afraid that even the wind blowing over the grass might alarm the Emperor Emeritus. The Imperial bodyguards were even more miserable. Because there weren't enough rooms available, they had to spend the night in the middle of the cold courtyard with blankets wrapped around their bodies to keep warm in the chilly spring night. Luckily, the night passed without any problems, and the Zhao family and bodyguards were able to sigh in relief the next day. The next day, before he left, the Emperor Emeritus especially went to the Yu family, and bought all of the remaining vermicelli and the braised food they were planning to sell at the docks that morning. Once he got back to the capital, he certainly wouldn't have another chance to eat such authentic tasting braised food. Aish, should he build a mansion residence on the West Mountain? When he returned, he planned on asking Chief Steward Liu if his budget had enough money for this. If not, maybe he should borrow some money from his numerous sons and grandsons to get this done. Right at this moment, within the capital, the Imperial and Royal Princes all sneezed a few times by chance. A cold chill ran through their bodies. This is a sign of bad luck coming their way. The little royal prince, Zhu Junyang, who was far away drifting somewhere on the ocean, also let out a large sneeze. He rubbed his nose a couple of times and looked back towards the motherland. He thought, it must be mother who's thinking of me. I've already been out at sea for almost half a year. It's quite boring and dull being out here in the distant seas. Luckily, this group of ships has already been improved. Not only are they much more sturdy, but they are also a lot faster than before. He was convinced that before long, he would be able to smoothly head back home. If he was lucky, he could even accompany his father and mother to the Dragon Boat Festival. When he was by their side he never thought of it, but when he left, he really couldn't help but worry about them. Zhu Junyang was looking forward to the day he would get back. After they saw off the esteemed honorable guest, the Emperor Emeritus, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't get to rest for a few days before it was time to say farewell to the Zhao family. In order to send them off properly, Yu Xiaoxiao prepared a grand table full of delectable delicacies. She even ordered some roasted chicken and osmanthus duck from Junsho restaurant and also got a jar of good wine from them. That day was coincidentally the day that little Shishtu had his day off. The little boy sat at the table and looked at Zhao Han pitifully. He didn't want the older youth to leave, so he spoke with a voice choked with emotion, "Brother Han, can you not leave? I will miss you a lot." Before they had split from the main branch, he had lived a life where he starved day in and out. Zhao Han, who knew how to hunt, had become a ray of sunlight for him during those dark times. Brother Han had taken him and second sister deep into the forest to set traps, roast game in the valley, and catch fish in the creek to stew into soup. Although his life now was much more pleasant and comfortable compared to before, those memories had become some of the best ones he could remember. When they split from the family, Brother Han had also delivered some game to them from time to time in the beginning. It was his help that enabled them to survive that dangerous period of time. Later on, second sister used her talents and skills to send their family into prosperous times. However, within his heart, Brother Han was still a tall and lofty figure. For him, the ensemble of Brother Han and second sister had become a heavenly, perfect match. If only, Brother Han didn't have to leave, wouldn't that be great? Zhao Han rubbed the little fellow's head. After studying in town for a few months, the little guy not only fleshed out but also grew quite a bit in height. In addition, he was also dressed in the robes of scholar, so it really made him seem like a promising young youth. At this moment, Zhao Han's heart was also filled with regrets. Dongshan village was the place where he was born and grew up in. Although life here was poor and honest, it was a peaceful life. This place held all of the sweet memories of his youth, and this place also held the people who he cared and worried. Zhao Han looked towards the direction of Yu Xiaoxiao for a second. Once he went to the capital, he wasn't sure when he would see her again. He believed he would always remember that thin and weak, yet simultaneously strong figure. Even in the pits of suffering, that little girl always had a sweet smile on her face, and she always managed to bring people hope as well as create many surprises. He didn't know whether he would be able to see her again in the future. After they finished their meal, the old general, Zhao Zimo, left early to go back. Zhao Bufan and Yu Hai gazed at the moon together as they drank small sips of alcohol. Their eyes were hazy with drunkenness and they chatted incoherently amongst themselves. Auntie Zhao pulled Madame Lu into one of the rooms to discuss some private womanhood matters. After Zhao Han and Yu Heng finished their conversation, he noticed Xiaoxiao busily putting away the bowls and chopsticks. At last, he couldn't help himself and advanced a step to say, "Xiaoxiao, do you have time to talk for a bit?" Xiaolian noticed the complicated look in Zhao Han's eyes and grinned, "Little sister, go ahead. I'll finish up here myself." Yu Xiaoxiao washed her hands clean, used a cotton towel to wipe them dry, and then headed towards Zhao Han. "Tomorrow, I'll be leaving here. Can you go on a walk with me?" Zhao Han lowered his head and looked at the delicate little girl in front of him who only reached the height of his chest. His voice was soft and gentle, as if he was afraid he might startle her. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and took the lead, walking towards the gate. The cool and refreshing evening breeze blew merrily through the trees. The newly grown foliage rustled gently in the wind. At night, the West Mountain seemed to be a giant, black monster, and it towered over the edge of Dongshan village. At times, it also seemed like the village's protector, with its head lowered watching a small child. Two figures could be seen in the gloomy light of the stars, one tall and one short, one sturdy and one weak. They slowly strolled along the rugged dirt road. Zhao Han lowered his head to look silently at the quiet Xiao Cao. He ended up being the first to break the silence. I'm about to go, do you have anything you want to say to me? At this moment, Yu Xiaocao's heart was full of sorrow and reluctance. It could be said that Zhao Han was one of the first friends she had since she transmigrated over to this world. It was he who taught her how to set traps and helped her acquire her first bit of wealth. It was he who protected her and her younger brother from the strong bully, Haitzi, and became their patron saint. It was he who trusted and pardoned her despite her many odd actions and idiosyncrasies, and who never doubted or questioned her. Having a friend who supported her unconditionally, it was unlikely she would find another one in the future, right? All sorts of feelings welled up in her heart, and out of all of the thousands of words in the world, only one came to mind at this moment, and that was, precious. As Zhao Han gazed at that tiny, pale, little, smiling face, that was raised up towards him and had two bright, large eyes full of regret, he had a sudden, reckless impulse to hug Xiao Cao and carry her away. However, reason prevailed in the end and prevented him from taking that crazy action. Zhao Han said with a bit of hope in his voice, Xiao Cao, come with us to the capital. Over there, you can fully use your talents and start a new career. Haven't you always held Zhang Xiniang's exquisite garments as an example of women showing their talents? Yu Xiaocao's large, limpid eyes seemed to speak stories to him as they looked at him. In them, he could see his eager and earnest reflection within her pupils. However, in the end, Xiao Cao slowly shook her head. Then again, what sort of qualifications did he have to ask her to go with him? Yu Xiaocao had managed to sense Zhao Han's feelings of loss of disappointment. She softly pulled on his sleeve and said, Brother Han, I know you don't want to be apart from me, Shish too, and the rest of us. We also don't want to see you go. However, in the capital, you and Uncle Zhao, and the rest of your family can become who you are all truly meant to be and achieve your dreams and aspirations. We can only silently support and bless you here. She paused for a second as she turned her head around to look at the dark shadows of Dongshan village. A light sigh came out of her before she continued, I am not the same as you. My godfather had previously tried to persuade me to go to the capital and accompany my godmother. He said he wanted to give me a good life there. However, Dongshan village is my home, my parents, brothers and sister are all here. I can't give them up and live a luxurious life on my own. If there's a day that I leave Dongshan village, it will have to be by my own skills and achievements, so I can bring the entire family over. That way, we can all enjoy a comfortable life together. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Zhao Han's mother was a nobly born miss from a wealthy family in the previous dynasty. From childhood, she had been instructed in the 3 injunctions and 4 virtues. Thus, Zhao Han had always seen women as weak, delicate, sweet-tempered people who relied on their husbands completely. In front of Xiao Cao, who constantly strove for improvement, he suddenly realized that women, too, could be independent and strong. They could also, for the sake of their families, work to support the sky as well. Under the dim starlight, Yu Xiaocao's confident little face seemed to emit a slight fluorescence. It illuminated the dark mountain forests and also lit a light that couldn't be extinguished within Zhao Han's heart. Okay, I respect your decision. Then I hope, in the not-so-far future, that we will meet again in the capital. I still believe that in the capital, you will be able to develop much more rapidly. Zhao Han drew back his gaze and buried the disappointment he felt deep within his heart. He didn't know when they would be able to meet again. Yu Xiaocao revealed a brilliant smile that seemed to be brighter than the full moon. The sound of her voice seemed to echo endlessly within the forest thickets, we absolutely will. Let's clap our hands together and make an oath, meet again at the capital. A sturdy and stiff palm crisply hit against a fair and soft palm, causing a sharp and clear sound to appear. That noise seemed extremely loud within the night and startled a bunch of birds that were resting in nearby shrubbery. The news that the Zhao family had become an important general's family and was going to the capital to take post had long traveled throughout Dongshan village. When they left, Fang Zizhen summoned a squadron of men and horses to take them. There were even 6 horse carts that came over. In order to show how much he esteemed the Zhao family, the emperor had granted them a mansion with lands. Other than some precious and personal items, they didn't need to bring much with them. However, this ostentatious display was the subject of many conversations for the Dongshan villagers for a long time. On the day the Zhao family left, the whole village came out to see them off. The village chief, who represented Dongshan village, stammered as he expressed his thoughts and sincerity. Those who had dealings with the Zhao family also came up to say a few words and give them a few local specialties in hope that they wouldn't disdain these gifts. What a joke! The Zhao family was now a hot commodity in the emperor's eyes and highly ranked to boot. If they could have some relation with a high-ranking official, even if it was merely saying a few words, then in the future they could still brag for a long time. Those who didn't have much contact with the Zhao family or perhaps had a few problems, could only timidly stand at the side, watching the rest enviously. As for the Yu family, who were the ones closest to the Zhaos, they were merely helping them put away their luggage on the carts. The thoughts they wanted to say were already said the previous night. Madame Li watched with envy as Madame Lu helped the Zhao family's daughter-in-law to carry a suitcase. She slowly came up to try to exploit an opportunity. Second sister-in-law, the suitcase is probably very heavy. Let me help you. No need, there's not much in the suitcase. I'll carry it myself. Zhao Bufan's wife didn't have a good impression of Madame Li. However, for the sake of Madame Lu's face, she didn't treat the other woman rudely and only politely refused her helping hand. Madame Li pulled back her hands in embarrassment and continued to try to worm her way into the Zhao family's good graces. Zhao family's daughter-in-law, in the future you can live comfortably in a large house in the capital. You'll probably even have servant girls and senior servants to help around. Tisk tisk, feels like you've fallen into a honey pot. I've long said that you had a face full of good fortune. Thank you for your kind words. The other woman replied neutrally. She then turned and pulled on Madame Lu's hand and repeatedly reminded her that, if she had the opportunity to go to the capital, she needed to remember to visit them too. Madame Lu held back her tears as she nodded. Although she didn't believe that she would ever have the chance to go to the capital in this lifetime, she still gently promised the other woman. Madame Li watched the two women, who seemed as close as two sisters, with pure envy and jealousy. Her eyes flickered around, as if she was suddenly plotting something. Under the earnest stares of their fellow villagers, the Zhao family finally set out on their journey. Their house by the mountains was sturdily built and, before they left, they gave it to Yu Hai and his family, which made many villagers feel envious and jealous. Fang Zizhen took a squadron of men and horses with him to personally escort the Zhaos. He sat steadily on a high horse and looked into the crowd for that familiar little girl. He suddenly hollered out in a loud voice, "Daughter, how about you take this opportunity to come with Godfather to the capital and see your godmother? Your godmother has long wished to meet you in person." This one shout made Yu Xiaosao and the rest of the Yu family immediately become subject to the stares of everyone else around them. The fact that General Fang Zizhen was here as an imperial envoy and was in charge of supervising the construction of the port was news that had long spread throughout Dongshan village. For the past month or so, this Lord Imperial envoy frequently appeared at Dongshan village. General Fang was General Zhao's disciple, so it wasn't surprising that he came over frequently. However, this high-ranking imperial envoy seemed to go to the Yu family's residence even more often, and it caused many in the village to not understand the situation. In fact, he had even tactfully declined several invitations from the village chief to visit his home. So just what did this Yu family have that made official Fang treat them with such importance? Other than the Zhao family and the few who had a good relationship with the Yu family, no one else knew that Fang Zizhen had taken Xiaosao as his adopted daughter. In addition, the few outsiders who were aware also weren't chatterboxes and knew how to hold their tongues. Without the Yu family's permission, they absolutely would not broadcast this information. Thus, the true relationship between Fang Zizhen and the Yu family was not known at Dongshan village for a whole month. The fact that he shouted wasn't important, but it caused all of the villagers to look at the Yu family with complicated feelings within their hearts. Ever since Yu Hai split from the main family, it seemed like everything was going his way. Not only did his leg, which the doctor had previously recommended amputation for, recover fully, but his life seemed to get better and better with each passing day. First, they came out with the 1 copper coin per portion of braised food that was extremely popular at the docks. It was rumored that now their income from selling food was around 100 copper coins a day. Furthermore, they could now produce vegetables a whole month earlier than other people as well as become the sole provider of Junsho restaurant. Yet, previously, no one knew that Yu Hai was an expert in farming and planting. The income just from selling vegetables was also not a small sum. They also heard that the master of Junsho restaurant also had a good relationship with the Yu family. Now, it seemed as if Yu Hai had obtained 8 generations worth of fortune from his previous life as his youngest daughter had somehow caught the Lord Imperial envoy's eyes and was now his adopted daughter. This was such a large fortune. The youngest daughter of the Yu family had almost lost her life several times in her childhood due to illness, but no one expected that after calamity would come good fortune. Now, Her body was healthy, she also had the talent with cooking braised food, and she had been taken as an adopted daughter by an official. The villagers all looked at her with fiery excitement in their eyes. Those who had male descendants around Xiaoxiao's age all started to make plans in their mind. Yu Xiaoxiao endured the pressure of everyone's stares and pouted at her godfather. "Godfather, I won't go with you this time. Please help take good care of godmother in my stead." Fang Zizhen had long predicted she would reply this way and grinned craftily at her. He was afraid that, when he left, his goddaughter might get bullied by others, so he did this to give her some support. Early in the morning, a large red sun rose from the sea to the sky. The sea breeze gently blew on the waves, which softly beat against the golden beach. At this time, the tide had receded, so the hard-working villagers of the fishing village had brought along their tools to search for seafood by the sea with their friends and family. In the spring, the sea water felt cool and refreshing as it brushed against the fishermen's bare feet. The selfless sea had nurtured generations after generations of fishermen. At this time, there were countless gifts from the sea on the shore, waiting to be excavated by the fishermen like treasures. Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, Zhou Shanyu's clear voice had crossed over the high wall and traveled into the Yu family's courtyard. The little girl's slender figure quickly appeared at the entrance of the yard. Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian, who were busily working in the vegetable garden, looked at her at the same time. Zhou Shanhu was slightly stunned as she looked at the two identical faces. She blinked her big eyes and laughed awkwardly and said, "Xiaolian is also at home. Ah. That's even better. I have good news for you guys." Xiaolian pursed her lips and asked, "What's the good news that made you so happy? Did your mother also arrange a good marriage for you?" Zhou Shanyu's older sister Zhou Linglong had just gotten engaged last month. Her fiancé was the son of a general store owner. This general store owner also started out as a street peddler like Linglong's father. He was a clever man, so he had quickly saved up a fortune and rented a shop in town to sell general goods. The general store owner had a good relationship with Zhou Linglong's father, so the two families had a close relationship. Right now, most of the goods sold by the Zhou family were supplied by the general store. There was a son in that family who was around the same age as Zhou Linglong, and they had also met before when they were younger. He was a good-looking young man. It was almost a matter of course for the two families to become in-laws. Zhou Linglong was now embroidering her dowry at home and waiting to get married. Zhou Shanhu wasn't someone who could stay idle, so she often came over to the Yu residence to bother Xiaoxiao. Well, who knew what trifling matters she was going to exaggerate about now? Zhou Shanhu was a year older than Xiaoxiao and her sister. The 10-year-old girl already knew when to feel embarrassed. She glared at Xiaolian with a flushed face and said, "Xiaoxiao, you're always bullying me. I'm going to tell Auntie Yu." Xiaoxiao, who was bending over to gather vegetables, felt like she had been shot while lying down. She pursed her lips and said, "I say, Shanhua, before you go complain, shouldn't you make sure who the other party is? I haven't said a single word since you came in. How did I bully you?" Madame Lu, who had put the vegetables into the basket, smiled warmly as she looked at the three flower-like young girls. She felt that, no matter how much she looked at them, they were pleasing to the eyes. When Zhou Shanhu heard that, she realized that she had mixed up the two sisters again. She smiled embarrassingly and said, "Iya. You guys look too similar, so I made a mistake again." "Xiaolian, when did you learn to speak so recklessly?" "Okay, so what she means is that I usually speak with a filter. Ah." Xiaoxiao immediately retaliated, "Xiaolian and I are twins, but we're not exactly the same. Your older sister has never mistaken us before. It seems like you have a worrisome IQ. Ah." "IQ? What is an IQ?" Zhou Shanhu widened her eyes and asked with a foolish expression. Xiaoxiao picked off a lettuce, gently shook off the soil, and said with peeved expression, "You won't understand even if I told you. Anyways, you don't have that thing, so what's the point in asking about it?" Xiaolian was laughing her head off beside them. Zhou Shanhu finally realized that Xiaoxiao must had said something bad about her. She puffed up her cheeks and said, "Xiaoxiao is always bullying people. Xiaolian, tell me, what exactly is an IQ? Ah?" Xiaolian pointed at her own head and laughed, "Think about it yourself." Zhou Shanhu wrinkled her brows and thought hard about it. Then she suddenly revealed an angry and embarrassed expression and shouted, "Okay, you Xiaoxiao, you actually said that I'm brainless. I'm not stupid, I'm really smart." Madame Lu watched as the girls made a racket. Though it was very lively, she was afraid that her daughter would actually anger Shanhu. So, she hastily said, "Xiaoxiao, you're not allowed to bully Shanhu anymore, do you hear me? Shanhu, ah, didn't you say that you have some good news to tell us?" Zhou Shanhu smacked her own forehead and shouted, "Iya. I almost forgot about proper business. Xiao Sao, Dr. Sun of Tongren Medicine Hall came to our village in person and said that he wanted to collect spoonworms for a high price. With a face full of doubts, Xiaolian asked, collect spoonworms? What does he need that for? Is spoonworm also a type of medicinal herb? Xiao Sao had studied many books on medicine with Dr. Yu, so she immediately said, spoonworm is also known as sandworm. It is cold in nature, and has a sweet and salty taste. It has the effect of nourishing the yin, decreasing internal heat, and clearing the lungs and restoring deficiency. According to the medical books, sandworms are the most suitable food for symptoms such as hectic fever, night sweat due to yin deficiency, asthmatic cough, tightness in chest, phlegm, postpartum lactation insufficiency for women, and so on. For symptoms such as tuberculosis cough, neurasthenia, spleen deficiency or dryness in children, it is an effective treatment to drink soup brewed with sandworm, ginger slices, and lean meat. Sandworm can nourish the yin and kidney, so the consumption of sandworm congee will have good therapeutic effect for children with kidney deficiency and people who suffer from frequent nocturnal urination. So spoonworms are actually so useful. It's no wonder Tongren Medicine Hall offered to buy them for 100 copper coins per caddy. Xiao Sao, Xiaolian, let's quickly go. Otherwise, all the good spots on the beach will be taken. Before Zhou Shanhu had even finished speaking, she already ran home to get her tools like a gust of wind. Xiaolian pouted and didn't seem very optimistic. It's not that easy to find spoonworms. They're all hiding in the sand, and as soon as there's any movement, they would swiftly hide in an even deeper place. Even after digging for a long time, we still might not necessarily be able to find even one of them. Madame Lu looked at her pair of daughters with a smile and said, go and take a look with Shanhu. Just think of it as getting some fresh air. Her two daughters, one usually stayed at home to tend the vegetable gardens and watermelon fields, while the other one was always selling braised food at the docks. They seldom had the chance to interact and play with their peers. Madame Lu felt pleased, yet her heart also ached, to have two sensible daughters. Fortunately, her husband's leg had recovered now, and her eldest son had also recuperated from his injuries. Their family wasn't like before when they wished that each person could split in half and work like two people. It was time for her daughters to relax and make some friends. Yu Xiaosao was quite interested in the sandworms. She knew that, in addition to its medicinal value, sandworm also had high nutritional value. If they were cooked well, they would definitely taste very good. Although sandworms weren't as valuable as sea cucumbers, shark fins, and abalones, they tasted delicious and tender. They weren't inferior to sea cucumbers and shark fins. She enthusiastically took the little spade from her father, picked up a little bucket, and called Xiaolian to go to the seaside with her. Xiaolian decided to accompany her upon seeing her younger sister's rare sense of excitement. Zhou Shanhu had been waiting with a basket near her house. Her older brother, Zhou Xiaohua, one who was usually out selling goods and rarely home, was standing beside her. Zhou Xiaohua was around the same age as Qian Wen and third young master Zhou. It might be due to him following his father around throughout the year, but his skin was slightly tanner than the other two. Also, with the Zhou family's more prominent facial features, he looked a little older than his actual age and had a slight feeling of a young man. But of course, he was still slightly lacking when compared to Zhao Han. It had been over 10 days since Brother Han returned to the capital. She really did somewhat miss the days when he was around. Quickly, if Tongren Medicine Hall collected enough, then all our efforts will be in vain. Zhou Shanhu had a slightly eccentric personality. She talked in a noisy and bustling manner, like a little sparrow. Under the little girl Shanyu's urging, the four people quickly reached the seaside. There were many busy figures on the beach along the coast. It's so cold, Zhou Shanhu frowned and complained. She was wearing straw sandals, so her feet quickly got wet from the seawater. Xiao Sao was wearing the deerskin boots that she asked third young master Zhou to get for her. The boots were well made and completely waterproof. However, the deerskin boots being soaked in the seawater was seriously a little distressing. Xiaolian wore boots made of shark skin, which were also quite water-resistant. Zhou Shanhu looked at the sisters enviously and whispered to her older brother, "It would be great if our father can also catch a shark and make a pair of boots for me." Zhou Xiaohua chuckled and said, "Stop dreaming. There are less people over there. Let's go there." Yu Xiaosao had never dug for sandworms before, so she took a shovel and randomly dug in the sand. Xiaolian didn't know whether she should laugh or cry as she stopped her. "There's a trick in digging for spoonworms. You can't dig so recklessly. When looking for spoonworm, you need to find the small holes caused by the worms first. Look, those tufts on the beach are the holes made by the spoonworms. When digging, walk lightly and dig fast. Otherwise, the spoon worms will swiftly hide even deeper at the slightest movement. Also, don't dig straight down. You should dig at a large angle from the surface of the beach. Xiao Cao picked up the shovel and worked hard to dig into the wormhole. She had to dig very deep before she managed to dig out a plump sandworm. The sandworm had a slippery body, like a fatter version of an earthworm, and looked quite creepy. We were too loud earlier, so this spoon worm hid very deeply. Let's spread out. Be careful when digging. Xiaolian put the sandworm into Xiao Cao's little bucket, picked up another basket, and walked towards another direction. Xiao Cao continued to walk along the seaside, and soon found another hole in the sand. She put down her bucket and dug hard. After dug a very deep hole, she prone on the beach with her face against the sand and stretched her hand to search inside the deep hole. Her body and face were covered in sand when she finally caught the sandworm that was trying to slip deeper into the sand. So hungry. If only the sandworms could come out by themselves. Wait. Don't I have a cheat, the little divine stone, in my hands? Humph. You're giving me such a low-level task again. It's such an insult to my dignity as a god. A golden light shone from the multicolored stone on Xiao Cao's wrist, and it slowly transformed into a cute miniature kitten. It held its head high as it paced on the beach in a haughty manner. Xiao Cao touched its head with her sand-covered hands, but her hand was slapped away in disgust. Its golden pupils were widened as it screamed, "So dirty! You actually touched my holy and pure fur with such dirty hands. You're seriously looking down on this divine stone. Dirty, it is a little dirty. Wouldn't it be clean after taking a bath?" Xiao Cao grinned mischievously. While the little golden cat wasn't paying attention, she picked it up by the back of its neck and threw it into the sea. Xiao Cao, this divine stone will make you regret what you did to me today. The little golden kitten couldn't use its power in front of so many people, so it flew in a parabola and fell into the sea. Zhou Shanhu, who was nearby, was slightly worried as she watched the little fellow fall into the water. She asked in a low voice, "Xiao Cao, can your kitten swim?" "It won't drown, right?" It won't. Little glutinous dumpling loves to swim. Don't worry." Xiao Cao saw the little golden kitten paddling with its little paws and had almost reached the shore, so she went to look for sandworms without worry. The little golden kitten's entire body was wet when it got ashore, and appeared to be in a very embarrassing state. The little divine stone snorted as it approached Xiao Cao, who was currently lying on the beach and digging for sandworms in the sand. It shook its body vigorously and shook the seawater onto Xiao Cao's face. Then, it raised its head and walked away briskly. While no one was paying attention to it, it secretly used its power to dry its hair. Xiao Cao deliberately moved farther away from the crowd. She found an area with more wormholes, and then used the spade to dig a square pit that was half a meter big. After that, she submerged the multicolored stone on her wrist into the seawater inside the sandpit. The little golden kitten, who ran out of nowhere, saw its true form being soaked in the muddy seawater. It walked around her anxiously and said, "This seawater is too dirty. This divine stone likes to bathe, but you can't use fishy and dirty seawater. Xiao Cao squatted beside the sandpit and watched a sandworm come out of the sand on its own initiative and slowly approach the multicolored stone. She replied nonchalantly, "What else could I do? I want to use your spiritual energy to attract the sandworms. If you don't want to soak in it, then give me a better method." The little divine stone angrily threw a tantrum at her, and then helplessly said, "Take my body out. I can release my spiritual energy at will now." "Oh, your power advanced again. Congratulations." Xiao Cao sincerely congratulated it because she knew that she would be the one who benefited the most from the improvement of the little divine stone's power. The little divine stone watched her take its body out of the sandpit, and then it supervised her to wipe clean the multicolored stone. After she put it back on her wrist, it lazily stretched out its little paw and emitted a little bit of golden light into the sandpit. "So little, will it work?" Beside it, Xiao Cao expressed her doubts. The little divine stone rolled its eyes at her and said, "It's enough. If I released any more, these ugly bugs will explode from the overconsumption of spiritual energy." As they spoke, all the sandworms in the sandpit rushed out one after another. Xiao Cao happily picked them up one by one and put them in the bucket. After she picked up all the sandworms, the little divine stone waved its paw again and retrieved the remaining energy, lest it attracted other marine creatures. The little divine stone could now control and freely retrieve the spiritual energy it produced. For example, it had filtered and screened the mystic stone water used to water the Yu family's watermelon fields so that it would only be useful for plants. If they used the mystic stone water that could attract game like before, the watermelon fields would definitely be completely devoured. Xiao Cao chose another place and dug an even bigger sandpit. Although it was bigger, it wasn't very deep. She was able to dig the sandpit with ease even with her small body. During this time, Xiaolian had came over to take a look. She thought that her younger sister had given up digging for sandworms and was digging the sand for fun. But Xiaolian didn't force her younger sister to keep working. Tongren Medicine Hall offered a high price, but with the Yu family's current income, it wasn't really that attractive to her. When Xiaoxiao finished digging, the little golden kitten came to the pit and waved its paw while also complaining, "That damn seawater made my paws wet. It feels so uncomfortable. How can you be a master like this? Can't you just put me in your pocket?" Yu Xiaoxiao sewed a pocket inside her jacket, which was originally made for her to put her valuables when going out. Thus, it was more than enough to carry a miniature cat. The tide had just receded at the beach, so it was still wet. There were also small puddles at some low-lying areas. The little golden kitten was super miniature in size and wasn't even as big as her palm. It was really quite hard for it to walk on such a wet beach with its short legs. Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the kitten mercifully, let it dry its wet paws, and then stuffed its tiny body into her jacket. The little golden kitten held onto her collar with its claws, revealing a glittering little head. Sandworms crawled out one by one and wiggled their fat bodies into the sandpit. Xiaoxiao counted the sandworms. There were over 10 plump sandworms in this sandpit. After washing the sand off the sandworms with seawater, it still looked rather disgusting to see all the fleshy worms gathered together. But when she thought of their value, she could endure it. 2 hours swiftly passed just like this. Zhou Shanhu waved her hands at her and shouted in the distance, "Xiaoxiao, Dr. Sun has started to purchase the spoon worms. Come here quickly." As she shouted, she ran towards a direction along the shore. She needed to occupy a good position, lest Tongren Medicine Hall collected enough and they ended up working in vain. Xiaoxiao carried her heavy bucket, so she definitely couldn't walk very fast. Xiaolian had already quickly arrived at that place, but when she saw her younger sister's slow and struggling appearance, she ran back to help her. She had originally thought that with Xiaoxiao's speed of playing while working, she surely wouldn't get much harvest. But she hadn't expected that when she took Xiaoxiao's bucket, she almost couldn't carry it due to its weight. There was a lid on Xiaoxiao's wooden bucket. She couldn't see the contents inside, so she assumed, "Younger sister, sandworms aren't fish. They won't die quickly after leaving the sea. Putting so much water in the bucket makes it really heavy. Let me help you pour some out." As she spoke, she leaned the wooden bucket to one side and took the lid off with her other hand. "Don't." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't expect her to move so quickly. When she tried to stop her, some of the sandworms in the bucket had already slid out of the bucket and landed on the beach. She quickly squatted down and picked up the sandworms that had fallen on the sand and put them back into the bucket. Xiaolian was obviously stunned. She looked at the sandworms crowding in the bucket. There was actually more than half a bucket. She roughly weighed it with her hands and realized that there were at least 20 or 30 catties. No wonder her younger sister was struggling with the bucket. Earlier, she had been paying attention to her little sister, but she didn't see her digging seriously. How did she dig out so many spoon worms in such a short period of time? It was obviously her younger sister's first time digging for spoonworms when she first started. Was this the so-called, just like being helped by the gods? Xiaolian remembered that her younger sister's abilities had always exceeded all expectations after they separated from the main family, so she stopped thinking about how she was able to catch so many sandworms. She didn't want to let her younger sister hold something so heavy, so she said, "Younger sister, you run faster and wait in line. I'll carry these sandworms." Since someone was willing to help her carry it, Xiaoxiao was naturally very happy to comply. With her thin arms and legs, she had never really done any heavy labor since she was reborn. Xiaoxiao swiftly ran at full speed towards the long queue. Zhou Shanhu, who stood closer to the front of the line, saw Xiaoxiao running over while panting, so she waved her hands and said, "Xiaoxiao, come quickly. I told my older brother to save a spot for you. Why are you and Xiaolian so slow?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Zhou Xiaohua, who gave up his position, and then looked at the long line behind him. She felt that it seemed somewhat unethical to cut in line. In the midst of her hesitation, Zhou Xiaohua pulled her arm and led her into the line. He whispered, "I gave this spot to you, so it doesn't count as cutting in line." Yu Xiaoxiao gave the person behind her a slightly apologetic smile and noticed that it was an acquaintance, Auntie Xuanju. In fact, most of the people lining up to sell sandworms were the fishermen of Dongshan village. As fellow villagers, even if Zhou Xiaohua didn't give her his spot, they could still forgive a little girl for cutting in line. There were around 10 caddies of sandworms, which were cleaned very well, in the basket that Xuanju's wife carried. She looked at the kitten's little head in front of Xiaoxiao's chest and laughed, "Oh. Xiao Sao, this little kitten that you're raising looks very spirited and has a very bright color. Xiao Sao, you're standing in line, but where are the sandworms that you dug out? Xiao Sao smiled bashfully and said, Xiaolian is carrying it. She's over there and will come over soon. Auntie, you got a good harvest today. You can probably sell them for 1 or 2 taels. Xuanju's wife beamed with delight and said, that's right. Your uncle Xuanju went out to the sea, so I was idle at home. I heard that someone was buying sandworms, so I came out to earn some money. I didn't expect myself to be so lucky. It wasn't the first time Tongren Medicine Hall collected sandworms. Dr. Sun came with quite a few workers and had even brought 3 or 4 scales over. Each person's harvest was weighed one by one and there was a person responsible for bookkeeping and paying, so their working speed was quite fast. By the time Xiaolian arrived, there weren't that many people in front of her. When it was Zhou Shanyu's turn, the little girl and her older brother dug out a total of 12 caddies of sandworms and earned 1 tael and 2 mace. Zhou Shanhu held the silver bits happily and smiled like a blossomed flower. When it was Xiao Sao and her sister's turn, the smile in Dr. Sun's eyes deepened. He had a very deep impression of the Yu family. He had been a doctor for decades and there were very few instances in which he had misdiagnosed and made the wrong judgment. But it was different for the Yu family. Yu Xiaosao was born with a weak constitution. Even if she was nourished with medication, it would still be difficult for her to live beyond the age of 10. However, this little girl, who was already 9, was not only alive and kicking, but after diagnosis, all her previous symptoms had disappeared. Half of Yu Hai's body had been severely bitten by a bear. Other people would have died a long time ago, let alone keep that fleshless leg. Yet, he not only recovered well, but he could also walk with ease now. Yu Hang, who worked as an apprentice, was beaten until he had internal bleeding, and even several of his sternal ribs were broken. For cases of internal bleeding like this, 90% of them ended up being hard to save. However, with Yu Hang's body constitution, his bleeding was quickly stopped, and his bones also recovered very quickly. It usually took 100 days to recover from serious injuries. But Yu Hang was able to follow his father to the town market in less than 2 months. After taking his pulse, he noticed that not only had his bones recovered, but Yu Hang's body had also gotten stronger. He was seriously perplexed by all these cases. Could it be that the Yu family's physique was different from that of ordinary people? But there didn't seem to be anything different from their pulse. With this thought, Dr. Sun took the initiative to greet her. Little girl, how's your harvest today? Hello, Dr. Sun. Whether it was in her past life or this life, it was necessary to have a good relationship with doctors. Yu Xiaosao greeted him politely and said, should be pretty good. Will your pharmacy be able to use so many sandworms? Sandworms. Worms in the sand. This little lass was really out of the ordinary. Actually, this name was quite vivid. Dr. Sun smiled and said, after the spoonworms are cleaned and dried, it won't be very heavy. Tongren Medicine Hall has branches in the capital, prefectural city, and several cities in the south, so there's a high demand for them. Xiaolian gave the 5 to 6 caddies of sandworms that she dug out to the staff in charge of weighing, and then carried Xiaosao's bucket to the front. Xiaosao was afraid that she would sell everything, so she hastily stopped her. Xiaolian, save some for me. I'll make a sandworm feast for lunch. What? Sandworms can also be made into food. It looks so disgusting. Who would dare to eat it? Zhou Shanhu, who had already received her payment, came over and wrinkled her nose as she looked at the soft, fleshy sandworms with disgust. She pursed her lips and said. Yu Xiaosao smiled at her mysteriously and whispered, if you haven't tried it, you won't know. But once you eat it, you won't be able to forget it. Let me tell you, sandworms are not only delicious, but they are also nutritious. They aren't inferior to sea cucumbers and abalones. Dr. Sun asked with interest, oh, do you know how to prepare these sandworms? You can make soup with it. It can also be steamed, stewed, and stir-fried. Of course, it can also be eaten raw with a sauce. Yu Xiaosao had a confident smile on her face as she talked about it. Zhou Shanhu had an even more disgusted expression on her face. How can it be eaten raw? Who can even eat that? Like eating raw fish fillet, you just need to dip it in sauce. Wouldn't it be fine if you don't think about what it looks like when you're eating? Yu Xiaosao pinched her wrinkled-up face and laughed. Dr. Sun stroked his beard and smiled faintly. Although raw fish fillet is a dish hand-picked by the current emperor, it's not a dish that most people can get used to. We're still used to cooked food. That's right, that's right. Raw fish fillet doesn't taste good. Zhou Shanhu nodded in agreement. Xiaolian had also heard that villagers used to eat spoonworms to fill their hunger during the years of famine. When there was food to eat, no one would actually eat it. However, Xiaolian was still rather confident in her younger sister's culinary skills. She turned her head and asked, "Younger sister, how much do you want to keep for cooking?" "Keep half of it. 10 caddies only cost 1 tael, which wasn't much to the current Yu family." But Zhou Shanhu got anxious. She stomped her feet and said, "Why are you keeping so much? You can't keep sandworms for a long time. If you don't finish them and it goes bad, wouldn't that be too wasteful? I think you should just keep 2 to 3 caddies. That's enough for a meal at noon. If you want to eat more tomorrow, I will accompany you to dig some more when the tide ebbs." For most families in Dongshan village, 1 tael of silver was considered a lot of wealth. It was enough for the entire family to eat for several months. To keep the sandworms that were worth 1 tael as a cooking ingredient, that person was either a fool or a spendthrift. Yu Xiaosao, who had always kept a low profile, noticed the probing eyes around her and hastily said, "All right, I'll listen to Shanhu and just keep 2 to 3 caddies. It's my first time using sandworms as ingredients to cook, so I wanted to keep more for training." In the meantime, the worker of Tongren Medicine Hall had already finished weighing their harvest. The sisters dug out a total of 28 caddies of sandworms, which was much more than many of the adult workers. Xuanju's wife repeatedly praised the sisters for being so capable. After removing the 3 caddies of sandworms that Xiaosao wanted to keep, Tongren Medicine Hall gave the sisters a total of 2 taels and 5 mace. Under everyone's envious gazes, Xiaosao and Xiaolian carried their tools and went home. As luck would have it, they encountered Madame Zhang on their way back. It had been a while since they had seen Madame Zhang. The old lady's hair had gotten a lot whiter and she seemed to have gotten thinner. Her cheekbones became more prominent, and there was a gloomy look in her saggy eyes. She had naturally heard the news about Tongren Medicine Hall purchasing sandworms. But, old Yu and Yu Dashan had gone out to fish in the sea, and Yu Haixi had left for the docks before the sky had even lit up. That brat was becoming more and more slick. After Madame Zhang seized more than half of his first income, he didn't bring money home anymore. Instead, he just put it on account and waited until it reached a certain amount before withdrawing them all at once. The only ones left at home were Madame Zhang and her daughter, and the lazy and gluttonous Madame Li. Madame Zhang wasn't originally from the fishing village, so she didn't know how to dig for sandworms. Yu Katie was someone who rarely left the house and stayed at home the whole day, and Madame Li was someone who was even less reliable. Seeing others bringing home hundreds and even thousands of copper coins home, Madame Zhang felt as if there were 25 mice on her heart, 100 claws were scratching her heart. She heard that Xiaolian and her sister had also gone to the beach, so she deliberately waited on the path that they would definitely walk by on their way home. "You're back," Madame Zhang asked insidiously, "did you get a good harvest today? How many taels did you get?" "A few taels. Grandmother, do you think that spoonworms are just blown over by the wind? Did you go look at the beach? It takes a long time to dig up one sandworm. Xiaolian and I have slender arms and legs, so it's already pretty good that we can dig out a few of them." Yu Xiaosao knew that nothing good would come out of seeing Madame Zhang, so she used the tactic of morning soldiers 1 foot first. Madame Zhang got choked off by her. After a while, she glared fiercely at her and said, "You little wretch, you have become bolder after separating from the family. You actually dare to talk back to me, your grandmother. Is that what your parents teach you?" Yu Xiaosao feigned a smile and said, "Grandmother, I'm just telling you the truth. How did it become me talking back to you? Or is it in your eyes? As long as I don't go along with you, it is considered rebutting and disobedience. As the ancient says, an unkind mother should not blame her child for being unfilial. What are your thoughts after hearing that? You damned brat, useless wretch. Aren't you just indirectly saying that I'm unkind? Who talks to their elders like you? You think that you're so great now just because I haven't been disciplining you." Madame Zhang took off her shoe and prepared to beat her up. Xiaolian swiftly went forward and blocked her younger sister. Yu Xiaosao pulled her back a few steps. Suddenly, she covered her chest, breathed heavily, and weakly said, "Grandmother. My health isn't very good, so I can't be frightened. If I get ill from you scaring me, I'm going to have to rely on you. I'm going to eat and live with you, and you will have to take care of my medical fees." Madame Zhang was stunned by the speed at which she changed her face. She was actually timid inwardly, but she put up a fierce front and said, "Stop pretending. Don't think that I don't know the trick you're playing. You're deceiving others by pretending to be sick. Who would believe you are? Unless you die in front of me, or else. Who dares to curse my daughter? Do you want to die?" Madame Zhang was scared by a rough, thunderous voice and she almost sat on the ground. Yu Xiaosao turned around and saw her godfather, Fang Zizhen, and Yu Hai, who jumped off the donkey cart behind him. Fang Zizhen's face was full of anger, and even his beard had curled up. He used every ounce of his energy to control the horsewhip in his hands in order not to lash it at Madame Zhang. Yu Hai's eyes were red as he stared at Madame Zhang with a gaze filled with grief, indignation, disappointment, and unfamiliarity. His stepmother hated him so much that even his children had been implicated. His daughter, who he loved so dearly, was cursed viciously by her grandmother to die in front of her. Such hatred, such resentment. He believed that he had a clear conscience towards the Yu family and Madame Zhang. It turned out that his tolerance and sacrifice before they had separated from the main family were done in vain. He could never warm up Madame Zhang's ice-cold heart. Yu Hai's heart was like dead ash in an instant, so be it. In the future, I will give them everything that I'm supposed to give them, not 1 penny less. But for things that I don't need to give them, I won't even take out a single coin. He wouldn't be concerned about that side of the family anymore just because his family was eating and living better. Because, it wasn't worth it. Madame Zhang was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When facing the furious General Fang, she immediately became listless. She stammered, my lord. I'm not cursing her. I just said it carelessly. Fang Zizhen whipped the horsewhip that he was holding in the air several times, and a clear and crisp sound could be heard. Madame Zhang trembled in fright and nearly wet her pants. Careless remark. Then why don't you also tell yourself to die? Why don't you tell your own son to die? Our Xiaoxiao used to be in poor health. It must be because you cursed her. If I hear you cursing my daughter again, be prepared to go to jail. Fang Zizhen felt that there was a need to frighten this stupid woman. Even with his support, she still dared to fearlessly bully his family's Xiaoxiao. If he wasn't around, then his dear daughter would be bullied to death. Pa. Why was this word mentioned again? How inauspicious. Madame Zhang shivered and muttered, I'm her elder, so it's not considered a crime to scold her. What kind of elder are you? Which family's elders would refuse to pay for their sick granddaughter's medical fees and force them to borrow money in order to treat her illness? What kind of parents would take the 300 taels that their son exchanged his life to get, and then force them out of their home with barely anything? Whose elders would hate seeing their son's family living well and come cause trouble for them from time to time? Madame Zhang, you're only a stepmother, and you're a vicious and biased stepmother. The law will never tolerate people like you. Fang Zizhen glared at her fiercely. His dignified aura caused Madame Zhang's legs to go soft and she kneeled down. Yu Hai turned his face to one side and solemnly said, Brother Fang, please spare her this time. Madame Zhang, when we divided the family, it was clearly written on the contract that I just need to give you guys 200 caddies of grain every year or convert it into money. In the future, I won't pay even a single coin more. Please don't come and bring disgrace upon yourself again. When facing Yu Hai, Madame Zhang's imperious temper flared up again. She sat her butt on the ground, smacked her legs, and cried, the heavens don't have eyes, giving me such a unfilial descendant. How shall I live in the future? Suddenly, her voice stopped abruptly as if someone had strangled her neck. It turned out that she had been frightened by Fang Zizhen's furious expression. Fang Zizhen said impatiently, Brother Yu had given you the food according to the agreement without missing anything. So how is he being unfilial? In my opinion, he's much more filial than your good-for-nothing son who only knows how to stretch out his hands and ask for money at home. Daughter, if this wicked old lady bullies you again, tell me. Godfather will avenge you. After he said that, he bent down to hold Xiaoxiao under his arm. Then he lifted her onto his own tall steed. He, on the other hand, acted like an extremely caring father and guided the horse in front. When Madame Zhang saw Xiaoxiao being doted on by the official, her heart beat like drums, for fear that the official would remember all her past mistreatments towards the little lass and come get even with her later. In the following days, she became much more quiet and well-behaved. Under the envious eyes of the villagers, Yu Xiaoxiao sat on the back of the tall horse. Her godfather was so cool today. There was finally someone who could stop that wicked old lady. It should be a lot more peaceful for her family in the future. Godfather, when did you return from the capital? Why didn't you tell me in advance? I could have prepared a feast for your return. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed happily. She must treat this great god, who could subdue Madame Zhang, with great care. Under his adoptive daughter's admiring gaze, Fang Zizhen said in a somewhat smug manner, I got back last night. It was too late, so I rested in town. I went to the docks this morning and got hungry from smelling your family's braised food. After I hastily listened to the reports, I hurriedly rushed over. During the past few days when I was at the capital, I really missed my daughter's cooking. Yu Xiaoxiao feigned a troubled expression and sighed, Godfather, I didn't know that you were going to come back early, so I didn't prepare enough ingredients. What should I do? Fang Zizhen couldn't stand seeing his goddaughter being unhappy, so he quickly said, Good daughter, Godfather loves to eat anything that you make. Like lettuce with oyster sauce braised eggplants stir-fried eggs and tomatoes just casually pick some vegetables from the fields, and my daughter can make the most delicious dishes. Yu Hai's heart felt slightly sour as he looked at their benevolent father and filial daughter appearance, as if his most beloved treasure had been robbed from him. Actually, it was also pretty good that Brother Fang became his daughter's godfather. There would be another person to dote on her and protect her. It seemed like his daughter had rarely enjoyed a day of happiness with him. He was really useless, he couldn't even protect his own daughter. Xiaoxiao seemed to have sensed her father's depressed mood. She turned around, smiled brightly at him, and said, Father, why did you come back so late today? Did the braised food not sell well today? Yu Hai hastily sorted out his emotions and smiled at his daughter, the braised food sold out very quickly. Didn't I just happen to meet Brother Fang at the docks? Considering that there was nothing good to eat at home, I went to the market to buy a few catties of pork belly, as well as your favorite spare ribs. During this era, people usually chose the area with more fat when buying pork. Spare ribs were mostly bone and didn't have much meat. If it weren't for Yu Xiaoxiao, who liked spare ribs, Yu Hai wouldn't have bought them. Fortunately, spare ribs weren't expensive. With the money for one catty of meat, he could get more than 2 catties of spare ribs. There's spare ribs that's great, we can have spoonworms and spare rib soup for lunch. The delicious soup will definitely make you guys want second servings. Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to be very happy in order to lift her father's dejected mood. Yu Hai's expression slightly relaxed and he asked in a soft voice, Spoonworms. Oh right, you guys went to dig spoonworms today. How was it? Xiaoxiao has never dug for spoonworms before. It wasn't easy, right? Xiaolian, who was next to him, laughed, Father, you're looking down on younger sister. She dug out more than me. We dug out the most in the entire village and got over 2 taels from selling them. We earned more than you, who had been working all morning at the docks. Yu Hai looked at his pair of daughters approvingly and said with a smile, My daughters are really capable. That's right, just look at whose daughter I am. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head with her nose pointed towards that sky as if unbeatable. Fang Zizhen guffawed and said, Yes, that's right. You're definitely worthy of being Fang Zizhen's daughter. You take after me. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately feigned a look of disdain. She looked at his beard-filled face and said with a scrunched-up face, Godfather, why do I have this feeling that you're not praising me? If I take after you, will I still be presentable? As she spoke, she touched her own face with a worried expression. Her funny expression and humorous words amused everyone. Fang Zizhen laughed the loudest and refused to concede, Daughter. Do you know why your godfather, grew out a beard? When I was young, I was also a very handsome and good-looking man, and had the nickname, Jade Face Young General, on the battlefield. I felt that it was too feminine, and my face didn't look intimidating enough, so I grew out a beard. Once your godfather, shave my beard, I definitely won't look inferior to that of your Uncle Zhao. I don't believe you. You're just saying it and there's no proof. You can only prove it by shaving off your beard. Yu Xiaoxiao's disbelieving expression of, You're bluffing, caused Fang Zizhen to nearly have the urge to shave his beard on the spot. They laughed and chatted all the way back to the Yu residence. Yu Hang, who had just finished watering the melon fields, put down the carrying pole in his hands and heard the sound of laughter coming from behind him. He said with a gentle smile, Uncle Fang is back Quickly come sit and have a drink. Xiaoxiao carried the basket of sandworms to the well in the backyard and prepared to make lunch after cleaning them. Madame Lu, who was washing clothes beside the well, saw the fat and fleshy worms inside the basket, and the fine hair on her body nearly stood up. She chided in a low voice, What did you dig these worms for? It looks so creepy. Xiaoxiao stirred the basket of squirming sandworms, like it was a treasure, and excitedly said, Mother, these sandworms might look disgusting, but they're very tasty. In addition to cooking, it can also be dried and grinded into powder, which can enhance the taste of food. I'll go find some bamboo sticks and teach you how to clean the sandworms. Yu Xiaoxiao ran back into the front yard and asked her father to cut a few bamboo sticks that were half the thickness of chopsticks. Then she pulled Xiaolian and ran back to the rear yard. Yu Hai cried behind her, Do you want me to help? No need. You should go and drink tea with Godfather. Yu Xiaoxiao's crisp voice could be heard from the backyard. Madame Lu looked at the sandworms, resisted the discomfort in her heart, picked one up and asked, What do I do with this thing? Just wash it in the water. No, sandworms have sand sacs and sand in their stomach. If they're not cleaned properly, then you can't eat them. I know one of the most convenient ways to clean sandworms. Look, first put the sandworm inside the water, insert the bamboo stick from one end, and poke it out from the middle. Then, slowly invert half of the sandworm. After that, insert another stick inside the other end and poke the stick out from the same place, and then flip the other half inside out. See, this is the guts and sand in the sandworm. You just need to wash them in water. Yu Xiaoxiao demonstrated while explaining. She worked skillfully with her little hands, and swiftly cleaned a sandworm. Xiaolian had already picked up one in her hands and followed Xiaoxiao as she demonstrated. Although her movements were a little clumsy, she still completed the task of turning out the internal organs of the sandworm and washing it carefully in water. Madame Lu wasn't an unreasonable person either, so she swiftly overcame the obstacles in her heart and skillfully flipped the sandworms inside out. The three of them were all swift workers, so they quickly finished cleaning the 3 caddies of sandworms. Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid that the sand inside had not been completely cleaned, and rinsed it several times with clean water. When she appeared in the front yard again, she noticed that there was an extra person in the courtyard. After looking closely, she realized that it was Zhou Zixu, 3rd young master Zhou, who she hadn't seen for a long time. During the past month or so, he had been staying at the site of the harbor construction, and had even gotten a shade tanner. However, his hard work and efforts weren't in vain because the construction of the oyster sauce factory had finally been completed. After being simply furnished, it should be ready for use next month. 3rd young master, such a rare guest. What sort of wind blew you over today? Yu Xiaoxiao joked with him. As if he was guarding as a thief, Fang Zizhen examined 3rd young master Zhou from head to toe. What kind of relationship did this youngster have with his goddaughter? Why did his daughter sound so familiar with him? 3rd young master Zhou chuckled and said with a smile, the authentic northwest wind. I just came back from the docks. Our factory should be able to start operating soon. I must share this good news with you as soon as possible. What delicious food did you make today? I specially came at this time. Ah. Stinky brat, talking so familiarly with my daughter, he wouldn't have some improper intentions, right? No, such a good daughter, I must keep an eye on her. General Fang, you think too much. Xiaoxiao was only 10 years old. What kind of inappropriate thoughts would a little kid like her arouse? He wasn't a pedophile. Fang Zizhen raised his composure as a government official, coughed twice, and said, you are the 3rd young master of the Zhou family, who built a factory at the docks. Have you been approved to build a factory at the docks? The harbor is being reconstructed right now, so everything must be properly arranged. 3rd young master Zhou was able to obtain his present achievements in the business industry at such a young age, so he naturally had his own connections. Knowing that the person in front of him was in charge of the harbor constructions, he hastily bowed and greeted him. The location of this youngster's factory is still a certain distance away from the harbor, so it won't interfere with the construction of the port. Oh, how do you know that your factory won't interfere with the planning of the new harbor? Fang Zizhen didn't like this weak-looking youth and decided to make things difficult for him. 3rd young master Zhou was puzzled about when he had offended this lord, the imperial envoy. He seemed to be picking on him on purpose. He continued to speak in a humble and respectful manner. Before this youngster prepared to build the factory, I have made several confirmations with the county magistrate, so. Fang Zizhen frowned and said, you started to prepare for the construction of your factory several months again, right? At that time, the detailed regulations for the harbor construction hadn't come out yet. So, who gave you the confidence that your factory won't affect the construction of the harbor? Just as 3rd young master Zhou was drenched in sweat from being interrogated by the imperial envoy, Yu Xiaoxiao, who had heard a few words in the kitchen, poked her head out and asked, Godfather, our factory affects the planning of the port construction. What should we do? It wasn't easy to build it. Do we have to wait a few months and rebuild the factory again? Our factory. What does that mean? This was a sign that his daughter was helping the outsider. Ah. No, he had to nip that thought in the bud. Fang Zizhen moved closer and whispered to Yu Xiaoxiao, daughter, what do other people building a factory have to do with us? You don't have to worry about this matter. How can it be none of my business? I have 20% of the shares in the oyster sauce factory. Delaying the operation by a day means that I will get my dividends a day later. Godfather, quickly think of a solution. Yu Xiaoxiao actually wasn't short on money these days. Junshou Restaurant's osmanthus duck was selling very well, so she received at least 1,000 taels every month. But who would dislike earning more money? Of course, it would be better to get more of the shiny, white silver. Ah. Fang Zizhen widened his eyes in anger. This good brat is giving my daughter 20% dividends for no reason at all. Who the heck would believe that he doesn't have any malicious intentions? He wants to deceive my precious daughter with a mere 20% bonus. Don't even think about it. Not only is there no door, there won't even be a window. Fang Zizhen glared fiercely at third young Master Zhou, and then bent down and did his best to advise, "Daughter, we shouldn't take shares that some weird people randomly give you for free. If you need money, Godfather has it. When the harbor construction is completed, Godfather will buy several stores for you in the best locations. It's up to you if you want to open a shop yourself or rent it out. Let's not take those shares, okay?" He literally said that there won't be a door, which means that he won't have any chance to do whatever he's planning on doing. Hence the next line about no door and window. With her eyes widened, Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him strangely and said, "Godfather, the shares weren't given away for free. I invested 100 taels in the recipe for the oyster sauce, so I kind of feel that getting 20% dividends is still too little. This is something that we deserve. If I don't take it, wouldn't that just benefit that fellow, third young Master Zhou?" Fang Zizhen finally realized that he had misunderstood the situation. He laughed to conceal his mistake and said, "So it turns out that the shares are something that we deserve to receive. My daughter is so capable. You're already investing in a business at such a young age. Very good, very good. You're definitely worthy of being my, Fang Zizhen's, daughter." Yu Xiaoxiao was still concerned about the matter regarding the location of the oyster sauce factory, so she worriedly asked, "Godfather, is there really nothing we can do for our oyster sauce factory?" Since it was his daughter's business, Fang Zizhen naturally wouldn't continue to deliberately cause trouble. He pretended to think for a while, and then said, "I just recalled the blueprint I have seen. When I go back, I will discuss it with the people at the Ministry of Works and do my best to keep your factory. Don't worry, Godfather will help you." Only then did Yu Xiaoxiao smile and said, "Thank you, Godfather. If it's too difficult to handle, then forget it. We can't delay the progress of the harbor construction just because of our factory. It's not difficult, not difficult. Your godfather is still capable of putting a word in. Daughter, what are we eating for lunch? Don't we have pork belly? Let's eat red braised pork. The red braised pork you make is fragrant and soft, and fatty but not greasy. It really suits Godfather's taste." Fang Zizhen deliberately shifted the topic to the dishes for fear that his clever daughter would notice something. Third young Master Zhou, who was beside them, seemed to have noticed something. But this young boy also didn't understand why the Imperial envoy seemed to be quite unsatisfied with him. Today, if it weren't for Xiaoxiao, he probably wouldn't be able to keep the factory that he worked so hard for during these past few months. Although the Zhou family were imperial merchants, they could only concede to government officials who had real power and authority. The problem was solved, so Yu Xiaoxiao returned to the kitchen. First, she baked a small portion of the sandworms over a small fire to make dried sandworms. Then she assigned a task to Yu Hang. She asked him to take the dried sandworms to Madame Mao's house and borrow the small stone mill, and then grind the dried sandworms into powder. Sandworm powder can enhance the taste of food. It was much safer and more environmentally friendly than the MSG in her previous life. With the remaining sandworms, she made a plate of garlic steamed sandworms, a bowl of sandworms and spare rib soup, and also stir-fried some with chives as a side dish. In addition, there was also the oil-dripping braised pork and several plates of stir-fried vegetables seasoned with sandworm powder. Although they didn't make preparations in advance, it was still a sumptuous feast. The dishes made with sandworms received unanimous praise from everyone. Fang Zizhen especially favored the garlic steamed sandworms, which was mostly eaten by him. The tasty and crisp sandworms, complemented by the unique taste of garlic, was simply too delicious. The sandworms that Yu Xiaoxiao keep were big, meaty, and of high quality. The sandworms and spare rib soup was as white as milk. It tasted very delicious, refreshingly sweet and nourishing. Even Madame Lu, who was afraid of the worms, drank a full bowl. The sautéed vegetables seasoned with sandworm powder was also much more delicious than usual. Even third young Master Zhou was very surprised and thought that Xiaoxiao's cooking skills had improved again, exceeding that of head chef Wang, who had decades of experience. Before he could speak, Yu Xiaoxiao said mysteriously, "I just came up with another seasoning recipe. You just tried it, so give me some feedback. If you think it's good, we can mass produce it in our oyster sauce factory and sell it throughout the country." Third young Master Zhou's eyes lit up and said in surprise, "You mean, the unique taste of these vegetable dishes was due to the usage of your newly developed condiment? Xiaoxiao, you're a genius among geniuses. I was just about to ask you why the greens taste even more delicious today. Quickly write down the recipe, and I'll give you another 10% of the shares." In this way, she would possess 30% of the shares for the factory. Yu Xiaoxiao felt as if she could see little silver ingots continuously flying towards her. She was so happy that her eyes narrowed into a seam. She immediately nodded without any hesitation, but I want to ponder over the recipe again and try to make it even more perfect. With just sandworm powder alone, others would quickly see through the recipe and imitate it. She prepared to add in kelp powder and a small amount of spice. In fact, she really did have some talent for cooking. She was able to find the best ratio in a few days, and it was far more delicious than the simple sandworm powder. While she was experimenting, she also churned out the recipe for 5-spice powder, which she also handed to third young Master Zhou. As a result, their factory wouldn't just be an oyster sauce factory. All the condiments produced by them would be called Haitian, which included Haitian oyster sauce, Haitian MSG, Haitian 5-spice powder, and Haitian fermented bean curd. Later, under Yu Xiaoxiao's suggestion, they added 2 more condiments, Haitian soy sauce, and Haitian vinegar, which made Haitian's production of condiments even more complete. This would be recounted later. At this time, Fang Zizhen was somewhat dissatisfied with the brat from the Zhou family talking cheerfully and humorously with his daughter, causing her to laugh merrily again and again. From time to time, he would shoot daggers at third young Master Zhou, which made third young Master Zhou slightly restless. He wondered if he should ask Xiaoxiao what he did to offend the Imperial envoy so he could have the chance to make up for his mistakes. In the future, when his business grew bigger, there would be a lot of times when he had to deal with government officials. If he didn't find out the reason, he was afraid that there would be future troubles. Fang Zizhen listened to Xiaoxiao enthusiastically talk about the prospects of the factory. He found the perfect opportunity and interjected with a smile, "Daughter, the sandworms taste really good. It must have been hard for you to come up with these dishes." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled at him and said, "Godfather, if it's delicious, then you should eat more. The sandworms not only taste good, but their nutritional value isn't any less than shark fin and abalones. On another day, I'll make some more sandworm powder for you to bring back for Godmother when you return to the capital. I'll write down the cooking methods so Godmother can also try the delicacies of the seaside." Fang Zizhen drank a big mouthful of the sandworms and spare rib soup and nodded, "Your Godmother really liked the tomatoes that you told me to bring back last time. She especially likes the method of eating it with sugar after heating it slightly. By the way, your Godmother made several sets of clothing for you, and she also told me to bring over some snacks from the capital. They're all in my luggage. I'll go get them for you." Xiaoxiao quickly stopped her godfather, who was about to stand up, and smiled, "Godfather, it's not like it's urgent. You should eat first. This is your favorite red braised pork. Here, this piece has the perfect ratio of fat and lean meat." Fang Zizhen's face was full of happiness as he ate the piece of braised pork that his goddaughter personally gave him. He said, "My daughter is so considerate. Father didn't dote on you in vain." Yu Hai looked jealously at the piece of braised pork in Fang Zizhen's bowl. He coughed twice and looked at his younger daughter. After Yu Xiaoxiao also gave him a piece of meat, he finally showed a slight smile on his face. Madame Lu, who was beside him, watched her husband's immature behavior and couldn't help but smile with her head lowered. He was already such a grown man, yet he was still competing with others for favor. Moreover, it was for their younger daughter's attention. Why didn't she know that her husband had such a cute side? With her chopsticks, Madame Lu picked up some stir-fried sandworms with chives and put it in Yu Hai's rice bowl. Yu Hai looked up at her. Usually, his wife seldom got food for him in the presence of outsiders. What was going on today? When he looked up and saw his wife's gentle and understanding gaze, Yu Hai's face instantly flushed. What was wrong with him? Xiaoxiao was his own flesh and blood. Even though she had a godfather now, it still wouldn't change the fact that they were blood-related family. How could he feel uncomfortable just because of a piece of braised pork? He was seriously becoming more and more childish as he got older. In the days that followed, the Yu family became busy again. Except for those who went to sell braised food at the docks, everyone else was mobilized by Xiaoxiao to go dig sandworms at the beach. At times, when Fang Zizhen wasn't working or little Shish Tu came back during break, they would also be ordered to work at the beach. With the little divine stone as her secret weapon, Yu Xiaoxiao was the person who caught the most every day. Sometimes, even if all the sandworms that the entire family caught were together, it still wasn't as much as Yu Xiaoxiao alone. In order to not catch all the sandworms on the beach, Xiaoxiao constantly changed the area where she catches the worms. The other villagers were perplexed by the family frequently digging spoonworms. Tongren Medicine Hall wasn't accepting spoonworms anymore, so why were they still digging them? Several families, who were more acquainted with them, came to inquire one after another. Yu Xiaosao didn't hide it from them and taught them several simple methods of eating sandworms. When they saw the dried sandworms in the Yu family's courtyard, they had already gotten the urge to hoard some dried sandworms. After all, the fishermen of Dongshan village depended on the sky to make a living. If the weather at sea was terrible for a period of time, most of the villagers of Dongshan village, who relied on the sea to make a living, may lose their source of income. Most of the villagers were poor. The impact of them not going out to the sea for several days might not be very apparent, but if they didn't go out to the sea for half a month, or for the entire month, many families would go hungry. Being able to dress warmly and eat one's fill had always been the pursuit of the villagers of Dongshan village. Disregarding the taste of the sandworms, they had learned from the Yu family that the sandworms were definitely edible. It wasn't easy to store sandworms, but dried sandworms would be fine. If they ran out of food one day, they could resolve this urgent matter by using dried sandworms to stew soup. For a while, a unique scenery appeared along the coast of Dongshan village. Villagers of Dongshan village with various tools were either bending down, sticking their butts out, or laying on the sand, and looking for the traces of spoonworms. Junsho restaurant also immediately introduced several dishes with spoonworms or dried spoonworms as their ingredient. Their unique taste won the praise of many customers. As soon as the Junsho restaurant in the capital opened, it received unanimous praise from customers for their 5 specialties: roasted chicken, osmanthus duck, braised food, spoonworm dishes, and oyster sauce dishes. It even attracted many of the customers of several long-established restaurants in the capital. Junsho restaurant became an instant success and swiftly gained a firm foothold in the capital with its endless specialty dishes. At this time, Haitian condiment factory had also began operating. Marine products like oysters and sandworms were needed for oyster sauce and sandworm powder MSG. Junsho restaurant using sandworms as a cooking ingredient also increased the demand for sandworms. As a result, Third Young Master Joe sent people to various fishing villages to purchase and collect these marine goods. In Dongshan village, Third Young Master Joe had solemnly entrusted Yu Hai to help him purchase those items. Of course, he would not let Yu Hai work for nothing. Junsho restaurant would give him 10% of the profit as remuneration. Dongshan village wasn't the only fishing village around the area, so Junsho restaurants had also selected a staff member to be responsible for that task in the other fishing villages. Seafood like oysters and penis fish were too common in the coastal region, and there weren't many people who eat it, so very few people would buy them. Even with occasional acquisition, it was hard to sell them for a high price. However, Junsho restaurant the price that Junsho restaurant offered for these goods was higher than the market price: 10 copper coins for a caddy of oysters and 20 copper coins for a caddy of spoonworms. Although offered a much higher price for spoonworms, it was only a temporary acquisition for the medicine hall. Junsho restaurant, on the other hand, were purchasing spoonworms all year round. After the news came out, there was an endless stream of people who came to visit the Yu family's residence. They were all inquiring about the purchase and the prices of the oysters and spoonworms. After they received reliable information from Yu Hai, both the old and young villagers of Dongshan village all began to dig for spoonworms and gather oysters. The sea's gift to the people was selfless. Every time the tide went out, people would flock to the beach and leave when the tide rises. Even if there was low tide at night, people would still carry a lantern and work hard throughout the night. As long as one was willing to work, there would definitely be a harvest. An average adult could dig at least 10 caddies of spoonworms in a day. The old, weak, women, and children could also harvest a few caddies of oysters. In this way, as long as someone from each household in Dongshan village was willing to contribute, they could earn a few hundred copper coins in a day without any problem. There was a steady flow of oysters and spoonworms being purchased. Yu Hai had already taken in over 1,000 caddies of seafood. These seafood products were all transported to the workshops at the dock. The employees of the condiment factory were all servants who had signed a death contract with the Zhou family. Whether it was the oyster sauce or MSG, the formulas must be kept a secret. So, the core employees must have served the Zhou family for many generations. 50 people were carefully selected from the servants to work in the workshop, but when faced with the endless orders, they still lacked manpower. Cleaning the sandworms was a labor-intensive job. Thus, Third Young Master Joe set down a new purchasing rule: the prices for cleaned oysters and spoonworms would be twice as high as those that hadn't been cleaned. Of course, the seafood must still be fresh. What did the villagers not lack the most? It was labor and time. Although the oysters wasn't bad, there wasn't much profit to be earned after the shell was removed. In contrast, the spoonworms wouldn't lose much weight even after the sand was removed from it. The price of the spoonworm was more expensive than pork, so even if it took more time, the villagers were willing. For a while, Yu Hai had more work than he could handle. All the clean seafood and the unclean seafood had to be separately weighed and paid for, and they must also be stored separately. The Yu family had planted their entire courtyard with vegetables. In order to prevent the people who came to their house to sell seafood from damaging their garden, Yu Hai specially set up a wooden shed at the west side of the fence to be used for the purchase of seafood. It was too much work for just one person, so he asked Yu Hang to help out. The father and son were frantically busy and barely managed to handle everything. Yu Hai had become stricter with the purchase of seafood ever since he found out that his daughter owned a part of the shares of the condiment factory. He didn't accept spoonworms that weren't cleaned properly, seafood that weren't fresh, and also if they practice fraud by putting water inside the spoonworms to increase its weight. Although he offended some people who wanted to take advantage of him, Yu Hai's reputation in the village was still pretty good. No matter where Madame Zhang went these days, she would always hear, XX family earned XX amount of money from selling seafood, XX family was able to pay back their debt owed for several years from famine in just 10 days. XX family didn't have anything to eat or wear in the past, but now they can afford meat. Thus, the old lady's heart began to waver. Of course, she couldn't go cause trouble at the old residence. The Imperial envoy was now living in old Zhao's old house and would eat all of his 3 meals at the Yu family's house. With such a big Buddha there, even if Madame Zhang was given 3 times more courage, she still wouldn't dare to look for trouble. But at her house, old Yu and his son had to go out to the sea every day. So, she put her mind on Madame Li and Yu Haixi. Yu Haixi would diligently run to the dock every day, but he wouldn't even bring back 1 copper coin. If they are all as greedy as this grandson of hers, where would she get the money for her daughter's dowry? Where would she get the money to pay for her younger son's education? She couldn't bear to let her daughter, who was going to marry in the autumn, to go to the seaside under the sun and wind. So, she forced Madame Li and Yu Haixi to go to the seaside to dig for spoonworms. 1 caddy of clean spoonworms was worth 50 copper coins. With both Madame Li and her son working, it shouldn't be a problem for them to earn 200 or 300 copper coins in a day. Yu Haixi wasn't someone who was obedient. Although he could earn money by digging spoonworms, he knew that he wasn't going to receive any of the money he earned. So why did he have to waste so much effort to get them? After a month of physical exercise, Yu Haixi didn't look like the short and fat Yu Haixi from the past. Although his skin was still dark, he was a lot stronger, and he didn't have much body fat on him. He had also grown taller, so now he looked like he was full of vigor. In order to hide from his grandmother, he would run away every day before the sky turned bright. Madame Zhang couldn't catch Haixi, who was as slippery as a mudfish, so she had strictly watched over Madame Li, forcing her to go to the beach every day. But with Madame Li's gluttonous and lazy character, how could she be the type of person to work? After digging only a few times, she would start lamenting to the heavens while bawling with tears in her eyes and snot dripping from her nose. However, Madame Zhang wasn't a soft-hearted person. What's more, she had also taken tools and gone to dig for spoonworms at the beach with her head lowered. How could she allow Madame Li to slack off? Seeing that her mother-in-law was also working, she couldn't find any reason to slack off, so she could only accept her misfortune and dig a little here and there. Both the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law had no experience in digging for sandworms. Furthermore, Madame Li wasn't very reliable since she would take every chance she could to slack off. In a day, other people were able to dig about 10 caddies of spoonworms, but it would already be considered pretty good if the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pair could dig up 2 to 3 caddies of spoonworms. When Madame Zhang saw that other people had harvested a lot compared to them, she felt extremely unhappy in her heart. When she got home, she scolded Madame Li for being worthless, old Yu for having no abilities, and Yu Dashan for being a good-for-nothing who couldn't even control his wife. The entire Yu family was shrouded in her shadow of rage. Yu Dashan was wedged between his mother and wife, and he was also bad at conveying his feelings. To return peace to the family, he would take the initiative to dig sandworms with Madame Zhang when the tide recedes after he returned from the sea. There was a strange phenomenon in the Yu family. The more they worked, the less they got in return. In Madame Zhang's eyes, this was all right and proper. Yu Hai was like this in the past, and now Yu Dashan was also experiencing the same thing. They worked more, but they also received more complaints. Madame Li wasn't like Madame Lu, who was willing to bear hardships without any complaints and watches all the hard-earned money that she and her husband earned went into her mother-in-law's pocket. It would have been fine if the money was used for them all. They now earned at least a few hundred copper coins from fishing and gathering seafood at the sea, which should be about 3 to 5 taels of silver a month. Yet, they were still eating dark and coarse flatbread and boiled vegetables without oil. Madame Li soon became discontented with this situation. She looked at her suffering husband and touched her big tanned face. She complained to Yu Dashin, who was behind her. Heizi's father, we worked ourselves to death, but none of the money we earned is spent on us. It's all spent on Katie and Zhaobo. What is the point of us doing all this hard work? Yu Dashin didn't have any strength remaining in his body as he lay on the Kong bed. His eyes were half closed, and he looked like he was about to fall asleep. He was an honest man, so in a low muffled voice, he responded, "You can't talk like that. Isn't my younger sister about to get married? The condition of my future brother-in-law's family is not bad, so if the dowry is too unsightly, she would be mistreated after she gets married. My third brother needs to take the exams during these 2 years, so he can't be delayed in his studies." Madame Li was so angry that she pinched his arm and said, "Well, good for you, only thinking about your younger siblings. But have you thought about our child? Heizi is 14 this year, it's about time for him to start looking around for a suitable wife. However, your mother hasn't mentioned this at all. She even wants Heizi to hand over the money he earned. As their older brother, you're earning money to raise your younger siblings, but it makes no sense for the nephew to earn money to support them." Yu Dashin rubbed the arm that got pinched and turned around. Heizi is still young. It's not too late for him to start looking for a wife next year. Besides, when Heizi marries, the betrothal gifts will be taken out from the public account. Don't worry about it. Go to sleep, I still have to go to the sea early tomorrow morning. Madame Li had numerous thoughts on her mind, so how could she fall asleep? She said resentfully, "I won't say anything about your brother since he has to study every day. But your younger sister has arms and legs, so why can't she work? Your mother treats her like a noble young lady. When she enters her husband's household, she won't know how to do anything. It would be a wonder if she doesn't get beaten." Yu Dashin couldn't fall asleep from the noisiness, so his tone wasn't good as he said, "You don't know how to do anything, but did anyone beat you? You dare. I have a few brothers at home who will support me. Over the years, my maternal family has subsidized our family a lot. With just the food we eat at home, it would have been a miracle that we didn't starve to death. How did you think we were able to stay so plump and healthy?" When Madame Li talked about her maternal family, her waist and back would straighten. Yu Dashin looked at the fat that had accumulated on her body and snorted, "I don't think it's bad for you if you lose some weight. Look at our son, Heizi. After he slimmed down, he looked more and more like me, like a real man." Madame Li touched the fat on her waist. Author's note, where's the waist? Do you have a waist? And sighed. She said, looking at it now, it seems like it wasn't a bad idea for the second branch to move out. Look at how they're living. I heard that he earns at least a few hundred copper coins in a day just by helping Junsho restaurant's owner purchase seafood. If our branch had also moves out at that time. Don't even think about it. Mother won't allow us to move out. It's not like you don't know about the situation when second brother moved out, they were driven out and abandoned. Second brother was able to endure it because of his fate, he is also someone with a good fortune at all. Yu Dashin's mood was very complicated when he thought of his younger stepbrother, who was only a few months younger than him. Yu Hai's capabilities made him look mediocre. He had also worked very hard, but he could never catch up to Yu Hai's footsteps. At one point, when Yu Hai was injured and the doctor said that Yu Hai wasn't going to survive the injury, he had felt relieved for a long time. He thought that the large mountain that was pressed against his head would finally fall down. However, the second son still withstood that hard-pressed situation. The second son's family now lived more comfortably than they had before they separated from the main branch. This made his mood unbalanced again. Especially at the beginning of the spring when they went out to the sea, the amount of fish he caught was less than that of Yu Hai. The amount of money he earned was much less, at least half of what Yu Hai earned before. His mother always complained that he had no ability and that he couldn't even compare with half of Yu Hai. These iron-like facts made him recognize the gap between himself and Yu Hai. The boulder that he had put down for a while once again pressed against his heart. He went out fishing early in the morning, and he gathered seafood at the sea in the afternoon. Sometimes, he would go out in the middle of the night to dig for sandworms. He worked himself tirelessly to prove to his family that he wasn't worse than Yu Hai. However, reality still made him feel dejected. He had worked tirelessly without a moment of rest, yet he was only able to earn 200 to 300 copper coins a day. Yu Hai didn't have to go out to the sea or dig in the sand, but he was able to earn 2 to 3 times the amount he earned. If Yu Dashin could read, he would surely have the feeling there's always someone better than you. Yu Hai, who didn't know that he was envied and hated by his older brother, was currently anxiously discussing some matters with his family. They were discussing whether or not he should give the job of purchasing seafood to someone else. Fang Zizhen patted Yu Hai's shoulder. Using a loud and clear voice, He said, why are you hesitating? If you want to do it, then do it. If you don't want to do it, then throw it at someone else. What's so complicated about that? Yu Hai's mood was currently very complicated. The family only had a lot of the businesses due to his youngest daughter's effort. He was only a supporting role in all her efforts. He had allowed a child younger than 10 to work busily every day for the family's livelihood. As a father, he felt guilty and distressed. Through a stroke of luck, Junsho Restaurant gave him an opportunity to increase the income for the family. Even if he was busy, bitter, and tired, he was happy in his heart. However, the 3 mu of watermelon in the fields were about to ripen. In order to look after the melons, harvest the melons, or sell the melons, he wouldn't be able to leave the fields. Therefore, he was struggling to decide whether he should continue the job of purchasing seafood or manage all the matters regarding the melon fields. When Yu Hai heard that, he bitterly smiled and said, Brother Mingzi, it's easy for you to say that, but I earned 3 taels of silver from that in just a day. In 1 month, I can earn 100 taels of silver, so how I can just toss it away? However, we need people to tend to the melon fields at home right now. Yu Xiaoxiao finally understood why her father had a worried frown on his face these past few days. She softly laughed and said, Father, the melon fields and the purchase of seafood won't clash with each other. I know that you must feel that we need more people to work at home, yet you can't balance both jobs simultaneously. I have an idea, I don't know if you will think it's feasible or not. Yu Hai had a whole new level of respect for his youngest daughter after the first half of the year. He never dared to treat her as a child. Yu Hai was full of hope as he said, Cower, tell me what good idea you have. Xiaoxiao organized her speaking points, and, after thinking about it, she said, our family's watermelons are about to ripen, so we really need someone to look after them. Although it's fine in the morning, the watermelon fields definitely need someone to tend to during the night. I don't think anyone else is as qualified as you to look after the melons. Fang Zizhen smacked his lips, making his existence known, and said, it's just looking after melons. I can call Li Li or Wu Yun back to look after the melons, won't that solve everything? Yu Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly at her godfather and said, Godfather, both big brothers are already very busy on the dock. How can I trouble them with my family's personal matters? Besides, it takes more than 1 or 2 days to watch after the melons and sell them. Your idea is not going to work. Fang Zizhen glared at her and said, they should be honored to manage personal matters for this old man. In the past, these 2 new and young recruits were rescued by me from a mass of dead people. Godfather, I know you're amazing. However, we shouldn't coerce them to do things in return for your kindness. Even if Brother Li and Brother Wu take the initiative to come here and help me, I still wouldn't agree. Yu Xiaoxiao definitely didn't want her godfather suffer from other people's criticism. Fang Zizhen was also aware of this point, and he felt very touched by her thoughtfulness. It was a blessing to have a daughter like her. Yu Hai wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. Yu Xiaoxiao said to her biological father, I know that my big brother won't be able to handle the purchasing of seafood by himself. Yu Hang opened his mouth, but he unwillingly closed it. What his younger sister said was the truth. He was only 11 to 12 years old. Besides, the problem was that people in the village might not trust him as he also needed to weigh the goods and collect money when it came to purchasing seafood. He would also need to put the collected goods in the correct places. It was definitely not a one-man job. Yu Xiaoxiao gave him a soothing glance and continued, there's more work than we can deal with, but we can hire someone to help us. It's not the harvesting season right now, so the villagers have plenty of free time. We can find someone trustworthy to help father do his job. We won't make him work for free either. If he works for a day, then we'll pay him a day's pay. Do you mean you want to hire someone to work for us? However, we're all villagers, so it might not be appropriate. Yu Hai felt like hiring someone to help him do his job would make him the same as those wealthy old landlords exploiting poor farmers. It didn't feel good at all. Father, why would it be inappropriate? It's the same as when we hire people to build our house. Feeding someone for helping you is the same as giving someone wages. Plus, we aren't making him work for free. Yu Xiaoxiao was very puzzled by her father's reaction. Yu Hai thought about it and her reasoning seemed to make sense. He replied hesitantly, then, who do you think we should hire? How much should we pay him in a day? This person must have a good and honest character as well as be steady and capable. Yu Xiaoxiao said with a smile. She already had a candidate in her mind. Yu Heng pursed his lips. He hadn't said anything throughout the exchange but now he finally spoke up. I think third uncle is a suitable candidate for this job. Whenever our family is busy, he would always come over to help. We all know about his honesty and good character. Father, if you still feel guilty about it, you can just pay third uncle a little more money. Yu Hai thought about it. His younger cousin, Yu Zhong, had a flexible mind and he was a great friend to the family. He was indeed a good candidate for the job, so he nodded his head in agreement. It was a sunny day the next day. The sun shone warmly on their bodies. Yu Hai went to his uncle's house early in the morning and told his uncle's family that he hoped that Yu Zhong could help him out. He was a little embarrassed when he briefly mentioned that he was planning on paying him. Yu Hai's eldest uncle, Yu Lichun, was very angry in the beginning. He felt that since they were relatives, it would hurt their relationship if one party paid the other party for just helping out. Yu Zhong also repeatedly stressed that he would go help them, but he won't accept any money for the work. Yu Hai's heart was very touched by them. He received the family love that was missing back home from his eldest uncle's family. He stood up to his uncle's preaching and explained everything patiently. Eldest uncle, I'm not inviting little Zhong over to help out for a day or two. Instead, I'm planning on working with him for a long time. Let me tell you the truth, I receive a 10% profit by helping Junsho restaurant purchase seafood. How can I make my little brother work for free while I take the money all for myself? Don't get angry yet, let me finish explaining first. Junsho restaurant's condiment factory requires a long-term supply of seafood. Having one person from each family working on it can be considered as two families cooperating together to do business. I'm also taking advantage of your family because our Xiaoxia is still half a child. Yu Zhong thought that it was a feasible idea for the two families to cooperate together to do business because his cousin's family couldn't deal with all the work they had. When he heard this, he quickly helped Yu Hang get some justice and said, older cousin, although Yu Hang is young, he can do an adult's work. Even if Yu Hang didn't use an abacus, none of the accountants in town can beat Yu Hang when it comes to calculating accounts. Of course, Xiao Sao already taught the multiplication tables to her brothers and sisters, so it wasn't difficult for them to calculate using their heads. Yu Lichun finally agreed after Yu Hai's repeated his request sincerely. However, no matter what, he didn't agree with Yu Hai about splitting the earnings equally between the two families. Yu Lichun understood in his heart that Yu Hai was able to get a profitable job because of his friendship with Junsho restaurant. In the end, they agreed on a 40-60% split. Yu Zhong was going to receive 40% of the earnings and Yu Hai was going to receive 60% of the earnings. Yu Hai felt very embarrassed by this as he felt like he took advantage of his uncle's family. Yu Zhong showed up early in the morning. It coincided with the time the tide receded today, which was early this morning. There were already villagers coming to sell their oysters and non-processed sandworms. Yu Zhong had helped out a few times before, so he was able to deal with them very quickly. He was in charge of weighing and placing the seafood they purchase, while Yu Hang was responsible for bookkeeping and settling the bill. Yu Hang had followed his younger brother for several months, learning how to read and write characters. Now, he could read and write most of the commonly used words. The two people worked together very well. Yu Hai family's purchase of seafood had always been honest, they never gave people less for what their seafood was worth. They also weren't like the people in charge in the other villages where they would lower the purchasing price of the seafood. Therefore, not only did the villagers in Dongshan village sell to them but also some of the fishermen in several nearby villages would walk a little more to sell their seafood. As a result, the amount of seafood the Yu family purchased steadily increased each day. Although it was hard work, their income had increased a lot. At night, when they calculated their earnings, Yu Zhong was surprised when he found that he had earned 1 to 2 taels of silver. An able-bodied man's labor in town was only worth 10 or so copper coins. He didn't have to do any heavy labor, and, when there were fewer people, he was able to rest for a while. However, in one day, he was able to earn more than 1 tael of silver. Yu Zhong wasn't convinced and even suspected that his cousin had given him more money. Yu Hang explained the accounts to him, and Yu Zhong couldn't help but become speechless. He thought that he was only going to earn a little money by helping out his cousin with his business. But who would have thought that he would be able to earn 40 to 50 taels of silver in a month? This was something he never dared to think about before. He didn't have a skilled trade, so if he worked all year round by doing unskilled labor, he would be able to earn 5 to 6 taels of silver in a year if he worked tirelessly. That was already considered to be quite a sum of money. Now, he didn't need to do any heavy labor and was able to earn 40 to 50 taels of silver in a month doing light labor. He would be able to earn 500 to 600 taels of silver in a year. Yu Zhong suddenly felt dizzy as if he was in a dream. On his way home, Yu Zhong held the broken silver bits that added up to 1 tael and 300 copper coins in his hand tightly. The skin on the palm of his hand had red marks from gripping the money too hard. Yu Lichun was tending the vegetable garden, and his older brother, Yu Shi, who was chopping firewood, noticed his restless appearance. They stopped what they were doing and looked at him with concern. What happened? Didn't you go help your second brother out? Why did you come back so early? Is your body feeling uncomfortable? Yu Lichun wanted to touch his palm, but he realized that Yu Zhong had his hand in a tight fist. Yu Zhong finally recovered his wits and spread his fist out in excitement, revealing the pieces of silver inside. Yu Hai's eldest uncle's family didn't have anyone who could fish, so they relied on about 5 mu's worth of sandy land to make a living. Yu Shi and Yu Zhong also occasionally went into town to find work or to the docks to move cargo. Their family's circumstances were not very comfortable. Earlier that morning, Yu Zhong had left home empty-handed, yet came back with more than a tael in his hands. Yu Lichun and Yu Shi looked at him, flabbergasted. Apparently, they were waiting for him to explain. Yu Zhong stammered somewhat emotionally, "This is from the seafood purchasing business today." "You bastard!" Yu Lichun was stunned for a bit before he burst out into rage. His beard stuck up in the air as he snarled, "Didn't we agree that we will only take 40% of the income? You took all of the money your elder brother earned. Quickly send it back." Yu Shi also regarded his younger brother with disapproval. "Younger brother, it's not that I'm scolding you. But, when Dahai gave you money, you just took it. Did you not calculate it out yourself?" No. In front of his father and older brother, Yu Zhong didn't quite know what to say and felt a bit depressed. He did his best to explain what happened. "This money is 40% of what was earned today, I even looked at the account book." However, he left out that he didn't quite understand what was written in the book, arg. Yu Lichu and Yu Shi still didn't quite believe him and asked, "So you're telling us that today, in one day, they earned almost 4 taels? That's not possible, right? How could buying gathered seafood be that profitable?" Yu Zhong analyzed the situation for them. Junsho Restaurant set a price for second brother and his family's labor. Do you know how much seafood they took in today? Over 1,000 caddies. On average, 1 caddy is about 30 copper coins, so isn't 1,000 caddies around 30 to 40 taels? For the work of our 2 families, we got around 3 to 4 taels as our fee, so me taking at least 1 tael home isn't a problem. After he heard his son calculate out everything, Yu Lichun finally was convinced. The money that his son had earned today equaled the amount that the whole family used to make in a month doing temporary work. When he started to think about the total income his son could make in 1 month and then in 1 year, he immediately became lightheaded. If they continued with this and earned a whole year's worth of money, they could buy more than 10 mu of good land, or even buy a pretty good house in town. With a few more years of work, wouldn't his family become one of the wealthiest families in Dongshan village then? Yu Lichun forcefully swallowed down his saliva and spoke in a trembling voice, "Zhonger, in the future, you absolutely must remember your brother Dahai's benevolence. If we didn't have him, then our family couldn't even dream of making so much money in 1 day. You must work hard for him. Father, believe in me. My older cousin is basically my biological second brother. Xiao Sao and the kids are now my full-blooded nieces and nephews." In the past, when there wasn't anything to be given in return, Yu Zhong was able to help Yu Hai's family whenever they had difficulties. Now, it was a given since they were collaborating together in business. Yu Lichun suddenly frowned and remarked, "Remember, you absolutely cannot broadcast this news outside. This will prevent your third uncle's family from finding out and causing problems for Dahai's family." Yu Zhong also realized that second brother asked him to help with that eye-popping business and not Dashan and the others. This meant that Dahai trusted him explicitly. He absolutely could not cause trouble for second brother's family. Xiao Sao had no idea what had just occurred at eldest granduncle's house. She lifted her small bucket, which had her exclusive fertilizer in it. Yu Hai was behind her with 2 buckets of water on a shoulder pole. From time to time, he would remind her to be careful where she was walking. After they finished watering the fields, Yu Xiao Sao walked around the watermelon fields. Under the prompting of the little divine stone, she discovered there were 2 watermelons that were already ripe. These 2 melons were large and round, and both of them weighed around 20 caddies each. Their outer skins were a vivid green-blue and looked so fresh that one could pinch water out of them. "Father, these 2 watermelons are ripe already. Let's pick them and bring them back home to taste." Yu Xiao Sao took one off the vine and held it in her arms. She toddled over on the ground. When Yu Hai saw his daughter struggling, he hurriedly strode over in large strides and took the watermelon from his daughter's hands. The 2 watermelons, which didn't weigh over 40 caddies altogether, were considered small weights to Yu Hai. He held one under each arm and took them to the edge of the field. He then softly spoke to Xiao Xiao, I'll send you home first and then come back to build the melon shed. Watermelons, to the villagers of Dongshan village and other neighboring villages, were considered to be very rare and strange objects. When they first planted them, they attracted a bunch of curious people who came over to look. Now that the melons in the field were on the eve of ripening, there needed to be someone in the fields watching over them. Yu Hai had already chopped some bamboo in preparation for building a melon shed. Father, do what you need to do now. In a moment, Godfather will return and I can have him help us bring them back. Yu Xiaoxiao watched from the side as her father swiftly built the shed. She would occasionally help with some smaller tasks and propose a few suggestions. Before noon, the outlines of the shed could already be seen. Surely enough, Xiaoxiao's prediction came true. After finishing up some tasks at the docks, Fang Zizhen rushed back home on horseback. When he found out that his adopted daughter was helping build a wooden shack in the melon fields, he felt bad. A little girl should be pampered in life, how could she possibly be doing such hard labor? That's not okay, I need to go over there now to help. With the addition of another strong man, the melon shack, which would have taken 2 days to complete, was finished in less than a day. Yu Xiaoxiao also had her two fathers construct a bamboo bed in the shed as she was afraid that her father might become chilled while watching the melon fields. That evening, little Shish too came back on his rest day and the whole family sat together in a circle to eat dinner. They prepared to share the first ripe watermelons amongst each other. At this period, watermelons were not a common crop. The fruit was not only rare for the Yu family, but even in the capital Fang Zizhen had also rarely eaten watermelon. Xiaoxia, send the other watermelon to your grandfather. Let your grandfather taste some too. Yu Hai saw that the watermelon, when cut open, had brilliant red flesh. The bright red juice flowed along the knife and the smell of sweetness hit his nose. When he was happy, he also thought of his aged father and hoped that he could also try some of this. Yu Hang scowled slightly and softly replied, if my grandmother thinks it tastes good and wants us to send some over every day, should we give in to her or not? Technically, Yu Hai could send them a watermelon every day. However, he had previously heard Fang Zizhen mention the prices of watermelons in the capital. They were even more expensive than meat. On the cheaper side, one watermelon could go for a couple hundred coppers. If they sent over one every day, what was the point of their family growing watermelon then? Were they still planning on earning money? The excitement in Yu Hai's eyes immediately dimmed, and he slowly sat down on a stool. He let out a deep sigh. The originally happy atmosphere had also fizzled out at the mention of the main branch. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't want her father to look so confused and stood up. Her clear voice broke the silence, why don't I go deliver the watermelon to grandfather? No, what if your grandmother makes things difficult for you? Actually, even if we don't send any, it's okay. Tomorrow, we'll invite your grandfather over to have a piece, that also works. Yu Hai was afraid that his daughter might become injured so he immediately changed his plans. It's okay, with grandfather around, my grandmother wouldn't have the guts to do much. That being said, she should be as happy as a clam when she sees me sending her some watermelon. How could she possibly try to make things difficult for me? When Yu Xiaoxiao got an idea in her head, it was very difficult to convince her to do something else. Fang Zizhen promptly stood up and stooped over to grab the other large watermelon. Daughter, the watermelon is heavy. I'll help you carry it. Let's go, the faster we get there, the faster we'll get back. You can all wait for us to get back and then eat. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that her godfather was afraid that she might get bullied by the main branch, so he was coming with her as support. She was touched by his kindness and naturally allowed him to go with her. As expected, when they got there, Madame Zhang found out that watermelon was a very expensive fruit. She not only wasn't grateful but she also insinuated that they brought over too little. Old Yu glared at her for a long time and only then did she quiet down. In addition, Fang Zizhen was also there, so Madame Zhang didn't dare to throw a tantrum. As they were leaving, Yu Katie escorted them to the gate. She stated somewhat shamefully, Xiaoxiao, my mother is just that type of personality, so don't take it personally. Please thank my second brother and second sister-in-law for me. Thank you for thinking of us whenever you guys get something good. Before they split from the family, this youngest aunt of hers was probably the only one in the family besides old Yu who had good intentions towards them. Although her youngest aunt had a weak personality and was somewhat squeamish, Yu Xiaoxiao still had somewhat of a good impression of her. She pulled on Yu Katie's hand and softly said, youngest aunt, I heard that your wedding date is already set. Congratulations. When the moment comes, my mother and I will come over and add to your dowry. Yu Katie flushed red as she lightly patted Xiaoxiao's hand before she quietly replied, Please thank my second brother and second sister-in-law for me." When she finished, she turned around in embarrassment and fled back inside. On the side, Fang Zizhen remarked, "Your youngest aunt is very similar to a lot of the noble young maidens in the capital. She gets shy and embarrassed too easily. Her personality isn't as good as my daughter's, confident and calm. That really goes well with my personality." Yu Xiaoxiao pulled at the sleeve of his official's uniform and grinned until her eyes turned into small crescents. "Godfather, you think everything your daughter does is good. Perhaps in other people's eyes, they think I don't resemble a little girl at all. Who said that my daughter isn't good? Just watch me beat them up until all their teeth fall out." Fang Zizhen made a giant fist with his hand and waved it around fiercely. The two of them chattered happily as they walked into the old residence when they suddenly saw that there were two additional people in the courtyard. With a closer look, they realized it was the Wang Ergo couple. Ergu's wife was currently pulling on her husband's ear and had an apologetic expression on her face. She said, "Second brother Yu, I am truly sorry. Ergozi picked a watermelon from your field without asking for permission. Tell me how much it is, we'll take it as if our family bought it from you." Because their fields were close together, Madame Lu had some interactions with Ergu's wife in the past and had a good impression of her. She replied, "We're fellow villagers and neighbors. If you want to eat some watermelon, just tell us, no need to mention money." Ergu's wife resolutely shook her head. "Yu Hai's wife, even if you didn't tell me I would know that this watermelon is a rare fruit. It's absolutely very expensive. Ergozi, how could you? I've warned you so many times. If our family is poor, then we have to be honest and poor. Didn't you promise me that you were going to be an honest man now? How could you go back to your old, rotten ways? You truly disappoint me too much." When Wang Ergo saw that his wife was so mad that tears were pouring down, he immediately panicked. He repeatedly apologized, "Wife, I know I was wrong. This is the last time, I absolutely won't do this again." "How many times have you told me, this is the last time? Ah. I was stupid to believe that you might change your ways. Now, I see clearly, a dog can never change its desire to eat poop. Tomorrow, I'm going back to my parents' house. I'd rather my child not have a father than have a father who idled around and steals other people's things. A father that would make my child ashamed to raise his head in this world." Ergu's wife had an expression full of despair on her face as she pushed aside his hand. Wife, I will truly change this time." When Wang Ergo saw that his wife had made up her mind, he almost fell to his knees. He sullenly continued in a soft voice, "I only did this because I noticed that you looked tired due to pregnancy and didn't have an appetite, right? So, I wanted to pick this watermelon and have you try some." A faint spark appeared within Ergu's wife's dead-looking eyes, and she snarled angrily, "You stupid wretch. Do you think I could possibly eat the watermelon that you stole? I was wrong, I truly did the wrong thing this time. Wife, please forgive me this one last time." Ergozi saw that his wife was still willing to leave him, so he apologized profusely in hope that she might understand his reasons. He truly regretted his actions now. Ergu's wife sniffed her nose a couple of times and said, "What are you apologizing to me for? It's not like I lost anything. You should actually be apologizing to second brother Yu. There hasn't been much rain this year, so these two siblings, Xiaoxia and Xiaoxiao, have been hauling water into the fields to water them. You should know how hard it is, you've seen it with your own two eyes. You should actually be apologizing to these two siblings. Why do you think second brother Yu's family decided to plant watermelons? The people you should be apologizing to is them, not me." Yes. Don't be angry, wife. I'll apologize right now." Wang Ergo immediately turned into his wife's slave. If his wife said to go east, he absolutely wouldn't go west. Wang Ergo hung his head as he guiltily faced the Yu family. He softly yet honestly said, "Second brother Yu, I'm so sorry. Brother, I was confused and stole your family's watermelon. I'm willing to compensate you guys for this watermelon. Please forgive me." Yu Hai walked over and slapped him on the shoulder, "I understand your feelings. When your second sister-in-law was pregnant with Xiaoxia, she also didn't have a good appetite. At that time, I snuck out of the house late at night to go hunt in the hills in order to make your second sister-in-law some chicken broth to drink. A man who knows how to treat his wife well is a true man. However, in the future, if your wife wants to eat watermelon, give us a holler and don't hurt your wife's feelings anymore. Go and comfort your wife. It's not embarrassing to bow in front of your wife." Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but let a peal of laughter come out. Her father's love towards his wife could clearly be seen by his words. Apparently, he was destined to be a henpecked man. "You're back, cower. Did your grandmother make things awkward for you? When Yu Hai heard his daughter's snicker, his entire face felt hot, yet he still solicitously asked her about her trip. Fang Zizhen's laughter was even more prominent as he replied, with me there, who would dare to have the guts to bully our daughter? However, brother, I never would have thought that you were someone who treated your wife so well. What you said was right. Treating your wife well isn't embarrassing at all. Wah, here was another guy who pampered his wife. Xiao Cao sniggered endlessly. Fang Zizhen felt embarrassed by her laughter and gently knocked on her head with a fist but then tenderly rubbed the part he hit with a hand. Xiao Cao spoke to the Wang or Go couple, in the future, if you want to eat watermelon, come and find me. This watermelon isn't ripe yet, so it won't taste good. Come, try some ripe watermelon here. Wang or Go had been able to smell the melon's sweet scent from where he was standing and stealthily swallowed down the pooled saliva in his mouth. I don't need to eat any. Give my wife 2 pieces to try, Yoch. The pitiful Wang or Go had just been pinched by his wife again. Yu Xiaocao took 2 pieces of the already sliced melon and gave it to him. She grinned, Uncle Go, this watermelon has a cold nature, so pregnant women can't eat too much. If they do, they might have a miscarriage. When Wang Go heard her warning, his face immediately paled. He almost harmed his own wife, he was truly too stupid. He solemnly apologized again to everyone in the Yu family and promised that he would never touch their watermelon fields again. Uncle Go, our family's watermelons will soon become ripe. Do you have any interest in taking some to sell at town or the docks? Yu Xiaocao considered for a bit and realized her family was short on working hands. With her cheat, the mystic stone water, their melon fields would absolutely have a large output. Even a good wine was afraid if there was no market. This was their first year in attempting to sell watermelon, so she wasn't sure how it would go. They couldn't let the ripe watermelons just rot in the fields, right? Sweet niece, what do you mean by this? Wang or Go felt faintly excited inside. His eyes brightened as he looked at Yu Xiaocao. Yu Xiaocao smiled sweetly at him. We will sell these watermelons to you below the market price, so you can sell them at market price in town. That way, you can keep the difference. Wang or Go's eyes revealed an excited yet emotional look. He hesitated for a bit before he admitted, Niece, you also know what my family's circumstances are like. I'm afraid that we don't have enough money right now to buy them. Not a problem, the first time you can just take the melons from my family and then pay the bill after you sell the melons. Wang or Go definitely wouldn't have enough money to pay for 1 whole cart's worth of watermelons. Yu Xiaocao had also thought of this problem. Wang or Go's lips trembled as he softly replied, you trust me. Why wouldn't I trust you? My father said earlier, any man who treats his wife well can't be a bad person. Yu Xiaocao winked at him teasingly. That being said, whether or not I trust you isn't the point, but how could I possibly not trust Auntie Wang? Gu's wife's eyes became wet with tears as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. No one knew how hard it was for her after she married over. She had used a lot of energy ordering her idle husband around, but the rest of the household also required her to be present. Everyone said that she was competent and capable. However, if she had a husband that she could lean on, did she have to work so hard day in and day out? Ergo, this time you have to do the job well. Second brother Yu's family trusts us and is taking care of us, so you absolutely cannot let them down. If you slack of this time too, then I will definitely. Wang Go hurriedly grabbed his wife's hand and promised, Wife, believe in me. I, Wang Go, will absolutely do my best and not let you down, otherwise I will no longer be surnamed Wang. And the child can also have your surname instead. Wang Go had lost both of his parents and he was their only child. When his father was on his deathbed he had held his hand but didn't close his eyes. Only after he vowed to take a wife and have kids did his father finally peacefully close his eyes. Thus, he was very attached to carrying on the family name. Therefore, when he said that his child could take his wife's surname, that meant that he was making a serious vow. After they escorted the extremely grateful Wang Go couple out, Yu Xiaocao and her family, along with Fang Zizhen, sat down to enjoy the sweetness of the watermelon. Because they had used the mystic stone water to irrigate their plants towards the end of spring, the Yu family's watermelons had all become ripe before the regular season. In other words, the watermelon plants in the capital had only just flowered on the vine while the Yu family's watermelons could all be brought to market. A summer fruit becoming ripe at the end of spring, that was absolutely out of season. In her previous life, watermelons easily weighed more than 20 catties, and that size wasn't considered rare either. However, Yu Xiaocao didn't know that, in this era, the largest watermelon that could be seen was usually around 10 catties. In addition, watermelon grown in ancient times had flesh that alternated between red and white, and the white parts couldn't be eaten. More than half of the watermelon had to be thrown out when being consumed. What a waste. As for the Yu family's watermelons, after being improved by the mystic stone water, they were pretty much the same as the ones found in modern times. The white parts of the melon flesh, that couldn't be eaten, had completely receded and only the red parts were available. Out of all of the people here, only Fang Zizhen had eaten a watermelon before. He was a crude person, so how could he possibly care about what a watermelon looked like? In the past, the watermelon he ate had all been carefully prepared by his servants, who only gave him the edible parts. This was also the first time that Fang Zizhen was able to eat watermelon that had been cut into slices. He picked up a very thick slice and opened his mouth very wide to take a bite. The sweet and fresh juice flowed into his mouth. To someone that was thirsty, the refreshing cold and sweet juice was absolutely something that could quench thirst. Sweet, so sweet, this tastes 100 times better than the watermelons I've eaten before. Fang Zizhen didn't stint on his praise. The biggest reason was this: his daughter was the one who had proposed planting watermelons and the watermelons were also personally taken care of by his daughter. However, this watermelon was truly extremely delicious. Yu Xiaoxiao gave Yu Hai and Madame Lu each a piece. At this moment, little Shishtu could no longer wait and impatiently grabbed a slice. He licked his lips. The expression on his face showed that he desperately wanted to eat a bite but couldn't bear to. It was quite adorable. Xiaoxiao rubbed his head and also picked a piece. She lightly bit off a small mouthful and slowly chewed it. She couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. So sweet. Little Shishtu copied his sister's method and also bit a tiny crescent from the watermelon. His large, cute eyes immediately crinkled into a smile. The juice from the watermelon dripped down along his mouth, and he used his pink little tongue to lick it up. The Yu family normally couldn't even bear to buy sugar, so how could they possibly eat something that was as sweet as this juice? They simultaneously ate as they exclaimed compliments. Fang Zizhen polished off a slice quickly and put the remaining rind with skin in front of the little roe deer, who was pitifully staring at them. He then started on his second piece. The little roe deer hastily lowered its head and gnawed at the light rind on the skin. It ate with extreme pleasure. After being raised at home for over half a year, the little roe deer, for whatever reason, still didn't get any larger. The Yu family members were all busy, so the little roe deer had been given free range. When it was hungry, it would eat the fallen leaves from the vegetables. When it was thirsty, it would drink its water from its special bowl. The water had been specially prepared by Xiaoxiao and had a few drops of mystic stone water in it, which frequently attracted birds who wanted to steal it from the deer. Whenever the little roe deer got bored, it would run out of the courtyard and stroll in the area around the old residence. The Qian family's and Zhou family's children all liked the creature very much and played with it. Sometimes, they would even carry the animal in their arms. The little creature was quite clever and could tell whether someone had good or bad intentions towards it. When it met Qian Wu or some other kid who frequently played with it, it would obediently let that person carry it and would occasionally lick that person's palms. However, if it met someone who had ill intentions and wanted to steal it, it would run like the wind. Even an adult man who sprinted swiftly wouldn't be able to catch it. The little roe deer loved to play the most with its master's other pet, the little golden kitten. The tiny kitten had a smell that was irresistible on its small body. Usually, the little kitten would climb on its head and take a nap, while it obediently kept its neck steady and slowly walked around with the kitten on its head. If someone wasn't careful, he or she might even believe that the little roe deer had a golden hat on its head. It was quite a sight to behold. At this moment, the little roe deer was energetically gnawing on the melon rind. When little Shishtu noticed that his beloved pet also liked to eat watermelon, he left a thick layer of red flesh on the skin of his slice and even used a small knife to peel the skin and chop the flesh into small pieces to put into Tiny's bowl. Had it been before, someone at home would have definitely scolded him for wasting food. When they first split from the main family, the whole family didn't have enough food to fill their stomachs, let alone leave any to feed the little roe deer. At that time, the little roe deer was also not picky and would eat withered grass and leaves as long as there was mystic stone water on them. Now, the family's circumstances were a lot better, so no one would reproach a child for feeding his beloved pet some bits of melon flesh. Who had a pet would treat them well. Yu Xiaolian collected all of the melon peels and copied her little brother's actions. She also used a knife to peel away the skin and used the remaining melon rind to feed little Gray. Ever since the donkey arrived at their home, it had worked hard every day. Whenever they went to the docks to sell braised food or the town to buy things at the market, they no longer had to tire their own feet with the donkey around. As a result, Xiaolian took very good care of little Gray. The current little donkey was like a completely different animal compared to its previous self. Who would have thought that the donkey, that had been so sick that it couldn't stand up and had its ribs showing, would be able to grow into its current plump and strong self? Its fur was now very sleek and soft. Not only did the little donkey look very good, but it also was full of energy. The last time they went into town, they came home along with Uncle Ma, who was from a neighboring village, and his donkey cart. Uncle Ma's cart didn't have anything on it, while the Yu family's donkey cart was filled with food and household supplies. Despite the obvious difference in loads, Little Gray managed to be faster than Uncle Ma's donkey and left them behind in the dust. That was also before they had switched cart wheels. Nowadays, all of the villagers who were going into town liked to sit on the Yu family's donkey cart. Why's that? Well, the Yu family's donkey cart had rubber wheels. Not only did it travel quickly on the windy mountain roads, but the cart also didn't jostle a lot. Had the Yu family decided to pull people into town for a living, then the Ma family's carting business would have long gone down. It was said that, in town, only the Zhou family and the county magistrate's family, basically those who had connections, were able to buy rubber wheels. The Yu family's new donkey cart had been gifted to them by the Zhou family's third young master. Now, all of the villagers in Dongshan village envied the Yu family for being able to have a connection with the boss of Junshou restaurant. They clearly enjoyed his influence in their lives. When Yu Xiaoxiao heard snippets of this gossip, she felt extremely indignant inside. Who said that we were the ones benefiting from this relationship with third young master Zhou? Without me, did they think that third young master Zhou's business would be so blazingly popular? Without me, could Junshou restaurant, the new restaurant on the block, be able to surpass Fulin restaurant and some other older restaurants' tricks? Without me, could third young master Zhou enter his grandfather's eye and become groomed as the family's next head? Just who was benefiting from this relationship? Roasted chicken, osmanthus duck, oyster sauce vegetables, these three important dishes all allowed Junshou restaurant to make bank. Oyster sauce, MSG, and fermented bean curd were all the center products of the condiment factory that had many advance orders from various customers. Who gave him all of these recipes? Third young master Zhou was just expressing his gratitude by helping her buy a custom-made donkey cart, that was all, but, in the eyes of other people, it became them taking advantage of him. The next day, when Zhou Zixu rushed over hastily to their home, he unexpectedly received several glares and eye rolls from Yu Xiaoxiao. What's wrong? When did I offend you? Zhou Zixu asked in a puzzled tone as scratched his chin cluelessly. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him again and replied, nothing, okay. I guess my eyes have a cramp all right. What kind of wind blew third young master in today? It can't be that you miss my family's cooking, right? After encountering her odd demeanor, Zhou Zixu carefully said, recently, I've been busy because of the factory, so it's been a while since I last saw you. Could that possibly be the reason why you're angry at me? Xiaoxiao almost rolled her eyes up into her skull. Just who do you think you are? Do you really think you're the main dish here? This young girl, have been so busy that my feet have almost hit the back of my head, so why would I care how many times you come over? Be angry at you, is that even worth it? After not seeing him for more than half a month, it seemed like Zhou Zixu had grown taller again and also got tanner. His previously bright and handsome face had almost become a healthy bronze color. Tisk tisk, who said that pale skin could make up for ugly figures? This guy has a good foundation, so even when he got tanner, he didn't get one iota uglier. Instead, he became even more manly. However, it does look like he's also become a lot thinner too. You've been very busy lately. Yu Xiaoxiao decided to be merciful and inquired after him solicitously. Zhou Zixu had tears of gratitude in his eyes. Well, actually, to be exact, it was that his eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. Xiaoxiao, you probably don't know just how popular our condiment factory has become. When we first started selling our products, I was afraid that the MSG and fermented bean curd wouldn't sell, so I invited a few owners of some large restaurants from the capital and prefectural city over to Junshou restaurant in the capital. My motive was to have them try dishes that had been seasoned with MSG. Although they were all quite common dishes, their taste was much more tasty and savory than before. I also had some dishes with fermented bean curd in it. As expected, those restaurant owners all asked me what the secret was. I seized the opportunity to promote our Haitian brand of condiments. At the end of the event, I even gave them each a small pouch of MSG and bottle of fermented bean curd. What do you think happened next? What could happen? Obviously, they all sent in orders like it cost nothing. Yu Xiaoxiao calmly recited the outcome. Compared to her calm and collected expression, Third young Master Zhou seemed even more excited as he exclaimed, Xiao Cao, you truly have a mind that jumps to the right conclusion, your guess is too correct. PSH. Everything went as expected, what are you all excited for? Yu Xiaocao loftily replied, the goods that I produce are all quality goods. If you follow this big sister, you'll definitely have plenty of meat to eat. Fit. Third young Master Zhou thought her arrogant expression was too funny. He rubbed her head, which didn't even reach the height of his shoulder, and sighed in admiration, just what kind of brain do you have in your head? How could it possibly have such crazy and bizarre ideas in there? Tisk tisk, everyone always says that people who think too much are unable to grow due to the pressure, surely enough that's right. Zhou, Shu, Yu Xiaocao exploded in anger, are you blind? Who said that I haven't grown in height? In the past, I was shorter than Xiaolian by half a head and now I've already caught up to her. Do you think everyone is like you, only grow in height but nothing develops in your brain? To grow a handspan. Author's note. The distance between the thumb and middle finger when the fingers are spread wide open in a hand. In a month, are you being fertilized by a bunch of manure? Okay, it was me that said it wrong, okay. Zhou Zixu gently rubbed her hair and chuckled loudly before he continued to share his joy. Since our condiment factory has opened and started selling to the market, we not only cleared out our stock, which was over 1,000 catties worth of condiments, but we also owe a bunch of other orders now. I also transferred a bunch of servants from my family's residence over to the factory, so we now have enough workers to work both night and day shifts. Even with that, we still can't keep up with the orders. From the orders we've received in this month, there are some who have to wait until half a year later to be fulfilled. Just from counting money alone, my hands have become cramped. After getting the riches, you still act like you're losing. When she thought of all of that shiny silver from the factory and that she had 30% of the profits, Yu Xiaocao couldn't help but have her mouth slightly curl up in a smile. Zhou Zixu sullenly grumbled at her, this is our factory, but you, as the second owner, only earn the money without doing anything. Ever since our factory has started producing, you haven't even gone over once to look it over. You have such great trust in me. Third young master, let me tell you this common saying, it goes, the capable people are the ones who do the most work. Didn't we already come to an agreement in the beginning? I was only responsible for the recipes and you, third young master Zhou, were in charge of everything else. You're so capable, and you're one of the rare talented people in the Zhou family, so how could I not trust you? Yu Xiaocao gave him a high evaluation. Zhou Zixu deliberately acted as he heavily sighed, You have it good, all you have to do is to wait to get your money, but it's so hard for me. I've spent so much time at the factory. In fact, once I spent over 10 days there. My mother thought that I was missing and even ran over to the docks to find me. Yu Xiaocao didn't believe his act and retorted, are all of the subordinates under you incompetent? What about Steward Zhou and that little assistant, Simo? Having assistants but not using them, are you stupid? Zhou Zixu glared at her for a second and said, those two are even more busy than me. For the sake of the factory, Steward Zhou hasn't even gone back to the residence ever since it started producing. His wife even packed up all of their things and took the children with her to live in the staff housing. Simo is in charge of the transport of the products, especially the oyster sauce. It's not easy to store the sauce, so he needs to produce ice when he transports it to a long distance. He's the same as the steward and has been on the road for more than a month. In fact, we had just loaded a ship full of goods for Zhongnan and Simo also went along. In the future, our business will absolutely get larger and larger, so you need to take the opportunity to train more trusted subordinates. If you only rely on Steward Zhou and Simo, the two of them might die from exhaustion. Yu Xiaocao sank into contemplation. Third young master Zhou sighed, it's not that easy to find trusted servants. The most important thing of our factory is our recipes. It's hard to find loyal servants and also prevent the first branch from. Yu Xiaocao suddenly interrupted, you can give a share of the profits as a year-end bonus to the workers. You can give more to the supervisors and less to the regular workers. This way, the success of the factory is tightly bound to the workers' integrity and ethics. I am sure that no one would try to damage their own income. Third young master Zhou felt as if he could suddenly see the light at the end of the tunnel. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, that's a good idea. I need to go back and discuss with Steward Zhou to figure out the best way to implement this. Xiaocao, you are truly my lucky mascot. That brain of yours, just how did it develop in you? How did your brain develop this way? Without a comparison, there wouldn't be faults. With you around, it makes me seem a lot smarter than I actually am. Yu Xiaocao's method of interacting with third young master Zhou sometimes made her seem like a bad friend. Before he could feel unhappy, She continued, sit down quickly and rest a bit. I will make you something good to eat for lunch. Haha. Zhou Zixu, who had just been insulted, wasn't angry and was in fact giggling foolishly. Even if I'm conservative in my estimate, it's probably still been half a month since I've eaten the food that Xiao Xiao made. Makes me feel a bit at a loss. PSHT. Graceful words and a flowery speech often hide bad intentions. As soon as Fang Zizhen stepped into the courtyard, he overheard that stinky brat from the Zhou family flattering his daughter. He rushed over furiously. Zhou Zixu grimaced as he quietly said, Lord Fang, when did I ever offend you? You're a high-ranking official, please don't bring yourself down to my level. Fang Zizhen glared fiercely at him, in the future, stay farther from my daughter. My daughter is still young, so she's not someone that you can dally with. Zhou Zixu's face immediately turned a dark liver color as he stammered, Lord Fang, you misunderstand me. I regard Xiao Xiao like she's my biological younger sister. I don't have any other intentions. Why did it sound like he wasn't very confident when he said this? Having no other intentions is good. Only now did Fang Zizhen regard third young Master Zhou with a more favorable look in his eye. If I, this old man, find out you have some kind of cunning plot going around, I swear I'll beat you up until you're bruised from head to toe, otherwise I'll no longer be surnamed Fang. Godfather. Yu Xiaoxiao had been in the kitchen during this entire time and hadn't heard their conversation. She stuck out her head with a sweet smile on her face and said, What do you want to eat for lunch today? Pork stewed with vermicelli. Is the new batch of century eggs ready to eat? Then also make some century egg and lean meat congee and slice a plate of century eggs. It's pretty hot today at noon, not sure if there's any watermelons available. I'll go ask brother Yu to help me choose some to quench our thirst later. Fang Zizhen wasn't a freeloader. Ever since he started coming to the Yu family to bum meals to eat, the Yu family hadn't needed to buy any meat, vegetables, or grain anymore. All of these were paid for by Fang Zizhen. Originally, he wanted to give half of his salary to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao not only didn't take the money but she also threw a temper tantrum and didn't talk to him for a few days. It frightened Fang Zizhen so much that he never mentioned money again to her. Thus, he only bought more things for the family instead. Xiao Xiao's clothing chest had so much clothing in it that she could wear new pieces every day until the next year and still have more to use. As for her small jewelry box that was used to hold beautiful pieces that weren't very expensive, it was also almost filled to the brim. Once, Zhou Shanhu came over to play and saw her box, which Xiao Xiao had forgotten to tidy up. The other little girl was so envious that drool almost came out of her mouth. Since all of these were given to her by her godfather, she couldn't just give them away. In addition, she wasn't a true little girl, she didn't really like to wear them. The box full of hairpins, bracelets, earrings, and other jewelry could only sit there and gather dust. When third young Master Zhou saw Fang Zizhen leave the courtyard, he let out a deep sigh of relief. He scuttled over to the kitchen door and was about to say something when Yu Xiaoxiao ordered him to do work. Go to the west room and take a few mud-covered eggs from the Kong bed and bring them over. Zhou Zixu obediently followed her orders and came back with 6 to 7 century eggs in his arms. From the size of the eggs, one could tell that some were made from chicken eggs and others from duck eggs. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him and then scolded, You're stupid. These are obviously 2 different types of century eggs. Go back and grab 6 of each. You said to bring some mud-covered eggs over but didn't tell me what type of eggs you wanted, Zhou Zixu complained as he felt wronged. However, he didn't dare to resist and returned to grab the rest of the eggs. Gently strike these eggs on the ground and peel off the mud shells. Be careful not to dirty the insides of the century eggs. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that he didn't look reliable and couldn't help but warn him repeatedly. Zhou Zixu's eyes lit up and he looked at the mud-covered eggs in his hands with interest. He carefully pinched off a bit of mud, revealing the inner shell. He picked one up, carefully looked at it and asked Yu Xiaoxiao, is this ingredient needed for the century eggs and lean meat congee that Lord Fang was talking about? Why does it need to be coated in mud? Why don't century eggs need to be cooked before eating? Why? Yu Xiaoxiao was being driven crazy by his questions and gave him a fierce look. Why do you have all of these questions? Are you 10,000 questions? Zhou Zixu didn't understand her reference and hollowly chuckled a bit. I don't have that many, just a few questions, that's all. Xiaoxiao, what is the vermicelli in? Pork stewed with vermicelli. Is it like century eggs, a new food ingredient that you've come up with? Yu Xiaoxiao took out a bunch of vermicelli that wasn't homogeneous in thickness from a kitchen cupboard and soaked it in some warm water. Zhou Zixu rushed over and squatted down to pick up one strand to investigate. When Xiaoxiao turned around, she didn't notice him there and almost tripped right over him. If Zhou Zixu wasn't there as a sacrificial cushion, then she likely would have fallen straight into the water basin. You little good-for-nothing, get out of here. If you continue to hinder me making food, then you can go to the docks and eat instead. Yu Xiaoxiao exploded as she put one hand on her hip while she held a large cleaver in the other. The combination made a ferocious sight that made third young master Zhou tremble in fear. Zhou Zixu hastily shrunk next to the corner of the stove and pitifully hugged his knees as he squatted down. He placed a piece of firewood into the clay stove and carefully said, I can help you watch the fire, isn't that okay? Yu Xiaoxiao cut pieces of streaky pork as she glanced at him out of the corner of her eyes. She stated somewhat in disbelief, eldest young master Zhou, too, do you know how to control the flame in the kitchen? I'm not eldest young master Zhou, I'm third. Zhou Zixu seemed like an abused young married woman. He raised his head to look at her expression and then hurriedly placed a whole bunch of firewood into the stove. How could burning firewood be hard? Don't you just add wood to it? By adding several sticks of firewood in at once, he almost smothered the flame that was burning. The kitchen immediately seemed as if it had caught on fire as thick smoke billowed out of the room. The smoke choked the two people in the kitchen as they coughed endlessly. Xiaolian, who had just gotten back from the docks, immediately saw the thick smoke when she entered into the courtyard and thought that the kitchen had caught on fire. She ran toward the room in large strides and discovered the disaster that third young master Zhou had caused. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she took out half of the firewood from the stove and blew air into the fire. The fire slowly grew and heated up again. However, the thick smoke in the kitchen lingered and it would be a while before the air cleared. Yu Xiaoxiao felt tears and mucus streaming down her face from the smoke. She kicked at the main offender and scowled, this is your doing. You wanted to choke me to death with smoke. Xiaolian hurriedly pulled her furious younger sister back and laughed as she reprimanded her sister, younger sister, you're too much. Third young master Zhou is our guest, how can you order him to mind the fire? He's used to a life of servants giving him food and picking out clothing, so how could he possibly know how to do this? Yu Xiaoxiao used the back of her hand to rub her eyes. Both of her eyes were as red as a rabbit's as she glared fiercely at third young master Zhou, who was still coughing endlessly, who told him to add wood to the fire. He was the one who had nothing better to do, so he had to cause trouble. Zhou Zixu had a wronged expression on his face as he lamented, wasn't I just trying to help you? Help me, I think the more you tried to help, the more trouble you caused. PSH, go rest somewhere out of the way. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at him with eyes filled with disdain. After a decent amount of time passed, the smoke finally dissipated from the kitchen. Yu Xiaoxiao swiftly finished 4 dishes and 1 soup. All of them had generous portions. Among them included Fang Zizhen's requested, pork stewed with vermicelli, and century eggs and lean meat congee. She also made stir-fried pork liver, 3 earthy treasures, and sliced up century eggs seasoned with garlic paste and aromatic vinegar. Zhou Zixu rapidly inhaled large gulps of the century egg and lean meat congee. He couldn't stop eating. The unique taste of the century eggs with the savory flavor of the meat brought out the best in both ingredients. The congee was thick and viscous, and it wet the throat easily. It was simply so delicious that anyone would want some. Fang Zizhen regarded his table manners with obvious disdain. He was a young master of a rich family but acted as if he was a refugee who hadn't eaten a meal in 800 years. Stinky boy, the century egg and lean meat congee was something I ordered, so if he wants to fight with me, he can't win. Fang Zizhen devoured bowl after bowl of congee, as if he was trying to win a competition. A whole basin of century egg and lean meat congee, other than a few small bowls for the other people at the table, had pretty much been finished by Fang Zizhen and Zhou Zixu. After drinking 3 bowls of congee, Zhou Zixu rubbed at his bulging belly and then extended his evil claw of a hand towards the pork stewed with vermicelli. He picked up a strand of vermicelli and lifted his chopsticks high. To his chagrin, he discovered that the other end of the vermicelli was still in the serving dish. He looked around him out of embarrassment and then stood up to raise his chopsticks even higher before he was able to place the vermicelli in his bowl. After that, Zhou Zixu noticed that everyone at the table was staring at him. He sheepishly scratched at his head and explained, the vermicelli was too long so I couldn't put it into my bowl easily. Since he had eaten vermicelli before, Fang Zizhen believed he had experience with this. He picked up 2 strands of vermicelli and twirled them around his chopsticks. Thus, he was easily able to transfer the long vermicelli into his bowl. The older man even momentarily glanced at Zhou Zixu with eyes full of satisfaction. Pork stewed with vermicelli was a very typical northern cuisine dish. There was even a popular saying about it, pork stewed with vermicelli, even gluttonous wild wolves will howl for it. From that, it could be seen that this dish was very tasty. The translucent yet snappy vermicelli had been imbued with the savory flavor of meat. No one could possibly resist such a delicious dish. Even third young Master Joe couldn't stop from eating more. Everyone ate the meal joyfully. Although a lot of food had been prepared, almost all of it had been devoured. Fang Zizhen and third young Master Joe acted as if they were competing against each other. They both ate so much that their stomachs were distended. Yu Xiaosao boiled some wild hawthorn berries in mystic stone water and had them drink it to aid with digestion to avoid getting sick. Fang Zizhen rubbed at his somewhat protruding belly and contentedly said, "My daughter's food is seriously too delicious. I can't stop eating. Last time, when I returned to the capital, your godmother told me I had gotten fatter." However, third young Master Joe saw a business opportunity within the century eggs and vermicelli. His bright eyes stared at Yu Xiaosao as he opined, "Xiaosao, I think we can open another factory together to produce vermicelli and century eggs." Yu Xiaosao calmly nodded her head, "I was just about to ask you about this idea. Since you got to it before me, then let's discuss the details of our cooperation then." Third young master was never a stingy person, so he slapped the table and proposed, "Let's go with what we've done before, you supply the recipe and I'll handle everything else. We'll split the income 30 to 70. Yu Xiaosao gave him a thumbs up and agreed, "That's the third young master I know, so heroic. Such daring. I will also include a few more recipes for you." When Fang Zizhen heard that third young Master Joe was only given Xiaosao 30% of the profits, he immediately became resentful. He wanted to reject the offer, yet his daughter had acted faster than he did and sealed the deal. From his perspective, without Xiaosao's recipe, third young Master Joe's factory couldn't even open. Why should he get the lion's share of money and only give his daughter 30% instead? Fang Zizhen wasn't thinking of all of the costs associated with building the factory, recruiting workers, buying raw ingredients, shipping products, which step didn't require capital. After subtracting all of manufacturing costs, third young Master Joe's share of the income wasn't any more or less than Xiaosao's. Compared to the hard work that third young Master Joe had to do, Yu Xiaosao only had to shake her bum around at home and earn money. Getting a smaller share was only natural. However, Fang Zizhen wasn't thinking of this. He personally believed that his daughter was getting the short end of the stick. When he heard that Xiaosao was going to add some recipes for free, he couldn't restrain himself anymore. "You're giving more recipes for free. The Zhou family doesn't care about that piddling bit of money. Daughter, have you truly thought of it? Just how much money can the Zhou family make from your recipes? He's not going to be too stingy to give you a bit more money." "Godfather," Yu Xiaosao was just about to talk when third young Master Joe interrupted her. He nodded his head with a serious expression on his face. "Lord Fang is right. Xiaosao, you can't always let me have my way just because we have a good relationship. Your recipes, I'll buy them at 300 taels each. Lord Fang, how's that?" Fang Zizhen stroked his beard and managed to say with difficulty, "Although it's on the lower side, we can still accept it right now. Daughter, don't recklessly spend the money from these recipes. There are 2 stores in town that caught your godfather's eyes. They're on the same street as Junsho restaurant. I originally wanted to buy them for you, but I was afraid you'd get mad at me and not take them. If we use your own money to buy them, would you agree now?" They were on the same street as Junsho restaurant. That was a busy and flourishing section of town. It was said that the stores on that street couldn't be bought with money alone. In addition, one store could easily be sold for thousands of taels. How many recipes did she have to sell before she could buy the 2 that her godfather mentioned? Third young Master Joe noticed Xiaosao's hesitation and also started persuading her. "I know you think the stores are expensive, but they are expensive for a reason. Do you know how much they charge for rent for the store next to us? On the lower end, 1 year's rent is around 300 taels. After 2 to 3 years, you'll be able to make back your money. My eldest brother once tried to find the store's owner and, despite offering a huge sum, he ended up coming back empty-handed. I believe only Lord Fang could convince the owner to sell, anyone else would also fail. In fact, those 2 stores were bought by Lord Wu under his wife's name when he took his position as the magistrate. He was going to leave his position soon. With his family's background, after leaving office, he would definitely have to go back to the capital to climb the ladder. In the end, Tanggu town was just too far from the capital and it wasn't easy to supervise properties from a long distance. He had originally planned on emptying the stores and renting them out. The magistrate didn't expect to have his subordinate come back to inform him that the Lord Imperial envoy apparently wanted to buy them. Although Fang Zizhen was only a third-rank military official without much power, Lord Wu had heard that the emperor had favored him. In addition, Lord Fang's master and younger martial brother had recently received the imperial decree and gone back to the capital after being sealed the second-ranked Zhengguo general. A large part of the army was put under Zhengguo general's command, and before long he was going to the northwest to guard the borders. Because military families often had both the father and son going into battle, if hostilities arose in the northwest, Fang Zizhen would definitely also be ordered there. When the military leadership was in the hands of Zhao family's father, son, and disciple, then they would definitely have a place at court in the future. After considering all of the possibilities, County Magistrate Wu decided to give Fang Zizhen a favor and let his subordinate leak out the news that the shops were owned by his family in order to let the imperial envoy ask for them. However, he had never expected that the imperial envoy actually wanted to buy them for his goddaughter. It had been a busy few days at the docks, so Fang Zizhen had forgotten to ask about them. Today, he finally found a chance to talk about them. County Magistrate Wu had been nervously waiting at home. Just what was the imperial envoy trying to do? Did he want to buy them or not? Yu Xiaosao thought that this was a good idea. In her previous life, many people had earned money by speculating in real estate. Shops and stalls were a decent investment. The shops that were located in the bustling downtown area were even better and often could be sold for a sky-high price. In comparison, the shops in Tanggu town were already considered not that expensive. Godfather, how much would it cost to buy those 2 shops? Yu Xiaosao was afraid that she couldn't raise that much money in a short period of time. When Fang Zizhen saw his goddaughter agree with his idea, he became even more happy than if he was the one buying the stores. He grinned widely, "Daughter, don't worry about the price. If you don't have enough money, Godfather will pay it off for you. Once you have enough money, you can return it back to me." Yu Xiaosao rolled her eyes at him. She was well aware that if she took him up on this offer, in the future, when she wanted to pay him back, he would find all sorts of excuses to avoid it. Her godfather already treated her quite well, so she didn't want other people to accuse her of taking advantage of his money and power. That being said, her godfather also had her godmother at home. If she ended up leaving an impression that she was an avaricious and insatiable greedy person, then she didn't know what she could do to fix it. The smile on Zhou Zixu's face became even more brilliant. He spoke somewhat cautiously to Fang Zizhen, "Lord Fang, you don't need to worry that Xiaosao doesn't have enough money to buy the stores. She's absolutely a wealthy little lady right now. Let's not even talk about the dividends from the factory, just her dividends from the osmanthus duck alone would be more than enough to buy those 2 stores." The osmanthus duck had been on the market for almost 2 months now. For every 1 duck that was sold, Xiaosao got half a tael in return. Between the Junshou restaurant in Tanggu town and the one in the capital, those 2 restaurants probably sold at least 200 ducks every day. In other words, Xiaosao earned at least 100 taels every day from this arrangement. In a month, she had an income of more than 3,000 taels. To call her a wealthy woman wasn't an exaggeration in the least. Originally, the contract dictated that the Yu family could get the dividends every month or every 6 months. Yu Xiaosao though it was too inconvenient to get it every month, so she chose to get it every 6 months instead. Since then, she hadn't gone into town, so she didn't even know how much money had built up by now. Zhou Zixu gave everyone a rough outline just how many osmanthus ducks his 2 restaurants had been selling on a daily basis. When the Yu family found out that, from the sales of the osmanthus duck alone, they had earned 5,000 taels, they couldn't help but be stunned by this number. When had they ever seen so much money before? They had previously believed that the 800 taels Xiaosao had sold her recipe for was an astronomical sum. They would have never thought, or even dreamed, that they might, one day, have over 1,000 taels on hand. Little Shishtu's hand loosened its grip on his chopsticks and they pattered down onto the table. He stammered, second sister. Not even 2 months had passed and our family has earned over 5,000 taels, then in 1 year, wouldn't we get over 30,000 taels? Someone quickly pinch me right now, Yoch. Second sister, you pinch too hard, haha. I'm not dreaming. Won't our family soon become one of the richest families in Dongshan village? When Zhou Zixu saw little Shishtu, who was dressed in scholarly attire, look so shocked, he couldn't help but laugh at the little boy's lack of sophistication. Earning around 30,000 taels in 1 year makes you so happy that you can't find north anymore. That's only the money from the osmanthus duck. If we add on the money you're earning from the condiment factory and the future century egg and vermicelli, in a few years, let's not even talk about being the richest family in Dongshan village, even in town your family would be considered extremely wealthy. Little Shishtu's eyes glittered as if he had stars in them and his face filled with emotion. That's too good. In the future, I won't have to worry about not being able to afford my school tuition. Older brother won't have to be sent out from home to be an apprentice. Older sister and second sister won't be sold into the Joe family to be maid servants, sniffle, sniffle. I'm so happy right now. Although he claimed he was happy, the little fellow covered his face with his hands and started bawling. You couldn't underestimate little Shishtu for being too young. All of his family's sufferings and difficulties had all been heavily engraved within his heart. Before they separated from the main family, his whole family had to endure his grandmother's tyranny. They never had enough to eat, never had decent clothes to wear, and never could finish the work assigned to them. When they split from the family, the house was so run down that it wasn't livable, and it was possible that, at any time, they might run out of food to eat. His father had been bedridden from his leg injury, and his mother had washed other people's laundry until the skin on her hands split from the cold and bled. His older brother had been beaten until he had almost died. To him, those terrible days were still right before his eyes sometimes. At that time, he wouldn't have ever dreamed that there would one day be a day like today. Now, he could eat white rice whenever he wanted and eat large wheat buns whenever he felt like it. From time to time, he could even eat a meal with meat in it. He never would have believed that he might one day enter the town's most famous academy and be able to study and read books for a whole day without any worries. In addition, he never would have expected that this family might have an income of over 10,000 taels as well. Yu Xiaosao stopped smiling and pulled the little fellow into her arms. Little Shishtu threw himself into his second sister's arms and burst into loud tears. Second sister was like a little immortal fairy from storybooks. There was nothing that she couldn't do or accomplish. He now had an even deeper conviction that his second sister had been blessed by the heavens and taken care of by the gods themselves. As for them, they had merely enjoyed the afterglow of her fortune. Everyone in the Yu family felt their hearts squeeze in pain from the sounds of his heartbroken sobs. One after another they all recalled their circumstances a few months ago. It was like the difference between heaven and hell. The old memories in the air all dampened the environment for a bit. Fang Zizhen felt extremely uncomfortable within his heart when he saw the telltale red rims around his adopted daughter's eyes. He hurriedly interrupted the Yu family's thoughts and cheerfully admonished, "Okay, earning money is something to be happy about, why are you all crying? My daughter is so capable that she makes more money in a month than me, her godfather. In the future, godfather will have to shamefully ask my daughter to buy things for me." Yu Xiaosao sniffed her nose a couple of times and a sweet smile appeared on her ruddy lips. "Godfather. In the future, Xiaosao will show her filial respect to you and will buy you many things that you like. My daughter is a filial one. Godfather doesn't really care about anything else except eating good food. In the future, just make me more creative and fresh dishes, that's better than buying anything else." Fang Zizhen couldn't change that he was a foodie to the bones and, instead, used that as an excuse to request more food. On the side, Yu Hai pretended to be pitiful and sad as he resentfully complained, "Cower, you only know how to show your filial respect to your godfather, but what about me, your biological father? I'll also show my filial respects to you." Her father, who was striving for favor, was like a kitten begging for pets. It was necessary to smooth his fur over too. "I also have to show my filial respects to mother and godmother too. In the future, we also need to help eldest brother choose a gentle and virtuous wife and prepare a lot of dowry for Shaolian. We also have little Shishtu to think about. Second sister is just waiting for you to become the top scorer in the Imperial court examinations and become a high-ranking official, so you can support me." Little Shishtu nodded his head furiously and confidently asserted, "Okay. Second sister, I will study very hard. Although I entered the school about half a year behind the other students, but I am already the top of my class. The teacher told me I have a natural talent and in the future I'll definitely become a capable scholar. Once I become the top scorer of the Imperial examinations, I will definitely get a noble title for second sister." "So boastful, you're not even the tiniest bit modest, eh?" Yu Xiaosao grinned toothily and pinched his face full of baby fat. "I've only heard of people asking for titles for their mother and wife before, who has ever asked for a title for their older sister?" Little Shishtu was completely serious as he solemnly stated, "Second sister, in my heart, you're as important as our mother." Xiaosao felt very touched inside and pulled the little boy into her arms to rub and hug. The scholarly cap on little Shishtu's head had been bumped off, and his hair, which had originally been neatly combed, was now a giant mess of weeds. Little Shishtu didn't try to pretend to be an adult anymore and repeatedly begged for mercy. Following that, Zhou Zixu tasted the watermelon as he came to an agreement with Yu Xiaosao about more goods. Every summer, the Zhou family always had plenty of watermelons gifted to them. However, he had never tasted watermelon that was this sweet and succulent. Also, if his memory was correct, watermelon usually needed another 2 months before they'd appear on the market. The Yu family had, once again, beaten everyone else. Zhou Zixu accepted Yu Xiaoxiao's proposal to send a plate of watermelon and fruits to every table whose bill surpassed 100 taels. In addition, it was also possible to buy a plate of watermelon too. If the gifted fruit and melon plate didn't whet the appetite, then someone could order more. However, it definitely wouldn't be cheap. Xiaoxiao, you should quickly buy those 2 stores soon so you can open a fruit store. Although Tanggu town is a small place, there are plenty of rich people around. Furthermore, there are visitors from the south who are touring the north, and they usually have a lot of cash on hand. Zhou Zixu also gave her a proposal. A fruit store. But watermelon is the only fruit that my family has. Yu Xiaoxiao remembered the fruit markets in her past life were all filled with fruits from the north to south. By comparison, this fruit store of hers sounded a bit too pathetic, right? Third young master Zhou thought for a bit and then said, I know a fruit wholesale business, if you need it. Let's forget about it. I suspect that my family's 3 mu of watermelon fields can only produce enough to sell for 2 to 3 months. We'll first open a watermelon store. Once the watermelons are all sold out, then we can rent the store out. We don't have enough people at home, so we all have more work than we can finish. The family's vegetable fields all required someone to take care of them. The long rows of vegetables fields could produce enough to be sold until the end of autumn and the start of winter. Now, the Yu family could earn over 200 taels per month from vegetable sales alone. Many vegetables, when it was past their season, would get too old and have an odd coating on them, which impacted their taste. However, the Yu family's vegetables never had this problem. Now, other than the Yao family, a lot of other wealthy families in town also bought their produce from the Yu family. Also, they all came over to receive the produce. As for restaurants, the Yu family only supplied Junshou restaurant alone. With the mystic stone water as her cheat item that could shorten the vegetable growth cycle, the Yu family's 4 mu of vegetable fields produced enough to supply them all. Other than the vegetable fields, they also had their braised food business at the docks. The weather was gradually getting warmer, so they were afraid that the food might go bad overnight. Thus, Madame Lu always woke up very early in the morning to braise the food now and had Xiaolian quickly drive the donkey cart to the docks to sell. Every day, they could also earn 200 to 300 copper coins from that, which came out to 10 taels per month. Don't look down on these 10 taels though, most ordinary people only made that much in a year. In addition, they also had their wholesale seafood business. Every day, the Yu family would continuously buy marine goods from the nearby fishermen. Even with Yu Yang's cooperation, they were so busy that they couldn't tell their head from their feet. Sometimes, Yu Lichun would stroll by, see how busy they were, and would also help them. The 3 mu watermelon fields would soon be ready to go to market, and she wasn't sure who could be available to help sell them. This was truly a big problem. However, Xiaoxiao had already an inkling of an idea of who could help. She decided on doing a wholesale business and was planning to give someone they were acquainted with the opportunity to make some money. Singing of birds awakened the new day. A gentle breeze blew the fresh and delicate smell of the earth upon one's face. Today, the entire Dongshan village, contrary to the usual peaceful and quiet mornings, was bustling with noise and excitement due to certain news. Did you guys hear about it? The Zhou family's factory wants to buy a large quantity of sweet potato flour. The villagers chatted as they waited in line at the entrance of Yu Xiaoxiao's house, where the Yu family was collecting oysters and spoonworms. Another villager was surprised and said, "Really? Last fall, my family harvested a lot of sweet potatoes. We were afraid that they couldn't be kept for too long, so we dried them and stored them in the cellar. After I sell these oysters, I'll go home and tell my husband to grind them all into flour, but I wonder what the price would be." The Zhou family does honest business, unlike those black-hearted merchants who deliberately lower the price. I heard that it will be a little higher than the market price. The person who spoke was a capable-looking man. Another simple and honest-looking man with a strong build looked at the clean spoonworms in his own basket and chuckled, "Yes, that's right. Ever since the Zhou family started buying oysters and spoonworms at our village, my family's living conditions have improved a lot. Now, I don't have to constantly ponder and calculate when my children want to get some fine grain. Yesterday, I bought a caddy of meat to satisfy my children's cravings. Older brother Dedong, you and your eldest son are experts at digging for spoonworms. You guys can earn a few hundred copper coins every day. Even if you eat meat for every meal, you still won't spend all the money," the capable-looking man said with a slightly sour tone. The honest-looking man, who was called older brother Dedong, smiled with embarrassment. "No, that's not true. My eldest son needs to look for a wife soon, so we have to save some money for his betrothal gifts. Older brother Dadong, our Dongshan village isn't the same as before. In the past, our village was poor, so the girls from other villages were unwilling to marry over. Now, as long as you have strength, wouldn't you be able to earn over 100 copper coins every day? Several of my maternal relatives, who have daughters, have inquired about whether there were any competent young men in our village. The person who spoke was a matron, who appeared somewhat well off. Brother Dadong hastily said, "This auntie, can you help keep an eye out for my eldest son? The girl doesn't have to be very pretty. It's fine as long as she has a good personality and is a diligent worker." The matron smiled like a flower and said, "Brother Dadong, if you believe me, then just leave it up to me. My maternal niece has a decent appearance and is a diligent worker. She's definitely capable of managing a household. Go back and discuss with your wife. If she doesn't object, then I'll help you talk to them." All right, I'll have to trouble this auntie." Brother Dadong smiled so broadly that even the wrinkles on the corner of his eyes had deepened. In the past, he had gotten married at an older age because his family was poor. It seemed like his son wouldn't share the same fate as him. As they chatted, Yu Xiaosao came to the front of the line and stood on a tall rock with a paper that was rolled into a paper cone. With the paper cone in front of her mouth, she shouted in her loudest voice, "Everybody, all uncles and aunties. Good morning. Good. This is Brother Dahai's daughter. She looks very energetic. Ayo, Xiaosao, don't stand so high. Be careful of falling. Brother Dahai's younger daughter is very clever. Selling braised food and planting watermelons were all her ideas. Look at her. Why don't my family have a daughter like her? This little girl, I wonder what new ideas she came up with." Seeing that she had successfully attracted everyone's attention, Yu Xiaosao smiled even more sweetly. "Please be quiet, everyone. I have good news that I want to share with my fellow villagers." When the villagers heard that there was good news, they immediately stopped whispering and pricked up their ears to listen to the good news. Yu Xiaosao nodded with satisfaction and shouted, "The Zhou family is planning on opening 2 new factories. They need to recruit a group of workers, both men and women can sign up. After being selected and signing the contract, you will receive a monthly wage that is no less than 1 tael of silver." As soon as Xiaosao finished speaking, the crowd instantly erupted. The Zhou family is opening another new factory. Moreover, they're recruiting workers from outside. That's great. I heard that the Zhou family's condiment factory provides excellent treatment for its workers. They get 4 days off every month, and in addition to their monthly wage, there's also a bonus at the end of the year. I was just thinking that it was a pity that the Zhou family only used their own servants in their condiment factory. I wouldn't have expected that they would recruit outside workers for their new factory. I'll definitely go try out no matter what. I'll go too. Who knows, maybe I will get hired. A monthly wage of 1 tael means that I will be able to bring in a stable income. I will be a fool not to go. Didn't you hear what Xiaosao said? Both men and women can apply. I have nothing to do at home and I'm not good at digging for spoonworms. Perhaps I should go home and discuss with my husband, and also go apply for the job." Seeing that her words had attracted the attention of the villagers, Yu Xiaosao cleared her throat and continued, "Third young Master Zhou said they will recruit workers from Dongshan village first. Any families who have extra laborers can all go try. Also, the Zhou family will have a long-term demand for sweet potato flour, chicken eggs, and duck eggs. So, if your family has extras at home, you can exchange them for money. The registration time is only 3 days, so please spread the news and don't delay on applying." This news swiftly spread throughout the entire Dongshan village. Immediately, several families went to the docks together, registered at the Zhou family's factory, and waited for their assessment. Third young Master Zhou had foresight and specially built several more factory buildings when constructing the condiment factory. When condiment factory first started production, it only occupied fewer than half of the buildings. The rest were separated and used as factories for century eggs and vermicelli respectively. 3 days later, the Zhou family's century eggs factory and vermicelli factory were already all set to go. Except for the mud wrapped on the outside, there was hardly any technical skills needed when making century eggs. Xiaosao taught third young Master Zhou's trusted subordinate the formula for making the mud. The workers would make century eggs with the mud that he prepared every day. Thus, the staff of the Century Eggs factory could begin working after a simple training. The Century Eggs factory didn't need a lot of people. After the interviews and examination, they only accepted several matrons who were quick and diligent workers. However, it was more difficult to enter the vermicelli factory. No matter if it was kneading the sweet potato flour, tapping the straining basin, scooping out the vermicelli, or drying the vermicelli, they all required a lot of technical skills and rigorous training. Moreover, workers admitted into the vermicelli factory all had to sign a confidentiality contract. Anyone who leaked the formula would have to compensate the factory 1,000 taels for their loss, and they would also be arrested and sent to jail. Many people wanted to back out after hearing the first clause. However, when they heard that the factory provided a high wage, excellent treatment, and an annual bonus, most people were still willing to sign the contract after careful deliberation. As long as they didn't have any malicious intents and didn't leak the formula, there wouldn't be any problems at all. The task of kneading the sweet potato flour was mostly assigned to neat and agile young maidens and young wives. The times had changed, and the perspective of the villagers of Dongshan village were also changing. It was no longer considered shameful for young maidens and married women to make money to support their families. Young and strong men were responsible for tapping the straining basin and extruding the vermicelli. They would change shift and take a break every hour because this was a job that depended entirely on strength. If they worked from morning till night, it would be a wonder if their arms weren't crippled. As for the task of scooping up vermicelli and drying them, they chose matrons who worked meticulously and patiently. As a result, more than half of the employees in these two factories owned by Zhou family were women. For example, in the past, when the young women and matrons of Dongshan village were free and idle, they would just gather in groups to chat and gossip. Since the Zhou family's factories began operating, the village had become a lot more quiet. Except for the elderly, women would be rarely seen under the old elm tree at the mouth of the village. Of course, except for Madame Xiang and Madame Li. These two were the typical case of lazy and gluttonous people, who couldn't do anything. Thus, the factory definitely wouldn't accept them. The two of them had also went to apply for a job, but when they saw Madame Li's sloppy appearance, she was eliminated in the first round. The reason was that the Zhou family's factories were producing food. If the workers' personal hygiene was bad, how could they ensure the hygiene of the food? Madame Xiang was also eliminated in the second round because of her clumsiness. Madame Xiang was extremely bitter to see that several of the women, who she didn't get along with, had passed the examination. So she incited Madame Li to get Yu Hai's family to pull strings for them. Madame Li was the same as her mother-in-law, who bullied the weak and feared the strong. She didn't dare to look for Yu Xiaosao, who had a backing, and talked to Madame Lu in private, forcing her to help put in a good word for her in front of third young Master Zhou. However, Yu Xiaosao, who had kept an eye on her as soon as she entered the gates, overheard her words. Eldest aunt, the Century Eggs factory and vermicelli factory don't belong to my mother, so what's the use of looking for my mother? My mother seldom speaks to third young Master Zhou, yet you're asking her to ask him for a favor. Are you sure you're not looking for the wrong person? Let me be frank with you. Third young Master Zhou won't listen to anyone in my family except for me. It's useless for you to look for someone else. With her arms crossed in front of her chest, Yu Xiaosao inwardly scorned Madame Li's bullying the weak and fearing the strong behavior. Did she really think that her mother was still so easily bullied? Dream on. Madame Li looked around and noticed that Xiaosao's godfather, who was a high-ranking official, wasn't around, so she hastily bent down and smiled flatteringly. Xiaosao. You see, no matter what, we're still relatives. What are relatives? Aren't relatives supposed to take care of each other? Eldest aunt has never asked you for anything, so please just help eldest aunt once. Yu Xiaosao's eyes shifted as she pondered and said, it's not that I can't help you put in a few good words. But all the work at the vermicelli factory are heavy and tiring, so with eldest aunt's pampered lifestyle, you definitely can't do it. Then, go to the Century Eggs factory. However, they go by a piece rate pay system there. Those who work faster will be paid more and receives a higher monthly wage, while people who work slower will certainly get less money. Eldest aunt, what do you think? Madame Li still knew herself very well. Whether it was before she got married or after she married into the Yu family, she had hardly done any work. If she received a monthly wage based on piecework pay, then. Madame Li smiled flatteringly and said, Xiaosao, can you see if there's any other job? It's not that I'm looking down on you, eldest aunt, but you won't be able to do any of the other work. If you don't think that you're suitable for the job, then just keep digging for spoonworms. As long as you're willing to work hard, you will definitely be able to get a lot of money every month. Yu Xiaosao waved her hands and spoke in a somewhat impatient tone. Madame Li knew that Xiaoko wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. She had the support of her high-ranking official godfather, so she couldn't beat or scold her. Although she had a tummy full of dissatisfaction, she still accepted the job. Well, so be it. Even if she worked slow, she would still get money for each one she made. She was the most satisfied with the fact that Madame Zhang wouldn't be around when she worked. Her mother-in-law wouldn't know how much her salary was, which made it more convenient for her to deduct some money from it and keep it as private savings. However, Madame Li wasn't the only one who wanted to get in through the back door. Xiao Xiao's second maternal aunt was a shrewish woman, who fussed over everything. But she wasn't someone who would pick the easy jobs and shirk on hard work. She had heard from her elder female cousin, who had married over to Dongshan village, that the Zhou family was recruiting workers in Dongshan village first. She immediately felt alert within her heart. If all the positions at the Zhou family's factories were filled up by the villagers of Dongshan village, wouldn't that mean that she would have no chance at all? Madame Hu forced Xiao Xiao's honest second maternal uncle to accompany her to Dongshan village behind her in-law's back. Why didn't she go alone? Because she felt ashamed. Xiao Xiao's maternal grandmother had given Xiao Xiao's family several taels when they first separated from the main family. This was something that she had grumbled about for a long while. Every time she saw Madame Lu and the Yu family, she would mention this matter in a sarcastic manner. As the saying goes, don't go overboard to ensure pleasant meetings in the future. This was seriously such a wise phrase. She hadn't expected that the Yu family's living conditions would be completely different within a few months. Not only did they repay all the money, but they also became acquainted with a rich businessman in town. She wasn't as thick-faced as Madame Li. With how she treated them in the past, how could she not be ashamed to come ask them for a favor now? Madame Hu and her husband got up early in the morning, and it was already late in the morning by the time they reached Dongshan village. However, when the two arrived at the Yu family's old residence, the person they were looking for wasn't home. They asked Yu Hai, who was collecting marine goods on the side, and found out that the whole family had gone to work on the fields because the watermelons had ripened. Second maternal uncle, second maternal aunt, go sit down and rest in the yard first. It's almost noon, so my mother will come back to make lunch soon. Yu Heng greeted them politely with a smile. Madame Hu impatiently waved her hands and said, no need, no need. We will just go help out in the fields. Xiaoxia, you should continue with your work. Lu Han had come to help plow the fields before, so he knew where the Yu family's 3 mu of sandy land was. Without the need to be guided there, he brought his wife over to the watermelon fields. Madame Hu whispered, husband, did you see the long line for selling seafood? I reckon that your younger sister probably earned quite a lot of money from doing this, right? How much they earn is their own business. Our village isn't near the sea, so we don't have the luck to earn this kind of money even if we want to. Lu Han was an honest man who spoke bluntly, so his words sometimes made people feel uncomfortable. Madame Hu glared at him and said, we can't collect seafood, but we can come help them when they're busy. Just look at your younger brother-in-law's younger male cousin. I don't believe that he's helping for free. He probably gets some sort of benefit. Since he lives close by, it's convenient for him to come over to help. Yu Zhang is a good and honest man. Younger brother-in-law didn't choose the wrong person. Lu Han still didn't understand his wife's intention, causing Madame Hu to be extremely angry. Humph, that younger sister of yours can't even manage her own household. She doesn't even think about her maternal family when there's good opportunities. Madame Hu finally expressed her inner thoughts. Lu Han glared at her and said, my family isn't like your maternal family. Brothers not doing any proper work and always wanting to take advantage of their married sisters and daughters. Just look at your sisters. Your brothers have been causing so much trouble for them that they're barely able to continue living. If it weren't for my parents' generosity, do you think that you would be able to have such a good life at home? Madame Hu's voice immediately softened, weren't we talking about your younger sister? Why did you mention my family? It's not like I want those kinds of brothers either. Lu Han looked at her and said, we all know what it was like when my younger sister's family split from the main family. Her family's living conditions had just improved a bit, so as her older brother and older sister-in-law, we shouldn't cause more trouble for her. Just directly tell Muyun about the matter when we see her. She will help if she can. But if she really can't help, remember not to say anything unpleasant, okay? Madame Hu was sharp-tongued and somewhat selfish, but she still listened to her husband's words. I will remember, after all, we did come to ask for their help. I will definitely control my own mouth. As they spoke, they had arrived at the watermelon fields. On the green vines were large watermelons with their bellies swelled up as they basked in the sun. The Yu family, who were in the melon fields, were bending down and gently tapping on the watermelons to find the ripe watermelons. After picking out the ripe watermelons, they plucked them from their vines. In fact, the harvested watermelons had already been piled high on the ground. Oh my, so these are watermelons. They're really big. Each one probably weighs at least 10 to 20 catties, right? It's seldom seen in town, let alone our small village, isn't it? Husband, how much do you think cost for one catty? Madame Hu curiously walked around the pile of watermelons, while clicking her tongue. Yu Xiaoxiao struggled slightly to hold a big, ripe watermelon as she wobbled over. Seeing this, Lu Han quickly went forward to take the watermelon from her hands. Second uncle, why did you come? This morning, my mother and I were just talking about you and eldest maternal uncle. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't really like Madame Hu, but she didn't have any bad feelings towards her slightly dull second maternal uncle. Lu Han put the watermelon in his hands with the pile of watermelons. He rubbed his hands and smiled shyly. Your second maternal aunt wants to work at the Zhou family's factory, but we're not sure if they're still recruiting people. So I came with her to ask about it. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Madame Hu, who was staring at the watermelon, and said, there are still a few vacant spots for drying vermicelli. It requires people who are meticulous and patient. Both men and women are allowed to apply. Lu Han laughed and said, although your second maternal aunt has a sharp tongue, she's a very good worker. Besides them, Madame Hu picked up her ears and listened attentively, for fear that she would miss something. She nodded vigorously upon hearing his words. Yu Xiaoxiao looked down and thought about it, and then said, all right. I'll go with second maternal aunt in the afternoon. However, to work at the vermicelli factory, you'll need to sign a confidentiality agreement. If you leak the vermicelli formula, you will have to pay a compensation and also be sent to jail. Madame Hu quickly vowed, Xiaoxiao, you can rest assured. I will never say a word about the factory to outsiders. Earlier, you said that you were looking for your maternal uncles. What's the matter? Madame Hu turned her gaze towards the pile of watermelons. At that side, Madame Lu was busy weighing watermelons for Wang Ergo. Speaking of Wang Ergo, since Xiaoxiao agreed to let him sell watermelons on credit, he was especially concerned about the Yu family's watermelon fields. When he encountered Xiaoxiao and Yu Hai watering the fields, he would rush over to help carry a few loads of water. In the evening, he would also take the initiative to help watch the watermelons, substituting for Yu Hai so that he could go home and rest for a few days. These days, he had been visiting the melon fields nearly every day. Knowing that the Yu family were harvesting watermelons today, he woke up before dawn to come help them. Although he didn't know how to tell if the watermelons had ripened yet, he helped transport them to the edge of the field. Early in the morning, he was drenched in sweat and working even harder than when he worked on his own household chores. He had already repaired his family's handcart and prepared to push a cart of watermelons to the docks today to test the waters. He had planned to sell the melons in town, but when he found out that the Yu family was going to open a watermelon store in town, he gave up on that idea. When it came to selling things, 8 of him would still be incomparable to one Yu Xiaoxiao. There was a good flow of merchants and passenger ships at the wharf every day, so there should be quite a lot of wealthy people. Thus, he followed Xiaoxiao's advice to open up a market at the docks. Xiaoxiao, I don't really know how to read a scale. What if I lose money? Wang Ergo used to be an ignorant and incompetent man, and had only gotten slightly better after he got married. His wife, on the other hand, was very capable and there was hardly anything that she couldn't do. But his wife was pregnant right now, so how could he let her rush back and forth to the docks? Yu Xiaoxiao smiled at him and said, that's easy. The bigger watermelons should be around 20 catties. Since you're getting your melons from us, I'll give you the wholesale price of 150 copper coins per catty, so it costs 3 taels. Sell them for 5 taels in town. Sell the smaller ones for 4 taels, and the even smaller ones that looks around 10 catties for 3 taels. That should do it. Wang Ergo hadn't even reacted when Madame Hu shouted in surprise, what? A watermelon cost 5 taels. 5 taels is enough for a whole family to eat for half a year. Can you really sell them? Lu Han quickly pulled on his wife and glared at her, if you don't have anything good to say, then don't speak. No one will think that you're a mute. Wang Ergo smiled unconcernedly and said, Lu family's daughter-in-law, people like us will definitely be unwilling to spend several taels to buy a watermelon. However, there are many rich noblemen at the docks. Our watermelons are juicy and sweet. Moreover, we're the only ones selling them. They won't be able to find them anywhere else. Even if it's more expensive, I still wouldn't be worried that it won't sell, let alone 5 taels. Xiaoxiao, your idea is really good. I'll just do that. Madame Lu was almost done weighing the watermelons. Wang Ergo's handcart wasn't very big, and could hold 20 watermelons at most. A total of 368 catties. We'll round it for you and make it 360 catties. Xiaoxiao, calculate the price for your uncle Ergo. Madame Lu's math skills was a lot worse than her children's. She didn't have the confidence to figure out such a big number. Yu Xiaoxiao silently calculated in her heart and quickly answered, "Uncle or go, it's a total of 54 taels. I'll write you a promissory note. You can take the watermelons after you leave your fingerprint." The provisionary note had already been written and she just needed to fill in the total weight and money owed for the watermelons. Yu Xiaoxiao filled in the numbers with a quill pen, and then she carefully read it to the illiterate Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo didn't hesitate and quickly dipped his index finger into the ink, and then printed his fingerprint onto the note. He said, "You don't have to read it. Even if I don't trust others, how can I not trust you? Later, if my wife comes over, just tell her that I went to the docks." According to the size of the watermelons, Wang Ergo loaded the watermelons onto his handcart and pushed it away enthusiastically. Yu Xiaoxiao's shop in town would open for business tomorrow, so they needed to transport the watermelons to the shop for storage today. She pulled up her sleeves, laboriously picked up a watermelon, and struggled to put it onto the donkey cart. When Lu Han saw her, he quickly said, "Just leave it. I'll load them onto the cart." Madame Hu also tactfully picked up a watermelon and said, "Xiaoxiao, can you carry them with your slender arms and legs? Don't you just need to load them onto the cart? Just leave it to your uncle and aunt." Xiaoxiao also didn't continue to be courteous with them. As she helped, she said to Lu Han, "Second maternal uncle, there's not much in the fields right now, so why don't you also take a cart of watermelons to sell in town? As long as the watermelons don't fall or get smashed, you can keep them for 5 to 6 days. If you can't sell them all in a day, you can continue to sell them the next day." Lu Han quietly moved several watermelons, and then bluntly replied, "The prime cost for a watermelon is 2 to 3 taels. I'm afraid of messing it up, moreover, we don't have a cart to transport them." Madame Hu didn't say anything at this time. She was somewhat interested in the idea until she heard that a cart of watermelons cost over 50 taels. If they couldn't sell them, how many years would it take for them to repay the debt? "Second maternal uncle, don't worry about the cart. We're going to buy a horse carriage, so you can borrow our donkey cart. It just depends on whether you guys have the courage to do this." Yu Xiaoxiao also wanted to help her maternal grandmother's family. She had already made herself very clear. If her maternal uncles couldn't make up their minds, then there's nothing that she could do. While Lu Han was still hesitating, Madame Hu's eyes shifted around and she whispered, "Husband, should we work together with eldest brother-in-law? In this way, they could share the risk with someone. If they needed to repay the money, there would be less pressure with 2 branches of the family." Lu Han, who couldn't make a decision, also felt that he should ask for his eldest brother's opinion. It just so happens that eldest brother took away to work at the docks today. I can discuss this matter with him when I see him later. "Miss Yu, I brought you the horse carriage." Qian Xiaoduo drove a horse carriage over with an unfamiliar worker. Seeing that everyone was busy in the watermelon fields, he didn't treat himself as an outsider and helped them load the watermelons onto the carriage. They had already signed a supply contract with Junshou Restaurant. Madame Lu saw that Qian Xiaoduo and other staff had come over on 2 carriages. The brand new one was for their family, while the other one was for buying watermelons. "Little brother Qian, how many watermelons do you guys want?" Madame Lu took the scale and asked Qian Xiaoduo with a kind smile. Qian Xiaoduo said sweetly, "Auntie, just leave it. How can I bother you to weigh such heavy watermelons? Ah, little Housie, you go help Auntie carry the scale." "Little Housie." Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the thin and small teenager and had a hard time suppressing her laughter. Little Housie's face flushed and muttered, "My name is Niu Hao. It's the Hao from the word vast, not the Hao from the word mouse." Qian Xiaoduo snickered and said, "Haha. Stop explaining and get to work. After weighing the watermelons, we still need to gather the vegetables." It was the first day of Junshou Restaurant's free fruit tray event. They weren't sure if the reactions would be good, so they only bought 200 caddies of watermelons. They still purchased the usual amount of vegetables, filling the carriage to the brim. Yu Hai picked out all the ripe watermelons in the fields and filled a horse carriage and donkey cart with them. Xiaoxiao drove the donkey cart, while he steered the horse carriage. The father-daughter pair followed Junshou Restaurant's carriage and headed to town unhurriedly. Fang Zizhen was currently in the store in town and preparing for the grand opening tomorrow. In fact, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't plan to operate this store for a long time. Thus, it was furnished very simply. The signboard of Tanggu Watermelon Shop had already been hung above the entrance of the store, but it was covered by a red cloth at this time. Inside the shop, there were custom-made wooden shelves with wooden planks nailed all around the racks to ensure that the watermelons wouldn't fall off the shelves. The storefront next door had already been rented out. Splendid Brocades Manor was a store that sold high-quality fabrics such as silks and satins. At this time, the owner of Splendid Brocades Manor and several noble customers looked at the shop next door from time to time. Shopkeeper Feng, do you know who rented the shop next door? What kind of business are they doing? The interior looks so shabby. It won't be a general store, right? If they put a bunch of sundries at the entrance, it will affect your business. The eldest young miss of the town's Zhuang family pursed her lips in disdain and shook her handkerchief as she spoke. Shopkeeper Feng was a woman under the age of 30, with a fair complexion and a slightly plump figure. She beamed with joy and said, "No, I don't think so. How much money can a general store make? The rent here isn't cheap. Do you guys see? That man, who is busily working, is a government official. He was dressed in an official's robe last time he came here." Eldest young Miss Swang's bosom friend, Miss Wang, revealed a curious expression and looked at the layers of shelves next door again. She asked, weren't they going to start business tomorrow? Why isn't there any goods in the store today? How weird. Shopkeeper Feng was about to say something when she saw a carriage packed with watermelons in front of her store. She was stunned for a moment. Watermelons weren't popularized at this time. She was born and raised in the little town of Tanggu, so she had never seen a watermelon before. It's here, it's here. Miss Wang put down the cloth in her hands and took 2 steps towards the door. Sure enough, the carriage stopped in front of the shop next door. Eldest young Miss Zhuang was holding a brocade embroidered with lotus flowers against her body and examining it. When she heard her words, she said, "What's coming? Can you stop making a fuss? So embarrassing." Regardless of their foundations in Tanggu town or family background, the Zhuang family was stronger than the Wang family. As a result, eldest young Miss Zhuang would always unconsciously display a sense of superiority. Miss Wang didn't take it to heart and said, "The goods for next door has arrived. Hey, it looks like the watermelon that I ate at your house." Watermelon? How can there be people selling watermelons in our Tanggu town? The watermelon from last time was brought back by my older brother, who went on a study trip to the capital. With a face of disbelief, eldest young Miss Zhuang continued to look at the fabrics. Miss Wang looked at the big and round watermelons being moved into the store next door and said with slight uncertainty, "Maybe it's not. The watermelon that I ate last time at your house wasn't as big and fresh." Eldest young Miss Zhuang threw the cloth in her hands, glared at her, and said, "You're complaining that the watermelon at my house is small and not fresh. Then why don't your family take out a bigger and fresher one? I didn't hear you complain that it's not fresh when you were eating it. I didn't even eat as much as you." Miss Wang's face flushed bright red upon hearing her words, and she murmured, May, don't be angry. That wasn't what I meant." Eldest young Miss Zhuang wasn't in the mood to shop for fabric anymore. She went out the door of Splendid Brocades Manor with heavy footsteps and was about to enter the shop next door. "This young miss, please stop. Our shop hasn't opened yet, so it's really messy right now. It's better not to dirty your embroidered shoes." Yu Xiaoxiao was ordered by her godfather to stand on the sidelines and watch them move the watermelons. She, who was bored stiff, said to eldest young Miss Zhuang, who was about to enter the door. When eldest young Miss Zhuang heard her words, she really stopped in her tracks. She looked at Xiaoxiao's clothes with a scrutinizing gaze, and then revealed a look of contempt. She asked in a haughty manner, "Little girl, what exactly are you guys selling in this shop?" Yu Xiaoxiao was someone with a keen sight. Eldest young Miss Zhuang was dressed in exquisite clothing and fine jewelry. It was obvious that she was a young miss from a noble family, who could be one of her potential customers. Customers were top priority, customers were supreme. Xiaoxiao politely said, "We are a watermelon shop. Not to boast, but our watermelons are sweet and juicy. Absolutely high quality and inexpensive." Eldest young Miss Zhuang watched as Wu Yun passed by with a large watermelon in his hands, enter the shop and put it on the shelf. She asked in disbelief, "What? You're really selling watermelons? Where did you guys get these watermelons? It looks really fresh." With a slightly proud tone, Yu Xiaoxiao replied, "We planted them ourselves. We just picked them from our fields this morning, so of course, they're fresh." Eldest young Miss Zhuang exclaimed unbelievably, "Someone in Tanggu town is growing watermelons. Why didn't I hear about this before? Little girl, you aren't lying, are you? What's the point in lying to you? It's also my family's first time growing watermelons. We asked the young boss of Junshou restaurant to help us find the seeds, but we didn't expect that it would really grow. Godfather, Uncle Li, Uncle Wu, thanks for the hard work. Come sit down, wash your hands, and rest for a while. I'll go cut a watermelon for you guys to quench your thirst." Seeing that her godfather and his 2 subordinates were almost done unloading the watermelons, Yu Xiaoxiao hastily called out to them. Her godfather and his 2 subordinates were such good workers. A portion of the unloaded watermelons were organized on the shelves according to their size, while the rest were stacked inside a room in the rear courtyard. Fang Zizhen chortled as he looked at his goddaughter busily looking for a knife and washing the watermelon, like she was a little squirrel storing autumn food. He felt a sense of, everything was well with a daughter, within his heart. Eldest young Miss Zhuang should have left, but her eyes were glued to the shelves after shelves of watermelons. Just like what Miss Wang said, the watermelons were big and round. But, was it possible to grow watermelons in Tanggu Town? Were these watermelons edible? She couldn't move her feet at all. She quietly stared at the little girl, who was dressed in ordinary clothing, pick out a big watermelon, wash the skin, and cut it on top of a table in the shop. With a cutting tool that looked like a long knife, she neatly cut the watermelon in half. The red pulp and black seeds appeared before her eyes, and she could smell a refreshingly sweet fragrance from afar. The watermelon was cut up into small pieces. Fang Zizhen had already picked up a piece in haste and ate it with big mouthfuls. The red juice had dripped down his beard, but he didn't bother to wipe it. For the sake of his daughter's store, Fang Zizhen had made an all-out effort and he had been busy from morning till now. He didn't even have time to rest and drink a sip of water. The sweet and juicy watermelon moisturized his dry and thirsty throat. The cool feeling penetrated into the bottom of his heart. Seeing their master eating with relish, Li Li and Wu Yun couldn't help but pick up a piece each and lightly take a small bite. Their eyes suddenly lit up, and before they had even swallowed their first bite, they already took another bite impatiently. They didn't even want to spit the seeds out. Eldest young Miss Zhuang used her handkerchief to cover her mouth in disgust when she saw the three men eating in a boorish manner. But she couldn't help swallowing the excessive saliva within her mouth. Gulp. Miss Zhuang was shocked and thought that she was the one who made a loud swallowing sound. How could she allow herself to make a fool out of herself? She was about to turn around and leave, but she noticed Miss Wang was swallowing her saliva incessantly beside her. She breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. I knew it. That embarrassing sound just now, how could it have possibly come from me? Stop embarrassing yourself here. If you want to eat it, just wait until they open for business tomorrow and buy it. Eldest young Miss Zhuang covered her face with her handkerchief and returned next door to Splendid Brocade's manor. Miss Wang walked away unwillingly and looked back repeatedly at every step. 3 older sisters. This is the watermelon that we're selling in our shop. Please try it. If you like the taste, you are welcome to visit us tomorrow. Yu Xiaoxiao placed the small pieces of watermelon neatly on a plate. She carried the plate on a tray and walked into the fabric shop with a smile. Miss Wang widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "You're letting us eat it? For free?" Eldest young Miss Zhuang scornfully rolled her eyes at her close friend. If she could choose again, she would rather not know this person. She was seriously too disgraceful. Even her own class had been dragged down by her. However, she really didn't want to admit it, but she also slightly coveted the watermelon in her heart. Shopkeeper Feng had been doing business for many years, so she could more or less guess what her customers were thinking. Based on her observation, Miss Zhuang was slightly reserved but she couldn't help peeping at the plate of fruit. Miss Wang, on the other hand, didn't hide her interest in the watermelon. She looked like she wanted to eat it but was too embarrassed to accept it. She took the tray very understandingly, smiled at the delicate and smart little girl in front of her, and said, "Thank you very much. May I ask for your surname?" "My surname is Yu. Older sisters, if you guys like the taste, remember to come support us tomorrow." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly at the boss lady, waved her hands, and returned to tidy up her shop. They were going to open early in the morning tomorrow, so today, she had asked for her father's permission to stay overnight in the store. Most of the stores on this street of Tanggu Town had a 2-entrance courtyard with wing rooms behind the shop. Shopkeeper Feng watched as the little girl went back next door, touched her own face, and said with a smile, "This little fellow, I'm almost old enough to be her mother, yet she called me, older sister. Do I really look that young?" Miss Wang asked eagerly. "Shopkeeper Feng, she's letting us try this watermelon, right? What a generous little girl. It's something homegrown and won't cost much money for her, so what's so generous about that? But, how can a peasant family afford to rent such an expensive shop? When did farmers become so rich?" Eldest young Miss Zhuang looked at the watermelon, which was cut into small pieces and had a toothpick stuck into them, and spoke in a slightly mean manner. Miss Wang knew her temperament, so she automatically filtered the unpleasant parts of her words and said with a smile, "Maybe the watermelons were grown on their own plantation. But, I have never heard of a family surnamed Yu among the wealthy households in Tanggu Town." Shopkeeper Feng furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, and then said, "Surnamed Yu. I think the landlord of this shop that I rented is surnamed Yu. But, the person who signed the contract with me was the official that I mentioned earlier. This might be her family's store. Ah. Just now, I heard the little girl call that bearded man, Godfather. Let me try the taste of the watermelon produced in our Tengu town. Miss Wang picked up a toothpick impatiently and stuffed the red melon pulp into her mouth. The expression on her face immediately relaxed. She choked on the sweet juice and wanted to cough but was unwilling to spit out the juice in the mouth. Thus, her face turned bright red from suppressing her cough. Just look at you. Don't tell others that you know me when you go out. Eldest young Miss Zhuang moved to the side for fear that the girl would spray her saliva on herself. Miss Wang finally swallowed the watermelon in her mouth and coughed a few times. She couldn't hold herself back and picked up another piece. She stuffed it into her mouth and mumbled, "So sweet. It's really sweet. It's even sweeter than the watermelon that I ate at your house. If you don't believe, then try it." Eldest young Miss Zhuang finally stopped putting up a front and picked up a toothpick delicately with her fingers arranged in the shape of an orchid one. She used the handkerchief in her other hand to cover the side of her mouth, and then gently delivered the piece of watermelon into her mouth. A sweet and cool taste instantly burst inside her mouth and the watermelon juice almost flowed out along the side of her mouth. As she wiped the corner of her mouth with her handkerchief, she savored the taste of the watermelon in her mouth. It was a kind of sweetness that was different from all other types of sweetness. Generally, something this sweet had a cloying taste. However, there was a refreshing feeling in the sweetness of this watermelon. No matter how much she ate, she wouldn't feel sick of it. This type of sweetness was exactly what eldest young Miss Zhuang liked. After savoring the sweetness in her mouth, she looked up and saw Miss Wang eating without stopping, nearly finishing the whole plate of watermelon. Eldest young Miss Zwang's heart exploded with anger, but she suppressed herself. She took the fruit tray away from Miss Wang somewhat unyieldingly, glared at her fiercely, and said, like a cow chewing on peony, "You're just wasting this plate of watermelon." Seeing the fruit tray gradually move away from her, Miss Wang stretched out her hands and pitifully said, "Don't. I haven't had enough yet. How much would you have to eat until it's enough for you? Can you even taste anything when you're eating so fast?" Eldest young Miss Zhuang slowly picked up a piece of watermelon from the plate and savored it carefully. Beside her, Miss Wang was drooling as she looked on with eager eyes. There originally wasn't many pieces of watermelon on the plate and Miss Wang had just eaten more than half of the plate, so the rest was quickly eaten by Miss Zhuang. She wiped her mouth with her handkerchief and still wanted more. She lifted her feet and walked next door unhurriedly. "Older sister Ame, where are you going?" The tag-along, Miss Wang, followed closely behind her. Eldest young Miss Zhuang ignored her and arrived at the shop next door. She saw the little girl, who sent the fruit tray over earlier, directing 3 grown men to organize the shelves. She cleared her throat and when saw the little girl look over, she said, "Thank you for the watermelon. It tastes really good. I came to return the tray." "Older sister is being too courteous. You could have just left it next door and I would have retrieved it later." Seeing that her eyes seemed stuck on the watermelons on the shelves, Xiao Xiao knew that she was very satisfied with her family's watermelons. Eldest young Miss Zhuang walked into the shop like a willow tree blown by a light breeze and looked at the price on the shelves. "What are 5 taels, 4 taels, and 3 taels? 5 taels per catty." Even the watermelons in the capital weren't so expensive. But, her watermelon did seem much better than the watermelon from the capital. "Help me weigh several of the biggest watermelons. I'll send someone to retrieve them tomorrow when you guys open for business. This is the deposit." Eldest young Miss Zhuang took out a golden ingot that was worth 5 taels of gold too and handed it to Yu Xiaoxiao. Gold ingot. Yu Xiaoxiao had dealt with silver and bank notes, but she had never seen this golden thing. Based on the size, it should be at least 5 taels, which meant that it was 50 taels of silver. To be so generous, she was definitely the young miss of a noble family. "This older sister, the watermelons in our shop are sold on a per unit basis. All the watermelons on this shelf are around 20 catties, and they cost 5 taels of silver each. With the amount of your deposit, you can buy 10 watermelons of this size. If there aren't that many people in your family, you can just buy 2 of them back to eat. In the future, we will transport fresh watermelons here every day. It's better to buy fresh ones to eat each day, and the taste will also be better." Yu Xiaoxiao adhered to the true meaning of customers first, and sincerely advised eldest young Miss Zhuang. Although eldest young Miss Zhuang had a proud temperament, she wasn't someone who couldn't tell good from bad. She felt slightly better about the little girl after she heard her words. She smiled faintly and said, "So it's 5 taels for one ah. The price is much cheaper than the ones in the capital. It really is tasty and inexpensive. Then I'll order 10 first. They're not only for my family to eat. Since it won't be considered unsightly to send them as gifts, I can also send them to friends and relatives. Alright, she was rich and imposing, and Yu Xiaoxiao naturally didn't mind earning more money. So, she took the little golden ingot with a radiant smile on her face and said, "This older sister, I'll give you a receipt for you." "No need, it's not that much money. Tomorrow, you can just give the watermelons to the servant sent from the Zhuang family." Eldest young Miss Zhuang didn't really care about a mere 50 taels of silver, so it didn't matter whether there was a receipt or not. Miss Wang wandered around the shop a few times and was overjoyed after she heard the price. She originally thought that such a delicious watermelon would surely be expensive. She had heard from eldest young Miss Zhuang that the watermelon that her older brother bought from the capital cost 2 taels per catty. A small watermelon cost several dozens taels. She was the daughter of a merchant, but even with her entire year of allowance, she still wouldn't be able to buy a watermelon. She hadn't expected that she could buy a watermelon for 5 taels of silver at this watermelon shop. In this way, she could buy a watermelon every month with her monthly allowance. "I want to order one too. I'll come to get it tomorrow myself." Miss Wang took out a 5-tael silver ingot from her embroidered purse and smiled like a little hamster who received peanuts. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly wrote 2 receipts and handed them to the 2 flower-like girls. She smiled and explained to Miss Zhuang, "When we open for business tomorrow, there will be a lot of people and we'll be very busy. I'm afraid that we'll make a mistake at that time, so it's better to retrieve the watermelons with a receipt." Eldest young Miss Zhuang hesitated for a moment before she took the receipt with ugly handwriting, and then looked at Xiaoxiao with dismay. But, when she considered her age and attire, she felt that she was being too demanding. Most of girls from ordinary families in town didn't know how to read and write. It was already pretty good that this little girl could write a few words. Miss Wang had already picked out the biggest watermelon in the shop and giggled, "Little girl, I want this one. Help me put it away first. I'll come get it tomorrow." Eldest young Miss Zhuang was displeased with Miss Wang's haggling again, but Yu Xiaoxiao continued to smile and said, "No problem. Uncle Li, remove the watermelon that this young lady selected from the shelf and put it in the corner of the shop alone. This older sister, look carefully. I'll mark it for you, so remember to check tomorrow." Miss Wang looked at her watermelon with satisfaction. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao tie it with a straw rope and stuff a sheet of paper with a strange symbol, author's note, Arabic numerals between the rope, she nodded unceasingly. Eldest young Miss Zhuang was already rendered speechless by Miss Wang. Disregarding her, she walked out of the shop first and headed to her own carriage. The next day, with the crackling of firecrackers, Yu Xiaoxiao's watermelon shop had finally opened. Originally, she had wanted to set off a string of firecrackers in a low-key manner, unveil the plaque, and officially start business. But she hadn't expected to see so many familiar faces despite not notifying anybody. County Magistrate Wu, who was dressed in regular clothes, came with his precious son and servants carrying gifts behind them. With his hands clasped together, he bobbed a greeting towards Yu Xiaoxiao's godfather and said, "Congratulations, congratulations. Official Fang, why didn't you notify this subordinate official of your shop's grand opening?" Fang Zizhen guffawed, "It's my daughter's shop. She wanted to keep a low profile, so we didn't notify anyone." Zhou Zixu had also come with gifts. He snorted in dissatisfaction, "It's fine for others. But Xiaoxiao, how can you treat me like this? What's our relationship? Even if you don't invite others, can you not invite me to come celebrate the opening of your shop?" The patriarch of the Yao family had also personally come with a present, and behind him was the newly promoted head steward, an old acquaintance of Xiaoxiao. Had he not gained merit by purchasing vegetables from the Yu family and gotten into his master's good graces, there was no way he would have gotten the position of the head steward. "Yu, if it weren't for Junshou Restaurant's little brother Qian, we wouldn't have known about the opening of your store. When our old master heard about it, he insisted on coming to congratulate you in person." Official Fang, "Miss Yu, congratulations ah." Steward Yao cupped his hands together and grinned from ear to ear. People who didn't know might think that he was the one who was opening a store. Second sister, second sister." A crisp and familiar voice passed through the crowd and entered Xiaoxiao's ears. A moment later, a small figure, who was dressed in a sea blue-colored student's robe and had a scholar ribbon tied in his hair, pushed through the crowd and plunged into Yu Xiaoxiao's embrace like a cannonball. "Shish too, I thought it wasn't a break today. What are you doing here? Did you skip class?" Yu Xiaoxiao hugged the little guy's shoulders and asked in surprise. Little Shishtu pouted his mouth and got out of her embrace. With a wronged expression, he said, "Second sister is falsely accusing me. Our headmaster heard about the opening of our shop, so he brought me and senior brother Yunxi over to congratulate the happy occasion. Then again, I'm also considered a partial owner of the shop, so why can't I come? Yu Xiaoxiao looked in the direction that her younger brother came from. Sure enough, she saw Headmaster Yuan's dashing and scholarly figure. Behind him was Yuan Yunxi, an elegant and handsome young man. The corner of Xiaoxiao's eyes twitched. This old man was a classic example of two-faced person. He looked normal in front of people, but he was actually a complete foodie. Teacher Yuan, you're here. Please come in. Although Yu Xiaoxiao grumbled in her heart, she still warmly welcomed Headmaster Yuan. Yuan Xinian stroked his beautiful beard and leisurely strolled inside. He said with a slight smile, Xiaoxiao, I heard that the free fruit trays given out at Junshou restaurant uses your family's watermelons. It's sweet and juicy, and tastes very good. It's a pity that little brat Joe is too stingy. Each table only gets one plate. Yu Xiaoxiao almost couldn't suppress the smile on her face. There was free watermelon to eat, but he was still dissatisfied that there wasn't enough to eat. Surely, this was something that only Headmaster Yuan would do. Teacher Yuan, I guarantee that there will be more than enough watermelons for you to eat today. Yu Xiaoxiao told her godfather to accompany Headmaster Yuan to the inner courtyard for a little rest. She was unprepared for the arrival of these important guests. Fortunately, she had bought some good tea for her godfather yesterday. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing if she couldn't even provide some drinks for the guests. Oh right, when people come to congratulate the start of a business, it's necessary to treat them to a meal. Yu Xiaoxiao greeted the guests with a smile as she moved closer to Zhou Zixu, who was helping to entertain the guests, and whispered, Are there any private rooms available at your restaurant? I didn't know that there would be so many guests today, so I didn't prepare anything. Zhou Zixu also moved closer to her ear and whispered, Rest assured. What's our relationship? Your business is my business. I have already reserved it for you, and there would be enough room no matter how many guests come. Fortunately, the Yu family didn't know many people in the town. Apart from a table for the people from the Yamen, who came to give official Fang face, there was only Headmaster Yuan and several households who bought vegetables from their family. Most of those households just sent a steward over, and Patriarch Yao was the only one who personally came. 2 private rooms were enough. Headmaster Yuan and Patriarch Yao were arranged to sit at the same table as County Magistrate Wu, and Fang Zizhen would be responsible for entertaining them. As for those stewards, Li Li and Wu Yun personally entertained them. For the opening of a small watermelon shop, they actually invited the parental official, Country Magistrate Wu, Headmaster Yuan of the renowned Rongshuan Academy, and several well-known figures in Tanggu town. It instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. When the noble and prestigious Headmaster Yuan personally uncovered the red silk on the plaque, the gilded lettering on top, Tanggu Watermelon Shop, caused the corner of his lips to twitch. It was such a straightforward and easy to understand name. There were a lot of people in the shop, and the rear courtyard was relatively simple. So Fang Zizhen took the guests, who came to congratulate them, to Junshou restaurant, which was located diagonally across from the store. The crowd of onlookers entered the shop out of curiosity. Yu Xiaoxiao, Li Li, and Wu Yun were so busy in the shop that they wished that they had 3 heads, 6 arms, and 10 mouths. Not many of the townspeople of the little town of Tanggu had seen watermelon before. At this time, there were a lot of people looking and asking questions, but there weren't many people actually buying the watermelons. Yu Xiaoxiao had already foreseen this situation. She took out several trays full of small pieces of watermelon and put them at the entrance of the shop. She shouted loudly, Special event for the opening of Tanggu Watermelon Shop. All the customers who enter the shop can try a piece of watermelon free of charge. Everyone, please stand in line to avoid crowding. If you think it tastes good, you're welcome to make a purchase. The bigger ones cost 5 taels, while the smaller ones are only 3 taels. Such a good thing like free food tasting had never happened in Tanggu town before. Everyone in the shop just looked at one another and no one dared to be the first person to try. Wow, there's such a good thing like free tasting. Me, I'll do it. Miss Wang's voice was still so energetic. Disregarding the hindrance of the embarrassed young man behind her, she took the lead and arrived in front of the free watermelon samples. She carefully picked up a piece and savored it in small mouthfuls with her eyes closed. Wang Chenyang seriously wished that there was a crack in the ground that he could hide in. He shouldn't have listened to his mother and accompanied his quirky younger sister here. He had never imagined that his younger sister would take advantage of a free tasting opportunity in the eyes of the public. What made him unable to lift his head was that the little girl, Wang Yanren, was still unsatisfied after finishing the piece of watermelon and asked, Can each person only taste 1 piece? How many pieces do you want to try? Is the whole tray enough for you? Wang Chenyang seriously wanted to immediately block his younger sister's mouth and take the disgraceful fellow out of the watermelon shop. After Xiao Sao told her that each person could only try a piece, little Miss Wang Yanran pouted with a disappointed expression. Suddenly, she turned to look at her older brother, who was covering his face. Her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Can my older brother also try one?" "Eldest brother, if you're too embarrassed, then I can try it for you." With that, she picked up the second piece with a smile. Wang Chenyang endured all the probing gazes around him, pulled his younger sister, and almost gnashed his teeth as he said, "Didn't you come to pick up the watermelon that you ordered yesterday? I still have something else to do, so let's hurry back after retrieving it." Yu Xiaosao took the watermelon that she tied up yesterday and carried it over with difficulty. She handed it to young Master Wang and said with a smile, "Miss Wang, this is the watermelon that you ordered yesterday. Please take out the receipt that I gave you yesterday. Give me the receipt in exchange for the watermelon." Wang Yanran looked at the paper on the watermelon and saw the marking that she secretly made with her nails yesterday. With a smile, she took the receipt out of her embroidered purse and loudly said, "Miss Yu, your shop's watermelons are the best watermelons that I have ever eaten. Even the watermelons from the capital aren't as good as yours. When I get my monthly allowance in a few days, I will come back to buy another one." Wang Chenyang came out of the watermelon shop with a heavy watermelon in one hand and his younger sister in his other hand. After getting on the horse carriage, he harshly scolded the young girl Wang Yanran. However, when the little girl thought about being able to eat the sweet watermelon at home, she wasn't annoyed even after getting scolded. Wang Chenyang felt really helpless upon seeing the happy smile on her face. But, when he had his first bite of the watermelon, he could understand why his gluttonous younger sister was so fond of the Yu family's watermelons. He had followed his father to do business all over the country since he was a young child. He had also eaten watermelons before, but this was the first time he had eaten such a fresh, sweet, and juicy watermelon. Moreover, it was very cheap. In the capital, even 20 taels might not be enough to buy such a large watermelon, let alone 5 taels. The Wang family consisted of a dozen or so people, which included the head of the household, his wife and concubines, and his children. The children of the legitimate wife received 2 slices each, while the concubines and their children only got to try 1 slice. No one would dislike the sweet and juicy watermelon, so everyone still wanted more after eating. The little lady Wang Yanran, in particular, was pouting so much that she could almost hang an oil bottle on her lips. If she had known that her mother would use the watermelon that she bought to please her father, then she wouldn't have told her mother about it. She would have secretly picked it up and ate it alone, which would have definitely satisfied her cravings. 2 slices of watermelons weren't even enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. Luckily, her father reimbursed her for the cost of the watermelon. "Humph, I'm going to secretly buy one tomorrow and eat it alone." As for Yu Xiaosao's watermelon shop, after Wang Yanran took the lead and tried the free sample, other people began to taste it one after another. The enjoyment on their faces and their endless praises led even more people to join in on the free tasting. The first group of people who came in were mostly shopkeepers and owners of neighboring businesses. The people who could afford to rent a shop on the street naturally had some money. After tasting the watermelon, most of these people were satisfied and willing to buy some for their families to try. The second group were people shopping nearby. This commercial street in Tanggu town was equivalent to the streets that sold luxury goods in the future, which was seldom visited by ordinary people. Even if they went, they wouldn't be able to afford the products. Furthermore, they also had to endure the contemptuous look of certain merchants. Who would be so thick-faced to go back again? It should also be mentioned that Yu Xiaosao had certainly selected a good location. There were very few people who left the shop empty-handed. However, there weren't many who would buy 10 watermelons at once like eldest young Miss Zhuang. Thus, when the steward of the Zhuang family, with several servants, handed in the receipt and moved a bunch of watermelons out of the store one by one, they helped attract more consumers for Xiaosao's watermelon shop. Yu Xiaosao had finally experienced the painful and happy feelings of counting money until your hands cramp up. Her watermelon shop was similar to the modern-day supermarkets. The consumers would personally select the goods and pay at the door. Yu Xiaosao, who sat on the tall chair at the entrance, kept receiving money and giving out change. She also had to maintain a smile on her face while sweetly saying, "Looking forward to your next visit." The patrons felt that the little girl, who collected the money, had a sweet smile, crisp voice, and good arithmetic skills. No matter how many watermelons they bought and the different prices of the watermelons, she could quickly calculate the total with one look, and she was never wrong. In fact, this kind of first or second grade level math skills might be slightly difficult for the people in ancient times. However, it was absolutely a piece of cake for Xiao Xiao, who had learned the multiplication table. The 2 carts of watermelons that they hauled to the store yesterday were completely sold out before noon. Later, people who came to the store, after hearing about the delicious and cheap watermelons at Tanggu Watermelon Shop, only ended up seeing empty shelves. The busy Xiao Xiao could finally sit down and drink some water to soothe her throat. When she encountered disappointed customers, who didn't manage to buy a watermelon, she would persuade them to make an order in advance and leave a deposit. By leaving a deposit, the patrons would have their watermelons reserved for them. In this way, they wouldn't encounter the situation of not being able to purchase a watermelon due to arriving late. Many customers left a deposit for their advanced orders, so she wrote receipts for them with her slightly immature-looking simplified Chinese characters and Arabic numbers. Her handwriting and writing style could also be used to fend off counterfeits. This was because, on the next day, a loafer in town came with a receipt to retrieve the reserved watermelons, but Yu Xiaoxiao was able to identify it as a fake with one glance. That guy had wanted to argue with her, but he was left speechless in front of Yu Xiaoxiao's receipts, which were written in a handwriting that was lacking arms and legs. He was taken to the yamen by Li Li, who was helping out at the shop. In fact, after word of mouth, the entire Tanggu town knew that Tanggu Watermelon Shop had relations with the yamen. This loafer had ended up being a cannon fodder, who helped the melon shop prove its prestige. After this incident, no one dared to cause trouble for the Yu family's watermelon store. After she hung up a wooden sign that said, "Watermelons have been sold out. Please come earlier tomorrow," on the shop's door, Yu Xiaoxiao bent down to pick up the money chest. She used so much strength that even her face had turned red, but the money chest still sat firmly on the table. Li Li, who was beside her, saw this and couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Do you know how many watermelons were sold today? There were at least 100 or so watermelons on the 2 carts. Let's just say that we sold each for 3 taels, then it would be over 300 taels. Yet, you want to pick up this money box with your tiny limbs. Li Li rolled up his sleeves to reveal his strong arms and easily lifted the box. He carried it under his arms and asked, "Tell, where are you going? I will take it over for you." To the Junsho restaurant across the street. Uncle Li, after being busy for the entire afternoon, aren't you hungry? Let's go eat. Yu Xiaoxiao reckoned that the feast should have started. If they went over now, then they would be just in time. With the money chest under his arms, Li Li strode towards Junsho restaurant. Not everyone could afford to eat at Junsho restaurant whenever they wanted. Even if he didn't eat and drink for 1 month, his salary still might not be enough for him to eat one decent meal at the restaurant. To have such a rare chance today, he must go all out and eat his fill. Yu Xiaoxiao, together with the money chest, were taken to the room where Fang Zizhen was entertaining the wealthy and noble guests. As soon as she entered, Headmaster Yuan teased, "Oh, our little shopkeeper has finally come. Business must be pretty good today. You definitely earned enough money for 2 tables of food." The expression of Xiaoxiao, who was originally immersed in the happiness of making money, suddenly changed when she heard what he said. "That's right, it will cost at least 100 taels to eat in Junsho restaurant's private room. If they ordered all the best dishes, then even 200 taels won't be enough. My gosh, then was all my hard work for today done for nothing?" Seeing his goddaughter drooping her head and appearing pitiful, Fang Zizhen's heart ached for her as he hurriedly said, "Today, my daughter's shop has opened for business, so as her godfather, it's my rightful duty to help her receive the guests. Youngster Zhou, today's banquet is on me." Zhou Zixu had already seen Xiaoxiao's money-grubber appearance before, so he knew that she was really distressed about losing the money that she had just gotten. He hastily said with a smile, "Lord Fang, how can I let you pay?" To tell everyone the truth, Xiaoxiao was the one who came up with the recipes for our restaurant's most popular dishes like oyster sauce dishes, roasted chicken, and osmanthus duck. It can be said that without Xiaoxiao, the present Junsho restaurant wouldn't exist. Just take these 2 tables of food as my token of gratitude to Xiaoxiao. Don't mention anything about paying." Upon hearing that she didn't need to spend her money, the little money-grubber Xiaoxiao immediately beamed with joy. Looking at the table full of delicious food, she stood up with her cup raised in her hands, and with tea in place of wine, she toasted all the honored guests who were present. "Today is the opening of my small business. I didn't expect so many distinguished guests to come congratulate me, so please forgive me for any oversight. Xiaoxiao will use tea in place of wine to toast everyone here today. Please." Among the people sitting in this room, even the youngest was older than Xiaoxiao's father. Seeing a pure and fair little girl holding a cup with an earnest expression and talking like an adult, they all felt that it was quite interesting. With a knowing smile, they picked up their wine cups and took a sip. Little Shishtu attentively poured wine for the guests, while Xiao Xiao courteously urged everyone to eat. Seeing that the two kids were able to adequately handle this situation, old Master Yao couldn't help but laugh. The Yu family is really good at teaching their children. When my grandchildren were at their age, they were still acting spoiled and crying for attention. There's an old saying, children of poor families have to take care of their families earlier. Your grandchildren all grew up in a privileged and sheltered environment, so they naturally won't have to be like us. Grandpa Yao, let me pour a cup of wine for you to thank you for the support that you have always shown us. In her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao had also engaged in some social activities, so she was able to handle this situation with ease. Old Master Yao happily drank the wine Xiaoxiao poured for him and chuckled, "It's the vegetables from your family that is good. Since eating the vegetables your family grew, the vegetables from other families can't even match the taste. In the past, I loved to eat meat and almost never touched the vegetables. Now, I can't even eat a meal without vegetables from your family. Look at me right now. I'm becoming more vigorous with age. Look, it seems like all my lingering health issues from before are all gone. Haha, all better. I believe the biggest reason is the vegetables from your family." "What are you saying? It's not like our vegetables are magical pills, so how can they be as miraculous as you say they are? I have learned some medical knowledge from the village doctor, and thus know that eating more vegetables is beneficial for people's health. Your health wasn't good in the past because you didn't eat vegetables. Since you like to eat vegetables now, it's natural that your health has gotten better. It doesn't really have much to do with our family's vegetables." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't want to let others know about the secret of their vegetables, so she hurriedly explained. Old Master Yao still thought it was the contribution of the Yu family's vegetables and said, "Well, I'm willing to eat vegetables because the greens that your family grows are fresh and juicy, and also tastes great. In the end, it's still the credit of your family's vegetables." At this time, Zhou Zixu laughed and said, "Old Master Yao, Xiaoxiao, you two should stop already. One is giving endless praises, while the other is desperately trying to be modest. Old Master, all of the vegetables used at Junshou restaurant are supplied by Xiaoxiao's family. If you like them, please eat more." County Magistrate Wu tried the stir-fried lettuce with oyster sauce, while nodding his head and saying, "Junshou restaurant's oyster sauce dishes tastes absolutely amazing. I may not have the chance to eat it again in the future." Third young Master Zhou hurriedly replied, "Uncle Wu, our Junshou restaurant's branch restaurant in the capital has been open for several months already. So, you don't have to worry about not being able to eat our oyster sauce dishes. What's more, our condiment store in the capital also sells oyster sauce. Now, many officials and noble lords have this condiment in their kitchens." Old Master Yao really loved the taste of green vegetables cooked with oyster sauce, so when he heard this, he immediately responded, "Are you also selling oyster sauce in Tanggu town? Our household's purchasing servants are too incompetent. They actually missed out on such an important item. Patriarch Yao, the store next to Junshou restaurant sells condiments produced by our Haitian. Other than oyster sauce, we also have MSG and fermented bean curd. In the future, there will be more and more condiments available for purchase. If you need it, just send someone over to buy it. I will give you a 20% discount." Zhou Zixu was really talented in doing business. County Magistrate Wu laughed as he pointed at him and said, You won't forget to advertise your products even when we are eating. Xiao Shu, does your products even need advertising? I've heard that people line up and still can't get it." Young Master Wu commented while gnawing on a roasted chicken wing. Zhou Zixu modestly said, "I have to thank everyone's support and continual patronage for that." Everyone at the table happily chatted as they ate to their heart's content. They especially enjoyed the plate of watermelon that was served after the meal. Under the skillful hands of the chef, the watermelons had turned into an exquisite piece of art, which made people reluctant to eat them. The fresh sweetness of the watermelons received unanimous praise from everyone. After the banquet, Xiao Xiao fetched the watermelons that she had saved for the honored guest and gave them to each to take home. Although Xiao Xiao was unprepared for today's banquet, both the host and guests had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Xiao Xiao had to return to Dongshan village in the afternoon, so Fang Zizhen stayed behind to take care of the melon shop. Fang Zizhen and his two subordinates hadn't gone to the docks for many days due to the matters of the watermelon shop. Knowing that this wouldn't work out in the long run, Xiao Xiao reckoned that she should hire someone to watch the watermelon shop. Who should they hire? First of all, this person had to have a good character, quick wits, and be able to manage a store. When Xiao Xiao got home, she discussed this with her parents and felt that her eldest maternal aunt was the most suitable for this job. Eldest maternal aunt was honest and kind. When the Yu family was going through their hardest times, she had privately taken out her hard-earned money to support them. Madame Han also had experience with doing business at the docks. The watermelon shop couldn't always be as busy as today's grand opening day, so once business had stabilized, she should be able to manage the store alone. After entrusting someone to send a letter over, Madame Han came over that afternoon with Xiao Xiao's maternal grandmother and 2 maternal uncles. "This child, you should have told us earlier if you needed help. What should mother say to you? You're always doing everything on your own." Xiao Xiao's maternal grandmother lovingly scolded Madame Lu as she lightly poked her forehead. With her head bowed, Madame Lu said with a smile, "We're just a little more busy these past 2 days because the watermelons has ripened. As a married daughter, how can I keep inconveniencing my maiden family? We're all one family, so how is it considered troubling one another?" Madame Han nimbly helped load the cart, and planned on going to town with the cart that was transporting the watermelons. She had even brought extra clothing in preparation for a long-term stay in the shop. Xiao Xiao's eldest maternal uncle was discussing the matter of selling watermelons with Yu Hai and Xiao Xiao. "I don't think you guys can manage with just these 2 carts, so let's just forget about the matter of lending us the donkey cart. I don't want to hold up your business." Yu Xiao Xiao interjected, "Eldest maternal uncle, you don't have to worry about this. Third young Master Zhou said that his family has an extra horse carriage that they don't normally use. So, I borrowed it from him." "This child, you're troubling young Master Zhou again," Yu Hai exclaimed as he shook his head helplessly. Yu Xiaoxiao made a funny face at him and said, "He willingly lent it to me. Besides, his carriage was just idling at home, so lending it to me is considered putting it to good use. Eldest maternal uncle, you can use the Zhou family's carriage since it can carry more goods. If there is a carriage, then things will be a lot easier. I have talked it over with your second maternal uncle. Watermelons are very valuable, so it's enough that only your shop sells them in town. We are preparing to go to the prefectural city, which has even more noble and wealthy families. So, we should be able to sell them." Liu Pei was more daring than his second brother. Yu Xiaoxiao expressed her support. "Eldest uncle, when are you guys planning on going? My godfather will go to the prefectural city tomorrow to take care of some matters. If possible, you guys can join him on the journey tomorrow. With my godfather's support, you guys can avoid meeting hooligans, local tyrants, and so on." The prefectural city was different from the small town of Tanggu, which had more simple and honest people and customs. It was indeed rare to see watermelons during this time of the year, so it would inevitably attract envious eyes. However, with the support of this great lord, Fang Zizhen, the Liu brothers definitely wouldn't suffer any difficulties. With this, Wang Ergo, humming off tune, happily pushed his family's wheelbarrow and soon arrived at the Yu family's melon field. Looking at the pile of watermelons on the ground, Wang Ergo smiled so brightly that he showed his uneven teeth and happily said, "Oh my. I thought I came early, but it seems you guys came even earlier than me. If there is anything I can help with, just tell me. By the way, this is the money I made from selling the watermelons yesterday. The total is 54 taels, shouldn't be wrong." Yu Xiaoxiao took the money from his hands and gave him his IOU back. Seeing that he was so happy that it looked like he couldn't find his direction, she smiled and said, "Was yesterday's business good? You look quite happy." Wang Ergo smiled and nodded his head. "Yesterday, I was pretty lucky. A boat that belonged to an official landed. The steward who came to pick them up basically bought 20-some watermelons. Hee. Just from them, I made more than 30 taels. The rest were sold out before the afternoon." After living for over 30 years, Wang Ergo did business for the first time in his life. His wife was anxious about it that she followed him to the pier with a slightly pregnant belly. At first, the pier was mostly docked with cargo ships. Other than a couple of stewards who were more experienced and had seen watermelons before, the rest mostly circled around looking curiously. Upon hearing that the watermelons cost a few taels each, they dispelled their notion of buying any. After a while, there was still no buyers. Wang Ergo was a bit worried and was about to go into town to sell the watermelons. His wife stopped him and said, "How can you do business without the determination? Take a look at Xiaolian, isn't it until noon that she gets busy? Wait a little longer." Xiao Xiao said, "As long as you capture the opportunity there won't be any worries in the future. What you are lacking in is precisely the patience." Wang Ergo didn't want his wife to run around with him, so he forced himself to hold back his anxiety and shouted out to the passing travelers who were always moving, "Watermelon, big and sweet watermelons. If it's not sweet, then it's free. Good things come to those who wait." Not long afterward, they began doing business. The buyer was one of the head stewards of Qingyao Trading Company, one of the 4 major trading companies. This head steward had traveled all over the place and had more experience. Upon seeing watermelons being sold in this season, he was surprised and immediately bought one. He opened it on the spot to try it, and the sweetness of the watermelon stunned him. Originally, he had decided to buy all the watermelons at a lowered price, but Wang Ergo was reluctant to give up profit. The steward had also brought back a lot of goods, so he couldn't clear any space for the watermelons. He could only give up, but nevertheless, he still bought 2 more watermelons to take back for his master to try. The first step was the hardest. After making his first watermelon sale, Wang Ergo held the 15 taels in his hand and was very pleased with himself. He calculated, and, if they continued like this, then by selling 10 or so watermelons, they could break even. The remaining watermelon sales would be pure profit. Right at that moment, the ship of an official pulled onto shore. Allegedly, it was a high-ranking official returning to the capital with his family to report on his work. The great Ming dynasty's attitudes towards women were less harsh. Thus, the women and children, who had been on the ship for a month, got off the boat as soon as it was ashore to walk around and breathe some fresh air. The 6-year-old daughter of the official heard Wang Ergo's shouts and went to him accompanied by her maidservant. Curiously, she examined the big round watermelons on the wheelbarrow. She pouted and said, "You're lying. Watermelons aren't that big. The watermelons of Eden watermelons are only this big." The adorable little girl used her hands to show the size. She stared at him with a pair of big round eyes, looking cute and innocent. Wang Ergo couldn't help but think of the child in his wife's belly. If it was a girl, would it be as beautiful as the child in front of him? Author's note: you're overthinking it. With your looks, if your daughter looked like you, it would be the scene of a crime. Wang Ergo patiently bent down, squeezed out a kind and gentle smile, and softly said, "Young lady, the watermelons I'm selling are big watermelons. They are big and sweet, I'm definitely not lying." The little girl carefully thought about it and said in a clear voice, "Then I have to try it first before paying." "You said it earlier, if it's not sweet then. It's at no cost." Wang Ergo scratched his head and unwillingly chose one of the smallest watermelons in the wheelbarrow. He used a clean cloth to wipe the knife he brought over before chopping the watermelon. The maidservant, upon seeing the knife was clean, didn't say anything. The little girl took a bite of the watermelon gracefully and immediately exclaimed, "Wow! It really is really sweet. Xiaomei, pay him. Can you help me take the watermelon over there? I want to let my mother and older brothers try too." Of course, Wang Ergo took the 3 taels, picked up the remaining watermelon and the leftover pieces that the little girl didn't finish, and followed behind her towards the pier. The little girl's brothers were surprised and curious upon seeing the red pulp fruit. They all couldn't help but grab a piece to try. The watermelons, which had been irrigated by the mystic stone water, had a delicious flavor that was indescribably good. Even the members of this official's family, who had all eaten watermelons countless times, never had watermelon this good before. The little girl's father, upon seeing his wife and children eating so delightfully, waved his hands and bought 15 watermelons from Wang Ergo. In this season, if he were to give them as a gift, then his reputation would increase greatly. It was in this way that half the watermelons that Wang Ergo brought were sold. Afterward, several more ships came ashore and the remaining watermelons were sold. After careful calculation, he found out that over 20 watermelons had been sold for a total of 102 taels, and his profit was more than 42 taels. Wang Ergo has never seen so much money in his life. In the past, his wife had always pushed him to do odd jobs. After a hard and tiring day working, he would only get 10 copper coins. After a month, the most he could save was 1 or 2 taels. Today, however, he just shouted a few words and it was enough to earn 42 taels, which was previously worth several years of savings. Wife, quick, pinch me, am I dreaming?" Wang Ergo was so excited that tears had welled up in his eyes. With shaking hands he carefully took the money and put it away in his chest pocket. He then pulled on his wife's hand and placed it on his arm. Ergo's wife's heart was also pounding. With tears in her eyes, she gently patted the man next to her and caressed her inconspicuous pregnant belly. With this source of income, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to raise their children in the future. Ergo's wife was from a poor family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have married a man like Ergo. Being hungry was a shadow from her childhood. She had 8 siblings, but only she and her 2 older brothers survived. After her marriage, although her husband wasn't outstanding, he dearly loved his wife. Although their days were a bit rough, it was much better than her maiden home. Originally she thought that such bitter and rough days would never end, but unexpectedly they met Yu Hai's family, who helped them out many times and even gave them a chance to earn money. Her child wouldn't have to be like her when she was young. When she was hungry, she used to drink water and hope it would pass, and when she was sick she could only suffer through it. Wife, I'm going to go buy half a caddy of meat to supplement your body. With money in his hands, Wang Ergu's back was straighter than before. Wang Ergu's wife glared at him, confiscated all the money, and softly rebuked, "We still owe Brother Hai money for his melons. The rest isn't enough for tomorrow's batch of melons. Could it be that you have the conscience to put it on credit again tomorrow?" Wang Ergu laughed and said, "I plan to push over more watermelons tomorrow. I'm afraid that the rest of the money isn't enough to pay for the melons, how about we put it on credit once more?" Ergu's wife shook her head and said, "Today, we met a customer that bought a lot. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would have taken us to sell all of these watermelons. In my opinion, how about you buy the number of watermelons you can afford with the money earned today? Earning less is okay." Wang Ergu knew the "you eat rice bite by bite, and make money little by little" philosophy. Listening to his wife, he said, "Brother Dahai, I will take 40 taels worth of watermelons today. I want to spend 20 taels on the big ones, 10 taels on the medium and small ones." Okay, Yu Hai helped by handing him the already weighed watermelons. When he saw Ergu handing over the money, he smiled and whispered, "Hey. Yesterday's business must have been pretty good, you earned quite a bit." "Hee, it's only 40-some taels. It's nothing compared to Brother Hai. You pulled 2 carts full of watermelon over yesterday." Wang Ergu hid his pride but he couldn't stop his smile from appearing. Lu Pei, who was helping load the wheelbarrow, upon seeing that a wheelbarrow full of watermelon could earn a profit 42 taels, realized that if they took 1 cart full to the prefectural city, then wouldn't they earn more than 100 taels? His heart raced at such a figure. At that moment, the carriage that Xiao Cao borrowed from the Zhous was brought over. After talking it over, Lu Pei and Lu Han decided to immediately depart and transport the watermelon to the prefectural city overnight. Xiao Cao also felt that a cart transporting watermelons wouldn't be faster than her godfather galloping quickly down the road. So, she let her 2 uncles depart first after setting a meeting point with her godfather tomorrow. With multiple people helping, the watermelon cart was quickly filled up. They first had to take the cart to Tanggu town, and then take the Imperial highway before they could get to the prefectural city. If they set off now, then it would still be hard for them to arrive at the prefectural city before they closed the city gates. Xiao Cao prepared rations, water and warm clothing for her 2 uncles. Even though it was near the end of spring, the nights were still chilly in the north. Her uncles might be sleeping out in the open, how could they stand the cold? Xiao Cao's family's 2 carts set off with the Lu Pei brothers. Xiao Cao took the donkey cart and Yu Hai took the cart that they had bought a few days ago. Thankfully, the horse chosen by 3rd young Master Zhou had a good temperament, so even a stranger could control him. Yu Hai had stayed back in the fields yesterday, so he missed the melon store's first raucous open day of business. When Xiao Cao told them what had happened, he wanted to see the scene. He regretted not being able to see it with his own eyes. Today, no matter what, he had to go to town with her. No matter what, he was still the father of the store owner, so didn't that make him at least half an owner? Besides, if he didn't help his daughter, he would feel bad. As such, Madame Lu stayed behind to watch the field in the morning and he was going to take over in the evening. There were 2 other people who came along with them. One of them was eldest aunt, Madame Han, who came along to help. The other was Xiao Cao's maternal grandmother, Madame Yao, who was fooled by Xiao Cao into coming to widen her knowledge. When they arrived in town, they found that the melon shop was surrounded by people and thought something had happened. After the store closed yesterday, Li Li was left alone to keep an eye on it. Fang Zizhen and Wu Yun had gone to the pier and Xiao Cao have gone back to Dongshan village. Was yesterday's business so good that it caught the attention of some people so they came today to look for trouble? They're here, they're here. When the crowd saw the horse cart and donkey cart piled high with watermelons, they immediately became excited and automatically backed away to allow a space for the carts to move. Li Li, whose head was dripping with sweat, finally managed to push through the people. He squeezed himself in front of the donkey cart and wiped off the perspiration that was pooled on his forehead. He exclaimed in a somewhat exaggerated manner, "My little lady, you're finally here. If the watermelons didn't get here soon, then all of the people here would rip me apart." Another familiar figure also managed to push his way to the front. It was the Yao family's steward. Yesterday, he had eaten a meal with Li Li and commented in a familiar tone, "Who would dare to cause difficulties for Lord Li? Everyone knows that the Imperial envoy highly values Lord Li. Highly valued. I've been delegated here to sell watermelons. I'm definitely not someone highly valued. Li Li made fun of himself in a way that he thought was humorous. However, Yu Xiaoxiao merely raised an eyebrow in response. Oh. I only had you help us for 2 days and you're already complaining and whining. I see. In the future, I'll just prepare a smaller portion of food for Godfather to bring the docks. No, please don't. Other than your family's braised food, the rest of the food available at the docks is not worth it. However, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to buy a portion when I line up. Without the food you send, how will I be able to eat in the future? Xiaoxiao, my little lady, just pretend that I didn't say anything earlier, okay? Being able to help my little lady, it is truly the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Compared to Wu Yun, Li Li's personality was a bit more lively. Thus, he was able to say some more comical things and perform more hilarious expressions without seeming out of place. Don't just stand there and chat. Hurry up, we're all waiting to buy watermelons. They weren't sure who was complaining loudly, but it was obvious that the person didn't know the power behind the melon stand. A customer next to the guy kindly whispered into his ears and explained. Immediately, the man deflated and hunkered down to avoid being spotted by Li Li's sharp eyes. There were a decent number of people who came with the carts and Li Li was also there to help. Thus, the 2 carts full of watermelon were quickly unloaded into the store. The previously empty and bare shelves were now full of round and plump watermelons. The people, who had been waiting for a very long time in front of the store, could now finally buy some watermelon. The store, which wasn't large in the first place, was soon squeezed full of customers. After Steward Yao finished helping them unload the watermelons, he smiled at Xiaoxiao. Do you remember the 2 watermelons that you gifted to us yesterday? That afternoon, 2 of our old master's friends came over to visit, so he couldn't help but show off a bit and took them out. Unexpectedly, his 2 friends pestered him into giving the watermelons away. In a fit of pique, our old master ordered me to line up at dawn today and told me to buy a lot. He's planning on hosting a watermelon tasting event at noon. When Yu Xiaoxiao heard this, she couldn't help but laugh a bit. There was a common saying among the people, an old child, an old child. Sure enough, when people got older, they tended to act more like children. Old Yao's 2 old friends could even forcefully take their host's watermelons. On the other hand, old Yao, in order to show off, had to host a watermelon tasting event. This was truly too funny. Xiaoxiao personally picked out over a dozen first-rate watermelons for Steward Yao. Perhaps it was because she spent every day in close proximity with the little divine stone, but she was starting to be able to sense spiritual energy. For example, she could faintly feel the spiritual energy that was found in the little divine stone's bathing water. As for these watermelons, their ripeness and sweetness was dependent on the amount of spiritual energy they had absorbed from the mystic stone water. Therefore, she could faintly tell which ones had a higher concentration of energy and would likely taste better. After Steward Yao paid for his goods, it was as if the floodgates had opened. Following that, Yu Xiaoxiao could only sit next to the cash box and had no opportunities to leave. This was truly an experience of receiving so much money that her hands hurt. The watermelons displayed on the shelves quickly sold out. Eldest maternal aunt, Madame Han, continuously moved watermelons from the rear courtyard onto the shelves. After one shelf became empty, she would swiftly replenish it with more watermelons. There was more work than she could handle by herself, so Grandmother Yao also helped out. The 2 men, Yu Hai and Li Li, quickly drove the 2 carts back to Dongshan village. They planned on hauling another 2 carts full of watermelon to the store that afternoon so they would have more to sell the next day. The wealthy and rich people in town usually interacted closely with each other. Many families that bought watermelons yesterday had also invited friends and family over to taste them. Every single person who tasted the Yu family's watermelons immediately became fans of the fruit. Because they weren't able to eat enough at their relatives' or friends' homes to satisfy their cravings, they all either sent servants over or came themselves to stand in line. Thus, the frenetic scene of people scrambling to buy watermelon once again occurred at the Yu family's watermelon stand. What sort of store is over there? It's so lively. A subdued yet luxurious horse carriage stopped not far from Tangu's watermelon shop. A pair of pale, delicate hands lightly opened the carriage's window curtains and the person peered over. Next to the horse cart was a handsome young man riding a large horse. He glanced at the melon store and bent over to softly speak to the person in the carriage. "Mother, that should be a watermelon stand." The person who the handsome youth called mother was a matron who had once been beautiful. Her face was full of pallor and seemed quite thin. Every movement she made seemed to be weak and lacking, but she still had a hint of innate grace. The matron lightly coughed twice and took the proffered cup from a maid. She moistened her throat and replied in a gentle and delicate voice, "Watermelon stand. Aren't watermelons only available in the summer? Are you telling me that the watermelons in Tanggu town ripen earlier than the ones in the capital?" The good-looking young man also seemed a bit perplexed. "I'm not sure. We've just reached the end of spring, so how can there be watermelons for sale?" "Little Josie, our farm also planted watermelons, right?" The person called Little Josie was a youth who looked somewhat gentle and reserved. When he heard his master asking him a question, he bowed while on horseback. "This servant went to the farm a few days ago. The watermelons on the farm aren't bigger than the size of a fist and are probably around a month away from becoming ripe." The matron became interested in the watermelon stand and gently yet firmly declared, "Shower one, go buy a watermelon and bring it over. Let's try it and see how it tastes. Mother, watermelon is a cold type of food. Recently you haven't been feeling well, so let's not buy any watermelons now, okay?" The handsome youth frowned deeply and replied in a worried tone. The beautiful lady's long and large eyes faintly glanced at him. Her willow-shaped eyebrows knitted briefly as she worriedly said, "Most of my body's issues stem from too much stress and worry. It's not like you don't know this. You even said that you're accompanying me out here to help me relax. It's with great difficulty that I even have an appetite to eat some fruit, yet you have all kinds of excuses to not buy any. Aiyo, my chest hurts." "Here we go again." A helpless expression appeared on the handsome youth's face. Although his mother was almost 40, she still had the personality and temper of a young maiden. She always needed to have someone compliment and protect her. However, she wasn't grateful at all and always complained that this or that hurt all the time. This was all caused by his father spoiling her. Who in the capital didn't know that His Imperial Highness, Prince Jing, was 100% a wife-pampering maniac? "Mother, before you left, what did you promise father? You had personally promised that you would always listen to my ideas regarding food and lodgings. We've only traveled out of the capital for a couple of days, so how could you forget about this?" The handsome youth, Zhu Jungxi, was the second son of Prince Jing, and was currently unhappily trying to persuade his mother. Princess consort Jing's large eyes flickered. She decided to continue her shameless behavior and covered her chest with her hands. Cries of pain and annoyance poured out of her as she continued to complain. "Didn't you promise your father that you would go with what I said when it was right and reasonable to avoid making me angry? I currently don't have much of an appetite and want to eat some fruit." "That's not unreasonable." In front of Princess consort Jing's shameless acts, her two personal maidservants, Meixiong and Lanxiong, both lowered their heads and continued to do their regular tasks. They had seen this kind of scene occur many times before. The princess consort was constantly pampered by the prince and also had 3 sons to protect her. Every time she wanted her way, she would always shamelessly act sick. Both the old and young masters loved her dearly, so she always won in the end. Zhu Jungxi silently sighed and attempted to struggle one last time. He softly tried to persuade her, "Mother, do you still remember why you've traveled to Tanggu? If you eat watermelon, which is a cold food, and end up becoming sicker, then when third younger brother comes home, he'll blame himself." Why did Princess consort Jing appear in a small town like Tanggu? She had ample reasons. Her third son, Zhu Junyang, had already been out at sea for more than half a year. Since he left, there hadn't been a message sent home. She constantly thought and worried about him until she became ill. Thus, she absolutely had to come over here to inquire about any news. The seas were full of danger. Rough winds and water would often appear at a moment's notice. In fact, had her third son's luck not been good enough, then he might have drowned in the ocean during the previous test voyage. How could she not be worried after he had been gone for over half a year? Tanggu was the town that had the closest harbor to the open ocean. Coming here was like becoming slightly closer to her youngest son. By doing that, her fretful heart could finally calm down a bit. Prince Jing had also seen his beloved wife slowly wasting away day by day due to missing her son. That was the reason why he allowed his second son to bring her out and relieve her worries. Had he not been busy recently, he would have personally accompanied her too. When the topic of her youngest son came out, Princess consort Jing's eyes immediately dimmed. Earlier, she had been mostly faking her distress, but now she was truly upset. All of her worry and anxiety over her youngest son poured into her heart and almost made it hard for her to breathe. Her youngest son had long been interested in traveling by ship. Since he was young, he had always stuck around his older cousin, the current emperor, and looked avidly at the models of ships slowly being created by his cousin's hands. The little guy, who was only around 3 to 4 years of age at the time, had set down an ambitious goal that day: That when he became older, he would become an adventurer of the distant seas and bring back rare and strange objects from faraway lands back home to relieve his mother's boredom. She had previously dismissed it as a child's dreams and never expected that, 10 years later, that her youngest son truly went on a long journey in the seas to find distant, unknown lands. However, he had been gone for more than half a year. How could she, as his mother, not be constantly worried about him? Princess consort, are you feeling ill again? Lanxiang, where are Her Highness's pills? Quickly take out one and help Her Highness take it. Mei Xiang could sense that her mistress wasn't feeling well and hurriedly poured a glass of lukewarm water. She then took out a Lanxiang pill and helped her mistress take it. Zhu Jiangxi could tell that he had said the wrong thing and caused his mother to become anxious again. He quickly dismounted, lifted the carriage's curtain, and asked with concern, "Mother, please don't worry. The crew on the ship are all experienced sailors who have previously sailed with the Emperor. I believe third younger brother will soon come home safe and sound." After she took her medicine, Princess consort Jing felt a little better. She smiled weakly at her son. "It's the old illness again. I'm fine, don't worry." When Zhu Jiangxi saw that his mother's complexion had improved a little, he relaxed slightly. He commented with a bit of blame in his voice, "With the parents here, one shouldn't travel far away. Third younger brother is truly too impudent. He knew mother has problems with her heart yet he still persisted on leaving." "Don't talk anymore." Not a hint of a smile could be seen on Princess consort Jing's beautiful face. Her weak and delicate eyes immediately became more spirited. "Shower, stop thinking those thoughts. Prince Jing's family absolutely cannot have the tragedy of brothers fighting and scheming in the dark. One shower, she's literally calling him little too, since he is her second child." Princess consort Jing seemed to realize that she was being a bit too severe and lightly sighed. "I know that you haven't had it easy. Your eldest brother is the heir of Prince Jing's household and he had been personally taught by your father. Third son is the youngest at home and had a weak body after being born, so he received a bit more care from me and your father. You are the second son sandwiched between an older and younger brother, so it would be hard for mother and father to avoid somewhat neglecting you. However, second son, you must remember that you, Lear, and Yanger are all my flesh and blood. You are incredibly important to me." Everyone in the capital knew that Prince Jing and his wife were a couple that loved each other very much and that Prince Jing pampered his wife beyond expectation. The prince's residence not only didn't have any concubines living in it but he also got rid of any maid servants who had other ideas. That's right, you're not crazy, it was Prince Jing himself. He managed to resist the alluring temptations and only loved his wife. It had been like this for the past 10 years. There wasn't a single married woman or noble maiden in the capital who didn't envy Princess consort Jing for having a good life. The princess consort had been married for 25 years and had given birth to 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Zhu Junli, had been designated the heir since he was born. Prince Jing thought it would be too tiring for his wife to undertake his education, so once his eldest son just started to learn how to talk, he personally educated him himself. In addition, he imbued his son with the necessity of protecting and respecting his mother. Second son Zhu Jiangxi had a difficult birth and the princess consort had a lot of postpartum bleeding. She was nursed for a long time before she was out of danger. At that time, Prince Jing didn't even go to court anymore. He personally served his wife at her bedside and refused to let other people take over. Although the princess consort was ultimately able to retain her life, her body was no longer the same as before. Whenever the wind blew on her, she would get a headache and pain in her heart. This made Prince Jing very worried. Naturally, he was not very happy with his second son for causing his wife's problems and didn't like him very much. Their third child, Zhu Miaoke, was a daughter. She had 2 older brothers and was very adorable. It wasn't surprising that both her mother and father doted upon her, especially Prince Jing. He pampered the little girl who resembled his wife to the skies. When the princess consort was pregnant with her third son, Zhu Junyang, they had to use medications to hasten his birth prematurely due to her body's condition. After he was born, the imperial physician said that this son might be too premature and may not survive to adulthood. Princess consort Jing felt very remorseful and focused all of her energy towards raising her youngest son. In order to not let his wife fret too much, Prince Jing brought over all of the famous doctors to treat his son and was finally able to preserve his life. By the time their third son was around 3 to 4 years of age, he was no different than any other child in his age group. Thus, second son Zhu Jiangxi was the one who got the short end of the stick. His father snubbed him while his mother was too busy to take care of him. When he was young, Zhu Jiangxi was clever and sensible, and he even knew how to help his mother take care of his brother, who was younger than him by 5 years. However, as he slowly got older, a seed of jealousy started to grow within his heart. In addition, some unscrupulous people also deliberately tried to incite disharmony. Slowly, resentment accumulated inside him. The year when his younger brother, who was only 15 years old, was personally given the title of royal prince by the emperor after he finished a seafaring trip, Zhu Jiangxi felt even more resentful. Why was eldest brother titled the heir as soon as he was born? Why did his youngest brother, who didn't do much, get to be entitled? Why was he, who was also a legitimate son of Prince Jing, always neglected by everyone? However, he naturally had a kind heart and couldn't cruelly murder his own kin and blood. The most he could do was to occasionally try to say bad things about his brothers in front of their parents. Although Princess Consort Jing had been pampered and protected for most of her life, she was clever and had a good understanding of people's hearts. She was well aware of the inner struggle that often occurred both overtly and covertly within wealthy and prestigious families. She had previously believed that her household was simple. There weren't any concubines vying for favor, and no concubine-born children around to cause trouble. Thus, her family shouldn't have any shameful secrets or fighting. However, she never expected that her usually sensible and respectful second son, the one she never had to worry about, had an unsatisfied heart. Zhu Jiangxi, who had just received a scolding, had a stubborn expression on his face. Seeing that, Princess Consort Jing stopped trying to feign an illness and sat up straight in her seat. She lovingly caressed her son's handsome face and gently said, "Second son, I and your father have neglected you all these years. I deeply apologize for hurting you. However, this cannot be the reason why you hate your brothers. If you want to hate me, your mother, instead. If it weren't for my body disappointing me at the time, how could I neglect you?" Zhu Jiangxi's eyes dimmed as he quietly replied, "Mother, I don't hate anyone. I just feel that it's somewhat unfair. Eldest brother and younger brother can all make you proud, only mother, I want to enlist in the army." Enlist? Princess Consort Jing stared at her second son with an obvious look of surprise on her face. She quietly commented, "Although our current emperor is a wise ruler, your father has a high rank with many responsibilities. If you enlist and gain military power, I'm afraid the Imperial family might become afraid." "Mother, I've already thought of everything you just mentioned. I want to conceal my identity and start from the lowest ranks to see how far I can climb using my own abilities. Mother, I want to prove to myself that I'm not mediocre. That way, I can also be like eldest and youngest brother and make you proud." Zhu Jiangxi also knew that his current attitude wasn't good. If he continued to stay at home, he was afraid that the feeling of injustice in his heart would evolve into true hate and cause a conflict at home. Princess Consort Jing tightly held onto her second son's hand and remarked reluctantly, "You want to start from the lowest ranks. Swords have no eyes and the battlefield is cruel and merciless. If you end up in an accident, how could I, your mother, live anymore?" Zhu Jiangxi squeezed his mother's hand and comforted her, "Mother, father has hired a famous master since we were young. The master taught us both literary arts and martial arts. Although I am not as good at literary arts as eldest and youngest brother, my martial arts are no joke. I'm not boasting, but neither of my brothers would be able to win against me, even if they worked together. Don't worry about me, mother." When the princess consort saw her second son's steady gaze and decisive expression, she knew that he spent a lot of time thinking about this. If she tried to force him to stay at home, then her son would truly become worthless in the future. She weakly leaned back on the cushions in the carriage and somewhat resentfully complained, "All of you have ideas and plans. One has to go out to sea despite all our attempts to stop him, while another wants to rush into the battlefield to prove himself. Have any of thought about my feelings about this? Mother, please forgive your son for being unfilial. If I had to stay at home any longer, I don't know what I might turn into. I don't want to do something that hurts you, so please allow me to be selfish for once." Zhu Jiangxi fell to his knees and forcefully kowtowed to his mother 3 times. Princess Consort Jing hurriedly raised her second son back up. Her eyes filled with tears as she slowly nodded her suddenly heavy head. She gently replied, "Second son, you must achieve your goals and prove to yourself. Mother will not block you. However, you must remember that every strand of hair and piece of flesh on your body came from your parents, so you must take very good care of yourself." "Mother," Zhu Jiangxi noticed that his mother's eyes were full of tears, so he could only choke out one word before his emotions overwhelmed him. He solemnly nodded his head, I'm going to buy some watermelon." If he didn't step off the carriage now, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his own tears. He didn't want his mother to see such a weak side of him. Young Master Zhu, my aunt wants to ask, does the princess consort know where she wants to lodge tonight? Right after Zhu Jungxi came down from the carriage, he saw a pretty young maiden dressed in pink clothes who was looking at him bashfully. Prince Jing had a noble rank and was trusted by the emperor. Many of the high-ranking officials at court wanted to use marriage with his family as a way to consolidate their own positions at court. In addition, Prince Jing's 3 legitimate sons all had good reputations and handsome looks. Thus, many young ladies in the capital silently admired them. A marriage with one of Prince Jing's sons was their secret desire. A similar shy and retiring expression of the young girl in front of him had been seen by Zhu Jungxi too many times in the past. The amiable and kind manner he had in front of the princess consort disappeared when he confronted outside people. He frowned and a hint of impatience entered his eyes. Such a question could have easily been asked by a maidservant. Is there a point in having you, Miss Xia, personally coming over? Xia Farong opened her eyes widely, and her lips slightly trembled as she slightly sobbed. She looked pitifully at Zhu Jungxi. Zhu Jungxi became even more impatient and lightly waved his arm. He decidedly said, if you have any other questions, then just ask my mother. I have other things to do. Xia Farong watched as Zhu Jungxi ruthlessly left and then wiped the pitiful expression from her face. Her eyes glinted with shrewdness. Her father was only a 5th-ranked minor official at court. In the capital, one could hit dozens of 5th-ranked officials just by randomly throwing a stick. She had many sisters at home and also had a stepmother suppressing her. She had no option but to try to scheme on her own. Her paternal aunt was childless and was also a 3rd-ranked noblewoman. Although her uncle was a bit uncouth, he was still a 3rd-ranked official who was regarded highly by the emperor. She had also asked about her aunt's personality and deliberately changed her own behavior to fit the woman's tastes. In front of her, she pretended to be innocent and sweet as well, a bit silly and delicate. Thus, she was able to win her paternal aunt's affections. After inquiring around, she discovered that her uncle had an old injury and would have difficulty fathering a child in the future. Thus, an idea sprouted. She needed to curry their favor by being obedient and see if they might adopt her as her paternal aunt's daughter. In the future, that would mean she had become a major 3rd-ranked official's legitimate daughter. With her uncle's network, how could she not find an ideal husband in the future? However, she never would have expected, never would have thought, that her uncle would adopt a little farm girl when he was sent as an imperial envoy to the insignificant town of Tanggu. Every time he talked about that lowly farm girl, he praised her to the skies. A lowly peasant girl, who knew how to cook a few dishes, had been raised so high in a second. In addition, that little brat even took away what should have been hers. Dream on. Therefore, when her paternal aunt packed her luggage a few days ago in preparation for traveling to Tanggu town to give her uncle a nice surprise, Xia Farong managed to persuade her aunt with great difficulty to let her come too. She wanted to see just what sort of base person wanted to seize what was hers. However, she never would have expected that, on the way there, they would encounter the prestigious princess consort Jing and the lofty and handsome second son of Prince Jing. Although it was rumored that the second son wasn't very favored at home, he was still a son of an imperial prince. Today, she could tell from a glance that the rumors were true. He had an attractive appearance and elegant bearing. Every movement he made spoke of his noble birth. He was absolutely someone who was hard to find, a man who would be an ideal husband. Once the two families figured out the identities of the people within the carriages, they decided to travel as a group. For the rest of the journey, Xia Farong would always inadvertently appear in front of Zhu Jungxi and try to become closer to him. She always used what she considered to be her best angle, act shy and timid, and sweetly gaze at Prince Jing's second son. Xia Farong believed that, among her numerous sisters, she had the best appearance. She was convinced that, with her good looks and clever plans, she would be able to make Prince Jing's second son look favorably upon her. Unfortunately, the situation was the opposite to what she had wanted. Zhu Jungxi always turned a blind eye to her coquettish actions. Because of society's expectations of what men and women should do, she couldn't be too forward in fear that she might make the second young master and the princess consort disgusted with her. Thus, despite trying for 3 days straight, she could never find the chance to privately speak with him. Xia Farong wasn't discouraged and always silently observed Zhu Jungxi's every movement. At last, just earlier, she found her opportunity to talk to second young master Zhu. However, he didn't even treat her politely. Was it because her charm wasn't strong enough? Or was it because he wasn't in a good mood today? Xia Farong twisted her handkerchief into knots as she bit her lip in frustration. She watched silently as his imposing figure disappeared into the watermelon store. Her eyes became dark and it was obvious that she was still scheming inside. Miss Xia, do you need something? Princess Consort Jing observed the bevy of expressions that crossed Xia Farong's face. She had been aware of the young maiden's schemes throughout the whole journey. Luckily, her second son completely disdained her, which made her relax quite a bit. A preteen girl who was only interested in seducing men was definitely someone who would cause trouble later on. How could she let such a person become someone who was linked to her son for a lifetime? Xia Farong quickly fixed her expression and pasted on an innocent smile. She replied sweetly, Princess Consort, Aunt wanted me to ask you if you already have a place to stay tonight. If not, Aunt says that she has a small residence here in Tanggu town. Although it's a bit crude, it should still suffice as a resting place. No need, County Magistrate Wu's wife is a close childhood friend of mine. Before I left, I had written a letter to her to let her know that I was going to bother her for 2 days. Although Princess Consort Jing had a good impression of Zhaoyang General Fang Zizhen's wife, she didn't want her son to have any more exposure to this young girl who had such obvious ulterior motives. Thus, she resolutely refused the offer. Xia Farong's pair of dark, lively eyes instantly became dim from disappointment. She turned around and stared at that tall and manly figure in the melon stand. Not resigned in the least, her eyes flickered a bit and the corners of her mouth slightly curved up. However, she still politely said her farewells to the princess consort. When Xia Farong returned back to the Fang family's horse carriage that was behind Prince Jing's carriage, she smiled sweetly at her aunt. She cheerfully reported, Aunt, the princess consort said that she had already made plans with the county magistrate's wife and will be staying over there. Oh right, there's a family selling watermelons over there. They say that the melons are tasty and the price is reasonable. Niece will go right now to buy one to let Aunt try some. Her expression and tone didn't betray the fact that she had just been soundly rejected by Zhu Jiangxi. It was as if she was just another young maiden without a care in the world. Lady Fang lovingly smiled at her niece and waved a hand, let a maidservant go over. After traveling for so many days, you must also feel tired. Aunt, niece isn't tired. After sitting in the carriage for a few days, walking around is also good. Xia Farong's eyes, which resembled Lady Fang's, gleamed with a dazzling light. Among her numerous nieces, Lady Fang had chosen Xia Farong not only because of her temperament but also because she thought this niece resembled herself the most. She patted Xia Farong's hand and nodded, you are right. It's good to step down and walk around for a bit. Aunt will also accompany you to go there to look. Lady Fang looked through the window and saw a young cute girl with a glittering smile in front of the watermelon store that wasn't far from them. She looked to be around 8 to 9 years of age and had gleaming, pale skin. Although she couldn't be considered to be astoundingly beautiful, she was still quite adorable. Her large and dark eyes were especially charming and seemed to be full of liveliness. Although Lady Fang had never seen the adopted daughter that her husband had taken in, she had pieced together an image of an odd little girl who was amazingly talented at cooking from his stories and letters about her. His most recent letter said that his adopted daughter had planted watermelons that had ripened astoundingly early. In addition, these watermelons were tastier and sweeter than the ones he had before. He even had someone bring 2 of them over to the capital so she could try them. She had never tried watermelon that was so big and so sweet before. Within Tanggu town, only the Yu family had enough courage to try planting watermelon. Then, did that mean that this watermelon store was linked in countless ways with her husband's adopted daughter? Was that lively little girl in the watermelon stand the adopted daughter that her husband praised constantly? At this moment, her niece wanted to go look at the watermelon stand, which met her interest too. With the help of her personal maid-servants, Linglong and Junju, Lady Fang stepped off the carriage. She gently stretched out her legs and idly strolled towards the melon stand. Although Lady Fang was content, Xia Farong wasn't actually happy about her decision. The young maiden was originally planning on finding an opportunity in the watermelon store to talk to Prince Jing's second son again. Now, her perfect plan had been ruined. She stared at her aunt's back and resentment filled her heart. By this time, the craze for buying watermelons had mostly died down. Within the store, there were only 2 to 3 matrons who were dressed in dignified attire. They were carefully selecting some watermelons from the remaining stock on the shelves. Yu Xiaosao, who could finally take a breather, sat on the tall stool and kicked her feet playfully underneath her skirts. Her heart felt cheerful as she rocked the cash box full of ingots on the counter. At this moment, she saw a figure come in from the corner of her eyes. She promptly smiled sweetly at the new customer and trumpeted out a greeting, welcome, feel free to choose what you would like. As she raised her head, she saw a handsome face that seemed to have been finely carved with a knife. The young man was wearing a blue robe that was embroidered with black bamboo. There was a white belt cinched around his waist and his feet were shod with a pair of white deerskin boots. He was a perfect example of an alluringly attractive man from ancient times. Yu Xiaoxiao gazed at the handsome guy's nice figure with obvious interest. Zhu Jiangxi seemed to sense Xiaoxiao's eyes on him and faintly glanced at her. He suddenly discovered that the little girl had a pair of eyes that glittered brightly that stared at him appreciatively. Although her eyes stopped for a long time on his handsome face, her gaze seemed pure and didn't make him feel disgusted. After he looked at her for a bit longer, he discovered that the owner of the eyes was actually a lively little girl who hadn't reached the age of 10. Zhu Jiangxi couldn't help but let out an amused laugh. How would such a little girl know of the propriety between men and women? No wonder she didn't try to hide her obvious stares. Zhu Jiangxi smiled at the little girl and unexpectedly found that little girl seemed to be a bit stunned by his grin. This young girl was quite interesting. Was it really okay for her to reveal such an obvious appreciative glance at a man? Zhu Jiangxi couldn't help but want to tease this little girl, so he walked up to her and deliberately frowned. "What are you looking at me for?" Zhu Jiangxi had a tall figure and practiced martial arts all year round. Thus, it was natural that he would have an intimidating aura. Whenever he frowned, he actually frightened the people around him. Yu Xiaoxiao blinked a couple of times. She could tell from the expression in his eyes that he wasn't actually angry, so she revealed a charming smile. "Ah. If you weren't looking at me, how would you know I was looking at you? I'm staring at you, you're staring at me, I think we can consider ourselves even right now. I definitely wasn't looking at you the same way you were staring at me. Doesn't that mean that I'm the one at a disadvantage here?" Zhu Jiangxi furrowed his brows and had a somewhat fierce expression on his face. Yu Xiaoxiao suppressed a grin. "Having someone look at you doesn't cause you to become injured, so how could it be considered you're at a disadvantage? Young master looks like a handsome gentleman who wouldn't be someone so petty to haggle over every ounce. And what if I was?" The mirth in his eyes became much more apparent, yet his face seemed even more fierce. Yu Xiaoxiao merely shrugged and fanned out her arms. "Then I made an error of judgment. If you feel like you're at a disadvantage here, then I still can't give you a melon for free to compensate you. If you want to make a fuss, just go ahead." Seeing that the little girl was being a little rascal, Zhu Jiangxi didn't feel disgusted and instead thought she was quite cute. His younger sister, when she was around 8 to 9 years of age, would also act shamelessly in front of him. Once she got older, she became gentle and refined and was no longer as adorable as she was when she was young. "Second young master, have you picked out a watermelon already? Do you need someone to help you?" Sha Farong, who had followed her aunt, had noticed that Zhu Jiangxi had been in the store for a while yet his hands were still empty. She couldn't just stay next to her aunt anymore and instead used her large and watery eyes to look at him shyly while she took the initiative to talk to him. Oh, handsome and refined guys would always have many people admiring them. Was it possible that women in ancient times also sometimes took the initiative too? This young girl's eyes seemed as if they were stuck on this good-looking guy's body. Was this truly okay? Yu Xiaoxiao propped her cheek on a hand as she avidly watched the handsome guy and pretty girl's interactions. The mirth within Zhu Jiangxi's eyes slowly dimmed away and he directly ignored Sha Farong's earnest gaze. Instead, he greeted Lady Fang. "Lady Fang, if you want to eat some watermelon, just tell someone. There's no need for you to personally come here." Lady Fang had also noticed that her niece had been staring conspicuously at Zhu Jiangxi and felt a bit displeased. She frowned a bit but she couldn't say anything right now while Prince Jing's second son was in front of her. Once she heard his greeting, she slightly smiled. "After sitting in the carriage for a few days, I wanted to immediately get off and exercise my legs and feet." "Lady Fang, please continue with what you were doing then. I'm going to select watermelons now to avoid having my mother wait for too long." Zhu Jiangxi didn't look at Sha Farong even once while he was talking. After he finished, he entered the store to look at the shelves. Falling flowers had plans yet flowing water was ruthless. Yu Xiaoxiao could tell exactly what had happened from start to finish. However, it seemed like even after the little flower fell, it didn't become discouraged. "Aunt, let's also go pick a watermelon too." Sha Farong's voice became a bit more eager and polite. However, she continued to stare at that figure clothed in blue that was in the store. The smile on Lady Fang's face disappeared and she mildly said, "As two women only know how to eat watermelon, so how would we know how to select the right one? Little girl, please help us choose 2 melons." Oh. This little flower absolutely has no more luck as her parent doesn't agree with this. Tisk tisk, this little flower is quite courageous to even make sheep eyes at this man in front of her parent. What a pity that this man is just ignoring her. She had been watching the scene unfold in front of her quite avidly, so when Lady Fang suddenly called on her, she paused for a couple of seconds before she immediately revealed a warm smile. "Madam, please don't worry. I promise that I'll pick watermelons that are sweet and juicy to satisfy you." The sight of such a bright and dazzling smile dispersed some of the gloom within Lady Fang's heart. She sized up the clever little girl in front of her. She was dressed in a lotus cyan-colored attire. The edges of her skirt and sleeves were embroidered with small purple Cape jasmine flowers. Her hair was swept up into adorable twin buns with a hairpin with purple flowers made of pearls inserted in. She had a small face, not much bigger than the size of someone's palm, that was clear and clean, and a pair of lively eyes that seemed to speak volumes. Her rosy red lips seemed to be faintly curved up, permanently making her seem very cute. Sure enough, this was a likable and adorable child. Originally, Lady Fang had been worried that her husband, who she understood like the back of her hand, had been fooled by a sinister person. Now, she could finally relax. A little girl who had eyes as clear and pure as spring water could not be someone who had a malicious heart. Under Lady Fang's bright gaze, Yu Xiaoxiao chose a couple of watermelons cheerfully despite the amount of pressure she was under. This graceful and resolute lady had been staring at her continuously ever since she had entered the store. Why was that? Was it because she was too cute and made it hard for other people to move their gaze? Xiaoxiao suddenly became a little narcissistic. Oh wait, what did that handsome guy in the blue robe call this lady? Lady Fang. Oh my god, could she possibly the godmother she had never met who had decided to come over today to inspect her? Godfather really was something to not give her a hint prior. Fang Zizhen protested his innocence. He also didn't know that his wife would also surprisingly appear. Okay. Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to select watermelons as she tried very hard to remember her conduct from earlier. Was there anything shameful that occurred? A feeling of nervousness settled within her heart. Would godmother be hard to get along with? Would her godmother be unhappy with her? Lady Fang watched as the little girl pretended to be busy. She had also noticed that, from time to time, this little girl would glance at her and knew that the little girl had guessed her identity. This was truly a clever and bright little girl. Within her heart, she added a few more points for Xiaoxiao. Out of the remaining watermelons in the store, Xiaoxiao chose the two that had the highest concentration of spiritual energy within them. She carefully took them off of the shelf and personally brought them over to the counter. She needed to make a good impression on her godmother. Lady Fang, on the other hand, felt bad having such a small and fragile little girl moving the watermelon and commanded her maidservants, Linglong, Junju, why aren't you two going over to help? Yu Xiaoxiao was a bit embarrassed in front of Lady Fang and had a bashful smile on her face when she raised it up to look at the woman. She was usually chirpy and talkative, but she didn't quite know what to say to the woman in front of her. Lady Fang lowered her head and gently looked at the shyly smiling little girl. She used the handkerchief in her hand to lightly clean a bit of dust that had inadvertently been smudged onto that cute little face. She then stroked the little girl's glossy and dark hair. The little girl's eyes, which had previously been a bit anxious, immediately brightened and looked as dazzling as a bunch of stars. It made her somewhat common-looking face become lively and energetic. Little girl, how much would it be for these two watermelons? After seeing the young girl's sincerely smiling face, Lady Fang surreptitiously glanced at her niece's gloomy expression and became much more cheerful. The older woman's expression and mood clearly showed that she was trying to tease Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao came closer to the woman again as she kneaded at the corner of her clothes with a blush on her face. She quietly said, "We're all family, there's no need to talk about payment for the watermelons, right? I'm giving these two watermelons to you, godmother, to show my filial respect to you." Oh, you can't just make an assumption that anyone is your godmother. Aren't you afraid that you might have mistaken her identity? Lady Fang teased the little girl as if she was the Parisian cat at home. Her expression and tone all held a hint of laughter. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately used an uncertain tone and hesitated before she asked, "May I ask, are you a part of the Fang family?" Lady Fang seemed to be smiling as she slowly replied, "There are many people surnamed Fang in this world. Are you telling me that every Lady Fang is your godmother?" My godfather told me that my godmother is beautiful, magnanimous and has a sweet-tempered personality while being resolute. She's kind but also courageous. Godfather also said that we are like two kindred spirits and would get along splendidly. At first glance I could tell that you are an amiable lady and my intuition told me that you are my godmother. Yu Xiaoxiao cleverly flattered the older woman as she tried to please her. Sha Farong, whose attention was still on Prince Jing's second son, suddenly became alert after hearing Xiaoxiao say, "You are my godmother." Her almond-shaped eyes opened wide and she glared fiercely at Xiaoxiao. She instantly noticed that the little girl was dressed plainly, had an average-looking appearance, and a shy manner that bespoke of her lowly birth. She sneered and remarked dryly, "Can you call anyone your godmother?" Little girl, you already know how to try to climb the ladder at such a young age. You are truly too unscrupulous. Her aunt disliked people who schemed the most. If she could lead her aunt down the wrong line of thinking with her words, then it didn't matter if her uncle recognized the little girl as his adopted daughter. The mistress of the general's estate was still her own blood aunt. Yu Xiaoxiao could sense the pretty young maiden's hostility towards her. She felt a bit puzzled and sighed. We're total strangers to each other, so why is she deliberately trying to discredit me? Lady Fang had never seen the harsh side of her niece before. Usually, her niece always seemed innocent, cheerful, and had a good understanding of others. The words she said today, why did they seem so mean? She started to recall that her niece often tried to please her and that the young girl also insinuated that she saw the general's residence as her second home. Lady Fang was familiar with inner-yard politics and had also personally experienced the infighting and scheming of the Xia family's wife and concubines. Within a wink, she grasped what her niece was trying to do and immediately became unhappy. Apparently the simple and innocent appearance of her niece was a special act especially crafted for her. Lady Fang's gaze at Xia Furong became stricter and she mildly said, Furong, this is the adopted daughter that your uncle personally recognized himself. Her name is Yu Xiaoxiao and she's not quite 10 this year. Yet, she can already support her family all on her own. Hasn't our current emperor extolled that women should strive for self-improvement and independence? I believe Xiaoxiao is a shining example of that. When Yu Xiaoxiao heard her godmother supporting her and even complimenting her at such a high degree, she hurriedly interjected humbly, Godmother, you praise me too much. Without the help of my parents and siblings, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Godfather also helps me very much. For example, this store has such a good location. If it wasn't for the previous owner regarding Godfather so highly, we absolutely wouldn't have been able to buy it. What? Xia Furong raised her voice and a jealous expression twisted her face. Uncle bought this store for you. Aunt, a store in such a good location must be at least 1,000 taels. How could a country bumpkin like her possibly have enough money to buy something so expensive? When Uncle took up the Imperial envoy post, he only took a couple thousand taels along with him. Is it possible that she took bribes from other people to pay for this? Xia Furong had accompanied her aunt for a full 2 years and naturally knew that her aunt hated officials who took bribes. She even constantly warned her uncle that he shouldn't take small benefits and end up losing the emperor's trust. If something like that truly occurred, this little panting dog would never be able to be liked by her aunt. Thus, wouldn't she be one step closer to her dream of becoming a young lady of a general's household? However, Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't actually a true 9-year-old little girl. She could clearly tell that the delicate young maiden had a boatload of schemes swimming behind her eyes. She couldn't help but frown a bit. I'm pretty sure I didn't offend her, so why is she trying to trip me up? What is she up to? She exclaimed, older sister. What you said is incorrect. What do you mean I'm just a country bumpkin? You clearly are discriminating against farmers. Out of the 4 classes of people, farmers are only second to scholars. Without farmers working hard day in and day out, older sister can become an immortal instead. Yu Xiaoxiao absolutely couldn't allow this girl to discredit her, right? If her godmother believed this girl's lies, what was she to do? She didn't rely on the Fang family for sustenance or shelter, so why did she have to take this beating lying down? In any case, this godfather of hers just showed up. If he wanted to treat her well, that was definitely good, but she never had to force him to do any of this. Thus, she could easily and confidently defend herself without any qualms. When Lady Fang saw the little child in front of her defend herself, with a straight back and large eyes, she thought the girl resembled a proud and spirited little rooster. It was quite a rare sight. What did you mean by what you just said? Lady Fang thought that the term, immortal, wasn't necessarily a compliment in this case. In legends, immortals only need to sup from the wind and drink dew, so they have no need for the mundane food of mortals. Without farmers who till the land, we wouldn't have any crops. Without crops, what would people eat then? Drink the northwest wind. Yu Xiaoxiao slanted her eyes at Xia Furong and looked incredibly adorable. However, Xia Furong didn't think she was cute at all because this lowly farmer's daughter made her lose face in front of her aunt. She immediately flew into a rage and shrieked, do you dare to say that this store wasn't bought from you by uncle? A few thousand taels isn't a small number. You're so young, yet you have such a scheming mind. What will happen when you get older? Zhu Zhengxi had just finished picking out his watermelon and was suddenly shocked by Xia Furong's shrill voice and malevolent expression. He never would have thought that a young maiden from a noble family could also have such a shrewish side too. The vast majority of gently raised maidens would protest injustice at his assumption. Enough. Lady Fang had naturally noticed the surprised expression that flickered on Prince Jing's second son's face. She had even less patience towards her niece now. Farong, your uncle had already explained the matter with the store to me in his letter. The money to buy the store came from Xiaosao, who earned it all herself. The store was originally owned by County Magistrate Wu. Your uncle would never take a bribe, and he only helped with contacting the seller. Aunt, Xia Farong had also seen Zhu Jiangxi's expression and quickly controlled herself. She somewhat impatiently tried to explain, don't be deceived by this crafty peasant. An ordinary farmer's daughter, even if she had a lot of ability, still wouldn't have enough skill to make enough money to buy this store. That's not a small number, 1,000 or so taels. From my perspective, let's not even talk about earning, I bet she would have a hard time even seeing that much money. All she could think about was what her life would be like if she was adopted into her aunt's family. All of the glory, splendor and wealth associated with the general's residence would be considered hers alone, including the 1,000 or so taels used to buy the store. In the Xia family, she was only a daughter who wasn't favored. Her monthly pocket money wasn't much more than what a head maidservant could earn. How many clothes and jewelry could she buy with 1,000 taels? The more she thought about it, the more bitter she became. When Lady Fang saw that her niece was going to continue to harp about this topic, her face darkened and she remarked, why couldn't she earn it herself? Xiaosao is very talented at cooking. Junsho restaurant's roasted chicken, osmanthus duck, braised food, and oyster sauce vegetables were all recipes created by her. She earned several thousand taels in the past 2 months from her share of the profits from the osmanthus duck alone. In addition, Xiaosao also has shares in the capital's newest, Haitian, brand of seasonings too. Having enough money to buy this store isn't something difficult for her. Oh, osmanthus duck was created by this little girl. My Roy, mother really likes it. However, every time we buy it we need to stand in line and we still may not be able to get any. Zhu Jiangxi inspected the skinny and tiny little girl in front of him with great interest. He had never thought that the capital's most popular dishes were all created by her. It was truly an example of not judging a book by its cover. When Xia Farong saw Prince Jing's second son, who had never given her a second glance, smiling at that lowly girl, her last hold on logic and reasoning snapped, nonsense. Aunt, you can't believe everything she says. She's a poor and petty little farmer's girl. How often can she eat chicken in a year? Can she afford to buy duck? Are menus and recipes that easy to come up with and are famous chefs crowding the streets? Older sister, we are total strangers to each other, so why are you always targeting me? You claim that I didn't come up with roasted chicken, osmanthus duck or any of the other recipes. So who do you think came up with them? If you haven't investigated properly, then you don't have the right to make claims. Do you really think it's okay for you to smear my reputation so easily? Since this girl was her godmother's niece, Yu Xiaosao couldn't say things more bluntly. However, she still had to defend herself. Did that girl think she was easy to push around and bully? She didn't wait for Xia Farong to retort and turned over toward that handsome youth and reminded him, although osmanthus duck is delicious, able to reduce swelling and aging and strengthen the blood vessels, it's still a food with cold properties. Women shouldn't eat it too frequently. Instead, they should only have some every few days or so. Zhu Jiangxi didn't expect that a little girl who didn't even reach his chest would be able to describe osmanthus duck's properties so well. Thus, he somewhat believed Lady Fang's claims. He smiled, thank you for your kind reminder. I will make sure to tell my mother about this. Let me pay for the watermelon now, to avoid having my mother wait for too long. Altogether, it comes out to 10 taels. Yu Xiaosao swiftly took the money and warmly said, thank you for your business, hope you come back again next time. Xia Farong felt incensed and resentful that the youth she liked completely ignored her. She blurted out, it's obvious you're a farmer's brat, so petty. Second young master is also like aunt's nephew, so how can you take his money so easily? Zhu Jiangxi's cold gaze swept over the surroundings. The impatience simmering inside him transformed into anger. He didn't really care what Xia Farong was trying to do, but when she involved him, he couldn't let her continue. Miss Xia's words are incorrect. This little girl is running a business and I'm buying what she's selling. That's a fair deal, so why shouldn't she take my money? Or does Miss Xia believe that my Zhu family can't afford to spend 10 taels on watermelon? No, that wasn't what I was implying. Second young master Zhu had finally paid attention to her, but the look in his eyes was filled with loathing. Xia Farong freaked out. In front of young master Zhu, she needed to be more patient. She immediately regretted getting angered by that lowly peasant girl and letting second young master Zhu see her bad side. It was all that lowly peasant girl's fault. Sha Farong was the one originally at fault, yet she still pushed all the blame on her victim. This type of person was truly too laughable. Zhu Jungxi carried the watermelon in his arms as he walked out. Sha Farong stared at him as if there was a magnet attracting her eyes to him. She glanced longingly at that imposing figure for a long time before she reluctantly looked away. Yu Xiaosao felt embarrassed for this girl. Was it really okay for her to be that obviously lovesick in front of her elders? Farong, don't let me regret bringing you along. Lady Fang didn't disguise her disappointment towards Sha Farong, and her tone of voice became much more serious. Sha Farong reluctantly brought her attention back and angrily glared at Xiaosao, who was delightfully watching the show. Anger bubbled within her heart. It's all the fault of this devious brat. She stole all of my aunt's love and favor. In the past, aunt never could bear to scold me. Once again, Yu Xiaosao became her scapegoat. Come here, Farong, let me introduce you. This is the adopted daughter that your uncle recognized, so she is also your younger cousin. You're a little bit older than her, so you must treat your younger sister well. Lady Fang could tell that her niece had a bit of hostility towards Xiaosao, so she deliberately warned Sha Farong. Godmother, your niece is naturally my older sister, so don't worry, we'll definitely get along well. Yu Xiaosao pulled at Sha Farong's hand in an intimate manner and lightly swayed. Older sister, there's a lot to do here. We can climb up hills to dig up wild vegetables, catch pheasants, and also go down to the beach to gather shellfish and seafood, that's right. Tomorrow I'll bring you along to dig up some sandworms. The sandworms here are long and plump. They're thicker than my fingers, very long, and soft. When you touch them, they feel squishy, kind of like a large earthworm. This little brat knew that Sha Farong was pampered maiden from a wealthy family, so she wouldn't like insects. Xiaosao deliberately described the appearance of the sandworm very vividly. As expected, Sha Farong turned pale after hearing her description and forcefully shook off Xiaosao's hand. She even pushed Xiaosao a little and screeched, "Go away. You're such a dirty peasant." Xiaosao reeled from her push and her back crashed into the doorframe, making a very loud sound. Tears came to the corners of her eyes. Author's note: she's not faking it, it really hurt, and she raised her little face. She cried pitifully and innocently, "Godmother, I feel like older cousin doesn't like me, even so, she can't just swear at me. We are all human and have parents. I am also my parents' treasure, so how can I be dirty and lowly?" Lady Fang's patience had almost been worn away by her niece's behavior today. She looked at Sha Farong, who had an expression of disgust on her face that she didn't bother to disguise. The older woman thought of her niece's previous sensible and sincere personality. Haha, apparently that was all an act to worm into her good graces. Now that her niece knew that the Fang family had adopted a daughter, her previous hopes had been dashed. Did she think it was no longer necessary to hide her true nature now? Xiaosao, come here, let Godmother see if you got injured or not. Lady Fang pulled on Xiaosao's hand and lightly touched her back, which had been hurt. Godmother, it hurts. Xiaosao had a feeling that there was a bruise on her back now. She didn't expect that a young maiden, who looked delicate and weak, could have so much strength. Did she provoke the other girl too much? Lady Fang recalled the noise that sounded when her adopted daughter collided with the doorframe. She knew that Xiaosao wasn't faking it and comforted the young girl. Xiaosao, let's go to the inner courtyard. Godmother will help you rub some medicinal oil on your injury and it will stop hurting very soon. As she talked, she took a hold of Xiaosao's small hand and walked along with her two maid servants through the store in the direction of the inner courtyard. When she passed by Sha Farong, she didn't even bother giving the other girl a glance. When Lady Fang was a young maiden, she was the legitimate daughter of the main branch, so she had grown up by the matriarch's side. Although the Sha family's relationships were quite complicated, the matriarch's compound was as peaceful as a heavenly garden. Thus, Lady Fang grew up to be an open-minded and candid young lady who firmly knew what she liked and disliked. If she liked you, she would make sure to give her best to you. However, if she didn't like you, she would immediately ignore you as if you weren't there. The Sha family's inner courtyard relationships were not peaceful and there was a lot of scheming and infighting. Naturally, Lady Fang was aware of this. She had originally believed that her niece, Sha Farong, was like her, the only pure lotus flower to grow out of a dirty and muddy Sha family. However, she didn't expect that her niece had been pretending in order to fool her. To people who tried to pull the wool over her eyes, Lady Fang would dislike them as much as she had originally liked them. Sha Farong had accompanied her aunt for almost 2 years at the Fang family and naturally understood her aunt's personality. When she saw Lady Fang walk by and ignore her, she immediately panicked. She promptly tried to explain, "Aunt, earlier I was scared by younger cousin. You also know that niece is afraid of bugs." At that moment, I wasn't thinking straight and I accidentally hurt younger cousin. I want to apologize to her now. Even until now, she didn't know what her biggest mistake was, Arg, she truly didn't judge correctly this time. Lady Fang paused for a second but didn't even turn her head around before she continued forward. Yu Xiaoxiao gently took her hand out of the older woman's hand and turned around. Older cousin, I often run around in the mountains, so it's hard to avoid getting hurt. Therefore, I'm not angry because you accidentally injured me. I'm angry because you used such hurtful words to insult me. You not only hurt my feelings but you also had such a scary expression on your face. Although I was born in a farmer's family, I also know what the phrase, to insult someone is to invite 6 months of cold, means. In my village, only shrewish women would insult people in public. When Sha Farong heard what Xiaoxiao said, her face twisted into another ugly expression. This stupid brat must be destined to not see eye to eye with me. Not only did she steal Aunt's love away from me but she also always found a way to sneakily slander me in front of Aunt. That won't do, I need to let Aunt see Yu Xiaoxiao's true colors. Aunt, I said the wrong thing when I wasn't in the right mindset. However, younger cousin just compared me to her village's shrewish women. Aunt, Sha Farong took out her handkerchief and wiped the corner of her eyes. She lowered her head, as if she was the one being bullied. Lady Fang lightly sighed. In a couple of days, I'll have someone send you back to the capital. Tanggu town is too small, so you won't be accustomed to living in this place. Aunt, don't drive me away. I'll get used to living here, I swear. Sha Farong started to panic. Go back to the capital. There wasn't anyone home at the general's estate, so she knew she wouldn't be going back there. Instead, she would be sent back to the Sha family's residence. She was already 13 years old. If she was sent back to the Sha family, then she would likely be sent to a high-ranking official's residence to become a concubine to give the Sha family some benefits. After the matriarch passed away, the Sha family had become even more chaotic and muddy. When Lady Fang saw that her niece had been taken down a peg, she hoped that she might change for the better. She mildly replied, if you don't want to leave, then prepare yourself for difficulties in the future. You need to remember that I'm not here to live comfortably. Instead, I'm here to help your uncle so he can work without any worries. I'll remember, Aunt. Sha Farong seemed quite emotional and that wasn't feigned. She was truly afraid now. Godmother, you didn't let Godfather know ahead of time that you were coming over, right? When Yu Xiaoxiao saw Sha Farong getting lectured, she hurriedly pulled on Lady Fang's hand, lightly swayed a bit, and interjected. Lady Fang gently caressed her head and led her into the inner courtyard. She talked as they walked. That's right. Originally, I wanted to give you and your godfather a nice surprise. How did you know that I didn't tell him in advance? Godfather went into the prefectural city today. If he had known you were coming today, he absolutely wouldn't be able to abandon you here. Yu Xiaoxiao cheerfully raised her head and looked up. Her gaze was open and magnanimous, and there wasn't a hint that she wanted to curry favor or test the waters. She acted as if she regarded Lady Fang as her closest relative. No matter what she said or did, she knew that her closest kin wouldn't truly get angry at her. At last, Lady Fang truly understood why she always felt a slight separation between her and Sha Farong. There was a reason. Lady Fang lightly tapped Xiaoxiao's head and pretended to get angry. You're such a gutsy little girl. You even dare to tease your godmother. When your godfather gets back, I will tell on you. Yu Xiaoxiao exposed a slightly scared expression on her face, as if she was a frightened little girl, and deliberately used a voice that trembled to reply, don't do that. If Godfather found out that I offended you, Godmother, then he'll definitely break my leg in two. Godmother, please spare me. Lady Fang felt that her little act was quite hilarious and couldn't keep a straight face anymore. She finally burst out into laughter. The older woman bent down and pulled Xiaoxiao's thin and soft body into her arms. She remarked in a voice full of mirth, you're such a bizarre little girl, how can you be so interesting? No wonder your godfather praises you without end. Sha Farong, who was following from behind, almost tore up the handkerchief in her hands. Aunt had never treated her so intimately before. No matter how hard she tried to mold herself into her aunt's liking, her aunt always had a bit of separation from her. Why did this lowly brat get to obtain her aunt's unconditional love at first sight? Unfortunately, Yu Xiaoxiao was unable to enjoy her godmother's hug. She yelped a few times, hurts. Godmother, my back hurts. Lady Fang remembered that the little girl had injured her back. She quickly picked her up like a little child and stepped swiftly into the room. Yu Xiaoxiao's butt was in the crook of her godmother's arm, and she looped her arms around the woman's neck. She felt a bit awkward inside. I'm almost 10 years old, but she treats me as if I was a 3-year-old instead. If other people see this, that would be so embarrassing. But, I never would have expected Godmother, who looks so weak and delicate, to actually be quite strong. Is it because Godfather knows martial arts so Godmother became strong too? Madam, let me hold her instead. Lady Fang's competent maidservant, Linglong, hurriedly came over to take Yu Xiaoxiao off her mistress's hands. No need, it's not a far distance, I can hold her. Lady Fang didn't want to let go of the soft and sweet little girl in her arms. If she had birthed a daughter, would she also be this cute and sweet? Linglong and Junju looked at each other. It seemed like Miss Yu was highly regarded within the madam's heart. At least, she had surpassed the madam's niece, the young miss who had lived with the Fang family for several years. They reminded each other with their eyes. In the future, they absolutely could not neglect or have any contempt for the adopted young miss. However, Yu Xiaoxiao said embarrassingly, Godmother, I'm not a child anymore. I should walk myself and not tire you out. How much do you weigh? I can even carry 100 caddy sandbag with ease at home. Even carrying something that weighs 3 times as much as you do won't wear me out. Lady Fang put Xiaoxiao on the bed and helped her take off her jacket like she was taking care of an infant. I'll do it myself. Yu Xiaoxiao blushed with shame and took off her outer garment. But her movements were too big, and she accidentally pulled at the wounds on her back, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. Stop trying to be brave. Lady Fang pressed her down onto the bed and lifted up her snow-white inner garment. She saw an obvious and hideous dark purple bruise on her nearly transparent, fair back. Not only was Lady Fang extremely heartbroken, but Linglong and Junju also gasped in shock. It must be so painful. Had it been another little girl, she would have definitely cried out loudly in pain a long time ago. Yet the young miss had been holding back the pain and amusing the madam so that she wouldn't be angry. Lady Fang had brought along a small medicine box. She took out a delicate porcelain bottle from her small medicine box, which was a bottle of bruise soothing powder, bestowed by the emperor. She carefully poured some of the powder onto her palm and gently covered the bruise on the slender back with her hand. For the bruise soothing powder to be effective, it was necessary to use some strength to relieve the acupuncture points and dissolve the bruise. Lady Fang was afraid that the little girl couldn't endure the pain, so she first gently massaged before gradually increasing her strength. At first, Yu Xiaoxiao hissed as she sucked in a breath of cold air. Then she wailed sorrowfully, It hurts, hurts, be more gentle. Godmother, please be more gentle. Endure it for a bit. If I don't use some strength, it won't be effective. Lady Fang tenderly comforted her, but she didn't reduce the strength in her hands. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to scream and flail her limbs vigorously, hitting the bed loudly. Linglong and Junju lowered their heads and tried to hold back their laughter. At this time, the young miss looked like a fish out of water. Her unpretentious appearance looked really cute. Sha Farong gnashed her teeth and stared enviously at the whining brat. Her paternal aunt was so biased. When she first came to the general estate, she was only 7 to 8 years old and her aunt's most intimate action was to hold her hands and touch her head. But how can this dirty rural girl let her aunt hold her in her arms and personally apply medication for her? The bruise-soothing powder was awarded by the emperor, and it would be difficult to obtain on the market even with 1,000 pieces of gold. How was that wretch worthy of such a precious thing? However, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't want this honor at all. She was only a little bruised. When she got home, she could just let the little divine stone blow a breath of celestial air on her back and everything would be fine. Why did she have to suffer like this for no reason? Lady Fang giggled, patted the little girl's restless butt, and daunted, behave. Be careful not to hurt your arms and legs. If they get bruised, you'll have to suffer again. After hearing that, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately stopped, as if she was a robotic doll that was out of power. But her cry of pain became louder and louder. A crying child would get milk, so she wasn't going to go for that act of gritting her teeth and enduring in silence. What's going on? Eldest maternal aunt, Madame Han, and Xiaoxiao's maternal grandmother, Madame Yao, had come to deliver the goods. As soon as they entered the shop, they had heard Xiaoxiao's loud shrieking, so they hastily came in to inquire. Seeing the bruise on the little girl's back, the two couldn't help but feel heartache. Yu Xiaoxiao immediately stopped screaming. She turned her head to see her maternal grandmother and eldest maternal aunt's wan smile, and softly said, Grandmother, eldest maternal aunt, it's all right. I just accidentally bumped into the door. I'll be fine after applying some medication. By the way, this is my godmother, who came from the capital. Madame Yao and her daughter-in-law knew that Shakokao had gotten an official as her godfather. Hearing that she was Xiaoxiao's godmother, didn't that mean that the wife of an official had come? The two honest matrons were bewildered as they just stood there and smiled awkwardly. Lady Fang smiled affably at them and said gently, "We are relatives now, so you guys don't have to be so restrained." Seeing her maternal grandmother and aunt's perplexed expression, Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Grandmother, eldest aunt, I don't know if Uncle Li can handle all the work in front, so can you guys go help out first? I'll come help after applying the medication." Madame Han nodded and said, "It's not that busy, so it will be fine with just your grandmother and me. You're injured, so you should just stay and chat with your godmother." Sha Farong's heart was full of contempt for the typical speech and behavior of the two rural women. As expected, that damned wretch's relatives were unpresentable. Yu Xiaoxiao's torture finally ended. She spread out her arms and legs on the bed and pretended to be dead. Lady Fang was so amused by her that she couldn't stop laughing. She patted her fleshy little butt and said, "Stop playing around. Quickly get up and put on your clothes so that you won't catch a cold." Yu Xiaoxiao sat up and moved her arms. It seemed like her back really didn't hurt as much as before. She slowly put on her clothes and said, "Godmother, are you going to go rest at the residence in town or come back to Dongshan village with us?" Her godfather's job was basically the same as a project supervisor. It would take at least 3 to 5 years to complete the construction of the port, so he bought a residence in town. But her godfather rarely lived in the residence in town. He usually stayed in the Zhao family's old residence at the foot of the West Mountains. This was because it was located close to Xiaoxiao's house, which made it more convenient for him to freeload meals from the Yu family. Fang Zizhen had already explained this matter to his wife in his letters. Lady Fang pondered for a moment and then said, "With my understanding of your godfather, he will go straight to Dongshan village when he returns from the prefectural city. So I will wait for him at Dongshan village." Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head obediently and said, Godfather set off to the prefectural city early this morning, so he should almost be there by now. I reckon he will have to stay a night at the prefectural city and come back tomorrow. The conditions of the residence in town is better, but no one has been living there for a long time after all. So it will be very troublesome to clean. Although the house in Dongshan village is simple and crude, it's closer to my house and we can take care of each other. Godmother, you've been traveling for such a long time, so you should be hungry, right? I'll treat you to a feast at Junsho restaurant. It would cost at least 100 taels for a meal at the Junsho restaurant in the capital, and it was common to pay 300 to 500 taels for a meal. Lady Fang knew that her adoptive daughter had average living conditions. Although the watermelon shop was doing very well, it was still better to help her daughter save some money. I heard from your godfather that you have excellent cooking skills. Godmother wants to try your cooking. Lady Fang caressed the young girl's smooth, black hair, and inwardly praised the little girl's hair for growing so well. Unbeknownst to her, this head of black hair was still as dry as a stick of firewood half a year ago. Yu Xiaoxiao thought of the empty kitchen in the courtyard. She had been so busy with the opening of her shop that she didn't have time to prepare the kitchen utensils, let alone the seasonings. She bit her lip and murmured, Godmother, there's nothing prepared in the small kitchen in the shop. A skillful woman can hardly cook without rice. It's almost noon already, so how am I supposed to make food for you now? If you want to try my cooking, I can show you my skills tonight. Let's just make do with a meal at Junsho restaurant first. Going to eat at Junsho restaurant, yet she described it as putting up with a meal. If others heard this, she would definitely get beat up. Due to Junsho restaurant's endless stream of new dishes, even the tables in the main dining hall had been fully booked for several days. Without making a reservation in advance, don't even think about eating the delicacies at Junsho restaurant. Sha Farong narrowed her eyes and sneered with a smirk, a poor village girl wants to pretend to be capable and impress my aunt by treating her to a meal at Junsho restaurant. Even a table of the most simple dishes at Junsho restaurant will cost several dozen taels. Even if she sells watermelons for an entire day, she still might not earn enough money for a meal at the restaurant. Later, she must take advantage of this opportunity to order more of their signature dishes so that the damned brat would have a heartache. Even the snobby and arrogant noble ladies in the capital seldom had the chance to eat at Junsho restaurant, let alone her. It was almost noon. Xiaoxiao, who had been busily working since dawn, was so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. After having a small talk with her godmother, she accompanied her godmother to the nearby Junsho restaurant. When she passed by the shop, she smiled at her maternal grandmother and eldest maternal aunt, who were in the store. Grandmother, eldest maternal aunt, since there isn't a lot customers right now, let's go eat something across the street first. Madame Yao looked at the lavish silk brocade that Lady Fang wore, as well as the impressive aura she gave off. Even the two maid servants behind her were dressed better than them. She felt slightly ashamed of her inferiority, so she shook her hands repeatedly and said, You go accompany your godmother. There needs to be people in the shop. We can just buy 2 steamed flatbreads to eat later. Xiao Xiao also knew that, even if her maternal grandmother and eldest maternal aunt went, they still wouldn't be able to eat with ease. Thus, she didn't force them and said, I'll ask the server to deliver some food over. Grandmother, eldest maternal aunt, Junsho restaurant's roasted chicken and osmanthus duck are pretty good. Later, have a taste and see if they suit your appetites. No need, no need. How much money would you have to spend to get chickens and ducks? Even if you have money, you still can't spend them like this. I think eating steamed flatbread is fine. Eldest maternal aunt disagreed with Xiao Xiao spending money recklessly. None of them knew that Xiao Xiao had never needed to spend any money when eating at Junsho restaurant. No matter what, she could be considered as business partners with the boss of Junsho restaurant. The money that she helped them earn was enough for her to eat several lifetimes of sumptuous meals. It was currently mealtime, so Junsho restaurant was completely packed with customers. Several people from out of town, who had come to visit after hearing about the famous restaurant, walked out of the restaurant with disappointment upon hearing that the tables had been reserved for the next 3 days. Seems like there isn't any tables left. Lady Fang, who was holding her goddaughter's hand and unwilling to let go, heard the disappointment of the visitor who passed by. She lowered her head to look at Xiao Xiao and softly said. Xia Farong also had a face full of disappointment. She couldn't control herself and blurted out, younger cousin, did you pretend to be generous and treat us to a meal because you knew that we wouldn't be able to get a table at Junsho restaurant at this time? Farong, Lady Fang could understand a young girl having slight vanity, so she wasn't mad about this matter. She was afraid that her daughter would become angry from embarrassment, so she hastily chided her niece. Xia Farong felt even more angry. She snorted unhappily and said, Aunt, you're siding with her. Look, even someone like second young Master Zhu couldn't get a table, let alone an ordinary peasant girl like her. Lady Fang looked in the direction of her niece's line of sight. Sure enough, Prince Jing's second son, Zhu Zhengxi, was talking to someone who appeared to be a manager. At this time, there were several people, who looked like merchants, coming out of the restaurant with a disappointed expression. Forget it, godmother will treat you to a meal at Fulin restaurant to try their specialty dishes. In your godfather's letters, he mentioned that there are a few long-established restaurants in Tenggu town and they each have their own specialty dishes. You can just invite us to eat at Junsho restaurant on another day. They had only just met, but Lady Fang felt that she was kindred spirits with this little girl. Thus, she provided a way for her to get out of this awkward situation. Xiao Xiao smiled genuinely at her godmother, held her hand, and stepped into the main entrance of Junsho restaurant. This guest, I'm really sorry. All our tables for today has been reserved 3 days ago. We really can't get an empty table for you, let alone a private room. The head manager had a keen eye for people. He was absolutely certain that the dignified and noble young man in front of him had an extraordinary family background. However, integrity was very important in business. He couldn't cancel other people's reservations, which they got with much difficulty, for him just because he was someone of high status. Wouldn't that be ruining their own reputation? Hence, he could only sincerely apologize. Zhu Zhengxi had a slightly unpleasant expression on his face. Generally, big restaurants would have a couple private rooms reserved for the owner's friends. Although he didn't know the owner of Junsho restaurant, there could be an exception for everything. He was willing to pay double the price to borrow the reserved private room for a one-time use, but this manager wouldn't agree no matter what. He took in a deep breath and was about to say something when he was interrupted by a clear voice behind him. Uncle Manager, is third young master here today? The head manager smiled apologetically at Zhu Zhengxi and then looked at Xiao Xiao, who was behind him. He smiled until his eyes had narrowed into a line. Miss Xiao Xiao, our boss went to send a batch of vermicelli and century eggs to the capital. He just left this morning. Are you looking for our boss? It's nothing. My godmother came from afar, so I wanted to borrow third young master's reserved private room to entertain her. Xiao Xiao bluntly stated her intention. The head manager quickly said, what do you mean by borrow? Our boss has already said that Miss Xiao Xiao can use his private room whenever you like. Then thanks a lot, Uncle Manager. Xiao Xiao showed a sweet smile, and then walked up the stairs beside the main hall to the second floor with familiarity. Zhu Zhengxi finally couldn't help but pull a long face and angrily said, Manager, everything should be done on a first come, first served basis. I just talked to you in a good-natured way for a long time and was also willing to pay double the price to use the private room, but you wouldn't agree no matter what. Yet, you readily agree to let someone use it now. After all, he was the second son of Imperial Prince Jing. The dignified and imposing manner within his anger caused the head manager's heart to become stagnant for a moment. In spite of the patron's rage, the head manager explained, "That private room is our boss's exclusive room, so except for entertaining friends and relatives, it won't be lent to outsiders. Miss Xiaoxiao has a very special relationship with our boss. She can be considered a partial owner of Junsho restaurant, so." Second young master, "We don't have a lot of people. If you don't mind, let's dine together." Sha Farong didn't expect that the wretch could really get a table, moreover, it was a private room. Seeing that second young master Zhu had encountered an obstacle with the head manager, she felt that this was a rare chance, and thus she made an invitation. Zhu Zhengxi had just noticed that Lady Fang was not far behind him. He faintly glanced at Sha Farong, and his impression of her became even worse. Disregarding the custom that men and women should dine at different table after the age of 7, Sha Farong wasn't the one who got the private room and she also wasn't the one paying for the meal. To make the invitation without asking the host first, she was seriously too rude. He ignored Sha Farong. Instead, he bobbed a greeting towards Lady Fang and said in a graceful manner, "Lady Fang, good to see you again." Lady Fang was quite displeased with her niece's nearly fawning words. She suppressed the rage within her heart and said to second young master Zhu, "Your mother isn't in good health. After sitting in a carriage for such a long time, it's a good idea to find a place to rest." "What's wrong? Was there some change in plans with the county magistrate's wife?" "No, my mother said that it's almost noon, so we shouldn't disturb the county magistrate's family. We decided to eat lunch here before visiting the county yamen." But, an unpleasant expression appeared on Zhu Zhengxi's face again when he thought of the fatigue on his mother's face. Lady Fang looked at her goddaughter and asked for her opinion. "Xiaoxiao, Lady Zhu and young master Zhu took good care of me on the way here. She wants to take a short break here, so what do you?" Xiaoxiao naturally wouldn't reject her godmother's request. With a bright smile, she said cheerfully, "Since she is godmother's friend, it is only proper that I shall treat her with the utmost hospitality. I'll go with you to invite Lady Zhu to have a meal together." Zhu Zhengxi didn't look down on Xiaoxiao because of her ordinary clothes. Instead, he gave her a solemn bow and said, "Thank you very much, miss." Princess consort Jing had long been bored sitting inside the carriage. From time to time, she would raise the curtain of the carriage and look in the direction of Junsho restaurant. When she saw her son coming back, she asked in a soft voice, "How is it? Still can't book a private room?" They were traveling incognito this time, so second young master Zhu just called his royal mother, "Mother," in front of outsiders. He explained softly, "Mother, the Junsho restaurant in Tanggu town, like the one in the capital, must be booked 7 to 8 days in advance. Fortunately, Lady Fang's goddaughter has some face at Junsho restaurant and was able to get a private room. Lady Fang wants to invite you to dine together." Lady Fang's goddaughter. When did she get a goddaughter? Why wasn't there any news about it? A lot of people thought that she would adopt her maternal niece as her daughter. It seems like someone's plans are going to fall through. Don't underestimate a woman's heart for gossip. Although Princess Consort Jing seldom went out, she had still heard a little about it. With the help of Meixiang and Lanxiang, Princess Consort Jing got off the carriage and smiled gracefully at Lady Fang. She saw the thin little girl beside Lady Fang and said softly, "Lady Fang, is this your goddaughter? She is a bright and decent-looking young girl. Thank you so much, madam, for your praise. It's inconvenient to talk here. Let's continue talking in the private room on the second floor." There was a trace of revere in Lady Fang's attitude. Xiaoxiao had sensitively perceived it. Her godmother, who was the wife of a third-rank general, also had to act courteous towards her. It seemed like the status of this noble madam was certainly impressive. She showed a natural sense of nobility and grace. Could she be related to the imperial family? What was the matter with all these nobilities? Why were they all coming to a poor, remote place like Tanggu town? Since they were all women, Zhu Zhengxi knew the etiquette and didn't follow them to the private room. Instead, he took the imperial bodyguards, who were disguised as servants, to dine at a famous, old restaurant nearby. Sha Farong had wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to second young master Zhu, but her plans had failed again. With an extra honored guest, Xiaoxiao certainly wouldn't let her godmother lose face in front of the honored guest. When ordering, she almost ordered all the most famous dishes in Junsho restaurant. There were several dishes that even someone of Princess Consort Jing's status hadn't heard of. Princess Consort Jing smiled at Lady Fang and said, "This child of yours is really too sincere. She ordered so much food, but we won't be able to finish all of them all." Yu Xiaoxiao stood up and personally poured a cup of herbal tea for the princess consort and her godmother. She had added a few drops of mystic stone water inside the tea, which would help eliminate fatigue. Hearing her words, she smiled and said, "You and my godmother have come from afar, so of course, I shall treat you guys to a meal to welcome your arrival." The little girl didn't have a tall stature and was very young, but her cleverness was apparent in all aspects, which was a quality that the princess consort admired. She said with a smile, "Is this considered me being benefited from my association with your godmother?" "Of course not. My godmother said that you have taken good care of her all the way from the capital. I want to express my gratitude to you with this table of food and drinks." Yu Xiaoxiao's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, and her speech was courteous and thoughtful. This caused Lady Fang and Princess Consort Jing to have an even better impression of her. Princess Consort Jing had even started to joke with her, "Oh. So it's a meal to welcome and thank me at the same time. You want to get rid of me with just one meal? No, that won't do. There should be at least 2 meals. Don't mention 2 meals, as long as you're willing to come, Junshou Restaurant will welcome your arrival at any time. Here, try this, century eggs with tofu. It's a new dish at Junshou Restaurant." Yu Xiaoxiao used a communal spoon to ladle a spoonful of the dish into Princess Consort Jing and Lady Fang's respective bowls. Princess Jing smiled and said, "All right, you sit down and eat. Just let the maid servants serve us, This tofu has a fine and smooth mouthfeel. What is this? Century eggs. This combination has a rather unique taste. Sure enough, this is Junshou Restaurant. They can make such an interesting and novel dish with a simple ingredient like tofu." After eating 2 bites of the century eggs with tofu, Princess Consort Jing took another look at her favorite osmanthus duck. Mei Xiang, who was behind her, immediately picked up a piece of duck meat and put it into her bowl. "I have a weak spleen and stomach. For a slightly greasy dish like roasted duck, I can only eat 1 piece. But this osmanthus duck is fatty but not greasy, and it's also fragrant and delicious. So I can eat a few pieces." Princess Consort Jing had refined table manners, but she ate with gusto. Yu Xiaoxiao introduced duck blood soup with vermicelli to the 2 of them. They were very interested in the vermicelli inside and unknowingly finished a bowl full of the dish. Vermicelli produced at the Zhou family's factory didn't have varying thickness like the ones made by Yu Xiaoxiao, a non-professional. After rigorous training, the workers had become professional at making vermicelli. The vermicelli were uniform in thickness, and were bright and translucent. When eaten, they were soft, smooth, refreshing, and very chewy. The vermicelli and century eggs had just been put into production. It couldn't be seen in any other places except for Junshou Restaurant, let alone eating it. One of the most important reasons that Princess Consort Jing had eaten with great relish was that she was able to eat something novel. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves during this meal. After the county magistrate's wife received the message, she personally came to pick Princess Consort Jing up with her entourage. At this time, the watermelons in the watermelon shop had already been sold out. Xiaoxiao's maternal grandmother and eldest maternal aunt, who had also eaten the take-out that Xiaoxiao ordered from Junshou Restaurant, were wiping the shelves in the store. Since Lady Fang was unwilling to stay in the town, Yu Xiaoxiao sat in her godmother's carriage and introduced the scenery along the way while giving directions to the coachman. Eldest maternal aunt had come to help in the shop, so she would stay in the store from now on. Seeing that her help wasn't needed and because she worried about her husband and the chickens and ducks at home, Xiaoxiao's grandmother had directly returned to her village from the town. The road to Dongshan village wasn't very smooth, especially that section of the mountain road, which was very bumpy. Xia Farong felt as if she was about to puke out her guts due to the jolting. She had a grim expression and a lot of resentment within her heart. Seriously, what is wrong with my aunt? She doesn't want to live in a perfectly good house in town, but instead she decides to come to this poor, remote countryside. It's all because of that damned wretch. If she hadn't said that my uncle had been staying in Dongshan village this whole time, my aunt might have settled in town already. Ayo. Xia Farong didn't pay attention for a moment and bumped her head on the window of the carriage, making a loud noise. The little girl covered her sore head and looked at her aunt, Lady Fang, with tears in her eyes. After all, Lady Fang had practiced with her husband before. No matter how bumpy the carriage was, she still sat upright and was as motionless as a statue. Yu Xiaoxiao swayed her body in the direction that the carriage jolted in, but she maintained a crossed-legged sitting position. The twisting and swaying of her waist made it look as if she was dancing. Hearing the sound of Xia Farong hitting the window, Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head and looked at her with a slight smile. She said, "Older cousin, we will arrive at Dongshan village after crossing this mountain road. Be attentive and you won't get hurt." In Xia Farong's eyes, Xiaoxiao was mocking her with the faint smile on her face. She covered the bump on her head and angrily complained to Lady Fang, "Aunt, look at her. I already got hurt, yet she's still making sarcastic remarks. Yu Xiaoxiao widened her big, black eyes and looked at her innocently. This person really doesn't know how to appreciate other people's good intentions. I was comforting her, okay. Lady Fang patted her goddaughter's thin shoulder and softly said to her niece, Farong, your younger cousin is just concerned about you and reminding you to be more careful so that you don't hurt yourself again. Aunt, you're too biased. She obviously didn't mean well, yet you're still speaking up for her. Aunt, now that you have a goddaughter, you don't care about your niece anymore. Wah, the little girl began to cry bitterly. Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. She's already so old, yet she's still crying and competing for favor. What's the point in doing that? I have my parents to spoil me at home, so I don't lack love. I'm not going to be on the same level as that little lass. Lady Fang saw Xiaoxiao's small movement, and felt that she seemed even more lovely the more she looked at her. Then she looked at her niece, who was crying with a runny nose. She was already 13 or 14 years old, which was a marriageable age. Yet, she was still competing for favor with a young girl who was under the age of 10. She was also at fault for pampering her niece, and thus raising her expectations. After having her wish destroyed, it was inevitable that there would be some disparity in her mentality. Stop crying. You're already at an age when you can look for a husband, but you're still fighting for favor with a little girl. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lady Fang handed over her own handkerchief and consoled in a soft voice. After all, Sha Farong was a young maiden. After hearing this, she blushed and bowed her head. But she also didn't forget to take this chance to give Xiaoxiao an angry glare. Then she said in a low voice, Aunt, who would laugh at me here but her? Lady Fang helplessly said, Xiaoxiao is my goddaughter, so you two are sisters now. You guys should get along well with each other. Don't always fight and argue upon seeing each other. Xiaoxiao had an even more innocent expression on her face as she pouted and said, Godmother, I didn't Lady Fang placated her with a smile, Our Xiaoxiao is a good child, your older cousin just arrived at an unfamiliar place, so she's not used to it. You must do your best to help her as a host. I will. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Sha Farong with a mischievous smile, while wondering whether she should take her to catch caterpillars in the mountains or dig for spoonworms and sea cucumbers by the sea. Sha Farong glared at her fiercely, and then agreed aggrievedly, Don't worry, Aunt. I will yield to younger cousin. Just now, her aunt had personally mentioned her marriage. As long as she was obedient and didn't make her angry, her aunt would naturally arrange a good marriage for her. First, she had to put up with this damned girl. It was best that they meet less in the future so that she could get some peace of mind. While the two were deep in their own thoughts, the carriage had passed the most difficult mountain road and the outline of Dongshan village could be seen from afar. Xiaoxiao pointed to an area not too far away and grinned, Godmother, that's our watermelon field over there. It's not very big and just a little more than 3 mu. But the watermelons have grown very well. We can harvest over 1,000 caddies in 1 mu of land. Lady Fang looked at the small fishing village, which seemed as if it was embraced by luxuriant mountains. It was surrounded by green trees, singing birds and fragrant flowers. The place that Xiaoxiao pointed at was an area of verdant green, which felt very comfortable to look at. The crop that is planted on both sides of the road is, Lady Fang had never seen this crop being planted in the rural estate from her dowry, so she asked with slight uncertainty. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the sweet potato sprouts on the roadside and said with a smile, Dongshan village is close to the sea, so most of the land here is sandy. There won't be much yield if we plant crops like wheat and soybeans. Thus, most people plant crops like sweet potatoes, which can be grown in various environments. Sweet potatoes. Is it the new crop that can produce thousands of caddies in 1 mu of land? When the emperor made his first voyage, he had brought back the high-yielding crop, sweet potato, which was quickly popularized. With this high-yield crop, the early Great Ming dynasty, which was stirred up by war and in a disastrous state, finally wouldn't have even more people dying of hunger. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and said, the yield of sweet potatoes is really good. If they are planted well, it's possible to get a harvest of 2,000 to 3,000 caddies in 1 mu of land. Stop bragging. At this time, the heads of wheat at the farmstead are already sprouting. Yet these sweet potatoes still only have leaves and nothing else. With just 1 to 2 months remaining, they can produce over 2,000 caddies. Who are you kidding? Sha Farong smirked, and her tone was filled with the intention of finding fault. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her as if she had seen a weirdo. She asked in surprise, Older cousin, you don't think that sweet potatoes are grown on vines, do you? PFF'd, don't misunderstand, I'm not laughing at you, but, it's really funny, the fruit of sweet potatoes are grown underground. Uncle Coachman, please stop in front. Yu Xiaoxiao jumped off the carriage and picked up a dried branch from the roadside. She dug downwards along the vine of the sweet potato in the field beside them. Hey, how can you randomly dig other people's sweet potatoes? Isn't that the act of a thief? Quickly come up, it will be so shameful to be caught. Ah! Sha Farong screamed as if she was afraid others wouldn't hear her. Yu Xiaoxiao ignored her and dug out a sweet potato that weighed over 1 catty from the sweet potato vine, as well as a few small sweet potatoes that were less than 1 catty. She removed the mud on top with her hand, took the sweet potatoes to the carriage, and flaunted to Lady Fang, "Godmother, look, these are sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes can be cooked, steamed, and roasted. It tastes delicious and sweet. If you eat it once in a while, it's pretty good." Sha Farong looked at her with disdain and said, "I didn't expect you to be such a person. Didn't your mother ever tell you that taking something without asking is the act of thieves?" The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face gradually faded. Her big eyes stared at Sha Farong with dissatisfaction and she uttered one word at a time, "You can say anything about me. But please don't drag in my parents. What do you know? This land belongs to my eldest granduncle's family." Her staring caused Sha Farong to feel restless. She muttered in a low voice, "Even if it's your eldest granduncle's fields, you can't just dig in it. Eldest granduncle, you're taking a walk." Before Sha Farong could finish speaking, her words were interrupted by Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the shaft of the carriage, greeted the figure in the distance with a smile. Yu Lichun looked up and saw Xiaoxiao sitting on an unfamiliar horse carriage. He nodded at her first, and then said, "Yes, I didn't have anything to do, so I came to check out the fields." "Whose carriage did you come back in?" "It's my godmother's, who came from the capital. I'll take her home to rest first. Eldest granduncle, I was craving roasted sweet potatoes, so I dug up several sweet potatoes from your fields just now." Yu Xiaoxiao giggled without a trace of embarrassment. Yu Lichun knew that before they had divided from the main family, the Yu family ate 2 meals a day. But Xiaoxiao had a weak stomach and needed to eat an extra meal of sweet potatoes in between the 2 meal times every day. The little lass had eaten sweet potatoes for such a long time, and now that she was living a better life, she still couldn't forget that taste. Ah! He chuckled and said, "It's something grown by your own family. If you want to eat it, then just dig for it yourself. Your family didn't plant any sweet potatoes this spring, so when it's time to harvest the crops, I'll tell your third uncle to send a few sacks over." "Thank you, eldest granduncle. Later, I'll get a watermelon from our field and send it to your house." Yu Xiaoxiao understood the principle of courtesy requires reciprocity. Yu Lichun hastily waved his hands and said repeatedly, "No, no need. A watermelon costs several taels. Eldest granduncle can't afford to accept it. You should keep it to sell for money." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled like a blossomed flower and said, "Eldest granduncle, why can't you accept it? It's grown by family, so why can't you eat it? Last winter, if you hadn't lent me money to see a doctor, I might have. You have saved my life, so what's wrong with eating a watermelon?" "Okay, it's settled then. You haven't tasted our watermelons yet." Yu Lichun wanted to say something, but Shakoao waved her hands at him, jumped onto the carriage, and drove past him. Yu Lichun shook his head with a smile. To know how to be grateful, that little lass, Xiaoxiao, was really someone who deserved to be loved. "That was your eldest granduncle. Your families seem pretty close. Ah. Why did your godfather write in his letter that your family doesn't seem to have a good relationship with your grandparents' family?" Lady Fang didn't treat Xiaoxiao like an outsider and asked with slight concern, upon recalling the contents of the letter. Yu Xiaoxiao also didn't hide anything from her godmother. She avoided the serious matters and briefly explained, "We don't have a good relationship with my grandmother. My grandmother is, as a younger member of the family, it's not proper for me to comment on that. You will know in a few days. My eldest granduncle's family are pretty good people. It was so difficult last winter, but they still gave us all their money in order for me to see a doctor." "What's wrong? Your health isn't good. Your godfather didn't tell me that." Ah. Lady Fang looked at the slightly thin, but rather spirited, girl in front of her and asked with concern. Yu Xiaoxiao hugged Lady Fang's arms and rubbed her face against her like a spoiled cat. She whispered, "My health wasn't very good in the past. Last winter, I was seriously ill and almost died. But I'm all right now. Don't people always say, if you survive a disaster, you will be blessed? Sure enough, I need to thank the heavens for letting me meet godfather and godmother." Lady Fang pulled the little girl into her arms and said with a smile, Your little mouth is as sweet as honey. Godmother has 100-year-old ginseng. Just take it as a meeting gift. Tell your mother to make ginseng stewed chicken to nourish your body. You're too thin." "Thank you, godmother." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't act courteous. 100-year-old ginseng wasn't considered rare to her since she already had a 500-old ginseng at home. But she would remember her godmother's kindness within her heart. If she had anything good in the future, she would definitely share it with her godmother. Sha Farong felt even more displeased within her heart. It wasn't that easy to obtain a 100-year-old ginseng. They had just met this wretch from a rural village, but she had actually cajoled her aunt. As they spoke, they had already arrived at Xiao Xiao's family's watermelon fields. Yu Hai was currently loading 2 carts with watermelons. He had to take these 2 carts of watermelons to town later. There wasn't anyone else in the Yu family who was available to drive the cart, so he had to ask his older male cousin, Yu Shi, to come help out. Father, oldest paternal uncle. Xiao Xiao had jumped off the carriage as it came to a complete stop. Seeing this, Lady Fang repeatedly urged her to slow down. Yu Hai saw his daughter getting off of an unfamiliar horse carriage. Behind her was a woman in her 30s, who was dressed in rich silk brocades. He had some doubts in his heart, but he couldn't stare at her for a closer look. So he just asked his daughter, "Cower, didn't we agree that I will take you back when I deliver the watermelons? Why did you come back by yourself?" Yu Xiaoxiao hastily introduced the identity of her godmother, and the two politely exchanged a few words. Yu Hai noticed that Lady Fang's love for his daughter could be heard in her words, so he felt slightly reassured. Yu Xiaoxiao picked a big watermelon and asked Linglong to help take it onto the carriage. The 2 watermelons that they picked out at the shop were unwittingly sold by eldest maternal aunt when they went to eat at Junshou restaurant. Her godmother really liked the plate of watermelon gifted by Junshou restaurant. She couldn't promise anything else, but she could guarantee that they would have more than enough watermelons to eat. Lady Fang, who had seen the sales of the Yu family's watermelon shop, also didn't act courteous with her goddaughter. Of course, she should kindly accept her daughter's show of filial respect. Moreover, this watermelon tasted much more tasty and refreshing than the watermelons that she had eaten before. She didn't know whether it was her own illusion, but she felt as if all her fatigue from her long journey for these past few days had all gone away after eating the watermelon. This low-key yet slightly luxurious horse carriage attracted many of the villagers' curious looks as it traveled through Dongshan village. The Zhao family lived close to halfway up the mountain, so the horse carriage couldn't continue going up. Xiao Xiao told the coachman to stop the carriage in front of her house, and then she helped her godmother down the carriage. "Oh, Xiao Xiao, you're back from town. Who's this noble madam?" Next to the seafood collection stall, there were several women, who had just sold their collection of clean sandworms. They greeted Xiao Xiao warmly. The little lass Xiao Xiao was doing extremely well now. To have an official as her godfather, she must have accumulated a lot of good fortune in her previous life. "Hello, aunties. Your spoonworms are really clean, ah." Xiao Xiao knew that the matrons were just curious, so she greeted them with a smile. One of the matrons, who was very thin, grinned and said, "Of course. If they're not cleaned thoroughly, who would have the nerve to come sell them? Your family gives a fair price, unlike Wang Daji of Dawang village, who's very black-hearted. His price is 5 copper coins lower per catty compared to your family's." Sha Farong covered her nose with her handkerchief and curiously got closer to see what they were selling. However, her face turned ghastly pale from the fright of seeing the soft spoonworms lying inside the basket. She screamed and hastily retreated, nearly tripping over a stone on the ground. Another chubby woman looked at her attire and laughed. She is a young miss from town after all. It's inevitable that she would be scared when seeing spoonworms for the first time. Seeing Sha Farong's change of expression, Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid that she would get angry and throw a tantrum. So she hastily said, "Aunties, you guys continue with your work. My godmother and older cousin are tired from traveling such a long distance. I'll take them inside to rest first." The women all watched as Lady Fang entered the Yu family's gates while being supported by her 2 personal maidservants. They expressed their envy in succession. "So it's Xiao Xiao's godmother, ah. The wife of an official. Look at that aura she gave off, tisk tisk. Look at her maidservants. They're dressed like young ladies from noble families. The silver hairpins on their heads probably cost at least several taels. I heard that Xiao Xiao's godmother came from the capital. Do you think that the last Xiao Xiao will benefit by her godparents and become a noble young miss in the capital?" "Of course, ah. I heard that Xiao Xiao's godfather didn't have any children and he pampers her like his real daughter. When her godfather completes his assignment and returns to the capital, he will probably take Xiao Xiao back with him. Xiao Xiao will be the daughter of an official in the future. This child is really blessed." Yu Heng quietly listened to the aunties' discussion, while he helped the coachman unload the carriage. He took the horse to the newly built stable and fed it with fodder. Xiao Sao had rinsed all the fodder that the Yu family fed to their livestock with mystic stone water, so the Fang family's horse enjoyed it even more. The coachman was very surprised. The Fang family's horses were meticulously fed and raised by him, and they had always scorned crude fodder. The Yu family's fodder was only the cheapest and most crude type of forage, but the horse actually didn't mind and ate it with relish. Could it be that it was hungry after traveling through a mountain road for such a long time? At this time, Lady Fang had already sat down on the recliner in the courtyard, basking in the warm sun, and looking at the green vegetables in the garden. Though the house beside her was simple, it gave off a warm and simple feeling. Was this the pleasure of living in the countryside? The only decent lounge chair in the yard was already occupied by her aunt, so Sha Farong laid her handkerchief on a stone chair and sat down aggrievedly. When she lowered her head and saw that her embroidered shoes were stained with mud, her heart felt even more upset. She didn't know how much longer she had to live in this remote and barren place in the future. Dirt roads, low-ceilinged thatched cottage, boorish women, how was she supposed to live like this? Ah! Godmother, my mother went to wash clothes by the stream at the foot of the mountain. It's very hot today and we just traveled for nearly 2 hours, so you must be thirsty. Here, eat a few pieces of watermelons to quench your thirst. Yu Xiaosao got a knife from the kitchen, sliced the watermelon on the stone table, and then handed a piece to Lady Fang. With the corner of her eyes, she looked at Sha Farong, who was pouting so much that she could almost hang an oil bottle on her lips. She handed her a piece of watermelon and said with a smile, "Older cousin, eat a watermelon. The fruit tray at noon was too small, so you probably haven't eaten enough, right? You can eat more now." Sha Farong frowned and didn't take the watermelon that she handed over. She angrily exclaimed, "Why does it seem like there's some hidden meanings in your words? Do you think that I haven't eaten watermelons before?" Yu Xiaosao looked at her in surprise and said, "Older cousin, don't overthink it. I didn't mean anything else. If you think that there was something wrong with what I said, then I will apologize to you." Lady Fang was about to put the watermelon into her mouth, but she stopped. She had a grim expression and her voice was full of displeasure. "Farong, if you feel wronged about coming to Dongshan village, I can let Junju stay with you in town. Don't vent your anger on innocent people. Your younger cousin is young, so she speaks bluntly. But she didn't do anything wrong. Don't always pick on her." Sha Farong knew from her aunt's expression and speech that she was really angry. She hastily lowered her head and admitted her mistake. "Aunt, I know you're angry and that I was wrong. Niece came with you in order to serve you. I'll stay whenever you stay. Niece doesn't feel wronged." Although she said that she didn't feel wronged, her heart was filled with resentment. Thinking about the simple and crude living environment in the future and that she had to share her aunt's love with another person, the rims of Sha Farong's eyes reddened and she almost cried. After eating a few pieces of watermelon, Lady Fang leaned comfortably on the recliner and looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. Occasionally, a bird flew across the sky. She couldn't help but close her eyes as she gradually relaxed. Yu Xiaosao covered her godmother's legs with a lined blanket. Seeing that there were a lot of watermelons left over, she whispered to the two handmaids, "Junju and Linglong, two older sisters, have a taste of our family's watermelon. It tastes quite good." When Junju and Linglong were serving their masters the watermelons, the strong, sweet fragrance had caused them to secretly swallow their saliva. In the capital, the masters' leftovers were also awarded to the competent maidservants. Thus, Junju and Linglong didn't refuse and started eating the watermelons. The sweet and juicy watermelon immediately conquered their hearts. It was tasty and could quench their thirst. They didn't stop until their bellies were too full to continue eating. While her godmother was taking an afternoon nap, Xiao Sao took the two handmaids to the Zhao family's house to air the quilts that they brought over and clean up the main room. General Fang had lived there alone without anyone to serve him, so there wasn't much in the room except a few clothes. Junju and Linglong used the things that were on hand and decorated the room based on their master's preference. Xiao Sao watched in admiration as they quickly arranged the room to look neat and warm. When Lady Fang woke up from her nap and came over with Sha Farong, the three of them had already tidied the room and cleaned the kitchen. Dinner was made with Xiao Sao as the chef and the help of Junju and Linglong. The ingredients were fresh homegrown vegetables gathered at home, fish caught in the pond behind the house, chicken bought from the Zhou family, and the seafood they had at home, oysters and sandworms. Junju and Linglong took out the dishes and put them on the table in the main hall. Lady Fang nodded contentedly as she looked at the delicious and fragrant dishes. Linglong jested. As expected, Miss Cower deserved her reputation of an excellent chef. This sweet and sour fish had a vibrant color, a beautiful shape, and alluring fragrance. It arouses one's appetite just by smelling it. Miss Cower put in a lot of effort to make this roasted oyster with garlic. Madam, you seldom get the chance to eat such fresh seafood in the capital. Enjoy the young Mrs. cooking today. Junju was also full of praises for Xiao Xiao's culinary skills. What is this? Sha Farong saw a plate of pink and plump food and thought of the nauseating creatures that she had seen earlier. Her face immediately turned pale and she started screaming. Yu Xiao Xiao, who had come over with a plate of steamed clams with eggs, turned towards the sound and faintly glanced at her, as if she was blaming her for making a fuss. She indifferently said, "It's stir-fried spoonworms with scallions." Ah. Spoonworm is a natural condiment. This dish needs to be cooked in a natural way in order to keep the original taste of the ingredients and highlight the fresh, crisp, and tender mouthfeel of seafood. It has a mild taste and is very healthy and nourishing. Before she finished speaking, Sha Farong's piercing scream rang out again. Who asked you to cook with spoonworms? The intestines of the sea, she retched. It's disgusting to even think about it. You actually dared to let Aunt eat this. Her voice abruptly came to a stop because she hopelessly watched as her aunt picked up a spoonworm with her chopsticks, put it into her mouth, and slowly chewed it. Why, this bug-like thing looked so disgusting. Shouldn't her aunt think it was disgusting, just like her? How could her aunt, who was of noble status, be able to stomach that? It's really fresh and tender. Your godfather praised the spoonworms endlessly in his letters. I have long been eager to taste it. Xiao Xiao's cooking is very good. I really like this dish. Lady Fang tried 2 more mouthfuls before she could spare some time to praise her. Sha Farong was having a mental breakdown inside. How can a noble and elegant person like my aunt like to eat bugs? As a matter of fact, this Lady Fang was rather courageous. Upon seeing soft and plump appearance of sandworms, most people would politely decline eating it. Yu Xiao Xiao, who was originally worried about not being able to get along with a noblewoman from the capital, finally felt completely at ease now. This godmother of hers was quite approachable. She naturally had to support and praise the meal cooked by her daughter. Moreover, Xiao Xiao had excellent cooking skills. She could make many different delicacies with very simple ingredients, and thus caused Lady Fang, who was usually someone with a lot of self-restraint, to unexpectedly overeat by accident. Night had fallen. The shadows of the trees nearby gracefully swayed under the moonlight, while the bright moon hung above the treetops. Occasionally, a late returning wild bird passed by and cast a beautiful shadow on the silver moon. It was Lady Fang's first time experiencing such a beautiful night sky. Simple stone walls, rough brick house, and a spacious courtyard, they were all so primitive. This simple and natural environment cleansed one's heart and mind. It made Lady Fang, who had lived in large estates for a long time, feel relaxed physically and mentally. Xiao Xiao, whose task of washing the dishes had been taken away by Junju and Linglong, looked at the sky and said goodbye to her godmother. Godmother, I'm going back now. You should rest earlier. I'll see you again tomorrow. It's already so dark. How can I be at ease letting a little girl walk on a mountain road alone? I'll send you back. Lady Fang grabbed a lantern, which had a fine brush painting of flowers and birds drawn on it, and followed Xiao Xiao out the door. Xiao Xiao quickly said, Godmother, I used to frequently go catch wild hares and pheasants in the mountains with Brother Han. So I'm very familiar with this mountain road. You don't have to send. Why be so courteous with me, your godmother? Godmother has eaten too much this evening, so I'll walk with you and digest the food. Lady Fang lit the lantern, held Xiao Xiao's hand, and slowly walked towards the main gates. Junju saw this and hastily handed the work in the kitchen to Linglong. She swiftly caught up to her master and took the lantern in her hands. The Zhao family's house was quite big and the courtyard was spacious. When Sha Farong, who had just arrived at an unfamiliar place, saw everyone getting ready to go out, she also followed them with slight hesitation. The mountain road was quiet, and the mottled shadows of the bushes on both sides of the road appeared on the road. Sha Farong looked at the pitch-dark mountain and heard the crowing of night birds. Feeling scared, she quickly moved closer to her aunt. A gust of wind blew and the shadows of the trees on the ground suddenly shook. The anxious Sha Farong cried out in surprise and startled everyone. Older cousin, people can die from being scared by another person. Can you stop making the atmosphere so tense? Yu Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes in the darkness. Sha Farong hugged Lady Fang's other arm tightly and looked suspiciously at the dark thicket beside the road for fear that some unknown creature would suddenly jump out. One's worst fears would always happen. Suddenly, a dark figure swiftly flew past her feet and she even felt it step on her toes. Sha Farong screamed even more tragically and hugged Lady Fang. She hid her head within her aunt's embrace and didn't dare to come out. Yu Xiao Xiao was rendered completely speechless. Looking at the physical shape and gait of the dark shadow, it was merely a young hare. Did she really need to scream like a pig being slaughtered? Don't be scared, older cousin. It's just a wild hare. The ferocious animals of the West Mountains will only appear deep in the mountains. The animals that appear around here are mostly small animals like wild hares, pheasants, badgers, and so on. They're not aggressive, Yu Xiaoxiao informed noble young Miss Xia. Xia Farong ignored her and cried in a trembling voice, "Aunt, it's too scary here. Let's go back." Lady Fang patted her niece on her shoulder to placate her and then said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. We have a lot of people, as well as a light. Even if there are wild beasts, they won't dare to come over. You just arrived at a new environment and haven't adapted yet. In a few days, you will be able to experience the pleasure of living in the countryside. When your uncle has a break, I'll tell him to take us hunting. The game that we caught ourselves would definitely be more delicious." Yu Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly and said, "That's right, that's right. It would be even better if we can catch a wild deer. I don't even need to mention the taste of roasted venison. There's also badger meat, which is tender and delicious. I'm about to drool." Lady Fang chuckled and touched Xiaoxiao's head. With a doting voice, she said, "You are an outright little foodie." Yu Xiaoxiao recalled the hard and bitter yet happy days. She said with a grin, "Godmother, my father used to be an expert hunter in the village. He often went up the mountains with Uncle Zhao, who is Godfather's younger martial brother. He would be able to catch a lot of game every time. My father had also killed a large wild boar by himself. It weighed 200 to 300 catties. The night was quiet, and the whole mountain resounded with the sound of Xiaoxiao's chattering." Lady Fang listened with interest and occasionally interrupted her to ask a question, which made Xiaoxiao speak even more enthusiastically. Xia Farong curled up her lips in disbelief. If hunting was so easy, then why were they farming? She couldn't help but want to expose Xiaoxiao's lies. "Since your father is so good at hunting, why are your family growing vegetables and watermelons? Isn't it tiring for your family to do so much work?" Yu Xiaoxiao replied without hesitation, "Hunting can also be risky. How can it be as safe and steady as farming? Ever since my father was injured by a bear, my mother has forbidden us from going up the mountains. But don't underestimate our family's income from growing vegetables and watermelons. It's even more profitable than a nobleman's plantation." Lady Fang thought of the income from the watermelon shop today and nodded in approval. The annual income of the largest plantation from her dowry was only around 1,000 taels of silver. It really wasn't as good as the income that Xiaoxiao's family got from selling watermelons for a few days. Xia Farong, who knew nothing about farming, didn't believe Xiaoxiao's words at all. If people could make so much money by farming, then why would those farmers be dressed in rags and have little food to eat? That damned wretch must be boasting. But, what did that brat just say? There were bears in the mountains. She and her aunt, as well as the two maid servants, were all women and they lived halfway up the mountains. If a ferocious beast came down the mountains, then there would be unthinkable consequences. Xia Farong kept thinking about it and became even more frightened as her face turned pale and her legs trembled. As they happily chatted, they had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the Yu family's residence. The Yu family, which should have been very quiet at this time, was bustling with noise. Yu Xiaoxiao and her godmother looked at each other, and then hastened their pace. When they hurried into the yard, they heard Wang Ergu's distinctive rogue-like voice. He shouted angrily, "You're not sleeping this late at night, and instead hiding in the watermelon fields. If you're not a thief, then what are you? Could it be that you're going to meet your lover in the melon field?" Then there was the shrill screaming of her eldest paternal aunt, "Wang Ergu, you bastard! You're trying to ruin my innocence. I'll risk my life to fight with you." There was a sense of reproach within Ergu's wife's calm voice. Dashan's wife, Ergu has never been a good speaker. I'll apologize for his offensive remarks, so don't be angry. But what were you doing hiding in the watermelon fields in the middle of the night? At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao had already arrived next to the crowd. Under the light cast by the lanterns in the yard, she could see that the entire Yu family were present, except for little Shishtu, who was studying in town. There were also Wang Ergu and his wife, as well as her eldest paternal aunt Madame Li, who was in a mess. After being questioned by Ergu's wife, Li Guiwa's eyes flickered and she hesitated to answer the question. Today, she went to deliver food to her son, who was working at the docks, and saw Wang Ergu selling watermelons on his cart. The news had already been spread throughout the whole village that Yu Hai's family didn't plant sweet potatoes this spring and worked on growing something called watermelon. Planting watermelons wasn't very popular yet. Madame Li held the mentality of watching the second branch become a laughingstock, and waited to see the watermelons not being able to sell and rot in the fields. Unexpectedly, when she arrived at the docks, she saw several well-dressed merchants gathering around Wang Ergu's handcart and paying for watermelons. Moreover, some of the customers almost ended up fighting for the last two watermelons. She quietly got closer for a better look and saw that a watermelon actually cost 5 taels. 5 taels was enough for an ordinary family to spend frugally for an entire year, yet there were actually so many fools scrambling to buy it. Thinking of Yu-Hai's fields full of round watermelons, Madame Li felt as if there was a cat scratching her heart, so much money This was a sign that second brother-in-law was going to get rich After returning from the docks, Madame Li hid in her own room and made plans. At night, she would go to second brother-in-law's fields in the dark and take 2 watermelons. Then she could sell them at the docks tomorrow. With that, wouldn't she be able to get 10 taels in her hands? There was no need for her to be afraid even if she encountered second brother-in-law in the evening. She could just say that father and mother wanted to eat watermelons and told her to pluck 2 back for them. Could he not give the watermelons to her? However, Madame Li had never expected that the person watching the watermelons tonight was the most difficult person in the entire village, Wang Go. Seriously, what was wrong with Yu-Hai? He actually allowed an unreliable outsider to help guard such a valuable thing. Wasn't he afraid that Wang Go, who liked to engage in petty crimes, would steal the watermelons from the fields? Madame Li hemmed and hawed, and didn't know how to explain herself. Wang Go didn't let her off easily and said, "What else?" Of course she was trying to steal something. This Madame Li got envious after seeing me sell watermelons at the docks this morning, and thus wanted to steal some watermelons at night to sell herself. Brother Dahai, you even said that as fellow villagers, no one would come steal the watermelons. Unexpectedly, you have guarded against outsiders, but not family. This situation really fits that saying. No matter how much preventive measures you take, it's still hard to detect a thief in the family. Madame Li put on a tough appearance and shouted, "Ergozi, don't talking nonsense. Who stole watermelons? Where's the watermelons? You must find the stolen goods to catch a thief. Where's the evidence?" "That's because I came just in time and you didn't have the chance to make your move. If you're not stealing watermelons, then what are you doing in the watermelon fields in the dark?" Wang Go raised his voice without any signs of backing down. I was just passing by, all right." Madame Li continued to argue. Wang Go didn't believe her at all. "Passing by? All of our village's farmland are outside the village. What were you doing outside the village in the middle of the night? Moreover, pass by Brother Dahai's watermelon fields." This Wang Go was quite good. During these past 2 days, he had experienced the benefit of selling watermelons. His net income for 2 days was a total of 100 taels, which was something that he would have never expected in the past. Looking at his wife's slightly protruding tummy, Wang Gu's eyes became gentle, and he was filled with the radiance of a loving father. This was the money that he had earned through honest labor, and the family property that he had accumulated for his unborn son. In the future, his son wouldn't be the same as he was as a child. In his youth, he was dressed in rags, didn't have enough food to eat, and always thought about stealing something. After doing a few more days of honest labor, he would be able to hire someone to build a 5-room brick house and buy some more farmland. If his family couldn't manage all the fields, he could rent them out to others. In this way, he could leave some family properties for his son. If his son was willing, he would also send his son to study at an academy so that he could take the government examinations. If his son was unwilling, then he could live off of collecting farmland rents. In the future, he, Wang Go, would no longer be a loafer that even the dogs and cats of the village despised. He could stick out his chest and be a dignified and upright man. In Wang Gu's opinion, the Yu family's watermelon fields were the key to building up his family's fortunes. He must take good care of them. Hence, when he returned from selling watermelons and saw that Brother Hai still had to watch over the melons after working the whole day, he volunteered to take over the task of guarding the melon fields. Unexpectedly, as soon as it got dark, he had caught someone with malicious intents. Moreover, it was Brother Hai's troublesome relative. But Wang Go didn't care whether they were relatives or not. He regarded the person stealing watermelons as someone who was blocking his road to earning money. Brother Hai only planted 3 mu of watermelons, so the number of watermelons would decrease as they got plucked one by one. If one got stolen, then that meant he would earn less money. How could he let that happen? Madame Li, who had been caught, cursed repeated within her heart. Had Yu Hai been the one guarding the melon fields, she could just apologize, and this matter wouldn't be spread out. After all, in the simple Dongshan village, the villagers would spurn and isolate sticky-fingered people. However, the person guarding the watermelons today just happened to be the ignorant Wang Go, who was a total blabbermouth. If he spread this out, would she still have face to stay in Dongshan village? Brother Go, the watermelons belong to my second brother-in-law's family. There's nothing wrong with eating one of my younger brother-in-law's watermelons, right? Madame Li knew that she couldn't argue with a fearless person like Wang Ergo, so she softened her tone. Wang Ergo knitted his brows. It was common for the villagers to pick a handful of spring beans and take a few eggplants from their relatives' fields. So her words seemed quite reasonable, but Yu Xiaoxiao let go of her godmother's hand, walked 2 steps forward, and said with a faint smile on her face, "Eldest aunt, if you want to eat a watermelon, you can just tell brother Heitzi to come tell us. Why do you have to come pluck it in the middle of the night without telling us? Fortunately, our family didn't raise a dog to guard the watermelons. What should we do if it took you as a thief and bit you off? You see, Uncle Ergo isn't a violent person. Had it been someone else, they would have beaten you up without giving you a chance to explain yourself. Wouldn't you have to suffer then?" Since the imposing General Fang had warned her with a grim face, Madame Li had become somewhat scared of Xiaoxiao. When facing Xiaoxiao's gaze, which seemed to be able to see through everything, she couldn't help shifting her eyes away. She stammered, Eldest aunt, you have always had a lot of ideas, but other people aren't stupid. In the future, it's better to do less of these things. Godmother, I have shown you something embarrassing." Yu Xiaoxiao had a short stature and a young face, but her words were forceful and carried a lot of weight. Thus, Madame Li was not only unable to defend herself, but she also didn't dare to refute her. Another reason why she was so obedient was that she had heard Xiaoxiao call the noble madam beside her godmother. Didn't that mean that she was Lord Fang's wife? Commoners were most afraid of dealing with officials. Madame Li naturally acted much more honestly in front of Lady Fang. She didn't dare to have those little ideas anymore. Seeing that she was acknowledging her mistakes with a good attitude, Yu Xiaoxiao decided to save some trouble and just sent Madame Li home. Madame Li left the old residence dejectedly. She didn't get anything from them but made a fool out of herself instead. She went home feeling extremely aggrieved. Seeing that the lights in the main room was still lit, she shifted her rat-like eyes and knocked on the door of the main room. At this time, Madame Zhang was worrying about matters related to her younger son. The in-laws whispered privately for a long time. When Madame Li left, the worried expression on Madame Zhang's face had suddenly disappeared and she had a calculating look on her face. The next day, Lady Fang woke up to the merry singing of birds. Outside the window, the breeze made a light rustling sound as if it was gently brushing against leaves. A bird with bright feathers in front of window looked inside curiously as it chirped melodious tunes from time to time. Linglong helped her madam put on her clothes and wash up. She looked at the beautiful bird outside the window and said with a smile, "I didn't think that someone would install glass windows in this remote village." Lady Fang took the handkerchief in her hands, wiped the water on her face, and said in a soft voice, "Patriarch Zhao was a general of the previous dynasty and he was born in a famous noble family. Although he has been a refugee for many years, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Thus, he still has some resources. If it weren't for fear of attracting too much attention in this small village, he was certainly capable of building an exquisite rural estate in the mountains. Did you not notice? The furniture might look simple, but they are made of red mahogany and red sandalwood, which is worth a lot of money." Junju, who was a good cook, brought over the breakfast and smiled when she heard her words. General Fang's family is very generous. They left all of this to the Yu family. Lady Fang sat at the red mahogany round table, rinsed her mouth with warm water, and then said, "Young General Zhao is close friends with Xiaoxiao's father, and Xiaoxiao's father has also saved young General Zhao's life before. There's nothing wrong even if they gave them more things, let alone this house." "Where's Farong?" "Not up yet. She might have been too tired yesterday. Miss Farong was raised in a pampered lifestyle, so how can she withstand all of yesterday's happenings?" Linglong said with a smile, "Should I go wake her?" "No need. Let her sleep some more." Lady Fang wasn't someone who liked to make things difficult for others. She picked up her chopsticks and prepared to eat breakfast. Fang Zizhen had never cooked here, so there wasn't anything in the kitchen, except for the several caddies of white rice, wheat flour, and vegetables that Xiaoxiao brought over yesterday. Therefore, compared to the breakfast eaten at the general estate, this breakfast was rather crude. There was a pot of plain congee, several deep-fried dough cakes, and stir-fried greens. Even the second-rank maid servants in the general estate ate a more sumptuous meal. Junju was worried that her master would dislike this breakfast, so she lowered her head perturbed. Lady Fang grabbed some greens with her chopsticks and chewed it in her mouth. She slightly creased her brows as she swallowed it. Then she lowered her and drank a mouthful of plain congee, which was so plain that it couldn't arouse her appetite. She lightly sighed and put down her chopsticks. Indeed, it was difficult to live a frugal life after one got accustomed to luxury. "Ah. Godmother, are you awake?" The sound of Xiao Xiao's crisp voice, which was like the singing of larks, came from outside the door, and then the gates were pushed open. With her hair styled into a playful double bun hairstyle, a figure dressed in an emerald green cross-necked dress hopped inside the door, carrying a large food basket that looked somewhat uncoordinated with her height. Linglong hastily went forward and took the food basket from Xiao Xiao's hands. She smiled and said, "Miss Cower is really early Madam has just gotten up and is eating breakfast right now." With crescent-like eyes, Xiao Xiao said with a face full of smiles, "I came at just the right time then." When she entered the main room, she glanced at the nearly untouched breakfast on the table. Looking at the plain congee and greens, even she didn't have an appetite, let alone her godmother who was used to living in a pampered and comfortable lifestyle. "Godmother, I made lean pork and century eggs congee, crispy egg pancake, chives stuffed pot stickers, steamed eggs with shrimps, as well as sweet potato pancake made with the sweet potatoes that I dug out yesterday. Try it while it's still hot." Yu Xiaoxiao pushed aside the plain congee in front of her godmother and replaced it with the hot and fragrant lean pork and century eggs congee that she made. After that, she took out all the food inside the food basket and put them all on the table. Looking at the table full of fragrant and delicious breakfast, Lady Fang was very moved. Her daughter must had woken up very early to make such a sumptuous meal for breakfast. She didn't know much about an ordinary family's breakfast, but she guessed that it must be extremely simple. Her daughter must have specially prepared these 7 to 8 mouthwatering dishes for her. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and she felt very happy with the feeling of having a daughter being filial to her. "Godmother, quickly eat, it won't taste as good when it gets cold." Yu Xiaoxiao ladled a small bowl of congee and grabbed a piece of luscious sweet potato pancake, which was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, for her godmother. She watched her eat it with a face filled with anticipation for praises. Lady Fang was amused by her expression. Unlike the sweetness of other sweet snacks, the rich taste of sweet potato melted in her mouth and stimulated her taste buds. This sweet potato pancake tastes great. I wonder why this tasty sweet potato is considered a food eaten by low-status commoners." After eating a piece of luscious sweet potato pancake, she drank a mouthful of the fragrant century eggs congee. She immediately fell in love with the unique and novel taste. There were also the crispy egg pancakes, soft and refreshing steamed eggs with shrimp, and the delicious pan-fried dumplings. Lady Fang felt that this meal was even better than all the breakfasts that she had eaten in the past. In particular, the look of her daughter, Xiao Xiao, eating with relish could really stimulate the appetite of the person watching her. Xiao Xiao brought over a lot of breakfast, so even after the mother-daughter pair filled their stomachs, there were still a lot left over. All the food that was left over was awarded to the 2 handmaids. When Junju and Linglong were serving their master to eat, they had already been tempted by the rich breakfast. They had been well trained, so it was hard to tell on the surface. But, in actuality, they had been drooling over the food for a long time already. By the time Sha Farong woke up, there was only the plain congee, pancake, and stir-fried greens made by Junju. This noble young miss had never eaten this kind of food, so she threw a tantrum. However, she didn't eat much last night because she was fighting with Xiao Xiao, so her stomach had long been growling in hunger. If she didn't eat, then she would have to starve. With the thought that her aunt has eaten the same food, Sha Farong ate until she was 60 or 70% full while feeling aggrieved. As soon as Lady Fang arrived here, she had noticed that there were many things that she needed to buy. Knowing that Xiao Xiao needed to visit her watermelon shop in town after eating breakfast, she decided to go together with her. Sha Farong still had lingering fears about the rough and bumpy mountain roads yesterday, so she volunteered to stay at home. She only had a little maidservant with her, so Junju, who was a good cook, stayed at home with her. They went to town on the Fang family's horse carriage. It had been specially improved, so it was naturally very comfortable. After passing the mountain road, Xiao Xiao rested comfortably in her godmother's arms, taking a nap with her eyes closed. Lady Fang hugged her goddaughter's delicate little body and felt her maternal instincts rising up from deep within her heart. As if she was coaxing an infant, she gently patted Xiao Xiao's shoulder. Xiao Xiao, who had originally planned on resting for a bit, had actually fell into a deep slumber under her godmother's gently patting. When they arrived in the town, Xiao Xiao was still asleep, but Lady Fang couldn't bear to wake her up. In the end, it was the hawking outside the carriage that woke the sleeping Xiao Xiao up. She sat up and used her small hands to rub her eyes. She blinked sleepily and had a dazed expression on her face, as if she didn't know where she was. Looking at the dazed Xiao Xiao, Lady Fang's heart melted into a pool of water. "Ah, we're already in town." Xiao Xiao's pair of abnormally big eyes brightened up again. As soon as she turned her head, she saw an unidentified water stain on the front of her godmother's clothes. She blinked her eyes twice in confusion. When she finally realized what the water stain was, her face instantly flushed. Lady Fang lowered her head to look at the trace of saliva that her goddaughter left on her clothes, and then she calmly said, "It's all right. I brought spare clothes, so I can just change in inner room of the watermelon shop." Linglong showed the small bag in her arms to the young miss. When the noble madams and ladies went out, they would always bring a change of clothes as to avoid being discourteous when encountering an accident at someone else's house. In the watermelon shop, Xiao Xiao's eldest maternal aunt Madame Han had been busily working since early in the morning. The watermelons were transported over yesterday afternoon, so there was no queue outside the store this morning. However, even after the craze of the opening of the new store, there was still an endless stream of customers in the melon shop. After Lady Fang changed her clothes, she went to buy necessities with Linglong. Xiao Xiao stayed in the shop to help her eldest maternal aunt. After all, Li Li was the assistant of the Imperial envoy. He couldn't leave his post and stay to help them for a long period of time. Seeing that there was someone helping at the shop, he returned to the docks. These past 2 days, Wu Yun had been extremely busy at the docks because the Imperial envoy went to the prefectural city for work and Li Li was helping out in town. Unlike the first 2 days, today's watermelons weren't sold out before noon. By the time it was 3 to 4 in the afternoon, there were still 5 or 6 smaller watermelons left. At this time, Yu Hai and Yu Shi delivered 2 carts of watermelon over. Xiao Xiao moved the remaining small watermelons to the table at the entrance. She took a small wooden plank and wrote, "Special sale for watermelons. 1 tael each." Although these watermelons were smaller in size, they were still very sweet and fresh. They would usually cost 2 taels each. There weren't any customers in the fabric shop next door, so the boss shopkeeper Feng walked over while swaying her hips. Seeing the notice on the plank, she looked around and said with a smile, "Why are you doing a special sale on these watermelons? Are they leftovers from the past 2 days?" The people in the shops nearby peeped out curiously when they saw Xiao Xiao taking the watermelons out. They had also seen the words on the wooden plank, and several of them were eager to make a move. But, when they heard Madame Feng's question, they stopped themselves. Yu Xiao Xiao picked up a fresh melon seedling and showed her. The smile on her face remained unchanged as she explained, "Older sister Feng, look at this watermelon seedling, it doesn't look like it's not fresh, right? As you have seen, the watermelons in our shop were all delivered here on the day of or in the afternoon of the day before. They definitely won't be placed in our store for more than a day. These watermelons are smaller in size, but they will certainly taste the same when eaten. If you don't believe me, I can cut it open for everyone to see." Xiao Xiao swiftly cut open the smallest watermelon with a knife. The red melon meat and the black seeds appeared in front of everybody. A strong sweetness subsequently drifted into everyone's noses. Shakoao handed a slice to Madame Feng, and then she invited several of the shopkeepers of the nearby stores to have a taste. The shopkeeper of the store 2 shops down from the watermelon shop was pale and chubby, and he had a bright smile on his face like a Buddha. He slowly walked over, unreservedly grabbed a slice of watermelon, and said with a grin, "Little girl, you're actually willing to do this. This cost a tael ah. Of course, I'm willing. One must give up on some things in order to gain more." Wasn't everyone feeling skeptical about purchasing the special bargain at our shop? After tasting it, you guys can rest assured. Seeing that everyone was coming over to taste the watermelon, Yu Xiao Xiao's heart felt completely at ease now. She was full of confidence in the taste of her watermelons. Sure enough, after tasting it, Madame Feng immediately picked the biggest one of the remaining watermelons and gave a tael of silver to Xiao Xiao. Of course, the taste of the watermelons sold at the Yu family's watermelon shop was amazing, but it wasn't sold at a price that just anybody could afford. Most of the shopkeepers of the stores on this street were wage earners. It was fine to buy one occasionally, but they wouldn't be able to afford eating it on a regular basis. Right now, there was a special sale on watermelons. Moreover, the price was reduced by half. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of this discount. All of the remaining watermelons, no matter big or small, were swiftly snatched up by several of the shopkeepers of the neighboring stores. Those who didn't manage to buy the discounted watermelons asked frustratedly, "Little girl, when will you have another special sale for watermelons?" Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "In the future, our shop will launch a special watermelon sale at random times every day. Please pay close attention to our watermelon shop." The fair and chubby shopkeeper of the silverware store looked at Xiao Xiao with squinted eyes and chuckled, "Little girl, you're quite good at doing business. Not bad, not bad. A young person's abilities should be respected. In his mind, he pondered whether he should also do a special sale for the unsaleable jewelry in his shop. This way, they could quickly earn back their capital. Yes, he should go back and discuss this matter with his boss. Yu Hai, who was unloading watermelons next to the store, saw that his daughter had swiftly taken care of the remaining watermelons. He couldn't help but proudly praise her within his heart. She is definitely my daughter. She is born with the innate talent to do business. Ever since the watermelons had ripened, the whole family had been busy without time for rest. His daughter's godmother had also come, so after working for the whole day, she still had to take care of her godmother when they got back in the village. The father-daughter pair could only interact at night. However, everyone had been exhausted the whole day, so they fell asleep without saying much to each other. It had been several days since Yu Hai got to bond with his daughter. After unloading the watermelons, he stayed in the shop to chat with his daughter. In the evening, he would come pick her up and go home together. The spouts of the freshly picked watermelons were so fresh that one could pinch water out of them. Earlier, when the watermelons were being unloaded, it had attracted many customers to shop in their store. At this time, there were 2 to 3 patrons picking watermelons at different shelves in the store. Yu Xiaosao sat at the entrance of the shop and counted the money, while Yu Hai stood beside her, looking at her with a grin. Just as a patron handed Xiaosao a small 5-tael ingot, a figure suddenly rushed towards her. Yu Hai thought that someone wanted to rob them, so he strode forward and blocked his daughter from the other person. "What are you doing? You, this unfilial son, even wants to hit me." Madame Zhang's mean-looking face appeared in front of Yu Hai like a nightmare. She had rushed over too quickly, so she almost couldn't stop herself and plunged right into Yu Hai's arms. With one look at her grandmother's expression, Yu Xiaosao knew that she came with malicious intentions. Her father was the too foolishly soft-hearted, so he definitely wasn't Madame Zhang's opponent. After she securely locked the money box, she walked out from before her father and said, "Grandmother, who is being unfilial? Didn't we already send you guys the grain that we have to give you every month, as a form of our filial respects?" With her arched eyebrows slanted, Madame Zhang glared at them with her triangular eyes and stiffly replied, "As a son, you're eating and living well every day, yet your elderly parents can only gnaw on bean cakes. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" The watermelon shop had been too busy these past 2 days, so she didn't have time to cook. Thus, they had been eating the food delivered from Junshou restaurant. Although there weren't any expensive dishes, it wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. All the workers in the shop ate the meals sent by Junshou restaurant, while his own parents could only eat bean cakes. Everyone around them all looked at Yu Hai and his daughter with a contemptuous gaze. Without a change of expression, Yu Xiaosao said, "Grandmother, when you forced my family out of the house with nothing, it was written down in black and white. As filial respect, the second son must send over 50 caddies of coarse grain every month. Even when we lived in a rundown house that could barely withstand the wind and snow, and didn't have enough to eat, we still gave you everything as promised. After we started selling vegetables and planting watermelons, we have changed the 50 caddies of coarse grain to 50 caddies of white rice and wheat flour, with an additional 5 caddies of pork. We delivered them to you every month without fail. Why are you still giving my grandfather bean cakes to eat?" Without waiting for Madame Zhang to speak, she continued, "Oh, I remember now. I heard from Brother Heitzi that you sold all the white rice, wheat flour, and pork that we gave you for money, which you used to buy paper and brushes for younger uncle. The family isn't that poor that you need to sell your food rations in order to buy paper and brushes. Before we split from the main family, my father had gotten severely wounded from hunting a bear. Didn't you take all of the 300 taels? It hasn't even been half a year. Where did all the money go?" More and more people gathered around. From this little girl's words, they had gotten a lot of explosive contents. The second son of this family had gotten injured while hunting for a bear, but the money for selling the bear had been confiscated by the mother. The injured son was forced to split from the main family. Moreover, he had to leave with nothing. After splitting from the family, his family could only live in a rundown house and not have enough to eat. However, they still needed to save food while starving in order to send them to their elders as filial respect. She couldn't possibly be his real mother. What mother wouldn't be concerned about her children and grandchildren? Moreover, she was making things worse for them and adding to their burdens. What nonsense are you talking about? What 300 taels are you talking about? This damned wretch. You waste of money. Stop speaking nonsense here. Seeing the onlookers pointing and gossiping about her, Madame Zhang's eyes darted around and shouted at Xiaosao with a fierce appearance. Outside of the crowd, Lady Fang, who had come back from shopping, quietly looked at the scene in front of her. Linglong said with slight concern, "This woman is too fierce and unreasonable. I'm afraid Miss Cower will be at a disadvantage." Lady Fang, on the other hand, felt that her goddaughter could handle this situation with ease based on her calm appearance. She smiled and said, "This must be Xiao Xiao's exceptional grandmother." Seeing that the son who had split from the family was living well, she came to harass them with unreasonable demands. "She is truly amazing, but my goddaughter isn't a pushover either. Let's just quietly wait and see how it turns out." Xiao Xiao almost got sprayed by her saliva. She took 2 steps back, rubbed her ears, and said, "Grandmother, being loud doesn't mean that you're in the right. Why are you screaming so loudly? Are you saying that you didn't receive the 300 taels that Uncle Zhao sent over? Are you sure? That's not what Uncle Zhao said. He's a 4th-rank military official, which was a title that the emperor personally conferred. So he wouldn't lie to us, right? If you insist, then I'll write a letter to the capital to ask. I reckon that Uncle Zhao hasn't set out to the border yet, so he should be able to receive my letter." Madame Zhang's expression changed. Old Zhao was bestowed the title of a 2nd-rank general and his son Hunter Zhao also got the position of a 4th-rank military official. Thus, their whole family were high-ranking officials now. If she continued to fabricate lies and ended up angering the Zhao family, they might convict her for framing an official appointed by the Imperial court, which meant that she would have to go to jail. After all, Madame Zhang had achieved her thick skin from practice and experience. Even after her lies had been exposed, she still remained calm. She even rolled her eyes as she said, "All the money at home was given to your younger uncle as expense for the county examination. Your grandfather and eldest uncle haven't been able to catch any fish recently, so there's hardly anything to eat at home now. There's so much shining white silver in your money box. Give me 1 to 200 taels to use. Yu Xiaoxiao was so angry at her robber-like behavior that she ended up feeling amused. "Grandmother, you're making such an excessive demand. 1 to 200 taels. Are you preparing to drink bird nest and eat shark fins? We won't even give you 10 to 20 taels, let alone 1 to 200 taels." Madame Zhang was afraid of Xiao Xiao's godfather, who was an official, so she didn't dare to do anything to her. But, after so many years, she already had a thorough understanding of Yu Hai's character. Thus, controlling him shouldn't be a problem for her. She pushed Yu Xiaoxiao aside and rushed towards Yu Hai. Seeing her fierce expression, Yu Hai subconsciously tilted sideways. It was unknown where she got her strength, but Madame Zhang took a few steps and rushed towards Yu Hai. She tightly clasped onto Yu Hai's arm and forcibly shook it a few times. With the strength that she used to grab onto his arm, if it weren't for the fact that Yu Hai had thick and rough skin, there would definitely be a bruise mark. "Second son, I have raised you into adulthood since you were 8 or 9, and I also got a virtuous wife for you. After all these years, even if I have no merit, I should still get credit for my hard work. Yes, you have already separated from the family, but you're still your father's son and your younger siblings, older brother. Our family is going through a difficult time right now, so you can't just watch on the side cold-bloodedly. As if she had thought of something, Madame Zhang was overwhelmed by sorrow and tears flowed down from her old face. Her face was covered with snot and tears. All these years, Madame Zhang had placed all her hopes on her younger son. Every single coin that she had saved at home were used on her younger son. In order to ensure that he could study more conveniently, she had rented a house in town for him. Her younger son was able to eat fine grain, which the family were reluctant to eat, for nearly all his meals. No matter how stingy and frugal she was at home, she still couldn't bear to let her younger son suffer even a little. She just hoped that he would bring honor to her and become an official. This spring, her youngest son, Yu Bo, took part in the district examination in February and successfully passed the exam. Madame Zhang was extremely elated by this and became full of hope that her younger son would pass the examination for a county official. She, who was usually very stingy, held an all-day banquet in the village to celebrate her son passing the district examination. However, she had gotten happy too early. There were 3 parts in the county-level examination: district examination, prefectural examination, and county examination. The district examination was just the beginning. In April, Madame Zhang personally escorted her son to the prefectural city with great hope. She encouraged him to pass all 3 exams in one go and return as a county official. But the higher one's expectation was, the greater their disappointment would be. Yu Bo failed the prefectural examination, and the entire household was filled with a tense and depressed atmosphere. Madame Zhang had even cried bitterly by herself in secret. However, Yu Bo blamed his failure on the academy that he studied at, saying that it wasn't good enough. For the town's Rongshuan Academy, 18 students participated in the county-level examination and they all passed the prefectural examination as expected. Moreover, they all placed high on the ranking. Now, they were all just waiting for the county examination. It wouldn't be surprising even if they achieved the official rank of a county official. Shortly after the prefectural examination, Yubo came to the village to tell his mother that, if he could enter Rongshuan Academy, he would definitely obtain the official rank of a county official for his mother within 2 years. He didn't have a chance in the past, but he got an amazing friend who could help him get into Rongshuan Academy. However, a small fee was required. Madame Zhang was immediately interested in the idea. Even an illiterate fisherwoman like her had heard of the great reputation of Rongshuan Academy. Rongshuan Academy had produced quite a few first and second place scholars of the Imperial examination. If her son could enter Rongshuan Academy and be taught by a famous teacher, the day that he passed the examination would just be around the corner. Haha, she was going to be the mother of an official soon. However, she hesitated upon hearing the small fee that her son mentioned. For an ordinary fishing family, 500 taels was seriously an astronomical figure. Even with Madame Zhang's thrifty and stingy behavior and Hunter Zhao's compensation of 300 taels, the family's savings was still only around 400 taels. Even if they gave up everything they had, they still wouldn't be able to get 500 taels. Just when she was at a loss, Madame Li sneaked into her room last night and told her about the news that the watermelons grown by Yu Hai's family could be sold for 5 taels each. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhang, who was driven into a corner due to money, found a new source of light. For the sake of her younger son, she must get the money for him even if she had to lose her face. She came to town early this morning and hid in the corner to secretly observe Yu Hai's watermelon shop. The business of the watermelon shop was very good. There seemed to be an endless stream of customers from the morning to the afternoon. Every customer who entered the store would come out with 1 or 2 watermelons. She calculated it in her mind that, if the watermelons cost 5 taels each, this small melon shop could actually earn several hundreds of taels a day. With this discovery, Madame Zhang became even more confident that she could get the money from Yu Hai. Why did she only show up at this time? Of course, there was a reason. After their previous interactions, Madame Zhang had experienced the power of Yu Xiaosao. That brat also had a powerful and influential godfather, so she couldn't be scolded nor beaten. Yu Hai, on the other hand, was a lot easier to handle. As long as she emphasized filial piety, there was no way that Yu Hai would refuse her request. Second son Zhaobo is your biological younger brother He's waiting for this money to save his life right now, so you can't just stand aside and do nothing An old woman with white hair and a wrinkled face was crying sadly as she held onto the arm of the man she was complaining to. People who didn't know the truth all looked at Yu Hai with a condemning gaze. Unable to get away from her tight grasp, Yu Hai was so anxious that he was sweating all over his head. He stammered, what are you doing? If you want to talk, then just talk. You can rest assured that I won't refuse to help if it's something I can do. Yu Hai was no longer the person who Madame Zhang could bully and control as she pleased. In face of Madame Zhang's bitter plea, he had left some leeway in his words. Madame Zhang wiped her tears with her sleeve, snuffled her nose hard, and spoke in a tone as if someone owed her something. Who doesn't know that your family's watermelon is selling very well in town and you earn several hundred taels in a day? Isn't 500 taels just a trivial matter to you? After hearing that, the onlookers were stunned in their hearts. All the merchants and patrons on this street were people with some money in their family. When this old lady begged the owner of the melon shop for help, they didn't think that this peasant woman, who was dressed in worn-out clothes and appeared to have an arduous life, would request for anything extravagant. No one had expected that she would directly demand 500 taels. 500 taels wasn't a small amount of money There weren't many stores within the vicinity that could earn more than 500 taels monthly. For what reason would a poverty-stricken old woman directly demand for 500 taels? Yu Hai had also furrowed his brows, feeling troubled. The first thing he thought about was what trouble had his younger brother caused that they would need 500 taels to settle. Grandmother, the first thing that you ask for when you open your mouth is 500 taels. Don't you know that most people wouldn't be able to earn so much money even after working hard for all their lives? I really want to know, what exactly do you need this 500 taels for? Yu Xiaosao, who was unprepared earlier, got pushed by Madame Zhang and almost fell down. Fortunately, the agile Linglong swiftly supported her, otherwise, her skin and flesh would have to suffer. Madame Zhang glared fiercely at the Yu Xiaosao with her ferocious wolf-like eyes, but her pupils abruptly contracted when she saw the beautiful woman behind Xiaosao. She had heard from Madame Li that Xiaosao's godmother had come from the capital. Disregarding Xiaosao's godmother's attitude towards Xiaosao, in front of her godmother, she stiffly swallowed back the wicked remarks that was about to come out of her mouth. You don't have to know what I need it for. Second son, just tell me if you're going to give me the money or not. Madame Zhang continued to pick on the easier victim and asked him in a threatening manner. However, Yu Hai didn't obediently agree to her like she thought that he would have. Instead, he asked the same question. Cower is right. 500 taels isn't a small number. What kind of lawsuit did Xiaobo get involved in that you guys need such a large sum of money? He didn't fall into some malicious person's trap, did he? You're the one who's getting sued. My Xiaobo's life has been blessed by the deities, so he will become a high-ranking official in the future. Exclamation mark. This reason he didn't perform well this time was because the teachers at his academy weren't good enough. After he enters Rongshuan Academy, he will surely pass the examination to become a county official in the upcoming year. At that time, as his older brother, won't you also benefit? When she spoke of her younger son, Madame Zhang had a face full of pride, as if he would definitely become a county official. Xiao Cao caught the crucial details in her words and asked doubtfully, wait. Did you just say that younger uncle is going to enter Rongshuan Academy? Isn't the entrance exam for Rongshuan Academy on the first month of every year? Hasn't the time for the test already passed? Shishtu never mentioned that there would be additional test times this year. Madame Zhang revealed a proud expression and wanted to tell them the truth, but she remembered that her son had warned her not to casually talk about this matter so as to not create unnecessary problems. She swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth and vaguely said, you guys don't have to worry about it. As long as you take out 500 taels, entering Rongshuan Academy won't be a problem. It seemed like someone had taken advantage of the students, who had failed the exam, desire to achieve merit and fame. But, to directly demand 500 taels was seriously too excessive. Yu Xiaocao, who had already more or less guessed the truth, kindly reminded her. Grandmother, did someone tell you that they would let younger uncle study in Rongshuan Academy if you give them 500 taels? If people can enter Rongshuan Academy just by spending money, would we even get a chance? Numerous wealthy businessmen had wanted to use their wealth to get a spot in Rongshuan Academy for their son, but none of them had succeeded. Yet you think that a mere 500 taels would work? Grandmother, you and younger uncle probably encountered a swindler, didn't you? Despite Madame Zhang's aged body, she could actually jump 3 feet high. With one hand on her waist and another pointing at Yu Xiaocao's nose, she shouted while spitting, as if she was a shrew cursing on the streets, are there any nieces like you? It was hard for your younger uncle to get this chance to enter Rongshuan Academy, which isn't something that just anyone can get. It's fine if you don't want to help, but you still have to curse him to get deceived. Your younger uncle had treated you so well in vain. Did your conscience get eaten by a dog? I have never seen such a wicked little girl. Let's see who will be willing to marry you, this jinx and black-hearted thing, in the... Lady Fang became more and more displeased as she listened. She stepped forward and took Xiaocao, who has been sprayed by Madame Zhang's saliva, into her arms. She frowned, glared at the old woman who was making a scene in front of her, and sneered, I have never seen a grandmother like you, who would insult her young granddaughter with such vicious words. It's really so sad for our Xiaocao to have such a vulgar and unreasonable grandmother. Madame Zhang, who had gotten an adrenaline rush from scolding people, felt fury rush to the top of her head and she couldn't care less about whether the other party was an official's wife or not. She jumped 3 feet high, pointed at Lady Fang's nose, and screamed, who do you think you are? I'm disciplining my ignorant and cocky granddaughter, so what does it have to do with you? Don't think that just because your husband is an official that you can interfere in our family's business. Linglong's face turned pale from anger. She rushed in front of her madam and shouted angrily as she faithfully protected her master, shut up. Our madam is a third-rank noble madam, who even the imperial concubines in the palace had to be respectful to. You ignorant fool, who gave you the courage to point your finger at my madam's nose and insult her? Madam, this servant will take your message to the county yamen. This servant doesn't believe that we can't subdue this foolish woman. When Madame Zhang heard that 2 words, county yamen, she instantly panicked. The flesh on her face trembled, and she, who was like a balloon filled with air earlier, had immediately deflated now. Although she was panicking, her mind was swiftly turning. In the end, she couldn't do anything, so she just sat on the ground and wailed while slapping her own thigh. Dear heavens, how am I supposed to live like this? This old woman is just disciplining my own son and granddaughter, yet I still have to dragged away to be flogged. Officials can't just look upon human lives as if they were grass. Dear gods, please open your eyes. Give me, this old woman, a way to live. Not to mention Lady Fang, but even Linglong, who was a child of servants from the dowry that the Xia family provided, had never seen such a scene. She was stunned by the sight of the vulgar old woman screaming while she rolled on the ground. To encounter such an unreasonable rural old woman, Lady Fang was like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to reason with each other. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that there were more and more people gathering over, and many of the people, who didn't know the truth, were pointing their fingers at them. From deep within her heart, she felt extremely disgusted by Madame Zhang, who was clinging onto her family like a blood-sucking leech. If they didn't properly deal with her, she would become the biggest obstacle to their family's road to making a fortune. However, Madame Zhang kept using the words, filial piety, to bully and control her father. What's there to be troubled about? Just leave it up to this divine stone. I guarantee that I can help you get rid of that old witch without anyone knowing. The little divine stone said such cold-blooded and gruesome words in a voice that was as tender as a child's, yet it didn't seem even a bit weird whatsoever. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that the little divine stone was currently resting on top of the multicolored stone on her wrist in its spiritual form, and thus it knew everything that was happening in front of her and all her feelings. She also knew that the little divine stone was thinking on her behalf and wanted to help her get rid of this trouble once and for all. But, after all, she had grown up in a peaceful era, so the concept of, a human life is bigger than the sky, was deeply rooted within her. If someone lost their life because of her, she could never feel peaceful within her heart again. PSHT, phony benevolence. When handling a wicked old witch like her, we must use extreme means. Since you're unwilling to get involved in a case of murder, this divine stone can naturally use other methods to teach her a lesson. Don't worry, just leave it up to me. Recently, as a master, Xiaoxiao didn't really need the little divine stone's help that much. As a result, the progress of its cultivation had been very slow. If it continued to go on like this, then when could it recover its heydays, break through the void and return to Goddess Nua's side? Thus, when it noticed that Xiaoxiao was troubled, it immediately jumped out and eagerly requested to help out. Helping its master was the only way for its spiritual power to recover several times faster than usual. Xiaoxiao warned it, feeling slightly worried, then be careful and don't get caught. Also, don't kill anyone. Madame Zhang is abhorrent, but she doesn't deserve to die. Alright, stop nagging so much. With me handling this, you can rest assured. Don't underestimate this divine stone's abilities. The little divine stone guaranteed and patted its chest with confidence. However, the most important thing right now was to send Madame Zhang away. But it seemed like there was no way that she would leave without getting the money. Xiaoxiao remembered that she was the most concerned about her younger son's future, so she said in a calm and unhurried manner, "Grandmother, this is the town. Younger uncle is a scholar after all, so his reputation is very important to him. If his classmates found out that he has a mother who rolls all over the floor being a disgrace to the educated class, I wonder how much he will be ridiculed. Even if he enters Rongshuan Academy in the future, younger uncle's teachers will have a bad impression of him due to this matter. After all, the reason you're doing such a dishonorable thing was because of him." Lady Fang had a whole new level of respect for her goddaughter again. She didn't expect that her daughter, who was young and lived in a rural village, would actually use the tactic of psychological warfare. It was excellent indeed. This little girl was really to her liking. Her husband was absolutely right in adopting this little girl as their daughter. Madame Zhang was currently rocking back and forth, and smacking her thigh while lamenting in a tone like she was acting in an opera. But, when she heard Xiaoxiao's words, her crying suddenly stopped and there wasn't even a trace of water on her face. The mouths of the onlookers, who had originally somewhat sympathized with her, all started twitching incessantly. Madame Zhang stealthily looked around the crowd with her triangular eyes and noticed that there were indeed several youths, who were dressed like scholars. With their lips pursed, they shook their heads with a contemptuous expression on their faces. She was alarmed within her heart. The town was only this big, so gossip and rumors traveled really fast. If her younger son's classmates, or teachers of Rongshuan Academy, were really within the crowd like what that wretch said, then wouldn't her son's reputation be ruined in her hands? But, if she couldn't get the money today, her younger son's future would be affected. For a moment, Madame Zhang didn't know whether she should continue to make trouble, or stop and leave while covering her face. In the midst of her hesitation, Xiaoxiao came to her side, bent down to support her arm, and then pulled up Madame Zhang, who was sitting on the ground. Xiaoxiao didn't lower her voice as she said, "Grandmother, about the money, since you have asked, how can we, as junior members of the family, refuse to give you face? It's just that 500 taels isn't a small number, after all. Moreover, it related to younger uncle's future. So, we can't be careless. I think that you should go back first today and let us ask Rongshuan Academy about this matter. If it's true, then we can have a more thorough discussion about this matter later. If there's no such thing, then we definitely can't let that swindler get away with it." Don't you agree? Xiao Xiao provided her with a way out of this situation, and Madame Zhang smoothly took up this offer. She stared at Xiao Xiao with her slightly fierce-looking triangular eyes and asked with uncertainty, "Are you saying that you guys will provide the 500 taels? You're just a little girl, can you even make the decisions? Let your father say something and give me a confirmation." "Grandmother, you're directly demanding 500 taels, but it's not like we can make money fall from the sky. You need to let us prepare the money. Besides, my father isn't the only older brother that my younger uncle has. Since the family has already split up, shouldn't the two older brothers and parents all share the burden for the money?" Yu Xiaoxiao's words were reasonable, so even if Madame Zhang wanted to refute her, she couldn't find any fault in her words. Madame Zhang lowered her head and thought about it. With their family's savings, they only needed around 100 taels more. Based on what Xiao Xiao said, second son would at least provide 200 taels, which would be enough at that time. But, she was still unsatisfied and said, "Other than fishing, your eldest uncle doesn't have any other methods of making money, so where is he supposed to get the money? The money that your family makes from selling watermelons for a day is something that he wouldn't be able to earn even if he fishes for his entire life. They're all brothers, so why do you have to haggle over every ounce?" She was demanding an older brother, who had separated from the family, to financially support his younger brother's studies, yet she still complained that they were haggling over every ounce. Madame Zhang was seriously full of nonsense. However, Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't going to a fool and be deceived by her. Who didn't know to complain about being poor? "Grandmother, you just see that our business is doing well. But there's also our business expenses. Not to mention how hard it was to find a fine breed of watermelons, but third young Master Zhou had worked hard to help us get the watermelon seeds. We still owe him money for the watermelon seeds. Now let's talk about the rent for this shop. You can ask the merchants around here, how much is the monthly rent of the stores in this location? Their stores are rented on an annual basis, so it costs over 1,000 taels of silver for a year. Moreover, our shop was leased on a short-term rent, which is even more expensive. If we earn less than 200 taels a month, then we will be losing money. Coupled with the monthly tax, we're really not earning that much money." Yu Xiaoxiao immediately said, without even needing to prepare a draft. Madame Zhang didn't know anything about business. When she heard that the monthly rent was 200 taels, she harshly scolded them as spendthrifts within her heart. If they had set up a stall at the market, it would only cost a few copper coins a day. Even if they sold the watermelons for a cheaper price, it would still be better than earning money for others. It seemed like it was impossible to get second son to take full responsibility of the money today. Thus, she could only settle for the next best thing and said to Yu Hai, "Then, for the 500 taels, you and eldest son will each be responsible for 200 taels, and your father and I will provide 100 taels. Your eldest brother hasn't separated from the family yet, so his share will be provided together with mine. Let me know when you're going to give me the money." When Madame Zhang thought about 300 taels flying out of her hands, she could feel blood dripping from her heart, which was throbbing with pain. Yu Hai was about to agree, but his younger daughter interjected, "Grandmother, do you really have to talk about this here? Is it really all right to let everyone know that you're demanding such a large sum of money from your son, who has separated from the family, in order to let younger uncle get in from the back door? As the saying goes, don't air your dirty laundry in public. Let's talk about it in detail when we get home. Grandmother, you go rest in the inner courtyard and eat some watermelon to quench your thirst. In the evening, take our cart back. Don't worry, we won't run away." Madame Zhang thought about it and agreed with what she said. With her watching them, they wouldn't be able to run away. She knew that this little brat Xiao Xiao could make half the decisions in the family. Since second son didn't object to what she said, this matter was about to succeed. She had been stirring up trouble for a while now, crying and screaming. So, her throat had long been dry, thirsty, and uncomfortable. Thinking of the sweet watermelons, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva hard, and then she slowly walked towards the inner courtyard. Lady Fang and Linglong breathed a sigh of relief. They really didn't know how to handle such an unreasonable and boorish old woman, so they would only end up losing against her. Nevertheless, her daughter Miss Sao knew how to resolve the problem and was able to appease that old woman. But were they really going to give her 200 taels? Lady Fang wasn't distressed about the money but felt that it wasn't worth it. In her husband's letter, he mentioned a lot about how this old woman bullied Xiao Xiao's family. She had felt very angry about it when she was still in the capital. Her heart wouldn't ache even if this 200 taels were given to beggars, but that Madame Zhang was the only person that she was not willing to give it to at all. For the time being, her atrocious grandmother, Madame Zhang, had been pacified. Xiao Xiao felt that there was something weird about this matter, so she decided to go to Rongshuan Academy to ask about whether they had this additional enrollment quota for their school. If she could encounter the headmaster, then that would be even better. Lady Fang had originally wanted to accompany her goddaughter for this trip, for fear that the people at the academy would slight a young girl who was under 10 years old. However, unbeknownst to her, Headmaster Yuan, who usually had a stern and scholarly demeanor, was a complete glutton. Yu Xiaoxiao would visit her younger brother at the academy several times every month, and she would bring some food that she made every time she went. A portion was left for her younger brother's roommates to eat, while the other was specially prepared for the old foodie, Yuan Xinian. Thus, Headmaster Yuan had specially instructed the academy's gatekeeper to immediately notify him when Yu Fan's older sister came to visit him. If he wasn't at the school, then he must remember to inform his manservant, Shishu. For the headmaster to regard her with such high esteem, the gatekeeper was extremely enthusiastic every time he saw Xiao Xiao and didn't dare to slight her at all. Xiao Xiao politely declined her godmother's kindness. After that, she went across the street to the back kitchen of Junsho restaurant and packed 2 roasted chickens and 2 osmanthus ducks. At Junsho restaurant, these 2 kinds of braised food and the oyster sauce dishes could almost be considered the treasures of the restaurant. Even though they had launched dishes with vermicelli and century eggs, they still couldn't compete with those dishes. Even though these 2 dishes were sold in limited quantities every day, the queue for reservations were already full for the next 3 days. However, they would make a few extras every day in preparation for the unexpected needs of their boss and his friends and relatives. Yu Xiaoxiao was naturally classified as a close friend of their boss. No matter if she came to eat or get takeout, it would all be put on third young Master Zhou's credit. If her bill was directly waived, then Xiao Xiao would really be embarrassed to take advantage of the restaurant. However, since third young Master Zhou had instructed to put the bill on his account, she was able to accept it with ease. She had helped third young Master Zhou earn so much money, so it was natural that he should treat her to meals. The commercial street where the watermelon shop was located was in the east market of Tenggu town, while Rongshuan Academy was in the south side of the town. Fortunately, Tenggu town wasn't very big. With a large bag of chickens and ducks in her hands, Xiao Xiao quickly reached the entrance of Rongshuan Academy. When the gatekeeper, who was leaning against the door and lazily basking in the sun, looked up and saw a slender and short figure, he suddenly stood up in excitement. Seeing the basket in Xiao Xiao's hands, the gatekeeper immediately smiled like a blossoming flower. "Ayo. Miss Xiao Xiao, it has been a while since you have visited. Our headmaster has often mentioned you." The gatekeeper could tell that the headmaster really had high regards for this little farmer girl with a pair of big eyes. Even for his precious grandson, he had never been this concerned. The Yu family was preparing for the opening of their watermelon shop, so they had been busy for several days. Yu Xiaoxiao really did come by less often, but the gatekeeper had exaggerated. Moreover, didn't Headmaster Yuan just eat a feast with them when the shop opened several days ago? It had only been 3 days, yet he was already craving for food. Had she nurtured that glutton to have a picky appetite? However, she knew that Headmaster Yuan often gave her younger brother extra lessons on the sly. At present, Yuan Xinian's position as the headmaster was only a nominal title. He seldom managed the school affairs. Apart from occasionally giving a lecture to the class that was preparing for the examination when he was in a good mood, he was usually traveling, visiting friends, playing Go, and drinking tea. He was enjoying a free and leisurely lifestyle. As a famous scholar of his generation, to be able to listen to one of his lectures was even better than studying for 10 years. If he had open lectures, one might not be able to get a seat even after fighting with the crowd. Such a great scholar was actually giving extra lessons to a young child who had just begun studying not too long ago. If this news got spread out, it would definitely make people green with envy. Even Headmaster Yuan's grandson didn't receive such treatment. For the sake of her younger brother's future, Xiao Xiao was very willing to send these gifts. In fact, the reason that Headmaster Yuan was willing to teach little Shishtu wasn't only due to Xiao Xiao's delicious food, but also because of his love for talent. During the past year, Xiao Xiao had added mystic stone water in everything that the Yu family ate and drank. Not only could the mystic stone water improve their health, but it could also unwittingly improve their intelligence. Little Shishtu was originally a smart child, but after being nurtured by the mystic stone water, his intelligence had gone up another level, almost to the point of remembering everything with one look. With someone who had so much potential in front of him, could Headmaster Yuan not be burning with eagerness to teach? Had he not been afraid of messing up the generation hierarchy, he would have taken Yu Fan in as his last discipline. However, he took his disciplines into consideration. The youngest was even older than little Shishtu's father, while the oldest could be little Shishtu's grandfather. If they found out that their respected teacher took in a student who was even younger than their own children and grandchildren, it would be hard to say what expressions they would have on their faces. Although he didn't formally take him in as his discipline, Yuan Xinian still made an exception and taught him personally. The little fellow had only been studying for half a year, but he could already keep up with the level of the intermediate class. If he hadn't been afraid of spoiling things with his excessive enthusiasm, he was about to help him apply to skip a grade. He also knew that there were already certain people who were extremely envious of his special treatment towards little Shishtu. If he made another exception and let him skip a grade, it wouldn't be a good thing for little Shishtu. Thus, he told little Shishtu to study with the primary class in the morning and come to his study in the afternoon so that he could explain deeper knowledge to him. Now they were just had to wait for the placement test after summer vacation. He trusted his own judgment and believed that this little fellow could definitely pass the exam to enter the intermediate class. Rongshuan Academy had 2 advancement exams every year. One was after the winter vacation, while the other was after summer break. The students of the primary class and intermediate class could advance to the next level class as long as they could pass the examination of the higher class. If they couldn't advance to the next class 2 years in a row, then they would have to leave Rongshuan Academy. To be able to pass the examination to enter the academy, they definitely didn't lack intelligence and wisdom. Thus, one could only say that those who couldn't advance to the next class just hadn't made enough effort. However, the students considered it an honor to be able to enter Rongshuan Academy and especially cherished the chance to continue studying in the academy. Since the establishment of the school, very few had been asked to withdraw from the academy. Back to the present, the news of Yu Xiaoxiao's arrival at Rongshuan Academy had swiftly entered Yuan Xinian's ears. He knew that the little girl would go to the primary class to look for her younger brother first. He was impatient and couldn't wait any longer, so he pretended to patrol the academy without even bringing his manservant and went to the primary class's courtyard by himself. The primary class was currently taking a break. When little Shishtu's roommates saw Xiaoxiao, they were even more excited than her younger brother, little Shishtu. With the speed of a 100-meter sprint, they rushed towards Xiaoxiao and surrounded her, chattering incessantly. "Older sister, what tasty food did you bring for Shishtu today?" There were 4 people in little Shishtu's dorm. The person who spoke was a dumpy child around the age of 8 or 9, whose real name was Sun Runs. He was from the prefectural city and was the youngest son of the prefectural magistrate's secretary. Little Shishtu tried his best to push him aside, rolled his eyes at him, and said, "Little fatty son, you're 2 months older than my second sister Ah. Aren't you ashamed to call her, older sister?" Sun Runs was obviously a good-tempered person. He didn't get angry even after being called little fatty. He wrapped his strong arm around little Shishtu's neck, as if they were very close brothers, and grinned, "We're as close as real brothers, so your second sister is naturally also my second sister." "Second sister, what delicious food did you make this time? I'm about to drool just from smelling it." Lu Jinye, who was the oldest in the dorm, was the only son of the boss of the largest silk and satin store in the prefectural city. He had a rather gentle personality, and just stood on the side with a gentle smile. Situ Qing, who was not that much older than little Shishtu, jumped over like a monkey, blinked his eyes, and stared at the food box in Xiaoxiao's hands with a salivating expression on his face. The little fellow's grandfather was a third-rank official in Court A. Thanks to Xiaoxiao's delicacy attack, her younger brother, who was born from a poor fishing family, never experienced the agony of being discriminated. Though Rongshuan Academy didn't care about one's identity and just cared about talent, there was still a darker side in private. It was said that a student of poor origin had left the academy regrettably because of being ostracized by his roommates, which caused his grades to plummet sharply. Fortunately, little Shishtu's roommates were mostly simple and kind children. Even their slight arrogance had been thrown beyond the clouds by the delicacies that Xiaoxiao brought over from time to time. Xiaoxiao touched Situ Qing's hair, which was very neatly combed, and said with a gentle smile, "The shop is busy today, so I didn't have time to personally cook." When the 3 of them heard that it wasn't food personally made by Xiaoxiao, they're instantly dimmed. However, their eyes swiftly brightened up again. "So I packed roasted chicken and osmanthus duck from Junsho restaurant. I don't know if you guys will like them." Seeing the constant change in their expressions, Yu Xiaoxiao snickered incessantly within her heart. Situ Qing instantly jumped up, turned around excitedly, and shouted, "Like! Of course, we like them. Last time, when my mother and older brother came to visit me, they took me to Junsho restaurant for a meal. Roasted chicken was among the dishes, and it was very, very, very delicious. But I didn't get to eat osmanthus duck." Wow, second sister is so amazing. You'll have to make a reservation 3 days in advance in order to eat the roasted chicken and osmanthus duck of Junsho restaurant. You actually got both of them at the same time. I have so much admiration for you all. The little fatty's eyes were glowing, and there was an unknown liquid on the corner of his mouth. Even the oldest Lu Jinye couldn't stay calm and had an even wider smile on his face as he said, "Today, thanks to little Shish too, we can taste the 2 most famous dishes of Junsho restaurant. Thank you very much, Miss Yu. You guys, why are you huddling around here?" Headmaster Yuan's voice sounded from outside the door of the courtyard. The kids, like a mouse seeing a cat, had to disregard the delicacy in front of them and dejectedly ran back to the classroom. As he ran, little fatty son turned his head and said, "Second sister, remember to bring the food back to our dorm. We'll get some rice and go back after class." With a smile on his face, Yuan Xinian looked at the energetic appearance of the children of the primary class and said with a chuckle, "These boys, they may look like a group of monkeys right not, but in a decade or so later, they might become one of the 3 most important officials in court." In his childhood, my son, who is the current prime minister, did a lot of those things like climbing trees to get eggs and catching fish and shrimp in the river. Lord Headmaster, was it really all right for you to expose the prime minister like this? Yu Xiaoxiao took out 2 oil paper bags from inside the basket. Headmaster Yuan gently sniffled and laughed, "Only you, this little lass, can get Junsho restaurant's roasted chicken and osmanthus duck whenever you want. That little brat of the Zhou family is seriously too stingy. I have talked to him several times already, but he still didn't give me this privilege." Yu Xiaoxiao took out the piping hot roasted chicken and the osmanthus duck, wafting out a tantalizing aroma, and placed them in front of Headmaster Yuan. Yuan Xinian was about to abandon his elegant and scholarly pretense in order to take the food into his hands when he suddenly noticed a few teachers in the vicinity out of the corner of his eye. He hurriedly reinstated his classy mask and said, ahem, I, the headmaster, am an honest person who doesn't take presents." Xiaoxiao roasted him endlessly in her mind, "I wonder where all of that food I brought over previously went, Now he says he doesn't take gifts, he's truly a sly old man." Arg. Her younger brother needed to rely on this old man for his future, right? She had no choice but to continue this play. "Headmaster, I must tell the truth. I came over today because I had something to ask. Do you have time to talk with me?" Headmaster Yuan raised his head even higher as he stroked his beard. "You're only just asking me about something, no need to bring gifts over, right? What's going on? Just tell me directly. A gentleman must be magnanimous and understanding, there's nothing you can't discuss with me." PSH. Still pretending, does he like to act that much? Xiaoxiao deliberately placed the 2 packets of oiled paper filled with food back into her basket as she smiled. Headmaster Yuan is truly honest and magnanimous. So admirable. Although Yuan Xinian's head was angled 45 degrees up, his eyes were still blatantly fixed at the food. When he saw that Xiaoxiao putting the food she was going to send him away, he immediately became anxious. However, he couldn't reveal his inner turmoil and could only use his eyes subtly to hint at her. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately pretended to not understand his unspoken plea and continued to speak in a louder voice. "Headmaster, I overheard people saying that someone could pay 500 taels to get on the admission list for Rongshuan Academy. If that's true, you need to leave me a spot. My younger uncle is also a scholar. Although his talents are average, he tries very hard." The expression on Headmaster Yuan's face immediately changed. He didn't care about food anymore and looked sternly at Yu Xiaoxiao. "Where did you get that news from?" "Since the start, my Rongshuan Academy has always only cared about the aptitude of potential students and not the depth of their pockets. I, Yuan Xinian, founded this school for the sake of finding worthy talents for the Imperial court and not for getting rich. Let's not talk about just paying a paltry 500 taels, even if someone who couldn't pass the admission examination came over with a mountain full of gold and silver, I still wouldn't let him into the school. Once there was a young son of a wealthy family from Zhongnan who had just missed passing the entrance exam by just a smidge. The father was willing to give the school half of his assets for the sake of his son's admission. However, they refused it. Luckily the man's son was hardworking and studied very hard for another year before he managed to pass the entrance exam." "Headmaster Yuan, don't be angry. This is what happened. My grandmother went to the melon store and told us she wanted 500 taels from us. From what I can tell, she wanted to use the 500 taels to have my younger uncle enter Rongshuan Academy. So I did my best to placate her and told her that I would come to the academy to ask you if that was true." Yu Xiaoxiao briefly described the situation to the older man. Headmaster Yuan very quickly calmed down and frowned. "Let me think about this for a bit. I think there are 2 situations. The first is that Rongshuan Academy may have a spy who's using the admission quota for his private gain. The second is that your family encountered a swindler who is using your younger uncle's desire to enter the academy to cheat him of his money. Come with me to rest in my office for a bit, I need to talk to the head lecturer and school administrator about this. Xiao Cao agreed with him and followed Yuan Xinian's personal assistant into the headmaster's office. This wasn't the first time she had entered this room, which was steeped in a scholarly atmosphere and was full of interesting antiques. She placed the oiled paper bag full of food onto the table and then took a book from one of the shelves to browse through. The servant brought in a cup of fragrant tea and saw the oiled paper bag oozing oil onto the piece of paper that the headmaster had just written on. He felt his heart ache at the sight. The characters that his headmaster wrote were more valuable than gold. He then noticed Xiao Cao casually flipping through the only book that was said to be written by Wang Yucheng, and a feeling of nervousness bubbled up in his heart. He was afraid that the little girl wouldn't be careful and damage the book. Xiao Cao, who hadn't finished middle school before she dropped out in her previous life, felt like her head was going to explode as she looked at the traditional characters in the book. Although she had spent a little time studying along with little Shishtu, so she could recognize some more commonly seen characters, most poetic verses had more obscure characters that were impossible to guess. She managed to find a few verses she had seen previously in school and did her best to appreciate it while scratching her head. Yuan Xinian, along with the head lecturer and administrator, entered his office and saw this exact scene in front of him. A young girl, plainly dressed, with an old book in her hands. Her large and lively eyes seemed to take in everything. Little girl, looks like you have read books before too. Yuan Xinian revealed a gentle smile on his face. Xiao Cao hurriedly placed the book back in its original place on the shelf and grinned, I only learned a few words with my younger brother. I took a book off of your shelf without asking your permission first, please accept my apologies. Yuan Xinian laughed, what's wrong with liking to look at books? However, let's first talk about what you told me earlier. Head lecturer Liang's face was solemn and serious as he said, our academy doesn't have anyone here who is selling admission spots for money. Miss Yu, I'm afraid you must have encountered a swindler, right? The administrator had seen Xiao Cao a few times before and had a good impression of her. He proposed, I think that you should probably report this to the authorities, okay? Headmaster Yuan sonorously proclaimed, we absolutely cannot tolerate a criminal who is using the school's name to defraud people. Shishu, take my message to the county yamen. This concerns our school's reputation, we absolutely need to get to the bottom of this. When Xiao Cao saw that what she had wanted had occurred, she said her farewells. She looked at the time and noticed that it was about time for classes to get out. That group of little fellows, who constantly cried piteously for food, must have been waiting for so long. Naturally, Xiao Cao didn't know that as soon as she left the office, the three men left in there, whose combined age was over 200 years old, almost started fighting over the contents of the oiled paper bag. In the end, Headmaster Yuan acted as if he conveying a large favor and decided to give the other two men half of the chicken and duck. When Xiao Cao arrived at little Shishtu's dormitory, 4 pairs of dark eyes stared piteously at the door. The table in front of the little fellows, other than the portion of green vegetables that little Shishtu took out, only had bowls of white rice on it. Okay, looks like they were all waiting for her chicken and duck to complete the meal. When they saw Xiao Cao appear, the little fellows all immediately looked towards the basket in her hand expressionlessly. Once they saw the basket had 2 full oiled paper bags, they cheered and ran towards Xiao Cao. Such a group of practical boys. Second sister, when they heard that you were called over by the headmaster, they all became gloomy and couldn't help but wonder if they weren't going to be able to eat delicious food today. Little Shishtu stifled his giggles and watched as the other boys fought over the chicken legs. At least they had a conscience and knew to leave him some too. Previously, the food that Xiao Cao had brought over had been taken by the headmaster several times. Later, she learned to bring 2 portions of food along. Obviously, this time wasn't an exception either. Xiao Cao smiled as she watched the little boys eat her food with endless praises, there's enough portions of the roasted chicken and osmanthus duck to fill everyone's bellies. Slow down and don't choke. Little fatty son gnawed on a duck leg as he opened his greasy little mouth to say, second sister. I'm super happy that I got to dorm with little Shishtu. Last time when we had a break and I went home, my mother even said I got fatter. There's nothing to be done though, second sister's cooking is just too delicious. Second sister, bring some oyster sauce vegetables next time. It's less greasy and I need to lose weight. Lu Jinye calmly split the roasted chicken and duck into 4 portions and placed his portion inside his large bowl. He ate slowly, so if he had to fight for his share against Fatty Sun and Monkey Satu, he would end up losing every time. Thus, he made his bowl his own territory. He always grabbed his portion early to avoid Fatty Sun taking all of the food away. When he heard that, Lu Jinye slowly swallowed the chicken meat in his mouth and smiled. Isn't it easy to get some green vegetables to eat? The dining hall has a lot. If you want to lose weight, it's even easier. Just eat the food from the dining hall for a whole month and I'm sure you'll lose 10 catties. Fatty Sun frowned and a long-suffering expression appeared on his face. Forget it. Can the boiled vegetables in the dining hall even compare with our second sister's skills? The food is only fit for pigs to eat, how can I possibly stomach it? If you want me to spend a whole month of eating the food in the dining hall, let me just die fat instead. Everyone burst into some good-natured laughter. Xiao Sao, it's really you ah, I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. A familiar voice suddenly sounded from the doorway. Everyone turned their heads around to take a look. Little Shishtu immediately greeted the person, Brother Xiaowen. Have you eaten yet? My second sister just brought some roasted chicken and duck from Junsho restaurant over, come eat some. Junsho restaurant's roasted chicken and osmanthus duck. Rumors said that it cost 5 taels each and had now increased to 10 taels apiece. Despite the increase, the supply still wasn't enough to meet the demand. The Yu family had progressed as his mother had said, their life had gotten much better. However, now the Qian family had better days too. His family no longer had to worry about selling their ducks and even their duck eggs sold well now. They now made dozens of taels from selling their ducks to Junsho restaurant. In addition, his mother had recently hatched a flock of small ducklings and even caught a bunch of ducks in the wild to raise. Now, they had around 400 to 500 ducks at home. After getting the sweet taste of profit, the Qian family was now preparing to expand their duck business by a lot. Qian Wen looked at Xiao Sao. It had been a long time since they last saw each other, and the little girl had grown in height a bit. Her fair and clear skin looked so tender that one could almost pinch water from it, and her pair of large eyes seemed to be able to look into the depths of a person's soul. His mother had told him that the roasted chicken and osmanthus duck at Junsho restaurant had a lot to do with this little girl. In addition, in the spring, the watermelons that the other villagers didn't see much use for had even been sold for over 500 taels. Furthermore, that wasn't even including the Yu family's braised food business at the docks and their seafood product wholesale business. He felt like the distance between his and her family seemed to be growing larger and larger. However, he didn't think that was a problem. The teacher said that with his current level of schooling, he could participate in the children's examinations next year. If he could easily pass the entry-level exams, then he would become the first person from Dongshan village to pass the prefectural exams. In addition, at that time, he would only be 15 years old. Now that his family's circumstances had improved, he planned on taking the next set of exams to become a graduate and then become someone who had passed the Imperial exams. By that time, Brother Xiaowen, this chicken leg is for you. A fragrant aroma coming from little Shishtu's hands suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Qian Wen smiled at the little fellow and replied, I've already eaten. You should eat the chicken leg instead. Usually Qian Wen made sure to look out for little Shishtu. The older boy studied very hard and, with his own efforts, was in the top third of the intermediate class. Little Shishtu not only liked this older brother from his own village but also respected him quite a bit. The little boy persevered in trying to give some of the delicious food to Brother Xiaowen. Even if you've already eaten, you can still have a taste of the chicken leg. It's really very good. Qian Wen could no longer refuse the little fellow's kindness and took a piece of chicken about the size of his thumb. He placed the meat into his mouth and carefully tasted it. The meat melted into his mouth and revealed a flavor that he would never be able to forget in his lifetime. Even when he passed the Imperial court examinations in the future and was able to eat roasted chicken frequently as well as other delicacies, he could still never taste the flavor he once had. Yu Xiaosao watched the little boys contently and felt immense satisfaction when she saw how happily her younger brother was eating. She couldn't resist temptation and pinched his plump face. Little Shishtu puffed up his cheeks and perfunctorily resisted. Second sister, I'm not 3 anymore. I'm now a student of Rongshuan Academy, so stop pinching my face. If other people see, I'll lose face in front of them. I pinch your face because I love you. It's not like I want to pinch any strange person's face off. I now understand why there's this saying, when a son grows up he doesn't want his mother anymore. You haven't even become an adult and have only gone to school, yet you don't want me, your second sister, anymore, How disappointing. Yu Xiaosao twisted her head to the side and forcefully opened her eyes wide. She let the feeling of disappointment rise in her and managed to blink out a few tears as she looked accusingly at her younger brother. Little Shishtu immediately panicked and quickly put down his rice bowl. He rushed over to his second sister and hugged her arm, lightly swinging as he said, "Second sister, you're still my second sister. You will always be my good second sister. Don't feel sad, I was the one who was wrong. Pinch me however much you like." Qian Wen had noticed Xiao Xiao's crafty actions and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Although Yu Fan was clever and quick-witted, he was truly no match for his second sister's little tricks and antics. Xiao Xiao blinked her eyes, and the tears in her eyes flowed down her eyelashes onto her cheeks. A sad expression surfaced onto her face, which, when paired with the tears, made her look extremely desolate. Little Shishtu almost burst into tears, and he continued with a sob in his voice, "Second sister, don't cry. In the future, I won't do this again. Don't be upset over me." Little fatty son butted in and shoved his round, plump little face in front of Xiao Xiao. He loudly proclaimed, "Second sister, don't be sad. If little Shishtu doesn't recognize you as his sister anymore, I'll take his place. Look, you can pinch me all you want. I bet my face feels a lot better than little Shishtu's." Xiao Xiao couldn't help but let out a peal of laughter. She rubbed little Shishtu's face and ruffled little fatty son's hair as she said, "I was only scaring you guys, don't take it seriously. Quickly eat more, it's not early anymore, I still need to go back to Dongshan village. Shishtu, study well and I'll come by tomorrow to take you home." Tomorrow was when Shishtu's weekly break started. Little Shishtu now knew he had been tricked again by his second sister. He sniffled a couple of times and met Xiao Xiao's eyes with a solemn look. He vowed, "Second sister. Don't worry, I will always be your little Shishtu." This promise of his had been engraved deeply in his heart. Even after he became the youthful top scorer in the Imperial examinations and famous throughout the land, whenever he saw his second sister shamelessly acting up, he always reverted back to his usual reaction. Before Xiao Xiao could feel touched, little fatty son butted in again, "Second sister, I will always be your little fatty son too. In the future, when you make delicious food, don't forget to bring a portion for me ah." Xiao Xiao pinched little fatty's face, who was slightly taller than her. She didn't know whether she should laugh or cry as she replied, "Don't worry. Even if you don't call me second sister, I'll still bring your portion along. Alright, I'm heading out. If I leave any later, I won't be able to get home before it gets dark." After waving goodbye to little Shishtu and his friends, Xiao Xiao went back to the melon stand. Lady Fang's carriage was already ready to go. Xiao Xiao's family's 2 carts had just enough room to hold all of the necessities of daily living that she had bought earlier. When Madame Zhang saw the 2 carts full of goods, she turned green with envy. There was a large sack of white rice, a large sack of wheat flour, and also a piece of fatty pork that weighed at least 5 catties. In addition, there were some fine articles of daily living that she had never even seen. She suspected that the contents of these 2 carts had to be worth at least 10 taels. Sure enough, the family members of officials were never stingy with their spending habits. However, the fortune teller did say that her family was going to produce an official. Once her son passed the examinations, she would also be considered the mother of an official. When that happened, she could easily walk around with her pockets full of money. Since the carts were stuffed full of goods, their speed naturally became slower. By the time they got to Dongshan village, the moon had just peeked through the tree line. When they passed by where Madame Zhang lived, she refused to get off the cart because she still hadn't got a hold of the money she wanted. "Grandmother, 200 taels is a lot of money, so you must give us some time to get it all together. It's already late tonight, if there's anything else you need to say, can't it wait until tomorrow? We can get it done then." Madame Zhang had been out and about since dawn and it had taken her several hours to walk into town. She also spent a lot of time waiting outside the melon stand and couldn't bear to spend a little money to eat lunch. After throwing a giant tantrum, she didn't have much energy left in her body. She thought for a bit and decided that if Yu Hai wanted to renege on his promise, she would make him pay. Realizing she wouldn't get anything today, Madame Zhang finally got off the cart and went back home. Lady Fang watched the old lady as a feeling of resentment slowly rose within her. She sighed lightly, "Xiao Xiao, there's nothing wrong with spending some money to fix a problem. However, doing this will only encourage certain people to become even more shameless. In the future, they'll continue to do the same thing to get money out of you, and that will not be good." Yu Xiaoxiao had seen a golden light burst out of the multicolored stone on her wrist when Madame Zhang finally came off the cart. It had shot towards Madame Zhang's head. When she heard her godmother's worried comments, she grinned craftily and replied, "Godmother, don't worry. The money that she wants, she won't be able to get a single copper. Just wait and see what unfolds next ah." That night, a sneaky figure surreptitiously crept out of the east room of the old residence. A small golden-colored kitten looked at the person contemptuously and proudly raised its head as it followed from behind. We're going out to see a nice play, not to pretend to be thieves, okay? Is it necessary to act this mysterious? The little divine stone sniffed with disdain. Shish, in order to leave the east room, it was necessary to go past the main room. Yu Xiaoxiao had been frightened by the little divine stone's voice and subconsciously glanced towards the Kong bed. Luckily, her parents' breathing pattern remained steady and stable, showing that they were still deep asleep. If she roused her parents, then that would scratch her plans for the rest of the night. Xiaoxiao carefully opened up the door. The old wooden door made a creak noise and Xiaoxiao was startled like a rabbit just waiting to bounce away. She clasped her hands onto her mouth and stared at the Kong bed, waiting for any reaction. Her father flipped over and continued to snore heavily. After that false alarm was over, she quietly snuck out of the door and quickly scuttled through the courtyard. She ran towards the main gate. Yu Hang, who had woken up to go to the restroom, could see a shadowy figure that resembled one of his younger sisters. A feeling of puzzlement settled into his heart. Why would his younger sister not be sleeping in the middle of the night and instead be running around outside? Yu Hang quickly caught up with Xiaoxiao and lightly tapped her shoulder. Xiaoxiao let out a low shriek and covered her mouth. When she saw her older brother behind her, she glared at him in annoyance. Scaring someone too badly could cause them to die, okay. Yu Hang instantly recognized his youngest sister by the look in her eyes. He questioned her somewhat suspiciously, why aren't you sleeping? Where are you planning on going? Xiaoxiao placed a finger to her lips to remind him to lower his voice. She then faced the main room of the house again and watched for a second before she quietly replied, don't ask me here, come with me instead. The two of them scuttled under the moonlight and arrived at the main branch's outer wall. Luckily, with her older brother along, Xiaoxiao was able to step on Yu Hang's shoulders and climb onto the wall. When she jumped down, the little divine stone used its spiritual power to steady her a bit and she managed to avoid face-planting into the ground. Ever since he had recovered from his injuries, Yu Hang felt like his hands had become more nimble and there was more strength in his body. The little divine stone rolled its eyes. This divine stone's bathing water naturally strengthens and heals the body. He flipped over the wall easily. Following his younger sister's lead, he crawled until he arrived under window of the main room. The weather was slowly warming up and the window to the main room hadn't been closed. With the moon providing some hazy light, he was able to see the two people in the room lying on the Kong bed and hear his grandfather's thundering snoring. Yu Xiaoxiao was also there, pricking up her ears to listen to the sounds coming from the main room. Yu Hang found his little sister's antics quite amusing and lowered his voice. Little sister, did you especially come here to listen to grandfather snore? Shish, don't say anything. Xiaoxiao just finished her sentence when commotion arose within the inner room. Stay away from me. A mournful screech echoed out of the room. Old Yu's noisy snores suddenly stopped and, following that, the sounds of him slipping on clothing could be heard. Wife. Old Yu patted his wife's arm but didn't expect her to violently shake his hand off. Madame Zhang originally had her eyes closed but now they were opened wide, filled with shock. The expression on her face made it seem like she had just seen a ghost. She rigidly stared at the roof beams in horror, as if she had seen something up there. She screamed, don't come over. Stay away from me. Old Yu followed his wife's line of sight and looked at the beams. He discovered there was nothing there and thought that his wife was frightened by a nightmare. Because he was afraid of startling her further, he could only quietly say, wife. Madame Zhang acted as if she was stuck in her own dimension. She not only woke up but also became even more agitated and started swatting the air in front of her. I'm not afraid of you. You've been dead for over a decade. Come here, I'm not afraid of you. Old Yu looked again at the roof beams and the hairs on his body all raised up. It seemed like his old wife had encountered something that wasn't clean. Wife, who do you see right now? Shivers ran down old Yu's spine as he quietly inquired. Older cousin, you had an illness that couldn't be cured, so living any longer wouldn't have changed anything. Your husband was so poor from trying to treat your illness that your home didn't even have an extra grain of rice. If you didn't die, your husband, who's such a good man, would have died of starvation along with you. The frightened expression on Madame Zhang's face had suddenly been replaced by a cruel one. She snarled as she stared at the beams on the room as if she had just seen her archenemy. Within Madame Zhang's consciousness, a ghastly pale woman, who had blood coming out of all of her apertures, was staring at her with a gaze full of hate. The ghostly apparition continuously lamented, I sheltered you out of the kindness of my own heart, why did you harm me? Why did you have to hurt me? You had to die. If you didn't die, your husband would have never looked twice at me. If you died, then everything you had would become mine. Madame Zhang seemed to have lost her marbles under the ghost's constant questioning and suddenly screamed out the secret she had hidden inside for decades. Old Yu was stunned by the malevolent look on Madame Zhang's face and stared at her as if he didn't know who she was. At that time, Madame Zhang, who had been married off to a village far west of them, had been abused by her husband's family. After she finally had enough, she stole a dozen copper coins from the family and left with her son, begging for food, to get to Dongshan village. She sought shelter with his first wife, Madame Zhang's older cousin. He remembered very clearly that, at the time, his kind first wife, Madame Lu, had a weak body and they were very poor. Despite that, she still happily received her younger cousin and her cousin's son. In the beginning, Madame Zhang rushed to do all of the work around the house and treated his son and daughter better than she treated her own son. In addition, she also did her best to take care of her older cousin, who was bedridden. He didn't say anything in regards to this and only spent long days out of the house fishing and gathering seafood to subsidize their income. Under Madame Zhang's tender care, Madame Lu's condition started to improve and even the doctor said that after she finished the last 2 prescriptions she would be almost fully recovered. However, no one expected that, after she finished the 2 medications, Madame Lu's illness would recur. Everything that was of value at home had been sold off, and they had already borrowed money from those who could afford it. Madame Lu continued to take medication but she never recovered again. Her body, which had originally been weak, only managed to hang on for another month or so before death came to get her. Not long after Madame Lu passed away, he felt like that having his home lack a female figure wasn't good. During that time, Madame Zhang had been extremely hardworking and also treated his 2 children well. Thus, he took her as his second wife. In the beginning, she managed to be fair to everyone in the family. However, after his 3rd son was born, Madame Zhang's heart began to change. The change was most marked when their 3rd son left to go to school. Madame Zhang became extremely stingy and would save every copper coin in order to pay for their 3rd son's schooling fees. Yes, that's right, Madame Zhang cackled crazily as she stared fixedly at the roof beam. She acted as if she was talking to someone, my dear sweet older cousin. I was the one who swapped out your medication and let you, who was about to recover, die in the end. I was doing this for the good of your 2 children. If you didn't die, then you guys would have had to sell them to get the money for your medication. Old Yu looked at Madame Zhang, who had a malevolent expression on her face, with shock. Apparently Madame Lu's illness didn't come back, and she was actually killed by Madame Zhang. He would have never expected that the woman who he had slept in the same bed for over 20 years